A parallel world. Ding. August 18th, 2033, 1135 a.m. Red alert. According to the Meteorological Bureau, the super typhoon Minghu is expected to make landfall in the coastal region in the early hours of the 19th. Wind speeds may reach levels 12 to 17, accompanied by several days of torrential rain. Citizens in coastal areas, please make advanced preparations to secure your homes. At the same time, every person in the coastal city received this alert on their phone. Yet the vast majority of citizens simply ignored it. In a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Magic City, a man devouring his food like a starving wolf drew everyone's gaze. Guests who came to such a restaurant all cared about refinement and image. The man's crude behavior immediately aroused their disgust. A female internet celebrity who was live streaming turned her camera on him, her face full of contempt. People like that can still get into this restaurant to eat. They really dragged down Michelin standards. So low. I'm never coming back. Even the waiters in the restaurant could not hide the disdain in their eyes. Every customer who spent money here was respectable and polished. This was the first time they had seen such a starved ghost. Zhou Chen kept his head down and ate furiously, his hands alternately grabbing meat, picking up dishes, and lifting soup to his mouth, sweeping through the feast on the table like a storm. When calamity descends, only the fittest survive. In his previous life, super typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, extreme heat, plagues, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, nuclear radiation. Resources grew scarce, corpses of the starved lay everywhere, and the global mortality rate soared as high as 98%. During 3 years of the apocalypse, clinging to a wretched existence, he had drunk filthy water from the ground, gnawed on moldy steamed buns, and even fought stray dogs over scraps of food. Would he still care about other people's looks and opinions? Apart from food, everything else was utter nonsense. He had been reborn. Reborn on the day before the natural calamities descended, and he had even awakened a spatial ability. This time he would madly hoard supplies, grasping the secret code of the coming disasters, and ride out the storms to live freely and unrestrained. And he would exact ruthless vengeance, making those beasts who had killed him lives worse than a dog's. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhou Chen paid the bill and left. It was now 1230 p.m. The disaster would arrive in the small hours of the night. Collecting supplies was a matter of utmost urgency. Food, water, medicine, weapons, wilderness survival gear. His 3 years of survival in the apocalypse had engraved the essential supply list into his very bones. Zhou Chen rented a large truck and drove straight toward the city's largest wholesale market. On the way, he received a call from Old Sun. Old Sun was the security guard of Yinghua community. In his youth, he had been a street ruffian, but he was loyal and righteous. He once took a knife for a buddy and crippled one leg, missing his chance at marriage and ending up with no wife and no children. Zhou Chen had an easygoing personality and could chat with anyone. He went in and out of the community greeting Old Sun, and sometimes shared cigarettes and liquor gifted by clients with him. Over time, the two had built a decent rapport. In his previous life, Old Sun had died a tragic death. 1 month after the disasters began, Old Sun led the defense against an invasion by other survivors and was hacked dozens of times. His body so mutilated his features were unrecognizable. But that very night, his corpse disappeared without a trace, and even living on the top floor, Zhou Chen could smell the scent of meat broth. After being reborn this morning, considering the security of the community, Zhou Chen immediately contacted a renovation company to replace all the windows in his home with bulletproof glass and to install the sturdiest stainless steel security door at the entrance. At the top, middle, and bottom of the door, he reinforced it with 3 10-centimeter thick steel bolts, ensuring that even a sledgehammer could not smash it open. In the apocalypse, human nature turned vicious. The first to lay a hand on you were often not outsiders, but those closest at your side. To make better use of his time, Zhou Chen had asked Old Sun to keep an eye on things for him. "Xiao Zhou, did you buy some kind of medicine?" A young guy just delivered dozens of big cardboard boxes. Before heading out, Zhou Chen had already contacted a sales rep from a pharmaceutical company. He had paid double the price to purchase 1 million yuan's worth of anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, cold medicine, hemostatic drugs, trauma medicine, medical alcohol, gauze, and so on. He had even included tetanus vaccines and insulin for diabetes, leaving nothing out. He had only one requirement: speed and complete variety. These were life-saving medicines in the coming disasters. The further things progressed, the scarcer medicine would become. Even a single cold tablet could be sold for an astronomical price. He had once personally witnessed someone trade a single blister pack of cold medicine for a coveted spot in an official base. Such was the value of medicine. "Yes, Old Sun, please sign for it for me and stack everything in the living room." "No problem. The doors and windows have already been installed. I tried hitting the front door with a hammer. My palm went numb and the door didn't even budge. And the fireplaces you wanted, one in the living room and one in the bedroom, they've both been installed. I checked, they're made of top-grade burn-proof steel plates." Taking advantage of a red light, Zhou Chen opened WeChat and transferred 10,000 yuan to Old Sun. The call was still connected when Old Sun, puzzled by the transfer, said, "What's with this money? Do you need me to help you pay some balance later? No. It's your hard-earned fee. It's just a small favor, you don't need to give me so much. Just take it. If you trust my words after you help me settle everything, buy more long shelf life food for yourself. This typhoon might be a bit fierce. In this lifetime, a man should avoid owing debts of gratitude most of all. Whether the other party believed him or not was no longer his concern. Financially, Zhou Chen was actually doing fairly well. In his freshman year of college, his parents had died in a car accident, leaving him an apartment in a contract manufacturing factory, and the annual income was more than enough for him to live comfortably. But just last month, his so-called best brother and his campus belle girlfriend secretly colluded with his arch-rival to set him up, causing him to lose a huge sum of money. They bribed key backbone staff at the factory, stole away all his major clients, and even obtained his company seal and handwritten signature. In the end, the entire factory was sold off at a rock-bottom price, passed through several hands, and ultimately landed in the couple's possession. Zhou Chen had finally seen things clearly. The two of them had been entangled long ago. Just yesterday, this dogman and dogwoman had even driven their newly bought sports car over to deliver him a wedding invitation. Where did they get the nerve? Zhou Chen had grabbed a brick from the roadside and charged straight at them. If the pair of dogs hadn't run fast enough, their skulls would have been cracked open. In truth, he also blamed himself for trusting others too much. Not only his so-called good brother and the campus belle, but also those backbone staff. They had all been his university classmates. They were graduates of a third-rate no-name university. Thrown into elite-filled Magic City, they could not even find a decent job. Those with family backing had long been taken care of. The rest had nothing, yet stubbornly wanted to stay and develop in Magic City, fantasizing about one day being promoted, getting raises, becoming CEOs, and reaching the pinnacle of life. But in a city teeming with elites like Magic City, how could ordinary people possibly rise to the top so easily? This was a man-eating city that did not even spit out bones. Countless people had buried their youth here, and when they finally left, they did so with heads hung low. Remembering their 4 years as classmates, Zhou Chen had tried to lend a hand where he could, bringing over his closest dozen or so friends to the factory, not only giving them positions, but also generously offering high salaries. He had asked for no return, but these beasts still repaid kindness with betrayal. It truly fulfilled that old saying, the good die young, while the scourges endure for 1,000 years. In his previous life, Zhou Chen had struggled at the very bottom among the survivors, even fighting stray dogs for food just to live. As for those beasts, aside from a few who died early, most of them lived quite well. At least they still had meat on their bones, unlike him, who had wasted away into a bag of bones. When they crossed paths, those beasts snatched away his last half-bun and beat him savagely. Without medicine, his injuries festered, and he finally died on a ruined road. Zhou Chen shook his head, casting off these chaotic thoughts. The revenge would come, but not yet. In just a few days, money would become nothing but waste paper. He had to spend it as quickly as possible. For now, the funds in his hands were enough for him to gather an initial batch of supplies. For a person not only to survive, but to live with some flavor, the list of necessary supplies was far from short. He possessed a spatial dimension and could store a vast ocean of goods. But for now, the disasters had not arrived and society had yet to fall into chaos. If he rushed to start zero-yuan shopping at this point, he would be in police custody within the hour. Impulse was the devil. Once caught, he might as well wait for death. Arriving at the wholesale market, Zhou Chen parked the truck at the entrance of a grain and oil wholesaler. He spent 1 million yuan and directly bought out the entire store. Just in salt alone, he purchased 10 tons. In ancient times, the imperial court had strictly controlled salt for one fundamental reason: it was too important. So important that it could even influence the fate of a nation. The boss was grinning from ear to ear and spontaneously offered a 5% discount. Zhou Chen had to make several trips with the truck before he finished hauling all the goods away. With each load, he drove the truck to a relatively secluded corner nearby, climbed into the back, and moved the supplies into his spatial dimension. He deliberately smoked a cigarette and circled around another block before returning for the second, third, and subsequent loads. Next, Zhou Chen went to the vegetable wholesale area, the meat wholesale area, the bottled water wholesale area, and the grain, fruit, and vegetable seed wholesale area. He spent more than 2 million yuan in total, repeating the same method of hauling in batches, and moved all the supplies into his spatial dimension. His space had a preservation function, so he did not need to worry about storing vegetables and meat at all. The food and water were temporarily taken care of, and what remained were weapons and wilderness survival equipment. It was now 5:10 p.m. Time was running out for him. While Zhou Chen busied himself incessantly, his unseemly image of gobbling food at a Michelin restaurant had already taken the internet by storm. At that moment, someone eagerly shared it in the company chat group, tagging everyone. Is that Chairman Zhou? The factory is gone, the staff have fled, he is nothing now. It really is him. What is he doing? Has he transformed his sorrow into a ravenous appetite? Could it be that he is so agitated that he is having his last meal? Do you mean he intends to commit suicide? Who can be blamed? We treat him like a dog. He labors tirelessly this year. Even a salary raise is as impossible as scaling the heavens. Yet ever-magnanimous Chairman Zhang actually doubled our wages. Zhang Li sat shirtless in a lavish office leering lustfully at Su Wanruan, who was clad in black stockings. Su Wanruan indeed lived up to her name. Her exquisite face and figure would render any man weak at the knees. Back in school, she was revered as the campus beauty, a goddess in the hearts of countless infatuated admirers. Zhang Li licked his lips, convinced that Zhou Chen was ruined by this woman of fate he deemed most deserved. Seeing the messages in the chat group, his expression turned smug. Zhou Chen has gone viral. Gone viral. Su Wanruan tugged down the skirt wrapped around her waist, momentarily perplexed by the remark. Zhang Li showed her the video, filled with tens of thousands of mocking comments from netizens, which he seemed to relish. Su Wanruan frowned. He wouldn't really devour this meal and then go on to commit suicide, would he? Zhang Li sneered coldly. What's wrong with suicide? It doesn't concern us. When he stands before the king of hell, he can only blame his own stupidity. Su Wanruan disagreed. If he commits suicide at a time like this, the rumors will tarnish our reputation terribly. Thinking himself refined, Zhang Li lit a cigar and took a puff before remarking, no, his suicide would in fact benefit us. Aren't you afraid that if he recovers, he might gather evidence against us? Feeling uneasy, Su Wanruan's voice rose sharply. What could he possibly sue us for? Clients and key staff would leave. Who could possibly stop them? And regarding the factory being sold at a low price, the contract bears his seal and his personal signature. Rest assured, no matter by what means that signature was procured, he will find it nearly impossible to produce evidence proving he was set up. Absolutely not. Zhang Li's expression turned sinister. As long as he remains alive, I cannot rest in peace. Can you? What if he uncovers evidence? Then wouldn't all our hard work be in vain? The freshly acquired wealth, the newly established factory, the life of affluence, could all be undone just like that. Do you really wish to return to those wretched days of the past? Su Wanruan thought of her $1 million sports car, her array of luxurious possessions, and the once condescending, now sycophantic attitudes of her family. Recalling the days when she could only envy others carrying LV bags, her gaze turned cold. So what do you intend to do? With a venomous smile, Zhang Li began scrolling through his contacts. Of course, we ought to give him a little more of a jolt. It would be best if he immediately jumped off a building. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was driving toward the largest military outdoor store in the vicinity. Unexpectedly, he received a call from Zhang Li. How has your day been, my good brother? It's been all right. Hey, you're such an ungrateful brother. Su Wanruan and I, with our invitations in hand, intended to invite you to our wedding next month. Yet you nearly pounded us with a brick. If you skip the wedding, then you must attend tonight's alumni gathering. We are all brothers. Share your troubles with us. Zhou Chen initially intended to refuse, but then a clever idea struck him. All right, but I'd rather not go out. I don't mind coming downstairs for a drink. Zhang Li was taken aback. Huh? A sneer tugged at Zhou Chen's lips as he remarked, good brother, are you scared? Before Zhang Li could react, the call was disconnected. Furious, Zhang Li nearly dropped his phone, exclaiming, damn it, as if I would be afraid of him. Su Wanruan, having overheard everything, queried, what do you think he meant by that? After some cursing, Zhang Li slowly regained his composure and sneered, what meaning could that possibly hold? Do you really think he would dare join us in mutual destruction? Back when Zhang Li had come to purchase a home in the Yinghua community, Zhou Chen had even lent him a sum of money. After ensnaring Zhou Chen, the overnight riches enabled Zhang Li and Su Wanruan to reside in hotels, never returning to the community. Su Wanruan's face darkened as she remarked, forget it, be careful not to push too far. He now despises us to the core. He might very well come after us with all his might. Zhang Li's eyes flashed with menace. What are you afraid of? Even if Zhou Chen is like a mad dog right now with all of us present, if he dares harm me, then Qin Chang and the others can all get stuffed. Thinking thus, he immediately sent a message in the group, dear brothers and sisters, tonight the gathering location has been changed to my home. We will have a garden barbecue, and I have invited Zhou Chen for a drink. The group chat was thrown into bewilderment. Your home? Isn't Zhou Chen the one living on the top floor? Inviting Zhou Chen? You really dare, huh? What sordid deeds have you done with Su Wanruan, and have you no shame? Aren't you afraid that Zhou Chen might come down wielding a knife to fight desperately? The others were left speechless. Their thoughts were many yet unspoken, for their own misdeeds rendered them ignoble. Everyone quickly chimed in with compliments, admiring Chairman Zhang, and knowing that with him and Sister Su benefits were assured. Yet despite Zhang Li's outward show of fearlessness toward Zhou Chen, inside, he was trembling with apprehension. He could not fathom what Zhou Chen truly intended. After all, he and Su Wanruan had ruined Zhou Chen so miserably. Who would believe that Zhou Chen harbored no desire for revenge? He had only just begun to relish the taste of being a big boss. He had no desire for any mishaps, let alone being taken down brutally. Zhang Li hurriedly summoned Qin Chang and a few of his closest associates to the office, engaging in a brief, dismissive discussion. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen remained indifferent to what Zhang Li might be thinking. Zhang Li was most terrified of being looked down upon and could not tolerate any provocation. Even though he secretly believed that Zhou Chen intended mutual destruction, and was utterly petrified inside. He still resolved, albeit reluctantly, to return to the community tonight. The reason? He had too many lackeys. Returning to the community was advantageous. Once their escape was impossible. That way he could witness firsthand the fate of these beasts in the coming apocalypse. When food eventually runs scarce and a dog-eat-dog scenario unfolds, it will undoubtedly be fascinating. As for tonight, Zhou Chen isn't going anywhere. Wouldn't it be far better to stockpile a bit more supplies? At that time, even the dogs wouldn't be fed to them. He arrived at the outdoor gear store. Disaster emergency kits, tents of all sizes, raincoats and boots, military cots, folding chairs, water bottles, sleeping bags, ice axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, power banks, fire axes, lighters, Swiss Army, knives, machetes, multi-purpose combat, shovels, waterproof flashlights and batteries for flashlights, high-capacity solar charging panels, and more. Every conceivable item without omission. Steel spike crampons, multi-purpose tactical chest straps, and heavy-duty tactical heart-protecting vests. 2 sets each. 10 boxes of outdoor emergency blankets, absolutely essential. In less than half a month, with citywide water and power outages, the highest-powered noise-reducing household generators will be indispensable. 20 assault boats and 20 rubber boats alike. After the flood, with debris floating on the water, these items can easily be punctured or sabotaged. Better to have too many than too few. The boss was startled. Everything else is fine, but this knife, it is a controlled item. In the apocalypse, violence reigns supreme, and human life is treated as nothing. For an ordinary person, facing such a world unarmed is no different from seeking death. While they dare not think about firearm, self-defense knives are absolutely essential. Zhou Chen maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "You are the expert, surely you have a solution." The boss appeared conflicted, but eventually relented. "Please wait a moment, I'll go grab something from the warehouse." He didn't want to miss out on a big client. When the boss returned from the warehouse, Zhou Chen asked again, "Do you know where I can buy a snowmobile?" The boss was taken aback and shook his head. "We are in the south, those things are only sold in the north. How about you consider online shopping?" Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. Even in a free shipping zone, the fastest delivery from online shopping would only arrive by tomorrow. With the impending disaster, he couldn't predict which highway he'd be stuck on, and time was running out. He settled for a compromise, asking, "Do you have ice skates?" In an icy environment, as long as he could run fast enough, no one would be able to harm him. The boss chuckled. "As a matter of fact, I do. I bought 2 pairs last year as a novelty and hung them up as decoration. I only tried them on once. Size 44, you should fit them. If you don't mind, I can get them for you right now." A speedboat requires diesel. A year later, the demon city fell, and all survivors fled the city. Even with transportation, the fuel consumption was astonishing. However, the buying and selling of gasoline and diesel was prohibited for private individuals. Fortunately, after the disaster struck, the roads were littered with abandoned vehicles. As long as he could run fast enough, he wasn't worried about collecting enough gasoline. While Zhou Chen was still pondering, his phone rang. He took it out to see it was a call from his aunt. Zhou Chen had an aunt who in her youth chose the wrong path and married a man involved in society, living off gambling. His parents were poor role models, and naturally, they had a son who was also uneducated. While Zhou Chen's parents were alive, they often helped this family. After his parents passed away, the couple deceitfully took hundreds of thousands from him under the guise of family ties, losing it all in a single night. Now the cousin had grown up and got himself a girlfriend who, with a swollen belly, declared they wouldn't marry without a house. Where would a gambler find money for a wedding home? So they played the pity card, threatening him with family ties, demanding Zhou Chen take responsibility. It was utterly ridiculous. The child wasn't his responsibility to bear. To force him into submission, they even rented a place in the Sakura community a few days ago, with the whole family taking turns to block him. In their rented place, they didn't even have a thick blanket. In his previous life, the aunt had come to Zhou Chen kneeling and sobbing, begging for his forgiveness. Thinking of his father who had passed away long ago, Zhou Chen's heart softened, and he opened the door. The moment the door opened, the family revealed their true colors, brandishing knives hidden behind them. They not only injured Zhou Chen's arm, but also forced him out of the house. In the freezing cold, they left him to fend for himself. Zhou Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He immediately added them to his blacklist. While the boss was loading goods, Zhou Chen went to a nearby military supply store. He purchased 50 pieces each of thermal suits, thermal boots, military coats, cotton hats, military boots, cotton blankets, cotton socks, and cotton gloves. These thermal garments were certainly not as good as genuine military supplies. But in the apocalypse, possessing even one of these items was worth the risk of life for survivors. In temperatures as low as -70°C, how many could withstand without thermal clothing or blankets? To avoid freezing to death, even a tattered military coat could incite a bloody conflict for survival. It was not uncommon for the living to use the dead as firewood. With basic thermal gear acquired, he still needed heating tools. At -70°, even with electricity, air conditioning couldn't raise the temperature. Fireplaces and firewood were the most practical solutions. Zhou Chen navigated to a lumber factory in the suburbs. By this time, it was already dark and the wind from the typhoon howled with raindrops falling from the sky. The lumber factory was deserted with a large yellow dog guarding the entrance. Zhou Chen took a bone out of his space and tossed it towards the barking dog, which immediately wagged its tail. He climbed over the wall, and in the vast open space firewood was piled high. Zhou Chen didn't touch the logs or planks, instead collecting dozens of tons of scrap, wood, and sawdust into his space. This amount, even if burned continuously for 24 hours in extreme cold, would be enough for him to use for a year. Seeing a payment code on the wall, Zhou Chen transferred his last 30,000. Before leaving, he also snagged 2 chainsaws. Zhou Chen headed to his final destination, the industrial park storage area on the outskirts of the city. Their warehouses for large supermarkets, such as Sam's, Costco, Walmart, and Carrefour, were located. Zhou Chen's previous factory was in the industrial park, making him quite familiar with that area. It was now 9:10 p.m., and driving there would take over 2 hours. The typhoon was coming. It was a $0 purchase far off. At that time, a super typhoon of level 17 could blow people and cars away, and if the warehouse was robbed, the police wouldn't arrive in time. On the way, Zhou Chen passed by a fruit greenhouse base. The typhoon had intensified, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of fruit. Upon closer inspection, he could distinguish the scents of strawberries, watermelons, grapes, and apples. At this moment, every greenhouse had farmers busily coming in and out. These individuals were hurriedly moving boxes of freshly picked fruit. Anything that couldn't be salvaged would be blown away by the wind or submerged in water. The strawberry farmers looked particularly distressed. Strawberries are low-growing plants, and when floods come, they are bound to be submerged. If soaked for too long, the seedlings will rot. Farmers growing other fruit species were not faring much better. Even if the fruit trees weren't drowned by the flood or blown away by the typhoon, the fruits on them would surely not be preserved. So they genuinely hoped the weather forecast was wrong, that the typhoon would be milder or at least pass with a whimper, otherwise all their efforts this year would be in vain. Zhou Chen parked the truck by the road and lit a cigarette for himself. Once the people had moved far enough away, he jumped into the field and collected the seedlings along with the soil into his space. These fruit trees, even if they survived the flood, could not endure the extreme cold of -70 degrees. Rather than being destroyed by disaster, it would be better to be utilized. He made a large circuit and surprisingly harvested nearly 20 acres of fruit land. A row of iron frames remained blown askew by the typhoon, and plastic sheets were caught in the trees blown far away. Having delayed for an hour, time was of the essence. Zhou Chen sped through red lights and rushed to the industrial area storage zone. The 15-ton truck swayed precariously under the force of the level 12 typhoon, resembling a heavy yet flamboyant snake. Zhou Chen firmly gripped the steering wheel, feeling as if the vehicle could tip over at any moment. Not far away, the church bells began to chime. It was 12:00 a.m. The level 17 super typhoon wreaked havoc, sending small cars tumbling down the roads like leaves. As the disaster struck, the world officially entered the era of calamity. A thunderous boom echoed as Zhou Chen crashed through the warehouse gate. Flooring the accelerator, he sent the heavy metal door flying. A ferocious typhoon surged inward, toppling row upon row of shelving units at the entrance like dominoes. Zhou Chen pulled down his baseball cap, swung open the car door, and leapt out. Rolling up his sleeves, he began seizing supplies with ruthless efficiency. In Walmart's surveillance control room, the on-duty staff stared in stunned silence. Alarms shrieked, piercing and shrill. What the hell is going on? Yet they could not fathom how. On every monitor, the figure moved, and wherever he stepped, goods vanished instantaneously. Has the system been infected? Call the police immediately. Hackers have breached our surveillance network. Yes, it must be a hacker intrusion. What we're seeing is fabricated footage seamlessly substituted by the attacker. I nearly died of fright. I knew it. There's no way these items could simply vanish into thin air. Zhou Chen sprinted back to his vehicle, reversed sharply, and set course for the nearby Sam's Club. In truth, the inventory of a single Walmart supermarket would sustain Zhou Chen for a lifetime. But soon, glacial melt and tectonic collision would shrink Earth's habitable landmass to a mere tenth of its former expanse. Yet humanity would still need to dwell there. To ensure the continuity of human civilization, factories would need to be re-established, reviving fragments of industrial society, leaving even less arable land available for food cultivation. No amount of supplies was ever enough. Rice, flour, vegetables, fruits. None could withstand the ravages of floodwaters or extreme cold. To let them perish would be an unforgivable waste. Boom. Zhou Chen smashed through Sam's Club's storage bay doors. Surveillance teams from Sam's Club, Costco, and Carrefour all lost their composure. Just moments earlier, they had mocked Walmart's compromised surveillance system. Now poetic justice struck with brutal swiftness. Fuck. Executives across these chains were jolted awake. But with the typhoon intensifying to a terrifying Category 17, law enforcement was utterly immobilized, leaving corporate leaders helpless, wringing their hands in despair. Boom. Another deafening crash. Zhou Chen rammed open the Yapinjiao warehouse using only memory. Damn it. This time Zhou Chen himself seethed with fury. When had this Japanese-owned warehouse transformed into a steel fortress? Rebar lay stacked in two varieties, smooth and ribbed. Each bundle weighing 2 tons piled hundreds of layers high. He had no intention of launching infrastructure projects. Damn it. The Japanese operation had slipped through his grasp. Then he glanced at the warehouse sign, Kimchi Nation. Suddenly his mood lightened considerably. He claimed it all. This steel was invaluable, certain to serve him well in the coming age. The vast warehouse was divided into zones. Deeper inside, he found coils of stainless steel sheeting, and at the very rear, a colossal vehicle. At the sight of that hulking machine, Zhou Chen nearly erupted with euphoria. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. A brand new rugged Kamaz off-road truck built to conquer deserts and gravel roads, as if they were child's play. With this vehicle, no post-apocalyptic terrain would daunt him, not even the most treacherous paths. In his previous life, survivors had piloted Kamaz trucks straight through marauder ambushes. Bands of highway raiders fled at the mere sight of them. Occasionally fools charged headlong, only to meet horrific ends. Crushed limbs were the mildest outcome. Some were flattened into crimson paste beneath its treads. Faced with such raw, unassailable dominance, Zhou Chen, like countless other survivors, could only watch envious and awestruck. More fortune awaited behind the truck. Nearly 50 diesel drums stood stacked, each holding 200 liters, totaling roughly 10,000 liters of fuel. In that moment, Zhou Chen sincerely thanked the Kimchi Nation. He emptied the entire warehouse into his spatial storage, walking their path so they'd have none left to tread. Amid torrential rain, Zhou Chen glanced toward the nearby Hualien supermarket sign, then after brief consideration, turned his vehicle away. Hugging the warehouse wall, he drove 2 kilometers toward the incubation park. He intended to establish his base there, and simultaneously gather vital supplies. This had been part of his original plan. The park housed fledgling startups, cash-strapped, yet brimming with vision and ambition. From memories of his past life, he recalled one truly extraordinary tech enterprise nestled within, a nanotech-driven intimate wear startup. Its proprietary fabric maintained a constant human body temperature of approximately 25 degrees Celsius. In his prior existence during the second year of Cataclysm, he'd been captured by a survivor band and imprisoned in a mountain cave, marked for slaughter as two-legged livestock. He overheard the guards' conversations, and thus uncovered this astonishing secret. They were a tight-knit group of risk-takers who during the floods ventured out scavenging, and stumbled upon this prototype garment. Skeptical but desperate, they wore the undergarments when the polar freeze descended, and miraculously that dozen-strong crew survived. According to their chatter, production had been severely limited. Those among them who received no garments froze solid, transformed into human icicles. Zhou Chen was determined to secure this fabric before disaster struck. The incubation park sprawled across vast grounds. Its exact location, zone, building, floor, room, would require systematic search room by room. That posed no issue. Not until the typhoon subsided would he be able to leave. With time on his side, meticulous searching was feasible, and he'd inevitably uncover additional useful resources along the way. Decades-old iron railings surrounding the park had long since buckled beneath the Category 17 gales. Zhou Chen simply drove his massive freighter straight into the stairwell entrance. He positioned the vehicle sideways, blocking the worst of the wind, preventing himself from being hurled away the moment he stepped out. He did not begin clearing floors immediately. Tonight offered ample time, and after a grueling day, he was genuinely famished. He remained on the ground floor, selecting a relatively clean office space. Producing heavy-duty bolt cutters, he snapped the padlock chain with sharp metallic clangs. Inside, he cleared a desk and retrieved from his spatial storage an induction cooker wok steak red wine. He melted a pat of butter, seared the steak on both sides in the sizzling pan, drizzled it with fine red wine, and garnished it with a whisper of rosemary. Culinary perfection achieved. Outside, the typhoon raged and battered the windows incessantly. Inside, Zhou Chen savored his steak and sipped his wine, then paused, sensing something missing. He produced a fresh fruit platter. As he dined, he scrolled idly through his phone. Internet connectivity remained stable, for now, and headlines dominated every feed, breaking reports on the unprecedented typhoon. Uprooted trees, collapsed bridges, luxury cars crushed beneath debris, skyscrapers shredded by tornadoes. Netizens nationwide expressed shock at the storm's apocalyptic intensity, while countless influencers streamed live, soothing their followers with reassuring words. Not a soul suspected this was the dawn of the world's end. Zhang Li had called him repeatedly, and even added him to a WeChat group. The Xingli Corporation group, filled with familiar faces. Zhang Li's intent was unmistakable to provoke him. The chat overflowed with unread messages, 99 and climbing. Zhou Chen opened it, only to find videos Zhang Li and others barbecuing, drinking, dancing wildly. A large crowd gathered. Chen Chang and others brought their girlfriends. To pulsating music, they danced cheek to cheek, uniformly clad in micro miniskirts and black fishnet stockings. The early clips were shot outdoors in a garden, then hastily relocated indoors as the typhoon approached. Zhongli tagged him directly. Brother, didn't we agree to meet downstairs for a drink? Why are you hiding? Afraid we'll mock you. Naturally, sycophants rushed to pile on. Zhongli tagged him repeatedly, clearly eager to flaunt his newfound prosperity face-to-face. Though morally dubious, sudden wealth ignited an irresistible urge to boast. Zhou Chen smirked and sent a voice memo. Sorry everyone. I truly meant to join your gathering, but an urgent matter pulled me away unexpectedly. Zhongli, residing in the Sakura residential complex, finally received Zhou Chen's reply. He sat upright, instantly waving excitedly for others to gather around his phone, and typed rapidly into the group. Oh, what could possibly be so important that you'd cancel on us last minute? The implication was clear. Zhou Chen was deliberately avoiding them. Chen Chong and others chimed in immediately. Exactly. We haven't seen you in ages. We missed you terribly, yet you stood us up. Come on, Zhou Chen, no need to be like this. We're all friends. Let's get together more often, strengthen our bonds. That's right, we all know you've been feeling down lately. If something's troubling you, just speak up. We're your best listeners, and no one here will laugh. Get down here right now, we're all waiting. Or do we need to carry you up in a sedan chair? There's nothing a good drink can't fix. Brother Zhou, trust me. Bread will come, love will come. Huh. Zhou Chen aimed his phone camera at the rain-lashed window and recorded a short video. Zhang Li's expression froze in disbelief. You're really not at home. Zhou Chen replied lazily, would I lie? My factory's gone, my business collapsed. I had to pivot. Turns out I got deeply immersed in talks with a friend. By the time negotiations wrapped up, the typhoon hit, so I'll head home tomorrow. He chuckled, don't leave without me. I promise I'll return for that drink. Relax, it's truly just drinks. Nothing to fear. I won't harm you, huh? Though the Category 17 typhoon wouldn't rage indefinitely, it would ease to force 56 by tomorrow morning, making brief travel feasible. Yet torrential rain would persist for days. Only time would tell how many citizens seized this narrow window. Zhou Chen wagered confidently that Zhang Li would stay, and equally certain that this group would refuse to brave the downpour for provisions. A crowd accustomed to effortless gains still had grilled meat, fruit, and beverages, enough to tide them over for 2 meals. By the time they grasped the gravity of the situation, floodwaters would rise visibly, swallowing the first floor entirely, leaving them homeless. After endless bickering over responsibility, the rising waters would engulf the second floor. Only then would they reluctantly decide who should venture out for food. By then, the polar freeze, 70 degrees below zero, would descend silently, marking the true beginning of their animalistic suffering. Chains were violently dismantled by a heavy-duty wrench. Zhou Chen swept from the first floor to the third in one breath. In truth, there weren't many useful supplies. He did manage to collect some paper pens and a nearly new printer. However, he was meticulously searching, even gathering the wooden tables and chairs for firewood in the future. He collected several hundred bags of tea, all of ordinary quality, commonly found in supermarkets, yet still valuable in the apocalypse. Chinese tea culture has continued for thousands of years, beloved not only by the elderly, but also cherished by the youth. The Chinese have a deep affection for tea. A cup of clear tea can soothe homesickness. Most of the third floor consisted of e-commerce companies with average computer configurations. He carefully collected over 100 units. Many studio windows were shattered in the typhoon. A half of the items were swept away by the wind, and the other half soaked by rain, leaving the entire hallway filled with flying scraps of paper. Zhou Chen moved quickly, searching layer by layer, room by room. After breaking the locks, he only needed a glance to assess whether there were useful supplies. He took what was useful and didn't bother to look at the rest. He unboxed various delivery boxes, uncovering a pile of clothes, pants, shoes, shampoo, and laundry detergent, along with a folded bicycle. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he discovered 2 oversized delivery boxes beneath a desk. Opening them revealed they were filled to the brim with raincoats. The brand was familiar, 10 pieces per box, 100 boxes per carton. Zhou Chen instinctively glanced at the employee card on the desk, wondering if classmate Xiong Chong had 4 kidneys, buying 2,000 raincoats at once. Would he even use them all in his lifetime? Aren't you afraid they will expire? I don't see a bear, you're more like a tiger. The particles on the outer packaging look quite fancy, but this item is indeed a good find. In chaotic times, a woman's worth is measured in 3 dough of rice, while in prosperous times, she is worth 1,000 gold. In any dynasty, women in troubled times hold a very low status, becoming tools for release, whether willingly or under duress. Women in the apocalypse are even more tragic, worth less than 3 dough of rice, a piece of bread, a pack of instant noodles, or a handful of old rice. Civilization has lost its morality, filled with bloodshed and violence. Humanity's evils are magnified. Some violent organizations do not even regard women as human, using various means to control them, turning them into tools for exchanging supplies. If they are injured or sick, they receive no treatment, forced to work until their last breath. In such circumstances, diseases spread rapidly. Many male survivors have come to realize that the saying about dying under a peony and being a ghost of romance is nonsense. A temporary pleasure doesn't matter as much as surviving. Moreover, the number of people who died in natural disasters is staggering, leading to an extreme shortage of doctors and medical equipment. For survivors, even living is difficult, so who would dare gamble on childbirth? Yet humans are emotional beings. The harder life becomes, the more they yearn for comfort. Thus, the value of raincoats naturally skyrockets. Zhou Chen unapologetically stored them in his space and turned to continue his search of the building. As he burst into a studio near the end of the 5th floor, a few shadows startled him. Is someone there? Zhou Chen instinctively raised the heavy-duty wrench in his hand, wanting to take the initiative. This was the psychological shadow left from his past life. Quickly turning on the light, he discovered it was just several plastic mannequins. This was a clothing company with a few sewing machines and tables occupying most of the space. Bolts of fabric piled on the tables, 2 computers in the corner, and several plastic mannequins arranged by the window. One of the plastic mannequins was dressed in lightweight gray lingerie. Zhou Chen stepped back to the door and glanced up at the door plate. Huaxin Constant Temperature High-Tech Company. Constant Temperature Clothing. The incubation zone spans from Area A to F, covering 5 kilometers, with 100 buildings in each area, each building 5 stories tall, and each floor containing dozens of rooms. He randomly entered a building and stumbled upon the legendary cold-resistant artifact. Could this be the buff of a reborn individual? Zhou Chen excitedly rushed over, reaching out to touch the fabric of the lingerie on the mannequin. Lightweight, soft, and skin-friendly, the 3 characteristics blended into an incredibly comfortable sensation. Zhou Chen couldn't wait to try it on. The moment it touched his skin, he felt a cool sensation. Isn't this a cold-resistant artifact? Why does it feel a bit chilly instead? It's mid-August, and even with the typhoon raging outside, the temperature is around 35 degrees, yet he still feels a bit hot. But within a few seconds, the sensation of heat dissipated, and he felt as though he was in a room with air conditioning set to 28 degrees, incredibly refreshing. So does this fabric really provide a constant temperature effect? Not just a cold-resistant artifact, but also a heat-resistant one. It is said that the owner of this company is a researcher. His dream is for the results of his painstaking research to one day be worn by astronauts. What a pity. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this person would have made a name for himself. Zhou Chen was overjoyed as he changed back into his clothes, treating this constant temperature clothing like a treasure, storing it in his space. As he went to collect the fabric, he discovered that only one piece felt the same as the constant temperature clothing. The other pieces were similar, but definitely not the same. This means the other pieces are likely just research samples or failed products. Zhou Chen was not too disappointed. After all, being alone, he was very satisfied with having one set of constant temperature clothing. Moreover, this fabric is in bolts, generally reaching lengths of 20 to 30 meters, allowing for multiple outfits without issue. The only problem is that he doesn't know how to sew. However, there are plenty of people skilled in this craft. If given the opportunity, he could find someone to make them, offering food in return, and many would eagerly take the job. With this in mind, Zhou Chen cleared out the studio, not leaving even a needle behind. Dawn was approaching. The intensity of the super typhoon was gradually weakening, yet the relentless rain was becoming increasingly torrential, threatening to drown the entire world. Utilizing the dim light of dawn, Zhou Chen felt as if he had crossed into another world, a desolate wasteland. 5 kilometers away, 2 skyscrapers once stood in opposition, echoing each other. Now the left skyscraper appeared as if it had been smashed by a giant's hammer, with the upper structure vanished, leaving only the lower structure standing against the wind and rain. In the right skyscraper, a bus was lodged through the middle, with only the rear half exposed. The old factory buildings of the industrial area had all turned to ruins, with all machinery submerged by the flood. Floating in the rushing floodwaters were bodies, men and women, young and old, obstructed by fallen tree branches, ultimately forming a horrifying pile of corpses. Help, help me. A man lay among the ruins, his legs twisted in an odd position, his chest pierced by steel reinforcement from a collapsed wall, blood continuously washed away by the rain. He struggled in pain, calling out twice before falling silent. Zhou Chen clenched his fists, as such tragedies would unfold day after day. At noon, 12 o'clock. At this moment, the super typhoon has weakened to level 5 or 6, and the world is filled with the heavy sound of pouring rain, as if the dark sky is about to collapse. The owner group of Sakura community has been active all morning. Everyone is shocked by the terrifying destructive power of this typhoon. Originally, it was thought that, like previous years after the typhoon, there would be nothing more than some water accumulation on the roads and fallen advertisements, but unexpectedly, upon waking up, it felt like the world had changed. Isn't this too terrifying? Is this the end of the world? The glass at home rattled all night, making it impossible for me to sleep. Did you hear that? The sound of ambulances hasn't stopped for half an hour. I've heard that many people have died. I've seen online that many buildings across the country have collapsed. Those are buildings, can you believe it? I've heard that the building of my company has also collapsed. Do I not have to go to work now? The typhoon has weakened. Shouldn't we go out and grab supplies? The rain is even heavier than last night. The greenery is submerged. I think we should just stay indoors. Indeed, who knows what the actual road conditions are like? If a manhole cover is loose and you step on it, you could fall right in. Really? I want to sit at the children's table. Ha ha. I want to go out. Oh, I've been eating outside for days, and there's not even a scallion at home. Damn it. Someone forwarded a post, and someone uploaded a video showing several corpses floating in the river. Huh, those are really corpses. My God, that's terrifying. At this moment, the community committee leader, an elderly woman, stepped forward. Unverified information online is just rumors and can lead to legal responsibility. We are all educated individuals. Ew, I don't need to elaborate on this point. I want to warn all owners here, if someone spreads rumors causing public panic, don't blame me for being unmerciful. I will bring the police to arrest them. As soon as the community leader's message was sent, the group fell silent. Everyone listen to me. Although the super typhoon has passed, it is still pouring rain outside. If you go out now and something happens, it will only cause trouble for the country. Stay at home honestly, and after a few hours we'll see how things are. What if the flood deepens in a few hours? How will we go out then? The community leader, displeased by someone contradicting her, spoke sternly. If the flood really makes it impossible for citizens to go out, then you're in luck. The organization will definitely assign staff to distribute supplies to the citizens, and it will definitely reach every owner in the community. Don't be anxious. We must trust the power of the organization. I will notify everyone immediately of any new developments. The leader's words reassured many owners. Although the community committee is just a community job, it has received the acknowledgement of the organization, hence it carries a layer of organizational authority, making their words and actions carry a certain weight. Moreover, people naturally have a tendency towards laziness and a desire for convenience. Not having to go out, not spending their own money, receiving free supplies delivered to their doorstep, many people feel this is a kind of enjoyment. Zhou Chen scoffed. This leader is truly harmful. While her words have some truth, there are times to consider. Would the end of the world announce itself to everyone that it is here to destroy the earth? This heavy rain will last for several days. In just a few hours, seawater will flood the city, and the flood will instantly submerge the second floor. With 7 to 8 meters of flood, the common people will find it impossible to go out. Going out now is the residents' last chance to grab supplies. In fact, many supermarkets already have long lines at their entrances, and many shopping malls have been completely emptied. Going out at this time, one might still be able to grab some supplies. In the last life, the community leader thoughtlessly prevented residents from going out to grab supplies, ultimately leading to countless tragedies. The first batch of victims were the lonely elderly and single men and women. Zhou Chen could no longer tolerate it and sent a voice message. This super typhoon has reached an astonishing level 17, and the number of affected people is significant. The extent of the disaster is unimaginable. The organization is currently overwhelmed. Who has the time to deliver supplies to you? If you don't have supplies at home, hurry and go out. The community leader immediately called out Zhou Chen. Unit 212301. Oh dear, you think you know it all. Didn't you hear what I just said? Stop stirring up trouble here. Will skipping one meal kill you? Zhou Chen directly cursed. What the hell are you talking about? By stopping everyone from going out to grab supplies, if people starve to death, will you be responsible? You little brat, mind your language. What do you mean by starving to death? What era are we in that people still starve to death? Are you questioning our national strength or doubting our community's ability to function? I even have reason to suspect that you are deliberately inciting panic among the residents, intentionally causing social unrest. Old fool, let me ask you, if people starve to death next, will you be fully responsible? Can you afford the lives of so many people? The two of them directly clashed in the group chat, and other owners did not dare to speak up. The community leader, angered by being called an old fool, turned green with rage. Zhou Chen, right. He'll remember this today. Once the flood recedes, I will definitely report you for disturbing public order. Zhou Chen replied on the spot. Don't wait for the flood to recede. If you have the guts, sue me now. I'm waiting. He took a photo of the pile of corpses and threw it into the group. Prioritize what is urgent. The entire industrial park is already in this situation. Does everyone think the organization can spare manpower to deliver supplies to you? People need to learn to save themselves, understand? Believe it or not, just don't cry later. The next second, he was kicked out of the owner group. Shortly after, Lao Sun called him. Xiaozhou, where did you get that photo? I took it just now. Is the photo real? You are in the suburbs, right? Actually, there were many similar videos online in the morning, but less than half an hour later, they were nowhere to be found. Zhou Chen found this quite normal. The authorities couldn't possibly think this was the beginning of the end. To ensure social stability, they would inevitably delete such videos. Media outlets received orders, and the entire backend would operate strictly with various restrictions beyond imagination. Even if you have 100 videos in hand, you won't be able to publish a single one online. Lao Sun sighed. I thought so. The typhoon had just weakened, and all the ambulances and fire trucks were dispatched. Fortunately, the buildings in the inner ring are relatively concentrated. The situation is much better than in the suburbs. As soon as Zhou Chen hung up, many people in the 21 owner group him. One by one, they were filled with righteous indignation. Top floor, what the hell are you randomly posting those pictures for? Just now my son was playing on his phone and was scared to tears by you. My wife is 8 months pregnant, and your picture startled her so much that she almost fell. Now she keeps saying her stomach hurts. If anything happens to my wife or child, can you compensate me? Don't talk about pregnant women and children. Even a big man in his 30s was startled by it. Is something wrong with you? Those pictures must have been randomly picked from the internet. Aren't you afraid of being investigated? Damn, this society has gone crazy. Even the slightest incident can trigger a bunch of demons. Trash is right next to me. If it were up to me, such people should be arrested and executed. As an owner of the first floor in 21 Zhang, Li would naturally not miss any opportunity to step on Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I know you've been under a lot of stress recently, but deliberately creating panic is your fault. Typhoons happen once or twice a year in coastal cities, houses collapsing, and a few deaths do happen, but your photos are too exaggerated. The funeral home can't even provide that many bodies. Just because you're not doing well doesn't mean you should take revenge on society and scare everyone into a bad life. Zhou Chen replied simply, hee idiot. Not even the fiercest downpour could halt the advance of the official rescue teams. Zhou Chen raised his binoculars and spotted police officers, firefighters, and medical personnel in the distance. Yet the roads were blocked. Vehicles could not pass. These rescuers, clad uniformly in bright orange life vests, advanced with great difficulty through the floodwaters, gripping each other's hands. Grief weighed heavily upon their hearts. Tears trembled at the edges of their eyes. Though aerial photographs had been reviewed before departure, and though they believed themselves mentally prepared, the sheer horror before them remained unbearable. Collapsed buildings could be rebuilt, ruined equipment replaced. But lives lost overnight, tens of thousands of them, were gone forever. Fuck. Aishiba. Backup. A motley group of foreign nationals, tall and short, fat and thin, trailed cautiously behind the police, cursing incessantly under their breath. Oh shit. NW are graduates of elite academic programs, respected professionals. Why must we wade through this filthy, flood-ravaged muck? Oh no. And these corpses are revolting, and rats swarm over them. And oh no. And why didn't you hold me tighter? I swallowed water steeped in rotting bodies, and they were regional directors of several major international supermarket chains operating in Xia country. Their warehouse had triggered alarms all night due to an anomaly. By morning, news arrived that its doors had been destroyed, entire inventories possibly swept away by the typhoon. They did not wish to come, but they had no choice. In Xia country, they lived in luxury, flattered daily. Yet to headquarters, they were merely salaried employees. Now their multi-million yuan annual salaries hung in the balance. Zhou Chen savored a steak and sipped freshly squeezed juice. He retrieved a motorcycle from the rubble and headed home. He had walked this road for over a decade. Even without signposts, even with the pavement shattered, he could find his way home blindfolded. Along the way, he casually gathered supplies. The oppressive ink-black sky and torrential rain provided perfect cover. A freight truck reduced to its bare chassis, claimed. An overturned street-sprinkling vehicle, claimed. A massive yellow ox bellowing moo-moo in the floodwaters, claimed. Several pigs swimming past, claimed. Then figures emerged from the ruins. 1, 2, 3. Some walked alone, others leaned on one another for support. This area bordered the inner ring where housing was densely clustered. Only a few aging structures had succumbed to the super typhoon's fury. Most bore injuries of varying severity, standing dazed beneath the downpour. Human sorrow is universal, and the harrowing spectacle before them brought many to tears. Zhou Chen remained unmoved. He knew well that desperation blackens the human heart. Those weeping now for the dead might tomorrow raise a knife for a single loaf of bread. Helicopters passed overhead one after another, some vanishing into the distance, others descending steadily to land nearby. Fire engines roared into view, barreling forward with unrelenting force, carving a path through chaos. A team member blared urgent announcements through a loudspeaker, repeatedly urging residents to return indoors and avoid venturing outside. Residents trapped in flooded ground-floor homes, and those critically injured, would be evacuated immediately for centralized shelter and meticulous medical care. Zhou Chen skirted the rescue operations, relying on memory to locate a nearby gas station, and struck extraordinary luck. A semi-trailer fuel tanker sat waiting. Under the super typhoon's impact, the tanker had smashed through the storefront's glass, burying most of its body inside. Only a foot of its rear end remained exposed. Zhou Chen rushed forward, inspecting the vehicle meticulously. No damage, no oil leakage. Its capacity met his hopes, a full 30 tons of fuel. The apocalypse tormented humanity in endless shifting forms. Even the earliest officially established survivor bases crumbled beneath relentless natural calamities. Survivors driven solely by the will to live migrated again and again. In his previous life, Zhou Chen, like the vast majority, had trekked on foot across province after province. All he sought was a fleeting place to rest, until his feet blistered, cracked, and bled. Blisters the size of eggs burst and reformed, then hardened into blood-filled sores oozing pus, until he lost a toe entirely. Countless others collapsed along the way, never rising again. With this fuel, he could acquire several high-performance vehicles, significantly increasing his odds of survival. Recalling his prior life's apocalyptic ordeals always sent chills down his spine. He secured the fuel tanker, then retrieved 4 plastic water tower storage tanks from his spatial domain, draining every last drop of fuel from its tank. Regrettably, the station's reserves were nearly depleted, otherwise this tanker would never have been left behind. But it mattered little. Zhou Chen remounted his motorcycle and sped toward the next gas station. En route, he drained the fuel tanks of every vehicle he encountered, regardless of size. Damaged SUVs, off-road trucks, freighters. So long as structural integrity remained intact, he claimed them for his spatial domain. As he crossed a deep flood zone, faint barks pierced the drumming rain. The closer he drew, the louder and clearer they became. Woof! Woof! Na large yellow dog clung to a tree trunk, barking fiercely at Zhou Chen. Upon closer inspection, a rusted iron chain bound its neck, its other end tightly coiled around a sturdy branch. Zhou Chen felt no pity for dogs. In his last life, he had fought wild canines for scraps, feral ravenous creatures that devoured human flesh. Once he'd nearly been torn apart alive. As Zhou Chen walked away without glancing back, the yellow dog emitted a mournful whimpering cry, then froze, staring wide-eyed at the human, who suddenly turned and returned. Man and dog locked eyes. Zhou Chen stroked his chin deep and thought, how else could those beasts grasp how miserably they fared, unless confronted with a dog as stark visceral proof. Try biting me, and I'll boil you alive. At the word boil, the yellow dog shuddered with inexplicable dread and bolted. Instantly swept away by the current, it snapped taut against the chain, yanked violently back to the branch. Zhou Chen delivered a thunderous slap across the dog's muzzle, forceful enough to nearly knock it unconscious. Instinctively, the dog bared its teeth, only to receive a second, then a third savage blow. A child unchastised grows unruly, a dog untrained remains disobedient. If the child disappoints me, I seethe. If the dog disobeys, I feast. And the yellow dog stood, dazed, tail tucked tightly between its legs, trembling in the floodwaters. Satisfied that discipline had taken root, Zhou Chen unwound the tangled chain and hoisted the dog by its scruff onto the motorcycle. From now on, you're Da Huang. Da Huang crouched rigidly atop the fuel tank, quaking uncontrollably. It attempted escape into the water more than once, yet lacked the courage. A single cough from Zhou Chen made it shrink, neck drawn tight. Entering the inner ring, the roads opened up, clearer, less obstructed. Through the floodwaters, numerous people trudged homeward, arms laden with looted supplies. That's my car. I bought it yesterday, brand new, and haven't even insured it yet. Na BMW beside the road lay flattened beneath a massive boulder. Its female owner stamped her feet in despair. Boom! Na figure plummeted from above, crashing onto an SUV. Blood gushed from nose and mouth, death instantaneous. Onlookers shrieked in terror. Before the crowd could react, another body dropped from height, splashing violently into the flood, crimson spreading instantly across the water's surface. An elderly woman forced her way through the throng, wailing inconsolably. My son, why did you do this? If the factory is gone, so be it. Why take your own life? How shall your father and I go on living? Under the rain curtain, the wall of Sakura community collapsed, and the iron fence fell apart. The ground was flooded with water 1.5 meters deep, rushing towards the underground parking lot. The small cars submerged in the flood within the community collided with each other, ultimately blocking the entrance in a chaotic mess. Residents who stayed at home could only watch helplessly as their beloved vehicles were destroyed. Zhou Chen entered the community, riding his motorcycle through the water. What the hell? Someone shouted from above. Immediately, countless residents rushed from their living rooms to their balconies to watch, their expressions filled with excitement. Hero. Awesome. Bro, how's it going outside? Zhou Chen arrived at Building 21 and took a glance at Zhang Li's apartment on the first floor. The small garden was submerged in murky floodwaters with only the crowns of 2 small trees visible, while household garbage and appliances floated on the water's surface. The house was uninhabitable, and Zhang Li and others were likely squeezed into the corridor on the second floor waiting for rescue. The elevator was out of service, leaving them to climb the stairs. As Zhou Chen climbed to the second floor, he saw more than 20 men and women sitting on the steps. Zhou Chen. Chen Chang looked shocked. The old classmates sitting next to him also wore shocked expressions. They never expected that Zhou Chen could return in such deep floodwaters. In the next moment, footsteps approached. Zhang Li rushed over from the direction of the elevator with several women. Upon recognizing Zhou Chen, he immediately asked, "Why didn't you answer my call? Why didn't you reply to my messages?" He pointed around angrily, saying, "Aside from Chen Chang's girlfriend, who isn't familiar with you, everyone here has tried to call or message you." Zhou Chen put his hands in his pockets. "Oh. Did Su Wanruan also message you?" Zhang Li choked, while Su Wanruan, hiding behind him, dared not look Zhou Chen in the eye and turned her head away in guilt. Zhou Chen's gaze towards Su Wanruan infuriated Zhang Li. He felt like a fool. Clearly, he was the one who betrayed Zhou Chen, yet at this moment it felt as if he was the one being betrayed. Zhang Li stepped forward to block Zhou Chen's line of sight, but Zhou Chen was a whole head taller, easily looking over him at his woman. Zhang Li felt like a clown and subtly retreated a step, firmly blocking Su Ruan behind him. I'm talking about the phone call. Why are you bringing up Ruan? Zhang Li deliberately emphasized Ruan with affection, looking smugly at Zhou Chen. Isn't it painful for you to see the goddess you never slept with being enjoyed by me in various ways? It made you furious. Zhou Chen glanced down, eyeing him disdainfully. Do I have to answer your calls just because you called? Zhang Li was instantly enraged. If it weren't for you, how could I have come back? Now my house is flooded and what does it matter to me that your house is flooded? The house has nothing to do with you, but the car surely does. A car worth over $1 million is now submerged in water. The more Zhang Li thought about it, the angrier he became. The house can be replaced, but his newly acquired sports car, which he hadn't even enjoyed enough, yet was now drenched in floodwaters and washed into the underground parking lot, rendering it a total loss. Thinking of the car, Su Ruan in the corner felt a pang of pain and cast a reproachful glance at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen chuckled. It's all my money that's spent. I'm not bothered at all, so why are you so upset? Hearing this, Zhang Li and Su Ruan were left dumbfounded, unable to utter a word for a long time. They never expected Zhou Chen to be so straightforward. Chen Chang and the others' cars were also flooded, and they were anxious as well. Though they had car insurance, the streets were filled with waterlogged vehicles, and the insurance company's bosses were bound to be jumping off buildings. Zhou Chen, what about our cars? Yeah, if it weren't for you wanting to drink with us, would we have driven our cars here? Exactly, my rental house is at a much higher elevation than here. No matter how heavy the rain is, it wouldn't flood past the tires. We don't care about your issues with Zhang Li, but what about our cars? Zhou Chen turned and scolded immediately. Are you all insane? Did I call each of you here for a gathering? Do you have a record of our communication or messages? Show me. Who called you to come? Chen Chang and the others, their faces flushed with anger, couldn't help but glance at Zhang Li. However, they were all under Zhang Li's influence and would continue to depend on him, so they dared not offend him and could only vent their frustrations on Zhou Chen. Zhang Li saw everyone staring at him and immediately became furious. Damn it, they are a bunch of dogs eating shit. Smelling like shit, they all rush to me, and the moment something goes wrong, they start blaming me. They didn't even think that if it weren't for his constant ideas over the years, how could their salaries have increased from several thousand to 20,000? If he weren't bold enough to take risks, could they each have tens of thousands to spend on cars? Chen Chang and the others, seeing Zhang Li's unfriendly gaze, all lowered their heads. Zhang Li clenched his fists and shouted at Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen, let's not talk about the car for now. If it weren't for you saying you didn't want to go out, but were willing to come down to drink, would I have canceled the restaurant reservation and called everyone to rush here? Now everyone has no place to rest, not even a drop of water to drink. Shouldn't you find us a place? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, not talking about it for now. Should I? Zhang Li gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Fine, the car issue has nothing to do with you. We accept that ourselves. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang and the others felt more resentment. The matter of the car has nothing to do with Zhou Chen. Can you decide that? Can you take responsibility for that? Zhang Li, will you compensate us for a new car? Damn it, you and Su Ruan, the two of you swallowed Zhou Chen's factory and still have money left. What about us? We still want to cling to Zhou Chen for some compensation. But at this moment, Zhang Li's face was filled with warnings. Chen Chang and the others could only suppress all their dissatisfaction. Zhang Li glared fiercely at Chen Chang and the others, impatiently looking at Zhou Chen. Hurry up and take us to your house. We're both tired and hungry, and we'll leave after the flood recedes. Zhou Chen punched Zhang Li in the face. You know damn well it's my house, not yours. If you want to go, then go. The punch was not light, causing Zhang Li to stagger back and crash into the corner. He instinctively covered his face, blood dripping from his fingers. Everyone was taken aback, staring at Zhou Chen in shock. Why did he suddenly get physical? All along, Zhou Chen had given them the impression of being a very mild and gentle person. Especially when he smiled, his eyes sparkled, and his smile was like the sun in winter. They had never seen him lose his temper. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought he was easy to bully, asking for salary increases every year, sometimes even twice or thrice a year. This was the first time they had seen Zhou Chen lose his temper, and the first time they had seen him throw a punch. It seemed he was truly pushed to the edge. After all, his best friend and goddess conspired to swallow his factory. If this had happened to them, they would have shown up the same day with a kitchen knife in one hand and sulfuric acid in the other, unable to endure it until today. Su Ruan looked at the disheveled Zhang Li with disdain, yet still walked over to help him up, then turned and reproached Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you went too far. Why couldn't you just talk it out? Why resort to violence? Zhou Chen sneered. Who do you think you are to tell me that? Everyone here knows what kind of person you are. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to go out and meet people. Su Ruan's expression changed. You. Zhang Li cared greatly about his appearance, using more skincare products than most women. He glared at the blood on his hands, furious, cursing. Zhou Chen, this is all your fault. You, everyone here, go for him. Chen Chang and the others reacted and rushed towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's right sleeve slipped aside, revealing a spring knife. He pressed a button with his thumb, and the blade sprang out. Clang. The sharp blade glinted coldly under the hallway lights. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. The murderous intent was chilling. Damn! Chen Chong and the others who had been leading the way spun around and scrambled up the steps to save themselves. A cluster of women went pale, shrieking as they scattered to hide. Zhang Li's eyes widened as he instinctively pressed his body hard into a corner. You? What do you intend to do? Zhou Chen raised a spring blade, his gaze cold and fierce. Weren't you itching to use your hands? Come then. I'm curious whether this knife of mine can actually kill. Zhou Chen calmed down. Zhang Li's legs trembled, and a sudden urge to urinate washed over him. Put the knife away. I was only joking. Go, we won't stop you. Zhou Chen had no real intent to strike. For one fleeting moment, he had indeed wanted to stab each of those beasts right there. 3 years of survival in the end times had given him a certain hardness. Yet he preferred to watch with cold amusement as these animals tore at one another, dog-eat-dog far more entertaining. Over a scrap of supplies, they would suspect one another, tear each other apart, and stab backs. That was the spectacle he wanted. Zhou Chen kicked at the big yellow dog. The mutt cowered behind him, tail tucked, trembling, and too afraid even to bark. It needed teaching a lesson. Coward. Zhang Li and the others went deathly pale, convinced Zhou Chen was not insulting the dog, but them. Yet he held a knife. Who would be foolish enough to rush him? Zhou Chen climbed the steps. As he passed Chen Chong and his old classmates, they pressed themselves flat against the wall, eyes fixed on the blade, terrified he might lunge. He walked to the corner, then suddenly turned and looked down at them from above. Chen Chong and his group grabbed their girlfriends and bolted down the stairs, 20-odd men and women huddled together in a panicked mass. Everyone's hearts pounded as they looked up at Zhou Chen. He glanced at Su Wanwan, then at the 2 other female classmates and the girlfriends clustered there. A corner of his mouth lifted. Remember, my place only shelters women for the night. You? Damn you. Realizing the knife, Zhang Li clapped a hand over his mouth and forced the harsher words back. Only after Zhou Chen's footsteps faded did they dare to swear furiously. Shit. Who does he think he is? We shouldn't have let him go earlier. There's no way he'd actually kill someone. Next time we'll make him pay. We'll beat him until he yelps like a dog crawling between his legs. Such arrogance. Acting like the old Mr. Zhou. He's nothing. The men indulged in loud bravado to vent their anger, but the real problems remained unsolved. A short-haired girl whispered, "What do we do now?" Zhang Li frowned. Hold on a little longer. If the rain keeps up after dark, rescue teams will come. With so many low-floor residents affected, I don't believe the authorities will simply ignore us. Chen Chong's girlfriend squeezed her legs together and murmured, "We've spent all day borrowing toilets and water from the second-floor tenants. There are so many of us." They were annoyed earlier. Being Chen Chong's girlfriend bought her some patience from Zhang Li. Then try the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floors. Be polite, and they shouldn't refuse. From the crowd, a lanky fellow suggested, "Why don't we leave this place? I and Cece have apartments on higher floors. Let's squeeze into ours for now." As they began to consider it, Zhang Li snapped, "Are you an idiot? How many of us can swim? I'm not about to ruin my Armani and go to your shabby flat. Staying at a 5-star is better than your dog den." The lanky fellow's face burned as if slapped in front of everyone. He fell back into the crowd and glared at Zhang Li with fierce resentment. The 10 or so women present also opposed it. "I won't wade into that filthy water." "Exactly. This skirt was only bought yesterday. It cost 1,000. My shoes were 2,000. The saleswoman said they mustn't get wet. My period's here. What if I get an infection from the water? I'm not afraid of dirt, but I can't swim." The atmosphere grew heavy and anxious. Cece, the woman the lanky fellow mentioned, stood up and said, "What if we try this? Pick a few men who can swim to go out and find rescue teams, or rent a rubber dinghy, or hire a bus. Whatever it takes to get everyone out. We can't stay in the corridor forever." Counting them, only 3 men present could swim: Zhang Li, the lanky fellow, and a guy named Luo Feng. But Zhang Li wouldn't soil his Armani. The lanky fellow had recently been in a fight, and one arm was still in a sling. Luo Feng had just had a hemorrhoid operation last week. Chen Chong and his girlfriend could actually swim, but after seeing flood clips online of people suddenly sinking mid-step and vanishing into drains, they pretended to be incapable. They were too self-preserving to gamble with their lives, and exchanged a look to feign helplessness. Everyone could see it was empty talk and nothing would come of it. Zhou Chen returned home and immediately inspected every bulletproof pane and the steel-plated front door welded with 3 bolts. The money had been well spent. With the 3 bolts engaged, no one outside could smash the door down, even with hammers. Dozens of large cartons filled the living room. He checked them one by one and found all the medicines he needed. The salesman had connections. He even secured half a box of antidotes. No wonder Head thumped his chest and assured him, "Pay double, and every drug will be delivered." The real wood fireplaces Head paid nearly 60,000 for were installed. One sat embedded in the living room wall, another in the master bedroom. Chimneys vented outside, eliminating any risk of carbon monoxide. Toss in the logs, and they were ready to blaze. With both fireplaces burning, even minus 70-degree cold would not prevent the 120 square meter apartment from staying warm. He stowed the medicines in his private storage, led the big yellow dog into the bathroom, filled the tub, and washed it. He unhooked the collar, dried the fur with a blower, tossed a bone, and sent it out the door. Zhou Chen stripped and submerged himself in the warm water, eyes closing in contented bliss. 2 hours passed. A sudden clamor wrenched him awake. Drawing the curtains aside, he saw seawater flooding into the city. The tide surged with such ferocity that every building under 10 meters was instantly submerged, rushing from east to west and branching into every corner of the city. Fishing boats carried by the waves smashed mercilessly into high-rises. Mingzhu Tower collapsed in an instant. Imo City lost its landmark in a heartbeat. The group chats erupted into madness. Many residents began to realize this was not an ordinary calamity. While terrified, they also wailed about having no stockpiled food. There is a reflex to call the police when trouble strikes. Every line was busy. Every rescue number the residents could think of would not connect. Zhou Chen shrugged on a robe, toweled his hair, and walked into the kitchen. Filet steak with eggplant and caviar, tower seafood pasta, pan-seared cod with asparagus, cream of mushroom, soup, a plate of salad, a fruit salad, a glass of 1982 Lafite accompanied by a soothing violin piece. Zhou Chen listened to the music and savored the food, luxuriating in the moment. Su Ruanruan's calls came in again and again. He sliced a piece of steak leisurely, picked up the phone, and put it on speaker. Zhou Chen, could you let us rest at your place? The flood is nearly at the 4th floor. You want to come to my home? Yes, I know there are. But we were classmates. Could you help us out this once? Have you prepared yourself mentally for that? What mental preparation? Zhou Chen sneered. Get down on your knees and grovel. A busy tone echoed from the phone. No guesswork needed. Zhang Li had surely snatched it and smashed it to pieces. Zhang Li had always been this way, hypersensitive and deeply insecure, forever coveting what belonged to others, while clinging desperately to whatever he claimed as his own. Su Wanswan's call at this precise moment could only mean one thing. She had placed it on speakerphone right in front of Zhang Li. To command her to grovel was humiliation enough, but if it reflected genuine intent, Zhang Li could never bear it. Setting the phone aside, Zhou Chen resumed savoring his meal. Mid-bite, his gaze drifted toward the dog crouched obediently in the corner, a thick collar-like ring of black fur around its neck. The more he stared, the eerier the familiarity grew. What the hell? And I assent that the guard dog from the lumberyard. And how on earth did we cross paths again? In Da Huang. And Zhou Chen called out tentatively. The dog, Da Huang, perked up its ears, then paused, bewildered, thoughtful, wary, fearful. Until resigned, it rose slowly from the floor and crept forward step by cautious step. Zhou Chen reached out and stroked the dog, then suddenly gripped its scruff with sharp force. A startled woof burst forth. Da Huang bared its teeth and writhed, but dared not snarl outright. Instead, it whined softly, feigning helplessness, pleading for mercy. Zhou Chen locked eyes with the trembling dog, his expression icy and unyielding. The world has changed. If you still rely only on empty bluster, your fate will be served on someone else's plate, as dog meat. Prove your worth. Only then will you earn your place in this household. Clutching its scruff, Zhou Chen held Da Huang motionless, its whole body shuddering. At the words, dog meat, even resistance ceased. The moment Zhou Chen released it, Da Huang tucked its tail and bolted back to its corner, shrinking so tightly against the wall, it seemed to wish itself into the plaster, eyes fixed on Zhou Chen, sharp with suspicion. Forget it. The lumberyard operated openly. People streamed in and out daily, some patted, others teased. How could one expect a guard dog accustomed to passive vigilance to instantly transform into a ferocious attacker? He'd brought Da Huang home solely to unsettle those beasts, not out of hope or expectation, but provocation. In truth, after 3 years of apocalypse, pets like cats and dogs had nearly vanished, eaten to extinction by survivors. Those few remaining were feral, aggressive, even banding together to hunt humans. If this dog refused to change, it would end up as nothing more than a dish on someone's table. And nature selects, only the fit survive. True for humanity, true for beasts alike. Bang! And startled, Da Huang pricked up its ears. Glancing at its new master, it received no signal, so it remained flat on the floor, utterly still. Zhou Chen, you coward! Come out and face me. In daring to covet his woman, Zhang Li felt a profound, searing insult. Worse still, the call had been on speaker. Everyone had heard Zhou Chen demand that his woman kneel and grovel. Zhang Li's face burned with shame. Though terrified of Zhou Chen's knife, pride demanded he confront him. So he stormed up from the 4th to the 23rd floor. By the time he arrived, fury had long since worn down to exhaustion. Damn, it was exhausting. Yet, everyone followed. This was about a man's dignity. He had to show resolve. Now ravenous, parched, and drained, he could hear refined violin music drifting through the door. So Zhou Chen, the bastard, was lounging comfortably inside, listening to music. Nan they crammed awkwardly into the hallway were reduced to farce. Zhou Chen, you piece of shit, come out. And what? Weren't you just brandishing that knife like some fearless thug? I'm standing right before your door, scared already. Zhongli pounded and kicked the door until his voice turned hoarse. Inside, Zhou Chen strolled to the sound system and cranked the volume to its peak. And instantly Mendelssohn's violin concerto in D minor flooded the entire stairwell. Lively, radiant, passionately exuberant, yet steeped in romantic grandeur. The melody seemed to elevate the very air of the building into something refined and noble. Zhongli, Nsu Ruanswan, In Chin Chong, and the others. Enough. Su Ruanswan cut short Zhang Li's absurd barrage of curses and kicks. Enough. He insulted you. That's a slap across my face. Today he will pay. Zhang Li shouted, himself breathless. It's just words. I haven't lost a shred of flesh. Su Ruanswan truly despised men like Zhang Li, cunning behind closed doors, yet collapsing at the mere flash of a blade. Bravado confined strictly to his mouth. That remark ignited Zhang Li's fury. He snapped without regard for who was watching. Are you still hung up on Zhou Chen? I knew it. You still have feelings for him. What's so great about him anyway? Just a pretty face. Nsu Ruanswan exploded. You. And are you insane? Jealousy blinded him to context. Did he truly believe these people called him Director Zhang out of respect? Privately they mocked them both, calling them heartless, shameless lovers. Couldn't he rein in that reckless tongue? Chin Chong and the rest pretended to look away, but inwardly they sneered. Then a young woman stepped forward, visibly irritated. So, what now? I'm exhausted. I just want to sleep. Make me sit in this hallway again, and I will lose it. Fueled by irrational jealousy, Zhang Li lashed out. Who the hell do you think you are, to threaten me? The girl stormed off furious. Zhang Li, are you out of your mind? Su Ruanswan livid hurried after her in high heels. Though the young woman, Xiao Qing, was a nightlife regular, she had a relative overseeing industrial fire safety. Su Ruanswan had bent over backward to secure her presence at the gathering. One careless outburst, and all that effort went up in smoke. If Xiao Qing held a grudge, she could easily sabotage them. Would their factory even stay open? Zhang Li, you're a speckled hen, useless in success, disastrous in failure. Zhang Li realized his blunder instantly and rushed after her, apologizing. Xiao Qing, don't be angry. Hear me out. As he left, the others naturally dispersed. In moments, the stairwell erupted with chaotic footsteps. Back on the fourth floor, Xiao Qing had been placated, for now. Peering out the landing window, they watched floodwaters rise steadily beneath the streetlights. Their faces fell, grim, desperate, as if ready to tear their own hair out. Then Zhou Chen initiated a video call, voluntarily. Zhang Li seized it, instantly determined to humiliate him publicly and reclaim his shattered dignity. The second the call connected, his throat seized. No curse, no insult, no sound escaped. There on screen sat Zhou Chen, relaxed on a supple leather sofa, draped in a pristine bathrobe, a lavish half-eaten feast spread before him. In his left hand a glass of red wine. In his right a slice of Kobe beef offered to the dog. Gulp. And Zhang Li involuntarily swallowed. Then, another gulp. And another. A chorus of dry swallows rippled through the group. Zhou Chen's voice, languid and resonant, filled their ears, still lingering. Looks like you'll be spending another night in the hallway. TSK. Zhang Li Chin Chong. As men you failed utterly. How can a man let a woman starve and suffer? Never mind. I'm off for a soothing hot bath. Any lady who changes her mind, send me a message. Zhou Chen, I'll make you pay for this. Zhou Chen finished tidying up the kitchen, just lying down on the bed, when he found himself pulled back into the owner group chat. The community committee ant was comforting everyone not to panic while urging mutual assistance. Everyone, please don't panic. Although this flood is severe, it will recede as soon as the rain stops. The flood has already submerged the third floor. Residents on the same level should help each other by allowing those from the first to third floors to temporarily stay in your homes. It will only be a day or two at most. At the same time, those whose homes have been flooded shouldn't be too disheartened. As long as we are safe, we can assess our losses after the flood recedes. The community committee will definitely help report and apply for as much flood relief as possible. There are still many residents in the community without food. Those who have stockpiled food should share a little. In times of disaster, we should stand together and help each other through this tough time. Some residents immediately began to argue. How can you say that? The water level was manageable at noon, but you wouldn't let us out to get supplies. Now look, everyone is hungry. Exactly, if we had gone out to grab a few bags of dumplings, we could have lasted a few days. Damn it, my wife is about to give birth, and there's no fish or meat at home, just some vegetables that have no nutrition. The aunt emphasized her tone. It's really a case of good intentions being mistaken for foolishness. I was only thinking of your safety. The water level at noon was barely passable, but the water was murky. But what if an accident happened? Would you then blame the community committee for not warning you? I warned some of you not to create chaos at this time. Just as I said, everyone should help each other get through tonight. I believe that tomorrow a large amount of supplies will arrive in the community. At this point, all residents knew that complaining was useless. Those who were homeless began to seek help in the group. Residents without food started to borrow supplies. Brothers upstairs, is there anyone who can lend a place to stay for a night? Who has extra food? I will pay for it. Messages flooded the group, quickly accumulating to 99. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. People in the Magic City are all about refinement, insisting that overnight food is unhealthy. They prefer fresh meals every time, and few have the habit of stockpiling supplies. Usually, they only buy what they need for the day. Some residents are so meticulous that they buy groceries meal by meal. Even those who took the typhoon warning seriously wouldn't have food stocked for more than a week. Don't even mention tomorrow. Tonight residents are likely already going hungry. The community committee did not forget to call out Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I know you live alone. I brought you back to the group to let you know that if anyone asks to stay with you, I hope you won't refuse. We are all neighbors in the same community. If you don't help now, don't expect anyone to help you when you need it in the future. The last sentence carried a hint of personal warning and threat. Zhou Chen was not used to her attitude and retorted on the spot. Don't just criticize others, you should lead by example. Everyone knows your children work abroad, and it's just you and your partner at home. Surely you wouldn't refuse the request for help from neighbors in the same building who have been affected by the disaster. The community committee, living in building 10, turned green at that moment. She had just refused 2 households who were homeless due to the flood, using her partner's poor health as an excuse. This little brat is purposely going against her. Do I need you to remind me? If it weren't for my partner catching a severe cold and being contagious, I would have already taken all the neighbors from the 1st to the 3rd floors into my home. How what a coincidence. Zhou Chen was too lazy to deal with this hypocritical old hag who usually took advantage of being part of the community committee. He casually opened the owner group of Building 21 to see what everyone was discussing and ended up seeing a plea for help from Zhang Li. Everyone, I am Zhang Li from apartment 101. Is there anyone who can lend a place to stay? It would be best if there is extra food at home. We haven't eaten for a day. Sorry, I just promised the resident from apartment 102. I promised the resident on the 2nd floor. Zhang Li from apartment 101. Was it your house that had the party last night? With so many people, who has room for you? Sorry bro, you have too many people, and we don't have much food at home, so we can't help. Zhang Li waited for a long time, but no one was willing to lend a hand. Everyone, I know we have a lot of people, and I don't want you to help for free. How about 300 yuan for one night? Meals will be paid separately, and we'll leave as soon as the rescue team arrives tomorrow. This is ridiculous. Who among the owners here needs your 300? Still no one willing. Zhang Li had no choice but to increase the offer. 6000 yuan. Please help us out. We can manage, but there are quite a few ladies in the group. If it's not too much trouble, could we borrow a living room to sleep in? 6000. With so many of you, it would make a mess of the house, so forget it. Zhang Li said many good things, but still received no response. At this moment, everyone was still squeezed in the corridor on the 4th floor, all looking at him. He could tell that Chen Chang and others were already unhappy with him. If he couldn't handle this small matter, it would be a huge embarrassment for him as a boss. Zhang Li gritted his teeth and had to raise the reward again. 1500 yuan, and meals will be calculated per person, 500 yuan each. Whatever you want to eat, even if it's just a bowl of eggs, is fine. With such a high price, someone would be tempted. 1500 yuan, just for one night. Yes, I can transfer the money to you right now. Once you accept it, we will come up. Zhang Li sighed with relief, quickly replying, while cursing the silent owners for being garbage. Zhou Chen glanced and saw that the speaker was a tenant from apartment 602. A single woman working as a migrant worker, seemingly employed by a foreign company, and quite beautiful. He wasn't familiar with her in his previous life. When he was forced out by his aunt's family to fend for himself, she was still alive. Anyone who can survive an extreme cold is not simple. Zhang Li and the others were lured in by him. This group of beasts was numerous, and once they realized the apocalypse was coming, they would inevitably become the largest gang in Building 21 capable of doing anything. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen felt it was his responsibility to remind her. Miss, there are nearly 30 of them, with a majority being male. Aren't you afraid of inviting wolves into your home? Who knows when the rescue team will come and when the flood will recede? If you're willing to spend money for one day, will you still be willing for 3 days, 4 days, or even half a month? At that time, will you be able to drive them out alone? As the two sides seemed to be reaching an agreement, Zhang Li was furious, wishing he could dig up Zhou Chen's ancestral grave. Sister, don't listen to this nonsense. He has a personal grudge against me and is deliberately messing with me. With so many owners in the group, as a factory owner, if I go back on my word, how can I do business in the future? Besides, this is a legal society. If I really default on the payment, you can report me after the flood recedes. Zhou Chen's words had some effect, and the woman from apartment 602 said she needed to think about it. At this moment, Zhang Li sent another message. Sister, I will pay as promised. My girlfriend has a fragrant bag worth several tens of thousands, bought only half a month ago, absolutely genuine. If you are willing to help, this bag will be yours. The previously silent owner from apartment 602 replied. Can I check the goods first? Zhou Chen saw this and couldn't be bothered to say another word. He was about to throw down his phone and go to sleep when someone in the group started flooding it with voice messages. Brothers from 101, it must be inconvenient for so many of you to squeeze together. How about this? I can offer a bedroom and a living room. Just give me 100,000 yuan, and you can use hot water freely. We have eggs and noodles. Pay 300 per person. How does that sound? 1101, you can come up now. I will go and fry eggs and cook noodles for everyone. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sneer. Another invitation for wolves into the home. This aunt of his was always money-minded. As a gambling addict, she would naturally want to profit from letting a group stay for a night. Besides, the house was originally rented for money. The purpose of renting it was to force him to pay for his cousin's wedding house lacking winter clothes. In a few days when the extreme cold hits, wouldn't they freeze like dogs? Having some food might help them last a few more days until they have the strength to rush out and grab some supplies to take home. Now they are selling food for a little money. A bunch of beasts in a family of rogues, it would be entertaining to watch them. But there was also a greater possibility that they would conspire together to scheme against him. Zhou Chen slept until 5 in the morning. The entire world was filled with the sound of pouring rain. Through the window, the water level in the neighborhood continued to rise, and at this moment the fourth-floor apartment was already half submerged. Many residents had not slept all night, continuously complaining in the group chat. Zhou Chen quickly had a simple breakfast, took out dog food and a dog bowl from his space, left enough food for De Huang for a day, and immediately changed his clothes to go out. He set his sights on a few fishing boats that had been washed in by the sea yesterday, planning to venture out in the rain to see if he could acquire one. He walked up the stairs to the 4th floor, took out the inflatable boat, inflated it to 80%, and slowly paddled it into the water. Someone upstairs saw this scene and thought it was the rescue team shouting down from the window. Despite the torrential rain, the person shouted until their voice was hoarse, but the person in the inflatable boat didn't even glance up. Hearing the commotion, residents crowded at their windows, waving their hands incessantly. Not from the rescue team. Are they homeowners from the neighborhood? How could there be an inflatable boat? Brother, are you going out to scavenge for supplies? Take me with you. Brother, can you bring back some supplies for me? It would be best if you could get some fish and meat. Bill pay you. Brother, could you ask at the nearby police station if they can deliver supplies to the neighborhood today? Where can I ask? The police station is submerged in over 10 meters of water. Zhou Chen paddled away, pretending he hadn't heard. It would be a miracle to have even a bowl of porridge to drink in a few days. Zhou Chen didn't go far before he quickly found a corner to change into the speedboat. With the speedboat's speed of 50 kilometers per hour, he quickly headed towards the eastern river. Along the way, many residents trapped in their upper floors excitedly waved to him for help. Zhou Chen encountered a team of rescuers who were recovering bodies. The small inflatable boat was piled high with no less than 10 corpses, and the team members dared not continue retrieving more as there wouldn't even be room for themselves to sit. They couldn't stay submerged in the floodwaters. The backflow of seawater had turned the magic city into a water city, with all the old buildings preserved from the Republic of China era completely submerged. The once accessible roads had now become a maze of waterways. In every waterway, besides various floating debris, there were also bodies of people and animals. As Zhou Chen passed by, water rats circling around the corpses immediately squeaked and dove into the water. Arriving at the Jiangdong New District, there were still over 100 survivors left on the half-submerged Pearl Tower. These survivors were greatly frightened, crying and shouting to go home. Near the base of the tower, there were figures of police and members of the Blue Sky Rescue Team. Zhou Chen surveyed the surrounding situation and focused his gaze on a fishing boat stuck between two tall buildings 2 kilometers away. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard someone calling him from behind. "Hey brother. Don't go yet, brother." Someone was waving at him from the waterlogged ruins. The person was wearing a Blue Sky Rescue Team uniform and appeared to be around 40 years old. From over 30 meters away, Zhou Chen recognized him at a glance. Chen Jinghua, the captain of the first team of the Blue Sky Rescue Team in the Magic City. In his past life, this person had saved his life. It was in the second year of the apocalypse when he was almost starving on his way to Ha City, and it was this person who rescued him. Since the first day of the disaster, Chen Jinghua had been busy with rescue efforts while his parents and children perished in the extreme cold. After the earthquake, the entire city fell, but Chen Jinghua and his team never gave up on rescue work, during which team members were tragically lost one after another, leaving only him in the end. After fleeing to Ha City, Chen Jinghua resolutely joined the local rescue team, saving survivors at every moment, and whenever he was too exhausted, he would find a corner to rest for a bit before diving back into work. Zhou Chen had worked as a rescue worker alongside him for a while. Because they were both from the Magic City and shared common memories of their hometown, Chen Jinghua took great care of him. At that time, Chen Jinghua was very thin with eyes that were both weathered and bright. However, just 2 months after he joined the team, Chen Jinghua fell ill and passed away. The rescue team doctor said that old Chen had actually known for a long time that he was in the late stage of stomach cancer. In the absence of medical treatment, old Chen didn't want to lie in bed waiting to die. He chose to make the little time he had left more valuable. This was one of the few glimpses of humanity Zhou Chen had seen in 3 years of the apocalypse. Zhou Chen slowly approached and stopped 5 meters away from the ruins. With a heavy expression, Chen Jinghua forced a smile and said, "Brother, these are extraordinary times, and the city's rescue resources are lacking. I would like to temporarily requisition your speedboat on behalf of the organization. It's not compulsory. How can you accommodate this? It's not convenient." Zhou Chen extended his hand and vaguely pointed behind him. "I think I saw another speedboat over there, and I'm not sure if it's still usable. Let me go check for you." "Is there really a speedboat over there?" All the watercraft in the city are concentrated in the hands of various rescue teams. Perhaps it was washed in by the sea. Chen Jinghua smiled and thanked him. "Then it'll trouble you to check it out. If it's still usable, please help us bring it back here. The water disaster in the city is severe and many supplies have been submerged. Every rescue boat that is damaged is one less we have." Zhou Chen made a turn, splashing a wave. Once he reached a deserted corner, he took out a speedboat from his space, thought for a moment, and then filled the fuel tank with diesel before towing the speedboat back. Chen Jinghua, who was discussing rescue plans with his team members, did not expect this young man to actually bring back a speedboat, and it appeared to be brand new. Zhou Chen threw the rope to Chen Jinghua with force and said, "I took a look, and it seems to be brand new. I'm not sure if it has fuel. I need this one for myself." Chen Jinghua was in high spirits. "Thank you so much. I was too abrupt just now. You have already helped everyone immensely. Please be careful. The water surface is filled with sharp debris." Looking at Chen Jingguo's dark skin, rough hands, and wrinkled face, Zhou Chen couldn't help but stop him. "Captain Chen, I have a suggestion." "Oh, what suggestion?" "Don't rush to save people. You can't save everyone. If you want to save more people, it's better to concentrate your efforts on gathering winter supplies." "Winter supplies? What do you need winter supplies for in the middle of summer?" Zhou Chen had already walked far away, leaving Chen Jinghua puzzled. "Wait, how did he know my surname is Chen?" Zhou Chen approached the fishing boat and saw that it was broken in half in the middle. He didn't know if it could be repaired, but he certainly couldn't fix it. After circling the nearby waters all morning, he found 4 more fishing boats, each damaged, but none were as bad as the first one. He noted down their positions, planning to come back after dark to retrieve them. Many supplies were floating on the river's surface, drifting farther with the current. They should have come from several nearby shopping malls. Zhou Chen took out a tool with a hook from his space, chasing after these supplies, and hooked them one by one towards him. The first item he hooked was a luxurious mattress worth 2 to 3 million, allegedly the same model as that of a certain female celebrity. The heavy rain lasted for a week, raising the water level in the city by another 3 meters. Throughout this week, Zhou Chen was outside gathering supplies. During the first 3 days, he tirelessly salvaged supplies by the riverside, working day and night. During the day, he was somewhat cautious, picking and choosing, secretly tossing anything he could into his space whenever no one was around. By nightfall, he became frenzied, tossing everything he could into his space, even hoarding over 100 tons of logs floating in the floodwaters. At first, he was gleefully salvaging, and various rescue teams from the government, military, and civilian sectors turned a blind eye to his actions. After all, the organizations were overwhelmed with work, and even if they wanted to intervene, they couldn't. Rather than letting those supplies be washed away by the flood, it was better to support this young man. Now, with the entire city suffering from flooding, many citizens were already starving. Given the young man's determination, he could potentially support an entire building or even a whole neighborhood. If Zhou Chen knew what these people were thinking, he would definitely say, "Thank you for your high regard, but you're really overestimating me." Until the evening of the 3rd day, a rubber boat approached, and a person claiming to be a district chief found Zhou Chen. He inquired which neighborhood Zhou Chen belonged to and asked about the current supply situation in the area. Ultimately, he revealed his intention. This person represented an organization that wanted Zhou Chen to distribute the salvaged supplies to several neighborhoods in dire need of food. As a contributor to the nation, the organization would issue a certificate of honor and reward a banner. However, all of this could only be discussed after the flood recedes. Under the rain curtain, Zhou Chen sat in the unstable speedboat, pulling the hood of his raincoat low to cover most of his face. He silently handed over several blankets, boxes of canned beef, and cases of liquor that he had just salvaged. In the next moment, he revved the engine to maximum power and turned to flee. The district chief, still lamenting the ruthlessness of the flood, was splashed by the waves. "Comrade, we're not here to confiscate the supplies you've worked hard to salvage. We just want to ask for your help." From that moment on, Zhou Chen no longer dared to mess around by the riverside. For the next 4 days, he wandered through various districts using the diving gear salvaged from the riverside to dive underwater and frantically collect supplies. When he got tired, he surfaced to find a hidden corner to rest, eat something to replenish his energy, and once he had rested enough, he immediately submerged again. In fact, this method of collecting supplies was exponentially more efficient than salvaging by the riverside. He collected hundreds of tons of metal parts, including gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. The variety of screws was so vast that it was dizzying and hard to distinguish. He salvaged over 1,000 machines, including ordinary precision and high-precision machine tools, regardless of whether they were usable. He collected everything he saw. Auto parts from Bosch, Siemens, Denso, Continental, Visteon, and Eisen were piled up to the size of a soccer field. Most of these metal items had only been submerged for a short time, The majority had been sealed, and the quality of the salvage was hardly affected. With extreme cold approaching, the temperature would drop for 3 months. The ice would be over 10 meters deep and solid. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to salvage or excavate anything. He saw dozens of containers scattered from the dock and collected everything he could without knowing what was inside. He also salvaged a bulldozer dismantling illegal structures on the roof. He pried open the doors of dozens of large pharmacies, thoroughly checking each one. In his past life, after 3 years of survival in the apocalypse, he truly feared hunger and suffering, leading him to be overwhelmed with desire whenever he saw supplies. Even though he currently had enough supplies to last 10 lifetimes, he could not control his heart's urge to hoard. As long as he could hoard without dying, he would hoard to his heart's content. Zhou Chen was busy and dizzy, completely ignoring the frenzied chat groups that were bombarding him day and night. He knew without thinking that those people were just arguing. After the super typhoon, the heavy rain continued for a week. The water level was not decreasing, but rising, and more disaster victims were being taken to temporary rescue points for shelter. This was a global catastrophic flood, and the organization was overwhelmed despite their full mobilization. They did not possess 3 heads and 6 arms, and it was impossible to complete all the rescue work in a short time. On television and online platforms, the same host appeared every hour, repeatedly comforting the disaster victims not to panic, urging everyone to support each other and unite to overcome the difficulties. Many renowned experts also came forward, eloquently analyzing, judging, and summarizing the catastrophic flood, ultimately reassuring the disaster victims nationwide that the heavy rain would soon hit the pause button and the rainfall would lessen in the next day or two, believing that sunny days were just around the corner and the long-awaited flood recession was in sight. A week had passed, and the residents trapped in their homes were either out of supplies or had already been enduring hunger. As for the experts' statements, the common people scoffed at them while still harboring hope. A few days ago, Zhou Chen had glanced at his phone during a break. In the neighborhood owners group, the smaller group, and on WeChat Moments, there was a chorus of wailing. A pack of instant noodles had already been priced at 100 yuan. No one was willing to sell for 100 yuan. The community committee's aunties naturally became the target of criticism from all the owners. At that moment, someone recalled Zhou Chen's initial warning. Damn it. If I had known we would be starving, I would have insisted on going out that day to stock up on supplies. That brother named Zhou, I misunderstood you before. I apologize. Brother Zhou Chen, I also apologize to you. I shouldn't have scolded you that day. Do you still have food at home? Sell me some. Aren't you living alone, brother Zhou Chen? The food at home shouldn't be used up so quickly. Don't be stingy at this time. Help everyone out. Zhou Chen certainly wouldn't respond. He specifically checked on Zhang Li and the others, and unsurprisingly, they were living in a very difficult situation. This group of beasts divided into 2 teams, with Zhang Li bringing Chun Chang and other close friends to live in 602. While the skinny monkey and Luo Feng led the other team to live in 1101. The female tenant in 602 and her aunt's family had not stocked up much food, and within 3 meals everything had been devoured by this group. It's easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. After a week, this group neither paid nor was willing to leave. For days ago, his aunt had started frantically calling him for supplies. Those old classmates beasts that they were had to put their pride aside and ask him to buy supplies. Zhou Chen simply turned off his phone, thinking, who the hell has time to deal with you? As night fell and the extreme cold approached, Zhou Chen hurriedly salvaged the last box of supplies and immediately set off towards Sakura Community in a speedboat. Upon returning home, the big yellow dog curled up in a corner had slimmed down considerably due to hunger. The fruits, biscuits, and snacks on the table had all been devoured by this guy. Seeing that the dog hadn't made a mess, Zhou Chen put away the knife he had drawn 13 meters long and took out a large bone from his space to throw it over. The big yellow dog's eyes lit up with excitement as it pounced on the bone to gnaw. Zhou Chen took a hot shower and spent an hour cleaning up. Before going to sleep, he enjoyed the rain for a while with the window open. In a daze, he was awakened by the cold. Before he was fully awake, he heard the anxious barking of the big yellow dog. Zhou Chen sat up in bed and immediately felt the biting cold while the big yellow dog was desperately scratching at the door. The cold wave easily invaded the room through the building, and the air was as sharp as a knife. He put on temperature-regulating clothes, then cotton pajamas, and finally wrapped himself in a thick robe before stepping into his slippers to open the door. The moment the door opened, the shivering big yellow dog clung to his long legs, exhaling a cloud of white mist as it barked. Zhou Chen hurriedly took a pile of firewood from his space and tossed them into the fireplaces in the bedroom and living room. With the help of alcohol, they instantly ignited into a roaring flame. Survival is an animal's instinct. The big yellow dog immediately jumped onto the sofa, grabbed a cushion, and quickly ran to the fireplace to warm itself. Zhou Chen dragged a single sofa in front of the living room fireplace, poured a glass of red wine, and curled up on the sofa to scroll through his phone. Lao Sun called, his teeth chattering from the cold. Xiao Zhou, wake up. Quick, put on your thick clothes. For heaven's sake, don't fall asleep. This weather is too bizarre, it's minus 30 degrees outside. Lao Sun was in a hurry to wake up the others, and after a brief exchange they ended the call. Zhou Chen felt that he had become hard-hearted, but he was still a bit touched that Lao Sun thought of him at the first moment. Minus 30 degrees water, turning into ice. The sudden temperature difference of over 50 degrees had already caught people off guard. But the temperature was dropping every minute, and by dawn it was expected to reach minus 70 degrees. In an icy world, frost fell in August. The extreme cold weather had caused billions of people worldwide to freeze to death. A sudden blizzard blanketed the entire city skyward. At first the snowflakes fell densely and fine. Within 10 minutes they swelled into thick feathery flakes. Half an hour later snow lay deep upon trees, rooftops, and balconies. Even behind tightly shut doors and windows the howling wind sounded like ghostly wails and wolfish shrieks. Blizzard and gale raged in tandem, blurring all vision. Before long, every resident of the compound awoke, some startled from sleep, others roused by frantic calls. One household after another flickered awake with lights, everyone scrambled to unearth winter garments. Yet this was the southern region, where even the harshest winters rarely dipped below minus 10 degrees Celsius. Homes held only lightweight down jackets, utterly inadequate against a sub-zero 30 cold front. They layered thermal undergarments piled on multiple sweaters, draped themselves in velvet coats, knotted scarves tight, and wore several pairs of woolen socks, yet still shivered uncontrollably. Cold. Bone-piercing cold. Some fashion-conscious residents owned nothing but cashmere overcoats. Not even a single thermal layer, let alone a down jacket, and now huddled motionless in bed, too frozen to rise. The most desperate were Zhang Li's group and the Zhou Lili family. Zhang Li had crammed over a dozen people into apartment 602. The female tenant could lend only 2 sets of women's clothing. The rest huddled together on beds, trembling violently. 10 men, including the wiry monkey, occupied apartment 1101. They scoured every cabinet only to discover the household possessed not a single long-sleeved undershirt, nor a single heavy quilt. Like the others, they clung together for warmth, teeth chattering. Zhou Lili's family, having greedily opened their door only to invite wolves inside, now writhed with bitter regret. These intruders had paid for merely 2 days' lodging and meals. Rescue teams failed to appear, and the squatters refused to leave. Food sufficient to feed 4 people for a full week vanished in just 2 days. Not a grain remained. Among them was a pregnant woman who for several days had eaten nothing at all, quenching her hunger only with sips of water. Once fearing starvation, they now feared something worse, that these intruders would seize their sole remaining possessions, the 2 thin air-conditioning blankets. They dragged the wardrobe to the bedroom door, barricading it shut. Modesty forgotten, they doubled the 2 flimsy blankets and huddled together, 4 bodies trembling in unison. What kind of infernal weather is this? It's freezing us to death. Dad, do you think those thugs will try to steal our blankets? Honey, I'm truly starving. Mom, what do we do about Xiaoyan's hunger? Zhou Lili, her head buried deep beneath the covers, clenched her jaw and thrust one rigid hand out from the warmth. Her stiff fingers fumbled repeatedly before finally grasping her phone. We must force Zhou Chen, the little brat, to deliver winter clothes and food downstairs. No. If he were willing to send them down, could we even keep them safe? Then what do we do? Call him. Tell him we're coming to stay at his place. Yes. He lives alone, so there's plenty of spare room. And he's lived in that house for over a decade. Surely he owns ample winter attire. Desperate to dial, they suddenly remembered all their numbers had been blocked. The wardrobe shifted aside, the bedroom door creaked open a narrow slit. In the living room, Monkey and his 9 companions, nearly frozen to death on the sofa, fixed greedy eyes upon the blankets wrapped tightly around the 4 family members. Zhou Lili's heart lurched as she trembled, not only from cold, but from raw terror. Don't do anything rash. We'll go upstairs ourselves to fetch supplies. Monkey's group had learned on their first day that the female tenant was Zhou Chen's paternal aunt. Having worked alongside Zhou Chen for years, they were well aware of the gambler aunt's notorious reputation. One side had betrayed Zhou Chen for money, the other had swindled his funds and pressured him to buy property. Upon meeting, they bonded instantly, exchanging venomous gossip about Zhou Chen, their rapport chillingly warm. Had it not been for disputes over unpaid debts and gnawing hunger beginning on the 3rd day, conflict would never have erupted. Indeed, they'd nearly come to blows more than once. Now amid the biting frost, the numerically superior group sought to seize the blankets, while the outnumbered families stood utterly powerless to resist. Monkey, elated, demanded, "Has Zhou Chen promised you supplies?" Zhou Lili shook her head. "All our calls are blocked. We plan to go upstairs ourselves. After all, I am his paternal aunt's sister to his late father. Rest assured, once we secure provisions, we'll share half with you." This lie had been carefully rehearsed beneath the covers. Without deception, they'd never clear the doorway and risk losing even their 2 meager air-conditioning blankets. Themselves addicts and scoundrels, they understood human nature far better than ordinary folk. Once outside, once past Zhou Chen's threshold, they'd vanish without looking back. Even if Zhou Chen's pantry overflowed, they'd never foolishly share with so many. Who knew when rescue would arrive? Survival came first, filling their own stomachs. Monkey summoned Luo Feng and another man. The three wrapped themselves tightly in a single blanket. We're going with you. Naturally, Zhou Lily's family objected. You're coming too. Outside it's lethal. Just wait here. We will return. Shut your damn mouth. No. I mean, if so many go up together, what if he refuses to hand over supplies? Either we all go, or you leave 2 hostages behind. That gambling wretch better not try to outsmart me. Silence followed. Thus 2 factions hastily united, each clutching their small blankets like sluggish shivering grubs ascending the staircase against the knife-edged wind. Meanwhile downstairs Zhang Li brazenly petitioned Zhou Chen for supplies. I won't take them for free. I'll pay. Name your price. You may be short on winter coats, but surely you have several thick quilts. And food. Instant noodles, bread noodles, steamed buns. Anything goes. Surely you don't mean to say your home lacks even instant noodles. Before a roaring hearth sat a flat pan, a clay pot, and a barbecue grill. 2 thick steaks sizzled in the pan, a whole black-boned chicken simmered in the clay pot, skewers of lamb, beef, fish, shrimp, meatballs, and over a dozen vegetables rested upon the grill. Zhou Chen snapped a photo and sent it. The instant noodles and such you mentioned, I truly don't have any. Zhang Li, shivering beneath his covers, stared wide-eyed, his mouth watering involuntarily. After 5 days subsisting solely on water, he reeled with dizziness, staring hungrily at the image, wishing he could leap inside and gorge himself. To conserve heat, they'd moved every sofa from the living room into the bedroom, arranging them into a single platform where over a dozen bodies pressed close. At the sight of Zhou Chen's photo, each swallowed hard, saliva pooling in parched mouths. Mr. Zhang, tell him now to bring the food downstairs. Or better yet, we'll go up and fetch it ourselves. Yes, go up and grab extra food, clothes, blankets. Ah, there's a fireplace. Perfect, we can move in with him. Mr. Zhang, tell him we're coming up right now. Zhang Li's face twisted with discomfort. Do you really think he'll let us cross his threshold? A stunned silence fell. Dazzled by the feast in the photo, they'd momentarily forgotten what they'd done to Zhou Chen. Only Yang Sitian, the tenant of apartment 602, and the teenage girl stood bewildered. The girl asked anxiously, what exactly happened between you and Zhou Chen? Even the gravest quarrel shouldn't make him abandon you to die. No one answered. Quarrel? If only it were that simple. Given Zhou Chen's temperament, even genuine grievances would fade swiftly. Zhang Li refused to expose his own dishonorable conduct to outsiders. He typed furiously, food's allure rendering him desperate. Zhou Chen, I know you harbor resentment, but surely we don't deserve death. So many of us are starving, freezing. Surely you won't stand by and watch us perish. Instantly another photo arrived. In it a slender fair hand fed a steak to a dog. Zhang Li's face turned livid. Damn it. That expensive steak again fed to a dog. Then came the third photo. It showed the same yellow dog seated before a large dog bowl. The bowl overflowed with steaming fare, giant drumsticks, perfectly charred skewers, and grilled vegetables of every kind. The crowd seethed, greenied with fury and hunger, mouths working ceaselessly. Meat, so much meat. Why do we live worse than a dog? Zhou Chen sent a voice note. Sigh. My own supplies are scarce. I must feed this dog too. With so many mouths to feed, I'm truly helpless. They finally reached the 23rd floor. Zhou Lily's family of 4 and the 3 gaunt men, dubbed Monkey, were nearly reduced to tears. What should have taken mere minutes to ascend on foot from the 11th to the 23rd floor had stretched into a grueling hour. Truly an hour. Each minute, each second, an unrelenting torment. The biting wind pierced every crevice, scouring their faces and feet like knives slicing flesh. Huddled tightly beneath thin quilts, they exposed only their eyes, rendering movement agonizingly difficult. Shuffling step by step, they repeatedly collided with both walls, leaving bruises blooming across their bodies. They fell several times along the way. The moment their bodies touched the frozen floor, they shrieked in agony, wailing for their parents, as if death itself had seized them. Yet retreat was impossible. They would freeze or starve to death before reaching the lower floors. At the sight of Zhou Chen's apartment door, their eyes welled with desperate, feverish hope. They longed with visceral urgency to rush inside, to don thick winter coats, leap onto the warm bed, wrap themselves in heavy quilts, and feast upon a full table prepared by Zhou Chen. Even a steaming bowl of instant noodles would suffice. Cradled in trembling hands, its warmth would seep into their bones, but its taste, however humble, would be ambrosia. They were starving, desperately, excruciatingly so. En route, they had devised a plan. Zhou Lily's family would approach the door and call out to Zhou Chen, while the 3 monkeys would remain hidden nearby, ready to surge forward the instant the door opened and storm into his home. Could Zhou Chen alone possibly expel all 7 of them? If he showed sense, he would obediently surrender winter garments and provisions. If not, once they regained their strength, he would regret it bitterly. With hearts pounding, Zhou Lily's family advanced stiffly, one laborious step at a time, towards Zhou Chen's front door. The three monkeys followed in tight formation, pressing themselves flat against the wall, positioned precisely in the blind spot beyond the peephole's view. Clad only in short sleeves and shorts draped thinly with air-conditioning blankets, they recoiled violently the moment their backs met the icy wall, nearly leaping from the shock of cold. One monkey shot Zhou Lily a sharp glance, signaling her to knock. She nodded silently, her hand concealed beneath the quilt, frantically gesturing to her husband and son. Years of shared life had forged unspoken understanding among them. The moment Zhou Chen opened the door, they would charge and slam it shut behind them, and lock those three intruders outside forever. Damn it. It had always been them who freeloaded, borrowed without repaying. Now these vermin dared to impose upon them, breaking promises, betraying trust, acting with utter shamelessness. Refusing to pay rent was bad enough, but devouring every scrap of food in the apartment, stealing their quilts, and now demanding shared access to Zhou Chen's supplies. Dream on. Every morsel in Zhou Chen's home belonged solely to them. Urged by the monkeys, Zhou Lily extended a trembling finger and pressed the doorbell. After half a minute, movement stirred within, the soft approaching tread of footsteps nearing the entrance. All held their breath, muscles coiled, ready to burst through the threshold in an instant. But the door did not open, as fervently as they'd hoped. Instead, Zhou Chen's voice filtered through the solid wood. Who is it? Though disappointed, hearing his voice sent a jolt of exhilaration through them all. Especially Zhou Lily's family. Bound by blood, his paternal aunt, they clung to that kinship. Even after past grievances, Zhou Chen's known compassion surely wouldn't let them perish from cold and hunger. Zhou Chen, it's me, your auntie. What do you want? Could you please open the door? Let us come in and speak face-to-face. No, speak plainly, or hold your tongue. Rejected, coldly, utterly. Now it wasn't only the three monkeys crouched in the shadows who grew frantic. Zhou Lily's family grew even more desperate, their four hands clenched tightly beneath the quilt. Without Zhou Chen's aid, starvation loomed inevitable. No, long before starvation, they would freeze to death. Zhou Lily pleaded, voice raw with urgency. Zhou Chen, open up. We haven't eaten in days, not a single bite. There isn't even one thick garment left in the rental unit. Just open the door, lend us winter clothes, lend us food. Thanks to two massive wall-mounted fireplaces, most of the chill had been banished, indoor temperature stabilized near 10 degrees Celsius. With thermal-regulating clothing enhancing his comfort, Zhou Chen felt no trace of cold. At that moment, he'd even shed his heavy robe, unfastening two buttons of his blue quilted sleep top. Leaning back against the wall, Zhou Chen held a steaming drumstick in his left hand and his phone in his right, snapping a close-up with a crisp click before sending it via WeChat. Only then did he deign to acknowledge those besieging his door. I need my winter clothes myself. My own rations are barely enough. I will not share any supplies with you. His words tightened every throat outside like a noose. Overcome by emotion, Zhou Lily instinctively lashed out, ungrateful brat. I'm your blood aunt. What's wrong with asking for a little help? Just like your dead parents, every request feels like carving flesh from your bones. A collective gasp rippled through the group. Faces contorted in panic and fury. Are you insane? If not for the need to stay hidden, Monkey would have lunged forward and slapped the old woman twice, hard, across the face. To curse someone while begging, and insult their deceased parents as dead ghosts. Was she deliberately provoking Zhou Chen, ensuring they'd all be locked out forever? Inside, Zhou Chen's voice emerged. Icy, lethal, its menace palpable even through the door. When my parents were alive, did they not give you enough money? When you two gambled away your last coin and couldn't afford food, wasn't it my parents who paid? When your son couldn't afford tuition, wasn't it my parents who covered it? When you borrowed from loan sharks, lost everything, and faced having your hands severed, didn't my father withdraw cash from the bank and personally redeem you? My parents helped you endlessly while alive. You needn't feel gratitude, but you will suffer the consequences of your venomous tongue. Starve. Freeze. It's your own doing. Shamed and exposed, Zhou Lily nearly erupted again, only to be sharply elbowed by her husband, snapping her back to grim awareness. Her face twisted into bitter resentment. Glancing at her shivering family, she swallowed her pride. For now. This insolent brat has no manners, no upbringing with parents gone so young. Once I break into your home and seize those supplies, I'll curse you until your ears bleed. Zhou Chen, forgive me. That was Auntie's mistake. I've never forgotten your parents' kindness. Not for a moment. Without them, your uncle and I would have lost our fingers to loan sharks, and your cousin would never have attended school. I remember it all, deep in my heart, truly. Zhou Chen, yes, we've had our quarrels over the years. You think I'm always after your money, but you're mistaken. You misunderstand me completely. I'm your blood aunt. How could I ever harm you? Every time I asked, it was to save it for you. I feared your youth would lead to reckless spending, wasting your entire inheritance. How could I face your parents in the afterlife? Inside, Zhou Chen let out a low, derisive laugh. So I should thank you. Zhou Lily knew such lies wouldn't fool him, yet she pressed on, voice strained and hollow. Zhou Chen, I swear, I'm not deceiving you. Better we speak plainly today. I promise. Never again will I ask you for a single cent. Zhou Chen, hurry and open the door. After all, we're family. Even for your father's sake, you cannot abandon us to die. Zhou Chen, I beg you. Your cousin has always been frail, and your cousin's wife carries a child. If this continues, disaster is certain. Must I kneel before you to earn entry? It was my fault, all of it. Your father was my only elder brother. His passing shattered me. If only he were still alive. Leaning against the wall, scrolling idly on his phone, Zhou Chen sneered inwardly. Could a compulsive gambler's words ever be trusted? In his previous life, he'd witnessed their true faces, ruthless, calculating, each more merciless than the last in seizing the house and supplies. His aunt brought her blade down hard on his arm. His uncle swung a club across his spine. His cousin drove a knife deep into his abdomen. And that pitiful pregnant cousin-in-law. She nearly cleaved his skull open with a kitchen cleaver. Had he not reacted in time, he would have died, right there on his own doorstep. Zhou Chen replied, tone flat and detached, I'll consider it. Fury flared in Zhou Lily's chest. What was there to consider? Just open the door and let them in. Before she could retort, his voice came again. Very well. Return home first. Out of respect for my father, I'll prepare some supplies for you. Return. Preposterous. Zhou Lily panicked. It's freezing out here. People are dying. Open the door now. Let us warm up just a little. Then we'll dress, collect the supplies, and leave immediately. You must trust us. Zhou Chen cut her off. Either go back now and wait while I gather provisions to bring down, or stand there and wait for nothing. With that, he strolled back into the living room and sank comfortably onto the sofa. Supplies. Not even a single packet of instant noodles would cross his threshold. Get lost. Die elsewhere. If you freeze to death at my door, I'll have to dispose of the body. What an absurd, tiresome hassle. Seeing that Zhou Chen refused to open the door, the Zhou Lily family hesitated. Neither leaving nor staying felt like a viable choice, for the initiative rested entirely in Zhou Chen's hands. Nearby, the three men, Monkey Luo Feng and Xiao Shun, could no longer contain themselves. Shuffling forward on quick, nervous steps, they elbowed the Zhou Lily family aside and crowded the doorway. Brother Zhou, ahem. President Zhou, Big Brother Zhou. It's us, Monkey Luo Feng and Xiao Shun. What is it? Zhou Chen didn't even stir from the sofa, replying lazily from across the living room. Though distant, his voice carried clearly enough, if one listened closely. Bolstered by his two companions' silent encouragement, Monkey took a deep breath and summoned his courage. Big Brother Zhou, please open the door. We're freezing to death, and we haven't eaten in 5 days. Just a scrap of food, please. 5 days without food. Yes. The 10 of us didn't go with Zhongli. We've been temporarily staying at your aunt's place. But she had barely any provisions left, though after 2 days there was nothing left to eat. TSK, how pitiful, starving for so long. A silent, seething retort hung unspoken. If you truly pity us, then why the hell don't you open the door? Monkey pressed on, steeling himself. Big Brother Zhou, I know you're still furious with us, but the factory incident wasn't our doing. We only found out at the very end it was Zhongli, and yes, Zhang Li and Su Wanchuan, who orchestrated it with Chen Chang and the others. Zhou Chen remained silent. So, before I'd even begun to hint, he'd already volunteered the truth. Monkey's two companions stood frozen in disbelief. How could you say such a thing? In response to their stunned glances, Monkey frantically blinked and grimaced, wordlessly urging them to trust his instinct. Never mind what it sounds like. Just get the door open. Would they truly freeze and starve to death right here? Did they really believe flattery or diversion would sway Zhou Chen? Did they not know what Zhou Chen most desired? If necessary, betraying Zhang Li was no sacrifice at all. When it came to scheming against Zhou Chen, they feasted while we scavenged scraps. Why risk our lives for theirs? Ridiculous. Zhang Li wasn't our father. Still, this step must be avoided unless absolutely desperate. After all, accomplices face arrest too. Luo Feng and Xiao Shen, Monkey's closest friends, instantly grasped his intent and inwardly agreed. Then footsteps echoed from inside, pausing decisively at the door. The door remained shut, but the fact that he'd approached signaled Monkey's words had struck home. Emboldened, Monkey launched into speech, words tumbling forth unchecked. Big Brother Zhou, we were truly coerced. By the time we learned of it, the factory had already been sold. Chen Chang was nothing but Zhang Li's lapdog. He threatened to fire us if we refused to comply. Brother, you know our situation. We hold no prestigious degrees, possess no specialized skills, and come from modest families. Without the factory, none of us could land decent work. Yet deep down, we despised people like Zhang Li. Hadn't you lifted us all up? Without your help, would Zhang Li have bought property in Mo City? Would Chen Chang, whose family was destitute, have purchased a home back home had you not lent him money? And wasn't it you who funded Li Cici's advanced training? As for Su Wanchuan, her pretense needs no elaboration. You now know precisely what kind of person she is. Brother Zhou, we swear to testify Zhang Li and his allies forged evidence, conspired to seize your factory and rig the contract with the opposing firm, causing you massive financial losses, nearly bankrupting you. The Zhou Lily family, shoved to the rear, stood utterly dumbfounded. So this was what had happened. No wonder the boy had ignored their relentless demands for money toward his home purchase. His business had collapsed, his funds wiped out. It was these vermin who'd robbed their family of that house. Monkey grew increasingly impassioned, his indignation swelling until he sounded like Zhou Chen's most loyal underling, denouncing Zhang Li and his cronies as filth unworthy of even the landfill's refuse. I understand your position. Return home for now. I'll bring down extra supplies shortly. Monkey and his two companions erupted in elation. Zhou Chen truly did have a soft heart. But then, brother, we're freezing and starving. We lack the strength to descend the stairs. Could you at least open the door and let us in? Return and wait, or stay and freeze to death. The choice is yours. Zhou Chen strolled slowly back into the living room, phone in hand. On the video call, Zhang Li's face twisted, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. Zhou Chen's unexpected contact led him to assume the other man would concede some supplies. They were enemies, but Zhou Chen had always been compassionate. With so many lives at stake, and old classmates besides, he surely couldn't bear to watch them starve. Zhang Li braced himself for heavy losses, prepared to spend freely, and even mentally rehearsed absorbing Zhou Chen's inevitable verbal lashing. Let him yell, it won't cost me flesh. Survival comes first. Yet he hadn't expected Zhou Chen to simply let him hear those words. Damn it. Monkey and the others had actually betrayed him. Zhang Li severed the call, then stared silently at Chen Chang and the others, now huddled together in the living room for warmth, lost in thought. Clearly Chen Chang and his group harbored private reservations, perhaps even disloyalty. Zhou Chen's earlier remarks had already planted that seed. I'm willing to help, but there are simply too many people, even my efforts fall short. Whether sincere or merely strategic, those words had undeniably sown discord. Otherwise, why would Chen Chang and the others suddenly claim the room was too cramped? Moving en masse to the living room, whispering conspiratorially, casting furtive glances toward Zhang Li, fearful of being overheard. With Monkey's faction already turned by the promise of supplies, Zhang Li dared not alienate Chen Chang's group. Not yet. He still needed them as enforcers, to crush the traitors upstairs with ruthless efficiency. He would ensure everyone understood betrayal carried fatal consequences. As for Chen Chang and his circle, they too would be dismissed one by one once the calamity passed and order returned. Perhaps this was exactly the spectacle Zhou Chen had hoped to witness, their vicious infighting. Yet even knowing his intent, Zhang Li could do nothing to stop it. Milk makes the mother. Damn them, ungrateful, fickle wretches. Zhang Li suppressed his fury, forced a smile onto his face, striving to make it look natural, and clapped sharply to gather attention. Everyone, I've found a way to secure supplies. Not only will we warm up, we'll feast on hot, nourishing meals. Really? At those words, every pair of eyes gleamed with desperate emerald hunger. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen tossed another log into the fireplace and pulled out a toy ball to tease his dog. As time wore on, the outdoor temperature plummeted to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Yet within, the roaring fire raised the indoor warmth to a comfortable 20 degrees. Zhou Chen shed his quilted pajamas, switching to lighter spring-autumn attire. The dog, cowering beneath the eaves, leapt and dashed, desperately snatching at the airborne ball. One missed catch earned a grim threat: dog meat tonight. Crueler than his former master, and utterly unsympathetic to canine suffering. Mid-play, Su Wanchuan sent a message from her backup phone. Zhou Chen, can we talk? Zhou Chen tossed the toy ball aside and urged the dog to chase. So soon? Have these beasts already decided to deploy a woman against me? Yet he still wished to savor the spectacle, their savage, self-destructive infighting. After all, he'd already planted a venomous seed among them, awaiting only the ripening of its lethal fruit. Even if they guessed his aim, what of it? That seed was irreversible. He lifted his phone, a faint mocking smile curling his lips. Well, have you finally decided to crawl before me and lick my boots? Su Wanchuan replied instantly, her tone edged with irritation. Zhou Chen, must you speak like this? Zhou Chen had no patience for her theatrics. No. Then what's left to discuss? Between a man and a woman, there's only ever that one thing. That night descended into chaos. Trapped civilians exhausted every means to call for help from the outside world. Though the torrential downpour had ceased, the nation was gripped by a terrifying plunge in temperatures. Conditions in the north remained relatively bearable. Rural households relied on heated brick beds, while urban dwellers, though deprived of central heating, each possessed several layers of winter clothing to stave off the cold. But those in the south suffered terribly. Not only had the early onset of winter caught them unprepared, but even under ordinary winter conditions they owned no cold weather gear capable of withstanding temperatures below minus 30 degrees Celsius. They layered every garment they owned, yet still shivered beneath their quilts. Television and internet services had been placed under official control, programming severely restricted. All major satellite channels broadcast a single unified feed synchronized across both television and online platforms. Inside the CCTV live studio, the host and several domain experts sat huddled in thick insulated attire, trembling uncontrollably. Their breath materialized as white mist, their teeth chattered audibly. At minus 30 degrees, air conditioning heating systems failed utterly. Now, with ambient temperatures plummeting to minus 40 degrees, outdoor units were encased in thick ice, rendering them completely inoperable. More alarmingly, meteorological data indicated that temperatures continued to fall steadily. Meanwhile, the super typhoon and catastrophic flooding had already severed power and internet access across multiple regions. This sudden extreme cold wave threatened widespread collapse of the national power grid, an unforgiving blow atop an already dire crisis. Panicked netizens across the country found emergency hotlines unreachable. Desperate, they flooded chat groups, not only to vent terror and anxiety, but also to seek collective wisdom and practical solutions. The Sakura residential complex group chat erupted in nonstop notifications. Is this truly the end of the world? I woke up to minus 30-something degrees. August snowfall is unsettling, but what's truly horrifying is the plunge from 29 degrees to minus 40 degrees overnight, a 70-degree thermal shock. Who among us can endure such a thing? Has the world gone mad? If it's going mad, at least have the courtesy to warn us first. We'd barely dared hope the rain would cease, only to be thrust headlong into winter. No, winter has never been this frigid. Never imagined I'd freeze to death before starving. Does anyone have a down jacket to lend me? Any silk duvets? Even cotton quilts would suffice. I simply cannot bear it any longer. Please sell me some food. The children are wailing with hunger. I kneel before you all. Please, just a little food. My father's health is failing. Without nourishment, he'll soon succumb, and my filial failure will be unforgivable. Where is Auntie Wong from the Residence Committee? Come out now. If you hadn't barred us from rushing stores for supplies, I'd at least be well-fed and better equipped to survive a few more days. Exactly. Food replenishes vital energy, making us far more resilient against the cold. Auntie Wong, you step forward now. Didn't you promise rescue teams would arrive tomorrow? Didn't you swear supplies would be delivered to our doors tomorrow? How many tomorrows have passed already? Where are the rescue teams? Where are the supplies? Silent as ever, old vegetable skin. Brothers and sisters from Building 10, go fetch her out. If she hides again, give her a sound beating, to relieve our shared fury. Beat her. This old woman has doomed us all. I fully support Building 10's residents confronting her. Should police investigate later, count me among those held accountable. A resident sharing the same floor as Annie Wong wrapped himself like a mummy against the minus 40-degree gale, stormed across the corridor and kicked her door open. Overwhelmed by mounting pressure, Auntie Wong reluctantly posted a message in the group. Everyone, please remain calm. I deeply understand your anguish. I've been in constant contact with the authorities, who are actively arranging food and winter garments for all of you. Yet the severe cold and deep floodwaters have gravely impeded relief efforts. Do not panic excessively. The graver the crisis, the more essential composure becomes. Do not act rashly lest you commit irrevocable mistakes. I have received definitive confirmation the People's Liberation Army has already deployed. Authorities are racing against time and nature itself. Please trust in the coming rescue. Upon hearing the army had mobilized, residents' fury subsided significantly. In public memory, no natural disaster proved insurmountable once the military intervened. Yet this reassurance alone could not extinguish all resentment. Can we still believe a word this old woman says? Haven't you filled this week with nothing but soothing platitudes? Let me warn you, if no aid arrives tomorrow, I'll drag you out myself and rip that lying mouth wide open. You claim the army has deployed. Where's your proof? Right, we can't reach any emergency lines. So how exactly did you contact the authorities? Did you just fabricate this out of thin air? I nearly starved to death. I won't swallow your lies without evidence. Show us something tangible. No chat logs. At least provide call records. Produce the evidence. Show it. At that moment, Annie Wong's heart raced wildly. Like everyone else, she couldn't connect to emergency services, so where precisely would evidence come from? When the disaster first struck, she'd felt quietly proud of her managerial competence. But over recent days, besieged by hungry residents demanding answers about relief and supplies, she'd clung stubbornly to her original script. Now, though the deluge had abated, an even more fearsome cold front loomed. However deep the floodwaters, people could still swim out in search of sustenance. But this sudden brutal freeze rendered water impassable. Any attempt to enter meant certain death by hypothermia. She knew full well that her neighbors, starving and freezing, stood on the precipice of explosive rage. The group's furious accusations and the neighbors' violent kick at her door spoke volumes. Trembling, she feared their collective fury might erupt into physical assault. Clutching her quilt tighter, she gazed out at a world bleached white beyond the window. This weather defied all reason. A Category 17 super typhoon, floodwaters exceeding 10 meters in depth. These lay far beyond the bounds of normal natural disasters. And now this abrupt, merciless cold snap. Everything had shattered the laws of nature. She remained convinced that in such an hour the authorities would inevitably deploy the military for nationwide large-scale relief. That certainty emboldened her to fabricate the army's deployment, solely to pacify residents teetering on the edge of hysteria. Auntie Wong pressed onward, weaving her tale. The call came directly from the authorities, explicitly confirming the military's deployment. They instructed our committee to stabilize morale and urged everyone to wait patiently for rescue. It was an encrypted emergency management hotline, 4-digit virtual number. Even if I shared it, none of you could dial through. Trust me, the military rescue will arrive. Please hold on for 2 to 7 more days. Zhou Chen ate fresh grapes, observing Annie Wang's performance with quiet amusement. Invoking the military indeed instilled confidence. Citing an encrypted emergency management office line lent further credibility. Had it been unencrypted, it would surely have been overwhelmed by calls from desperate citizens. One had to admit, Auntie Wang possessed a certain psychological acumen, skillfully addressing collective anxieties and diffusing the fierce backlash with just a few well-chosen words. Yet the moment residents heard they must wait 2 to 7 days, dissent flared anew. What? 2 to 7 days? Just go ahead and collect my corpse. I can't last a single day. How is this different from waiting to die? Go to hell. My entire family has survived solely on tap water. Come dawn, if no supplies appear, I'll kill you. Startled, Auntie Wang recoiled, reawakening a grim thought she'd entertained just days earlier. Her gaze fell upon her husband, withered and near unconscious from hunger. Her own stomach growled fiercely. She seized the last remaining loaf of bread and stuffed it whole into her mouth, her eyes flashing with a feral, ruthless glint. Everyone hear me out. Beyond the welcome news of military deployment, the authorities issued another directive. To ensure every resident survives until rescue arrives, each household is ordered to contribute all available provisions for centralized, equitable distribution. This directive originates from the highest authorities and falls to our residents' committee for implementation. Due to flooding, we will appoint 1 floor captain per building, tasked with collecting supplies door to door and allocating them fairly to every individual. All measures serve our collective survival. Full cooperation is mandatory. Non-compliance will incur criminal liability after the crisis. I shall personally oversee Building 10. Beginning now, I designate floor captains, starting with Building 1. Gather the supplies from each building and distribute them evenly among everyone. The starving residents applauded in admiration. In the freezing cold, one could still hide under the blankets, but if they did not eat, they would starve to death. Even if they could only receive food for a day or two, or with just a few meals, they were simply too hungry. Cheers erupted in the group, with many expressing that the command issued by the organization was indeed wise. However, for those with stored food at home, this was not good news. A week passed, and even the landlord's family had no surplus food. Moreover, some of them had already sold or lent out a portion of their food. With so little left at home, there was not enough for their own family. So how could they give away what little they had? They were all just ordinary citizens. There was no talk of great love. However, the starving residents in the community accounted for 80%, all excitedly shouting in the group. If they stood up to oppose, they would be drowned in saliva in an instant. There was no harm in verbal attacks, but what if neighbors from the same building came to their door? A group of starving and freezing people were in a bad mood. One wrong word could lead to a physical altercation. Who could withstand an attack from a crowd? Realizing this, the residents began to hide their food while still shouting along with everyone. The list of building leaders issued by the community committee included a total of 30 people, herself included. When Zhou Chen saw this list, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This list of building leaders was almost identical to the last life. Without exception, these individuals had some relationship or interest connection with the old lady, including big bosses and rich second-generation individuals whom she had flattered. In the previous life, these people collected everyone's supplies, and not only did they fail to distribute them fairly to the residents, but they also stuffed their own pockets while feasting. By the time the residents reacted, these people had all moved into Building 10 to live together. In the face of hunger and cold, the dazed residents angrily knocked on their doors, demanding their share of supplies, only to be knocked to the ground by this lively bunch of scoundrels, many of whom did not get back up. Afterward, each day, someone died of starvation. The group, led by the community committee's old lady, however, emerged unscathed, having survived 3 months of extreme cold. The community committee's old lady was very proactive. The list has been drafted. Everyone take a look. If there are no objections, the building leaders can start taking action now. Zhou Chen naturally would not let her have her way. I have objections. What is wrong with you, Zhou Chen? The community committee's old lady gritted her teeth in anger. Are you addicted to singing the opposite tune? It's already time. If this delays the work of the building leaders and someone starves to death in the next second, can you take responsibility? The starving residents immediately began to curse. Zhou Chen, do you have a problem? I'm about to starve to death. Keep your objections to yourself. Anyone who delays the building leaders' work of distributing supplies, don't blame me for going all out. Your objections mean you don't want to share the supplies with everyone, right? Building 21's leader and neighbors, you better be careful. Someone will definitely make sure supplies are taken out. Zhou Chen comfortably lay on the sofa, listening to the crackling sound of the fire burning. He directly sent a voice message. Hey, everyone, I'm also thinking of everyone. Please take a good look at this list and think about the relationships of these people with the old lady. a bunch of relatives and friends, as well as her usual flattery targets. Don't you fear they will collude, privately stuffing their own pockets while ignoring everyone's survival? The community committee's old lady was furious. Zhou Chen, you are not just slandering good people, you are also sowing discord. Do you understand? The 29 designated building leaders immediately jumped out to criticize, accuse, and curse. They had just opened a new group and were excitedly discussing the benefits of collecting supplies had they been discovered so quickly. Zhou Chen, you are judging others by your own standards. Only a dirty person would think others are just as dirty. You may have supplies and you think you're noble, but please don't affect others' precious lives. We are all neighbors, all disaster victims. How could we engage in such unethical behavior of stuffing our own pockets? Everyone, don't be misled by him. In the end, it's just because he is selfish and unwilling to share his supplies. He wants to watch everyone starve and freeze to death. He usually looks well-dressed, but who would have thought he is this kind of person? I heard his aunt and old classmate are about to starve to death, and he won't even spare a bite. He's simply a cold-blooded animal. The appearance of a photo suddenly silenced the entire group. The background of the photo was a kitchen with a bag of 10 kilograms of flour, 2 packs of noodles, a bag of dumplings, 4 eggs, 5 kilograms of potatoes, 5 kilograms of sweet potatoes, and a block of frozen hard pork. This made the residents who had been drinking tap water to stave off hunger for several days widen their eyes in disbelief. Especially the piece of pork, although only about a kilogram, had a good mix of fat and lean. Seeing that piece of pork belly was like seeing a plate of sweet and savory braised pork that was rich, yet not greasy, melting in the mouth. As Zhou Lily's family along with the thin monkey trio went door to door begging for supplies against the biting cold, their hearts screamed in despair. No, this was their supply, or was Zhou Chen going to give away the supplies promised to them to others? The tension in the group quickly escalated. If Zhou Chen distributed the supplies to others, what would they eat? Zhou Chen sent the photo, followed closely by a voice message. Everyone, this is the only food left in my house. I will only keep a handful of noodles and 1 egg, and the rest will be shared with everyone. In this time of disaster, I can only do my little part. Under the temptation of food, the group erupted with the strongest cheers. Especially the residents of Building 21, their excited emotions were hard to calm. Brother, I'm so moved. Brother, I often travel abroad for work. If there's anything you want to buy, just let me know. Brother, I can see this is already your last food. If you weren't living alone, you wouldn't be able to produce these items. Brother, no need to say more. If you encounter any problems in society, feel free to find me. Anyone who bullies you, just watch me deal with them. The other residents from the 29 buildings were all enviously wishing they were owners of Building 21. Zhou Chen was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and continued with his previous topic. Everyone, I am not trying to stop the command from the organization. We must unite to overcome difficulties. This is something everyone understands. But do you really trust the building leaders designated by the old lady? A team of leaders composed of relatives and interests, do you really believe there's no trickery involved? When the time comes, they will be stuffed to the brim while you're starving and blown away by the wind. When you realize you've been duped and want to reclaim your supplies, can you beat them? In a society ruled by a wise leader, how can there be a one-man show? Such intentions are to be condemned. As for the selection of building leaders, you are all welcome to vote. Also, don't you find it strange? The community committee members are not just the old lady with a team of 5 to 11 people. How is it only she can contact the organization? Think about it carefully. The community committee's old lady and the 29 designated leaders had faces darker than the bottom of a pot. Little Chi Lao was intentionally going against them. Blocking people's wealth is like killing their parents. They remembered this grudge. The problem was they had not yet thought of a countermeasure when someone else sent a photo. It was security guard old son, and the photo showed 2 bags of instant noodles and 3 bags of sausage. Each bag of instant noodles contained 5 small packets, and each bag of sausages contained 10 links. With the photo out, the residents' excited emotions were reignited. This kind of junk food, which was so cheap that many people usually wouldn't eat it, had now become everyone's lifeline. Zhou Chen's move was refreshingly simple and effective. The residents of Building 21, ecstatic and clamoring with excitement, triggered a full-blown butterfly effect. Those who had previously held no objection to the designated floor leader now voiced firm opposition. Whether or not the neighborhood committee aunt harbored ill intent mattered little. The undeniable truth remained: every name on the proposed list either bore familial ties to her or belonged to wealthy entrepreneurs and signs of privilege. The group chat erupted into chaos. Residents denounced autocratic rule, insisting the floor leader must be elected by popular vote, and then dispersed en masse into smaller chats to begin voting. Residents of Building 21 were even more direct. In my opinion, brother, Zhou Chen should be our floor leader. Agreed. At this moment of universal dread, only someone who voluntarily shares all their supplies could possibly betray us. I agree too. Zhou Chen, of course, had no intention of assuming the role. Wasn't a quiet, comfortable life far more appealing? His primary motive in donating supplies was to cultivate a loyal cohort. Conditions would only deteriorate further as scarcity inevitably breeds monstrous cruelty. When that hour arrived, Zhang Li and his band of thugs, numerically dominant, could seize control over the entire building through a single brutal act of exemplary terror. He needed a countervailing force, but one that demanded minimal personal investment. I respectfully declined the position of floor leader. Recently, I've suffered setbacks in my career and lack both the mental fortitude and emotional bandwidth for such responsibility. Given the stakes, our very survival, I urge you to appoint someone else without delay. Friends, I propose Old Sun. He may not be a resident of our compound, but his work ethic has been evident to all for years and his integrity is beyond reproach. We can address concerns later. Right now, what matters most is eating. Naturally, the residents of Building 21 balked at the idea of a security guard as their floor leader, but Zhou Chen had spoken plainly and Old Sun had already contributed supplies. His character, undeniably commendable, lent weight to the proposal. Moreover, their growling stomachs brooked no further delay. No one wished to keep drinking tap water. Zhou Chen was right when starvation loomed. Why agonize over politics? Getting food into bellies was the sole imperative. Agreed. Let Old Sun be our floor leader. At that moment, Old Sun stared blankly at his phone, utterly bewildered by Zhou Chen's message. Yet he complied without hesitation. I accept this charge in times of crisis, and shall not hesitate. Floors 5 and below are already flooded. To balance accessibility, I'll split the difference. Residents of floor 15. Who among you can boil water? I'll bring down instant noodles and sausages, first cook them up, and serve something hot to tide everyone over. Then proceed door to door to collect remaining supplies. Both households on floor 15 eagerly agreed to boil water immediately. Starving residents, imagining steaming hot noodles moments away, wept with relief. Zhou Chen, clad in a military greatcoat, opened his door, just as Old Sun, likewise wrapped in a greatcoat, opened the door directly across the hall. Trembling, Old Sun rushed over, clutching 3 massive bags of instant noodles, and thrust one toward Zhou Chen. Zhou, keeping just one bundle won't sustain you. You're tall and strong. That amount won't last more than a few meals. Take this whole bag. I've quietly set aside a little for myself. I won't refuse, Zhou Chen replied, puzzled. How is it you live across from me? Security personnel had a duty room at the property management front desk. Yet the head of security resided on the 8th floor of Building 21, and after floodwaters submerged the front desk, Zhou Chen had assumed Old Sun was staying with him. Before Old Sun could answer, a sound echoed from the door behind him. Zhou Chen turned, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What did he see? A matryoshka doll. Old Sun dashed back inside, whispered urgently to the doll, then swiftly shut and locked the door with a key. A second later, he unlocked it again, scooped the doll into his arms, and carried it straight to Zhou Chen. Zhou, please look after him for me. I still need to go door to door collecting supplies. It's freezing inside, and he's far too young to be left alone. Zhou Chen fell silent. The doll was irresistibly adorable, swaddled tightly with only 2 wide round eyes peering out. This was going to be trouble. Zhou Chen hesitated, stunned. What exactly is happening here? Old Sun gazed at the child with tender grandfatherly affection. He chuckled warmly. There's an elderly resident in Building 1 who cannot care for himself. His children were stranded elsewhere during the typhoon, and Fang Yi, moved by compassion, went to assist that very night. She couldn't bring the child along, so she asked me, being fellow natives, to watch him. Little did I know that temporary arrangement would stretch into a full week. Poor thing, Old Sun sighed, his voice thick with sorrow. So young, and already orphaned. His elder brother remains unreachable. Truly heartbreaking. Zhou Chen let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Compassion. More like moonlighting, working secretly for private pay while employed elsewhere. Sakura residential complex featured a 2-unit per floor layout. The doll's father, a traffic police officer, worked long, erratic hours. His mother ran a seafood restaurant and possessed a warm, generous heart. His elder brother served in the military, as a reconnaissance soldier, they said. Once a blissful family, shattered by a single car crash. On the evening of the 3rd day of the month, the father was conducting a drunk driving checkpoint when a drunken heir of wealth refused to exit his vehicle for inspection, then struck the officer and dragged him nearly 2 kilometers beneath the wheels. By the time the car was forcibly halted, the man was already dead. His wife, shattered by grief, suffered a sudden myocardial infarction and could not be revived. The eldest son rushed home to manage the funeral arrangements, hired a temporary nanny, then hurried back to base to process his discharge papers, likely finalizing them within the next day or 2. Tragically, the doll never lived to see his sole surviving relative return. In his previous life, Zhou Chen had joined several neighbors in an exodus from the city and had intended to take the child with them. When they finally forced open the apartment door, the child was nowhere to be found, and no sound issued from within. The nanny sat alone in the dining area, cradling a bowl of meat broth, while in the pot beside her rested the bleached, stripped skeleton of a 5-year-old. Every scrap of flesh had been meticulously removed. The bones bore signs of repeated, prolonged boiling. Would this lifetime, with Old Sun present, alter the doll's fate? Zhou Chen was speechless. Had he known the truth, he'd never have recommended Old Sun as floor leader. Old Sun, do you need help with your duties? Hearing cries from downstairs, old Sun hastily thrust the child into Zhou Chen's arms. Since his parents passed, he's grown withdrawn, neither crying nor fussing. Just place him on the sofa and let him play quietly on his own. Damn it. Wait. Zhou Chen tried to call old Sun back, but the man hobbling on one injured leg vanished up the stairwell in an instant. Zhou Chen stood dumbfounded staring at the doll, who ignored him completely, his pure large eyes fixed intently on the Fu character pasted on the door. A biting wind lashed his cheeks with stinging cold. Only then did Zhou Chen realize his error, and with deep resignation turned and carried the doll back into his warm, spring-like apartment. Woof! A golden retriever named Huang wearing a short down jacket trotted over, tail wagging vigorously. Wary of the newcomer, the dog nudged Zhou Chen's pant leg repeatedly, terrified of losing favor and being cast out. The doll remained withdrawn, not glancing once at the dog. Perhaps driven by instinctive aversion to the cold, his round eyes stayed fixed on the flames dancing in the hearth. Zhou Chen settled the child onto the armchair before the fireplace and scratched his head in helpless dismay. Damn it. He'd underestimated everything. The existence of the Matryoshka dolls left Zhou Chen feeling troubled. His kindness and compassion had long been worn down to a mere shadow in his previous life. He had no experience with children. In this world, children and small animals are the most vulnerable, weak, adorable, and soft. They seek comfort, and adults are instinctively filled with protective instincts towards such defenseless beings. Unknowingly, he fell into the trap of nurturing, and by the time he realized it, he had already cradled the doll in his palms, unable to part with it. Zhou Chen glared at the Matryoshka with a disapproving expression. Once. Just this once. As soon as old Sun returns, I will throw the Matryoshka back. Taking one more second would be a disrespect to the apocalypse. Zhou Chen suppressed the urge to throw the Matryoshka out the door and casually found some toys from his storage for it to play with. Only then did he have the time to check his phone messages. Brother Zhou, we have already returned to the 11th floor. You didn't turn in all the supplies, did you? Xiao Chun, didn't you promise to bring us supplies? If you hand over the supplies, what are my cousin and I supposed to eat? The 7 people who stubbornly braved the cold returned to the 11th floor, their faces turning pale, limbs stiff, and their bodies nearly devoid of sensation. If it weren't for the timely delivery of a large cup of hot water from those inside, they might have frozen to death by now. Finally recovering a bit, they immediately grabbed their phones to ask Zhou Chen about the supplies. After all, he had promised to deliver them. Zhou Chen replied with a helpless emoticon. I indeed wanted to give you half of the supplies earlier, but now hasn't the organization issued an order to submit supplies for centralized management and distribution? If I don't turn them in, I will be held accountable later. Don't worry, the owner is cooking instant noodles. It should be ready soon. However, with so many of you in your room, all being outsiders, and not even tenants, I can't guarantee whether you will get a share. The thin monkey grew anxious, his tone filled with pleading. Brother Zhou, you can't do this. I know you must have surplus supplies at home. Oh, please help us this once. I promise to testify against Zhang Li in court. Brother Zhou, isn't the owner your friend? Please say a few good words for us. Even if you could give each of us a bowl of porridge, we really can't hold on any longer. Brother, we can write a testimony for you right now. The thin monkey spoke at length, but received no response. Wanting to plead again, he recalled the experience of nearly freezing to death before, and he simply lacked the courage to step out the door. Anxious, he could only keep messaging Zhou Chen. As the temperature continued to drop, the messages became increasingly desperate. Zhou Lily's family back in the master bedroom was equally anxious. Xiao Chen, have you gone out? Xiao Chen, when are you bringing the supplies down? Xiao Chen, you can't go back on your word. We are family. Suddenly Zhou Lily realized she might have been deceived, as Zhou Chen never intended to provide supplies. He just didn't want anyone to die at his doorstep. Were they really going to starve to death here? In a panic of facing death, she slapped her future daughter-in-law across the face. It's all your fault, shameless woman. Is being pregnant a big deal? Are you the only woman in the world who can give birth? Just because you have a big belly, you want money, a house, and a car. If it weren't for you, our family of 3 would have food and drink in our own home. How could we suffer like this? Don't think I don't know how many men you've seduced while working in that foot massage place. The pregnant woman had pent-up anger with no place to vent, and now out of the blue, she was slapped, igniting the fury within her, and she retaliated with 2 slaps. If it weren't for the fact that I can't hit while pregnant, do you think I would be willing to marry your son? What good can come from 2 gambling addicts? Suddenly, the 10 people outside anxiously discussing heard a scream. Before long, a woman bleeding from her lower body opened the door and emerged, her face filled with terror as she sought help from everyone. Help? But the weather was too cold. Oh, after just 2 steps, the woman collapsed on the ground. The instant noodles on the 15th floor were already cooked, and the notified owners were overjoyed. Great. Finally, there's something to eat. Each household sent out a representative to take the biggest soup pot from home and ventured out into the cold. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they discovered that it was nothing like the delicious instant noodles they had imagined. 6 large water buckets were lined up, each filled with a broth resembling slop, with a layer of something like flour floating on top, making it utterly nauseating. What? What the hell is this? There are no instant noodles, only soup. How can we eat this? Do you all even know how to cook? Not even dogs would eat this trash. Did you secretly eat the instant noodles and just leave us a bucket of soup? The two owners and their families on the 15th floor immediately exploded in anger. Damn it, are you blind? Aren't the instant noodles all in the soup? With 50 or 60 people in the whole building, how can you not cut the noodles into pieces before cooking? How are we supposed to share this? I poured the last half bowl of lard from my home into this pot of noodle soup. What more do you want? What time is it, and you're still complaining? Just let us starve. A group of starving residents had no choice but to suppress their disgust and lined up to take a bowl of noodle soup back home. Zhang Li and the others living in room 602 waited and waited, but did not receive any notice about the noodles. Forced by the situation, Zhang Li had no choice but to pick up his phone to inquire in the group. The response he got was that the noodle soup had already been distributed. Zhang Li nearly jumped out of bed. Distributed? What do you mean distributed? I'm a tenant in room 101 on the 6th floor. We never received any notice from you. A bearded man stepped forward and said, I'm the deputy building owner. The main owner is collecting supplies, and I am responsible for distributing food. Zhang Li from 101 and Yang Sitian from 602. I've reserved some for you too, so hurry up and come get it. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Naturally, the task of retrieving the instant noodles fell upon Yang Sitian and Su Wanwan. Among this group, only the two of them and the little girl had winter clothes. The little girl was a target to befriend, while Zhang Li and the others were only wearing thin summer clothing huddled under blankets, even needing to hold it in to go to the bathroom. When the two women rushed to the 15th floor with 2 large soup pots, they were immediately stunned. On the kitchen counter, there were only 2 small bowls of noodle soup the size of a fist. Shivering Su Wanwan looked incredulously at the scene. Wasn't it supposed to be distributed per person? Why is there only this little? There are still more than 10 people in our room. The bearded deputy building owner was sipping his own bowl of noodle soup in small bites, treasuring every drop. It is distributed per person. However, I distribute based on how many people are registered on the property management list. Su Wanwan was dumbfounded and immediately stepped forward to argue. How can this be? Even if we are not owners of the community, you can't just ignore us, right? Are those not on the property management list meant to starve to death? The bearded man greedily stared at the 2 bowls of noodle soup on the counter, unable to help but lick his lips. If you have a problem, talk to the owner. There are limited food supplies, so of course we must prioritize the people from our community. If you don't want it, just let me drink it. I want it. Yang Sitian rushed forward, finishing her bowl in one go. Su Wanwan was stimulated by this, seeing the aroma of the noodle soup drilling into her nostrils. Hunger defeated the remnants of her rationality, as she could think of nothing else, and charged forward like a starving dog pouncing on food. You two mad women. Facing the 2 women who returned with empty basins, Zhang Li looked as if he could have slapped each of them across the face. Chen Chang and the others wore thunderous expressions. The fists curled beneath the quilts creaked with barely contained fury. If they had not been too frozen to leave their beds, they would have leapt up to tear at their hair, raining blows down. Those supplies were their very lifeline. Those 2 lunatics only cared for themselves, heedless of everyone else. Spit out what belongs to us. You little bitch, you're asking for death. Yang Sitian, still savoring the taste of the instant noodle broth, sneered. You can't blame me. The ration wasn't divided by head count. The property has a resident list. I drank what was allotted to me. She then cast a disdainful glance at Su Wanwan. The starving, freezing crowd turned murderous eyes on Su Wanwan, their gazes like blades, as if they would enjoy driving her to the ground. Su Wanwan felt no shame. She tidied her hair in front of the phone screen. For a moment, she seemed to regain her goddess-like composure. What hurry? Don't forget our plan. What is a single bowl of broth worth quarreling over? Move into the house with the fireplace. Want a bowl of egg noodles? Taste divine there. Zhang Li stifled his anger. You mean? Su Wanwan smiled with untroubled confidence. A bowl of egg noodles? Do you really think Zhou Chen would hand over all his supplies? Zhang Li snapped. Of course not. Who in their right mind would surrender every scrap of food in a situation like this? Chen Chang ground his teeth and warned. You better make Zhou Chen open that door. If you can't, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Yang Sitian, stomping to keep warm, watched the others with cold eyes, lips curling in derision. She turned and locked her door behind her. She took out her phone, found Zhou Chen on her group chat, and sent a friend request. Zhou Chen was at home preparing a fruit salad. Fresh watermelon, mango, peach, strawberry, kiwi, cantaloupe, cherry, tomatoes, dragon fruit. He added a generous pour of milk and a handful of nuts that all looked impossibly tempting. Da Huang drooled and wagged his tail in supplication. Zhou Chen gave the dog a gentle kick on the rump and sent it back to its kennel to eat its kibble. The large cup of fruit salad was for him. The smaller one he pressed into Tao's hands. With a stony face he threatened, if you need someone to feed you before you'll eat, I'll throw you out the door right now. Taowa was withdrawn, not mentally deficient, Handed a cup of fruit salad, she stared blankly, scooped a spoonful, and ate, indifferent to anything around her and to Zhou Chen's threat. Zhou Chen leaned back on another single sofa, legs long and restless, stretching toward the fire, basking in the steady warmth the hearth supplied. The fresh fruit bright on his tongue, he felt content. With one hand, he set a frying pan upon the embers. Inside lay a prepared king crab. Ding! His phone chimed again. He leisurely picked it up and saw a message from Su Ruanruan and a friend request from someone claiming to be Yang Sitian of 602. Zhou Chen accepted the request, then opened Su Ruanruan's messages. Was she trying to trick him into opening the door? Aiken, let's talk. Don't worry, I'm alone in my room, not with them. It's freezing, can we voice call? Hearing Su's trembling voice and that new intimate form of address, he wondered why he had never before found it nauseating. He replied bluntly, not convenient. Su Ruanruan shot back instantly, not convenient. What are you doing right now? Zhou Chen snapped a photo of the fruit salad and caught a crab claw peeking from the pan. Nothing much, just tried making a fruit salad. It tastes so I lost my appetite immediately. Shivering under the covers, Su Ruanruan's eyes glued to the image. Bastard. She had been starving for days. Her last meal had been a watery bowl of instant noodles, and here he sat by the fire eating fruit salad. The photo was impossibly clear. She could make out several kinds of fruit. Wait, there was a crab claw in the pan. Such a large claw, plainly from a king crab. Could Zhou Chen's household really be so well stocked? Zhang Li and the others huddled in the same bed heard that he was eating fruit salad and felt their eyes burn with jealousy. They longed to storm the top floor, batter the door down, beat Zhou Chen senseless, and force him to hand over every piece of fruit. Not just the fruit, all the food, the warm fireplace. It should be theirs. If he has fruit, he must be hoarding more supplies and refusing to surrender them. How selfish of him, and precisely the outcome they had been hoping for. Su Ruanruan swallowed and, thinking of the plan, forced herself to sound demure. How lovely. I remember how we used to go to Whitean for that place's fruit salad. No other shop could match their flavor. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. If you like it so much, you can go whenever we leave the compound. Under pressure from the others, Su Ruanruan's tone turned contrite. Aiken, I know you must hate me now, but I was forced into the factory matter. Zhang Li pressured me. He hinted about you several times, and you never noticed. Zhou Chen's mouth twitched with cold amusement. Zhang Li forced you. White Lotus, let the performance begin. Su Ruanruan hurriedly replied yes. Zhang Li fell into gambling, owing millions at brutal interest. If he couldn't repay, they threatened to drag him up the mountain and bury him alive. He was terrified. You were the only wealthy friend around. He knew you loathed gamblers and that you would never lend him money. So he used your life to threaten me. He said if I didn't obey, he'd kill you. I was afraid you'd be harmed. You didn't notice his hints. The factory matters were all cooked up by him, and Qin Chong, the signatures were forged. I really did nothing. Ake and I followed Zhang Li not to betray you, but to gather evidence secretly. You have been so good to me, and I love you. How could I ever collude to hurt you? I've nearly collected enough proof. In these days I've coaxed out useful information. I guarantee we'll win the case, and the factory will be restored to you. Aiken, this is no small matter. Can we meet in person? Let's meet at the next food distribution. He'll use the excuse of collecting supplies to come up to see you. After sending the voice message, Su Ruanruan's nerves were wound tight to her throat. Zhang Li and the others felt the same. That factory was their livelihood, and had been left to Zhou Chen by his parents. If there was a chance to reclaim it, they could not imagine Zhou Chen refusing. But Zhou Chen did refuse. The single voice message he sent everyone's hopes plummeting. His tone carried an amused, almost mocking cadence. Could you not come up with a slightly better excuse? The whole city is on the brink of ruin. Where is there a factory now? You'd do better to worry about not freezing or starving to death. And my home only shelters women. What's Qin Chong's girlfriend's name again? She looks rather nice. The woman named by Qin Chong was astonished, and a secret joy swelled in her chest. So many women, and Zhou Chen set his sights on her. She could barely contain the urge to dash to the 23rd floor and beg him to open the door. She wanted the hearth's warmth, the taste of proper food. As for their motives, she wasn't blind, as Zhou Chen was 100 times better than Qin Chong. The atmosphere turned strange in an instant. Some furious, some jealous, some worried, some afraid. Dawn broke. The entire world lay shrouded in blinding white. Skyscrapers, trees, and earth alike buried beneath a merciless blanket of ice and snow. Temperatures plummeted to -70°C. Icicles hung like jagged fangs from rooftops and treetops, while the surface of floodwaters, over 10 meters deep, froze solid into a brittle, glassy sheen. People awoke to a chilling realization overnight they had seemingly been thrust into an ice age. In the Sakura residential community's WeChat group, residents flooded the chat with photos, each showing monstrous icicles as thick as a child's arm. Good heavens, this is utterly absurd. What on earth is the Meteorological Bureau doing? What exactly have we been funding all these years with our hard-earned taxes? Please don't tell me. The end of the world has truly arrived. Could it be that we're all trapped inside a shared dream, a frozen apocalypse, and none of this is real? I've layered on every piece of clothing I own, yet the cold only deepens. Am I about to freeze to death? Who just shouted for fast-acting life-saving pills? I've found some. Just tell me which building you're in, and I'll bring them over. No need, thank you. My father has already passed. A stunned silence fell over the chat group. After hours of frantic chatter, not a single word stirred. Residents stood frozen stunned, truly grasping for the first time that someone had perished in this cataclysm. Would others follow? Where was rescue? With no sign of aid, and no supplies left, would they and their families become the next victims? In that moment, fear took root in every heart. They suddenly understood death was no longer abstract. Their loved ones too could vanish without warning. Survival, raw, primal, undeniable, rose within them like a tide. The more they feared death, the deeper dread coiled through their souls. Zhou Chen sensed it clearly. Those who'd once dismissed the flood and frost as mere inconveniences now trembled with dawning horror, realizing at last that the end of the world might truly be upon them. He fed several logs into the fireplace, stoking the flames until they roared with fierce golden heat. He replaced his $1,000 Simmons mattress with a luxury woolen blanket, then retrieved 2 down duvets from his spatial storage, transforming the bed into a haven of warmth and comfort. A knock echoed at the door. Zhou Chen suspected it was Lao Sun, but still peered cautiously through the peephole. As he opened the door, a blast of frigid air struck him like a blade, searing exposed skin with icy pain. Lao Sun, who'd barely endured the cold before, now trembled violently. Had he not worn a thick woolen hat and scarf, his ears would likely have frozen off by now. At his feet sat a flimsy cardboard box, its contents pitifully sparse. Zhou Chen asked, "How did it go?" Lao Sun shook his head in disappointment. Even if headquarters had issued such an order, they couldn't possibly conduct house-to-house searches. Besides, residents of Mo City rarely stockpile supplies. Most have long exhausted their reserves, surviving solely on water. Gathering even this much was no small feat. Someone surely was hoarding. Zhou Chen himself. Lao Sun himself. If even he kept supplies hidden, how could he demand others surrender theirs entirely? Especially now, wasn't this tantamount to sentencing people to death? Lao Sun stamped his feet, desperately feeling the tips of his toes grow numb. Xiao, I swear this weather feels unnatural. Could it be like those American disaster films? Humanity's sins have overwhelmed the earth. Has the true apocalypse finally come? Zhou Chen offered no firm answer. Anything is possible. Best to prepare accordingly. Lao Sun shivered as he spoke. I'll carry these supplies inside first. Then bring the child out. Zhou Chen halted him. I wasn't aware you were caring for the child. My advice is clear. Either entrust the child to someone else, or assign someone else to guard the supplies. You cannot manage both. Lao Sun narrowed his eyes. You mean, appoint someone else as building manager? Yes. In this freezing hellscape with food so scarce, even one child is nearly impossible to care for. Zhou Chen shook his head. If you refuse to part with the child, hand the supplies to another. Guarding them invites suspicion, and when conditions deteriorate beyond control, those supplies will become your death warrant. A veteran of street life and 20 years as a security guard, Lao Sun instantly grasped the peril. You're absolutely right. Then, let you serve as building manager. Zhou Chen declined flatly. I have no interest in such trivialities. Then, let's discuss it later. Lao Sun lowered his voice. I've observed something. No resident in this building is willing to share food with the outsiders from apartment 1001. Zhou Chen found it unsurprising. Self-preservation is nature's first law. Food was already vanishingly scarce. 80-odd residents across the building, yet Zhang Li's group alone accounted for a third. Starving and shivering, who among them cared whether strangers lived or died? What puzzled Zhou Chen was why Lao Sun had singled out Zhang Li and his men. Lao Sun volunteered an explanation. Word of your factory incident has spread throughout the neighborhood. Though you've said little outright, I suspect you intend to settle accounts with them, while the world freezes. Damn bastards. Such vile deeds deserve brutal retribution. Back in my youth, I'd have charged in with a watermelon cleaver, hacking them limb from limb, leaving them screaming for their mothers, haunted for life. Zhou Chen raised a thumb. Incredible. Lao Sun scratched his head, embarrassed. Old age crept up on me. One leg's been crippled by a blade. These days I'm fit for nothing but tall tales. I'll take these supplies downstairs now, find someone trustworthy to guard them, then return immediately for the child. Half an hour later, Lao Sun knocked again. Zhou Chen handed the child over as though ridding himself of a plague. The moment Lao Sun cradled the infant, he felt astonishing warmth radiating from the tiny body, as if holding a living furnace. Only then did he recall Zhou Chen owned not one, but 2 fireplaces. Shivering uncontrollably, he couldn't deny his envy. Gazing at the child's delicate, beautiful features, and then at Zhou Chen, he opened his mouth, then hesitated, words unspoken. Bang! Zhou Chen slammed the door shut before Lao Sun could utter a word. He had no intention of inviting trouble. Yawning, he sank onto his sumptuous bed, nestled into the soft woolen blanket wrapped snugly in the down duvet, lulled by the crackling symphony of burning logs, utterly profoundly at ease. Outside the world was a frozen wasteland, inside spring reigned. In that sanctuary of warmth, Zhou Chen slipped swiftly into deep restorative slumber, while elsewhere his neighbors suffered each agonizing hour. Especially Zhang Li's group, the outsiders ill-equipped for winter and far too numerous. Two modest quilts could never shield them all. Yang Sitian was dragged from her bed onto the freezing floor. "What are you doing?" Chen Chang and his men seized her quilt by force, fists raised in threat. "Keep shrieking, and I'll strip your clothes off right now, for my girlfriend to wear." Outraged Yang Sitian recoiled in terror, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest, then scrambled into the wardrobe to escape the cold. Scum! Monsters! Cursed 1,000 times over. It was already vile enough to kick down her door and steal her quilt. Now they'd even taken the mattress pad beneath her. They meant to freeze her to death. Huddled in the hollow, echoing emptiness of the wardrobe, she trembled, not just from cold, but from dread of being stripped bare at any moment. Shaking, she pulled out her phone and wept as she sent Zhou Chen a message. She regretted everything. For a single handbag, she had invited wolves into her home. "Brother Zhou, these people plan to harm you. When their first scheme failed, they're now plotting to send Chun Chang's girlfriend to trick you into opening the door. If you'll shelter me, I'll eliminate this threat for you. I will be your blade." Zhou Chen slept until afternoon. The first thing he did upon waking was to stoke the fireplace. The roaring flames kept the room at a comfortable 30 degrees Celsius. Tiring of steak, he decided to prepare a hot pot. His spatial storage held abundant hot pot-based sauces, premium beef and lamb, fish balls, shrimp balls, tripe, yellowthroat, duck intestines, duck blood, and over a dozen varieties of vegetables, enough to assemble an extravagant feast. He added 2 bottles of beer, savoring tender morsels from the bubbling broth, while gazing out at the snowfall beyond the window. Meanwhile, his phone resting on the dining table buzzed incessantly. Numerous calls and messages flooded in, some urgent, some absurd, but he scrolled through them idly as he ate, replying to none. "My cousin's girlfriend is dead." His gambling-addicted aunt, ever quick to deflect blame, immediately pinned the tragedy on him, accusing him of failing to deliver supplies in time, thereby starving her to death. A single corpse, 2 lives lost. The police would surely press charges, landing him behind bars. She even threatened that only by sheltering and feeding her entire family of 3 would she testify in his favor before authorities. The memories of his rebirth remained vivid and unblurred. Whether the pregnant woman's knife slash toward his head stemmed from maternal instinct or sheer desperate self-preservation, he felt not a shred of sympathy for her demise. This time, Zhou Chen blocked her outright, leaving her to her fate. Yet the message from Yang Sitian intrigued him. Living under the same roof, a lone, fragile woman, her days must be unbearably harsh. He wondered keenly what method would she devise to resolve this predicament for him. When someone else is willing to act and spare his own hands from soiling, why hesitate? Midway through the hot pot, shouting erupted downstairs. Zhou Chen recognized his aunt's voice, the shrill tone of the scrawny man, and even Zhang Li's furious bellow. Clearly a dispute had flared over food distribution. The clamor swelled, chairs scraped, tables rattled. Then a piercing scream tore through the air. "Damn it! We don't have enough to feed our own building, let alone hand it over to you. You ruined everyone's meal, beat him to death. Dare to seize it by force. That's your punishment." Moments later, Lao Sun called. Zhou Chen switched on speakerphone and slid a slice of wagyu into his mouth. "Those people who hold a grudge against you came up demanding food, ranting about unfairness. And when they tried grabbing it outright, they accidentally overturned a pot of dumpling soup. Enraged residents rushed upstairs and pummeled them. How badly were they hurt? Not seriously, but they'd climbed up in nothing but blankets, no winter coats. They couldn't dodge, so they just took the blows. Stay vigilant, cornered dogs leap." Within half an hour, Zhang Li bombarded Zhou Chen with frantic calls. Zhou Chen answered languidly. "Zhou Chen, I know you've hoarded plenty of supplies. I'll buy them. Name your price." "Are you insane? You'd use my money to buy my goods." "What does it matter whose money it is? It's in my pocket now. Go ahead, call the police and see if they'll retrieve it for you." "Ha ha. Before the police arrive, tell me, will Zhang Li freeze to death first, or starve? One of those fates is bound to fit." At that moment, Zhang Li huddled shivering beneath his blanket, his face swollen and bruised, trembling not only from cold, but from seething rage. He'd led Qin Chang and several burly men out into the extreme cold, wrapped in blankets, struggling upward floor by freezing floor, nearly perishing before reaching the 15th. Yet those neighbors still refused equitable food distribution. As a registered resident, he received only a meager bowl, but if he failed to secure sustenance for all, would they still obey him? That pot of dumpling soup hadn't been overturned deliberately, yet their violence was merciless. Worthless bastards, this isn't over. A factory contract signed just days ago promised immense profits once the calamity passed. Every person who'd laid hands on him, each one, would be crushed under mountains of cash. And Zhou Chen should have been eliminated long ago. Now he should be luxuriating in a 5-star hotel, feasting in warmth, not freezing, starving, and beaten here. Zhang Li wiped a trickle of nasal blood and issued a threat. Zhou Chen, if you refuse to sell me your supplies, I'll expose your stockpile and your fireplace. Then you'll truly suffer. Go ahead. Worry instead about how you'll appease your own men. After all, they followed you here just to watch you posture. The call ended abruptly. Zhongli cursed furiously. A group of frostbitten, famished men could only guess what had transpired. Chen Chong, bruised and battered himself, abandoned pretense entirely, pointing straight at Zhongli. You brought us to this hellhole. We've starved for days. If you don't secure food soon, don't blame us for turning on you. Calm down. Don't you know Zhou Chen? He despises me, but lacks the heart to turn away others. His gaze swept across the women present, finally settling on Su Wanswan beside him. You go, no phone calls. Knock on his door yourself. Face to face, there's always a sliver of sentiment. Will he truly abandon you to die? Her again. If she could succeed, we'd already be gathered around his fireplace feasting. Zhongli knew full well she wanted to go. He found it laughable Zhou Chen had tossed off a careless remark to sow discord, and she'd actually believed she'd been singled out. Didn't she ever look in a mirror? Did two oversized headlights really convince her? She radiated irresistible charm. One glance at Su Wanswan's appearance and figure revealed precisely how discerning Zhou Chen's standards truly were. Chen Chong wavered, resentful of his girlfriend's eagerness, yet secretly hoping she'd try. After agonizing deliberation, he chose not to risk growing a verdant pasture atop his head. Su Wanswan herself hesitated, not merely because of the biting cold, but because Zhou Chen's recent aloofness had shattered her confidence. Yet women inevitably compare themselves. As a widely acknowledged beauty, and the factory owner's wife, how could she trail behind some empty-headed girl with nothing but ample bust? She harbored a private motive too. Before leaving, she resolved to apply a flawless makeup. Trembling, she opened her bag, only to find her moisturizer, foundation, and cosmetics frozen solid. Zhongli whispered instructions. We'll stay downstairs, no winter coats. Once you're inside, strike. Zhou Chen unconscious, then rush back with clothes. And don't forget the keys. Su Wanswan smoothed her hair, outwardly resolute, inwardly chanting courage to herself. In the living room, Yang Sitian nestled in the sofa's quilted cocoon, cradled by a rebellious young woman, quietly sending Zhou Chen a warning text. Knock, knock. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen lounged on the sofa, tossing a flying disc for his dog. Hearing the knock, he rose and peered through the peephole. Who is it? It's me, Wan. Zhou Chen blinked in disbelief. Was that disheveled creature outside truly Su Wanswan? Her hair stood wild as a chicken's nest. Her face was sallow, her eyes ringed with deep bruises, wrapped head toto like a 300 hog in garish clashing colors. Calling her a madwoman would draw no objection. Shivering uncontrollably, Su Wanswan remained oblivious to her ghastly appearance, and strained to flash what she imagined a dazzling smile. That smile made Zhou Chen recoil in visceral disgust. With a look of utter disdain, he turned on his heel. Don't know you, get lost. Zhou Chen picked up his notebook and plugged in his headphones. He opened one of the year's most popular anime, blocking out the incessant knocking and the desperate pleas. This woman is toxic, full of lies. If it weren't for the memories of his rebirth, he would have long softened and let her in. In his previous life, Su Wanruan tricked him into signing a blank piece of paper and then colluded with Zhang Li to embezzle his factory, showing not a shred of guilt afterwards. 3 years later, in the apocalypse, Zhang Li, Chen Chong, and others snatched his only piece of bread and beat him, while Su Wanruan stood by her cold eyes, seemingly watching a stray dog. It was also his fault for being swayed by her looks. From the first moment he saw Su Wanruan in college, he was deeply captivated by her goddess-level beauty and figure. There are many beautiful women and many with good figures, but few possess an angelic face and a devilish body. His soft heart led him to be utterly compliant with Su Wanruan during their relationship. In life, he was also generous, often gifting her clothes, bags, and jewelry, and when he had the chance, he took her on trips both domestically and abroad, sending over 100,000 in red envelopes to her family each year. Unfortunately, her family had high demands, insisting on 2 houses worth over 2 million each, one for her parents and one for her brother. As the saying goes, don't compare status in Kyoto, and don't compare wealth in the Magic City. Zhou Chen, with a fixed property and an average-sized factory, truly isn't considered wealthy in a city crowded with tycoons. The factory's annual income was indeed enough for him to live comfortably, but it was merely a comfortable existence, not enough to become a super-rich individual. After a few years, aside from maintaining the factory's normal operation, he had about 10 million in savings, which was just a tad better than the average person. Zhou Chen had contemplated proposing to Su Wanruan, but every time he thought of her vampire-like family, he immediately dismissed the idea. Especially when Su Wanruan suggested selling the property his parents left him to buy a villa for her family to live with him, he felt a growing urge to end the relationship. Perhaps sensing his intention to break up and fearing a loss, Su Wanruan chose to betray him. As for this woman with a heart as venomous as a snake, no matter how beautiful she is or how she poses, Zhou Chen now has no interest in her. The sounds of intense combat filled his headphones as the anime reached a climax. Zhou Chen had long since forgotten about Su Wanruan outside. He had downloaded many of the finest domestic and international television shows, movies, anime, novels, and variety shows over the past week, switching to a new USB drive to save them while occasionally glancing at the anime's plot. In the harsh apocalypse, without some form of entertainment to pass the time, mental issues could easily arise. Calculating the time, power, and internet would soon be cut off, so he needed to download more shows. Once the flood fully froze, he planned to visit the largest library to collect all the books inside. In 3 months of extreme cold, the city would lack materials for heating, and books would soon become a source of warmth for the disaster-stricken. 3 days passed, and the residents, eagerly awaiting, still did not see any sign of rescuers. Worse still, due to the severe cold weather, the power system and gas pipelines experienced serious failures, leading to power outages in the city, and they couldn't even light the gas. This terrified the residents. The water pipes had frozen, and while they could still use ice to boil water and cook without power and gas, was this not forcing them to their deaths? In the owners' group, everyone was discussing, venting their inner fears. Where is the committee lady? Come out. What about the military rescue you mentioned? The committee lady was not only the one initially stopping everyone from going out to hoard supplies, but she also kept blocking them. The dire situation of Sakura community made her the true culprit. With their lives threatened, the residents, in an increasingly panicked state, couldn't help but wish to grab a kitchen knife and storm the door, ready to cut down that detestable old woman. The harsh living conditions did not affect Zhou Chen. He had stockpiled a generator and fuel in his space, ready for use at any moment. But he felt it wasn't the right time yet. To survive in the ruthless apocalypse, one must plan before acting and never act carelessly to fall into danger. There had not yet been a major upheaval. Once everyone learned that he had a power source, he would immediately become a target. In fact, Zhou Chen already sensed danger approaching. These 3 days had been too quiet. Zhang Li, Chinchang, and their group of beasts had made no moves at all, not even the thin monkey begging for supplies. It was a calm before the storm. Zhou Chen pondered and decided to contact Old Sun to inquire about the recent situation. Just as he picked up his phone, a loud crash came from the front door. The impact was significant, and the entire building's residents heard it. Uninformed neighbors, terrified, thought an earthquake had occurred. Zhou Chen immediately took it seriously, and the large dog in the corner jumped up, baring its teeth at the door. Animals possess sensitivity. They are even more attuned to changes in the environment than humans. During this time, the large dog had gradually sensed the changes in the world, dimly realizing that the new owner would never keep a pet that only eats and drinks without contributing, so it had to perform well. A group of people led by Zhang Li gathered outside, fiercely swinging hammers to smash the door. No matter how hard they struck, the door remained steadfast, only showing some dents. They were dumbfounded. Had this door been modified? Their original plan to break the door within 3 minutes and subdue Zhou Chen in 30 seconds, dividing the fireplace and all supplies, was now dashed. Zhou Chen, everyone knows about your large stash of supplies now. As long as you voluntarily hand over everything, we will not make things difficult for you. Zhou Chen walked to the door and looked through the peephole. Nearly all the beasts had arrived. They were dressed in winter clothing, and surprisingly, Zhang Li, Chinchang, and the thin monkey were all wearing military coats. If they were forcibly robbing someone else's supplies, it would definitely create a lot of noise. In -70-degree temperatures, it was impossible for them to have found supplies outside. This could only mean that someone in this building was helping those beasts. Had Zhang Li quickly found a partner. Indeed, in the past few days, several deaths had occurred in the entire community, and no matter how thrifty the collected supplies were, they wouldn't be enough for everyone to eat a few meals. There was truly nothing left. In the icy, dangerous environment, no one dared venture out recklessly, and regardless of whether he truly had a large stash of supplies, it was easy for Zhang Li to find a collaborator. Huh. Another schemer wants to harm me. Whoever it is must die for opposing me. Woof. Woof. The people outside, threatening various things, heard the dog barking and became excited, eagerly swallowing their saliva. Zhang Li wore a smug expression. What did I tell you? Zhou Chen must be hiding a lot of supplies. Everyone, including Chinchang and the thin monkey, happily agreed. Of course. Without supplies, how could he raise a dog? Brother Zhang is impressive. Whatever Brother Zhang says, we follow. There's no mistake. You hear that? A starving dog's bark can't be this loud, can it? Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door and hand over all your supplies, and the dog must be handed over too. Zhou Chen had modified the door previously, and also the peephole. It could be taken off from inside without needing to twist from both sides. While that group of beasts threatened loudly, Zhou Chen retrieved a water gun from his space and filled it with water. Damn it, if you want to die, I'll help you. Zhou Chen inserted the barrel into the peephole and pulled the trigger. In the next second, several screams erupted from outside the door. Those drenched by the water instinctively scrambled to evade it. Even clad in winter garments, these men remained ill-prepared. Venturing outdoors at -70°C was already a perilous gamble. Now soaked, their plight worsened dramatically. After reconciling, Chinchang and the scrawny monkey stood first in line with hammers raised, pledging loyalty to Zhang Li. making them the most thoroughly drenched of all. The moment the water struck bare skin, it felt like 1,000 knives flaying flesh from bone. Zhou Chen's toy water gun delivered formidable pressure, its reservoir holding 1,000 milliliters. Under ordinary conditions, such volume would be trivial. But at minus 70 degrees, even 100 milliliters splashed onto exposed skin could prove fatal. After the initial panic subsided, the men hastily retreated, yet they did not abandon their intent. Within the hearth, logs blazed fiercely. Zhou Chen wore a thermostatic suit, and with this dual safeguard, he felt no chill standing sentinel at the threshold. He even dragged over a chair and settled calmly into the entryway, prepared to outlast them. Any approach from outside triggered an immediate burst from his water gun. After several such cycles, mere minutes elapsed. The men broke, trembling violently, limbs stiffening, they staggered away. Before departing, Zhang Li snarled a vow. Zhou Chen, I'll shatter your limbs and cast you naked into the frost to die. Zhou Chen's gaze-hardened voice laced with contempt. Come try. Let us see who perishes first. Back in the living room, Zhou Chen reflected. These men were mere rabble, easily scattered like tossing meat to dogs. He refused to squander even a single grain. Recalling Zhang Li's group's attire, he realized outfitting over a dozen grown men demanded resources far beyond any individual's reach. Thus Zhang Li answered to a far more powerful force behind the scenes. Zhou Chen quickly devised a plan and dialed Lao Sun's number only to find it switched off. Had something befallen Lao Sun? Or had he joined the opposing faction? Just then Lao Sun's voice echoed from beyond the door. Xiao Zhou, are you all right? Uncertain of Lao Sun's allegiance, Zhou Chen left the main door unopened. He approached the entryway and peered through the fisheye lens, seeing only Lao Sun alone. I'm fine. Glad to hear it. Noting Zhou Chen's hesitation, Lao Sun offered understanding. These past 2 days something's felt amiss. I've noticed covert alliances forming among residents, whispered meetings between tenants, though I never learned whom they meant to target. I'd intended to investigate further, but your enemies struck before I could. What happened to your phone? Zhou Chen asked. Lao Sun's side regretfully froze solid. It won't power on. Here's what we'll do, Zhou Chen said. Return to your unit. I'll place a walkie-talkie at the door. You retrieve it in 1 minute. We'll communicate that way. Lao Sun nodded, hunched his shoulders, rubbed his hands together, and departed. Through the fisheye lens, Zhou Chen confirmed Lao Sun entered the adjacent apartment. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently, long enough to verify no suspicious movement lingered outside, then retrieved a razor-sharp mountain cleaver from his spatial storage and cautiously unlatched the 3 heavy bolts, easing the door open just a crack. He set the walkie-talkie outside, slammed the door shut, and relocked all bolts. Lao Sun retrieved the device and immediately established contact. Zhou Chen outlined his plan. You may refuse. Lao Sun's expression darkened as he murmured, must it truly come to this? He wasn't addressing Zhou Chen, merely voicing quiet despair. His gaze fell upon the child huddled beneath blankets, nose running, and his heart tightened with sorrow. Lao Sun declared, agreed. I'll follow your lead. But I have one condition. Supplies will meet your expectations without exception. Fewer rations, or none at all, is acceptable. I wish only to place the child with you. Zhou Chen, skewering a crucian carp over the fire, nearly tumbled headfirst into the flames. Absolutely not. Lao Sun pressed, I still have some provisions. I'll hand them over for you to feed him. This is strictly temporary. Once your crisis passes, he returns to my care. Lao Sun, do you grasp what you're asking? In this world, survival itself is uncertain. How long can you protect him? Lao Sun offered a wry smile. Xiao Zhou, you're young. You wouldn't understand my feelings. My disability left me without a wife to share warmth, without children to know fatherhood, without grandchildren to hold. This boy used to be lively. Each time he saw me, he'd call me Grandpa. At first I was merely touched. But after these days together, I truly regard him as my own grandson. Zhou Chen understood. Lao Sun had formed a profound bond. Lao Sun's voice returned softer now. Xiao Zhou, this child has no remaining kin. His elder brother was aboard a high-speed train the night of the typhoon. Contact vanished overnight. His fate is grim. Yet the boy called me Grandpa once, and that vow binds me. I swear, only temporarily. I'll find another way soon. Zhou Chen paused long and solemn. Very well, for now. Only because his father died a martyr. Only temporarily. He expected relief. Instead, a knock sounded. Xiao Zhou. Zhou Chen. Was this speed even possible? Cautiously scanning the corridor, he saw only Lao Sun's broad, cheerful grin, and a pair of round, curious eyes peeking from within a nested doll. As the door opened, Lao Sun thrust the child into Zhou Chen's arms, then piled in bags large and small. Wait, what on earth is all this? These are his spare undergarments. Lao Sun pointed to several sacks on the floor. These 2 thick quilts. And this small pouch holds his daily rations. Zhou Chen eyed the slender pouch, likely containing Lao Sun's final provisions. Surveying the heap, a chilling certainty settled upon him. Lao Sun was entrusting him with the child's life. Knowing Zhou Chen possessed ample supplies, grains, medicine, a functioning hearth, Lao Sun must have packed these belongings days ago, awaiting precisely this moment. It had to be so. Frustrated, Zhou Chen seized only the sack of clothing, take the rest back. Before Lao Sun could protest, he slammed the door shut. He placed the nesting doll back in its usual spot, set out an apple and a carton of milk beside it, and began assembling provisions: bread, eggs, noodles, dumplings, buns, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Anticipating prolonged loss of water and electricity, he omitted rice. The bag swelled full. Then he summoned Lao Sun to the threshold via walkie-talkie. Lao Sun opened the sack and froze, stunned. "This is tangible proof, carries greater weight," Zhou Chen replied. Lao Sun instinctively asked, "How much more do you have?" Catching Zhou Chen's sharp glance, he hurried to clarify, "Don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. Supplies are exhausted. Several buildings have already descended into chaos. I foresee imminent catastrophe. A single item from this sack could sway loyalties. There are perhaps a few trustworthy souls in our building." Zhou Chen remained unshaken. "Find them. Minor self-interest is permissible, but anyone morally corrupt, however strong, is unacceptable. Such men aren't worth a single grain of my stores." Lao Sun didn't hesitate. "Done. I'll begin contacting them at once." Zhou Chen had stood at the doorway for barely 2 minutes, and already the cold bit deep. He could scarcely imagine how others endured. Rubbing his numb hands, he stepped toward the hearth and tossed in fresh logs. As he stretched his palms toward the blaze, soft, milky voice pierced the air. "Dada." Zhou Chen stared dumbfounded. "I'm not. No, I didn't. Don't make that up." The nesting doll clutched a half-eaten apple in his tiny hands, his round eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Chen followed the child's gaze. On the television screen stood a traffic officer, his sharp, imposing uniform stirring the boy's memory of his father. The child was only 5 years old, yet in a single night he had lost both parents. Children are exquisitely sensitive and perceptive. Even without fully grasping the concept of death, he sensed dimly yet profoundly that his mother and father had departed forever, leaving him utterly alone. That silent, shattering realization had plunged him into autism overnight. His sole remaining relative now hung in uncertain fate. Gazing at the tearful nesting doll, Zhou Chen was struck by the cruel symmetry. He too had lost his parents on that very same day. But he had been an adult then, grieving fiercely again and again until cherished memories slowly carried him through the storm of sorrow. "Baba," the child whispered once more. Zhou Chen switched off the drama and played Peppa Pig. At the sight of the pink pig, the boy blinked, bewildered. Then his gaze drifted hollow and distant as he withdrew once more into his silent inner world. Flickering firelight danced across the child's face. After watching for a moment, Zhou Chen noticed something amiss with the boy's skin. When old Sun had handed him over earlier, the child had been swaddled so tightly only his eyes were visible. Now, tugging down his scarf to eat the apple, he revealed a flushed, rosy-cheeked face. Fine cracks marred his skin and small chilblains had bloomed, clear signs of frostbite. A faint, sweet scent of baby lotion lingered beneath. It was evident old Sun had cared for him tenderly, but even such devotion could not shield the boy from the ravages of extreme cold. Zhou Chen gently touched the child's forehead. His temperature was normal. Huang, the large yellow dog, dozing beside them, fearing displacement, instantly wagged his tail and nudged forward. Zhou Chen gently shooed him aside and began inspecting the child's belongings. There were many clothes, of decent quality, but not a single winter garment. Judging by the boy's plump spherical silhouette, it was clear he'd layered every long-sleeved shirt he owned. His spatial storage held abundant supplies, but no children's winter wear. Fortunately, the hearth burned warmly enough at home. He filled a kettle with mineral water and set it over the flames, then retrieved a child-sized bathtub and toddler toiletries. Rolling up his sleeves, Zhou Chen began undressing the child. True to his nickname, the nesting doll, he peeled away dozens of garments, shirts, trousers, even over a dozen pairs of socks, piling them high like a hillock in the living room. Naked, the boy appeared slimmer than expected, his skin porcelain pale and delicately soft, though several red swollen chilblains dotted his hands and feet. Zhou Chen lowered him into the tub and began washing, from his hair downward. One advantage of autism: the child remained utterly still, neither resisting nor protesting, yielding passively to every motion. After the bath, the boy sat wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket on the sofa, his damp hair carefully dried. Zhou Chen retrieved child-formulated moisturizer and chilblain ointment from his spatial storage, and spent another 10 minutes tending to him. In the comfortably warm environment freed from suffocating layers, the boy sighed deeply, then slipped instantly into deep, peaceful sleep. Staring at the mountain of soiled clothing, Zhou Chen decided firmly against washing them himself, and instead stuffed the entire heap into a large bag. After a brief rest, he prepared dinner. With such a roaring fire, how could one resist making a clay-baked chicken? He wrapped the marinated chicken in freshly washed lotus leaves, coated it evenly with kneaded clay, and placed it atop the hearth's blazing logs. Meanwhile, he scored a lamb leg, skewered it on the grill rack, and seasoned it lightly, roasting it slowly over low, steady heat. 8 treasure rice, mixed grains and legumes, simmered gently in a sand pot. As Zhou Chen picked fresh greens, a violent pounding echoed at the door once more. "Zhou Chen, open this door within 60 seconds, or else. We can smell meat." You're hoarding fine supplies. Surrender your stock now, or face the wrath of the entire building. Zhongli led the mob shouting and hammering the door. Rage flared in Zhou Chen's chest. He dropped the vegetable basket. Dare to die? From his spatial storage, he pulled a large water tank filled with mineral water, a length of hose, and a park irrigation sprinkler nozzle. He connected one end of the hose to the tank, the other to the nozzle, then slid the nozzle through the door's peephole and opened the pressure valve. HSSSS. Outside, the arrogant mob erupted in shrieks like slaughtered pigs. This time, they deliberately flanked the door, avoiding the center where the peephole lay. They never imagined Zhou Chen possessed a 360-degree omnidirectional sprinkler. At the moment of ejection, the room temperature mineral water instantly chilled into icy water. Those who fled fastest got drenched head to toe. The slower ones stood frozen, soaked like figures caught in a sudden glacial downpour. Under the extreme sub-zero temperatures, they screamed in agony as the icy water froze instantly, clinging tight to scalps, cheeks, necks, and hands, each inch of exposed skin stinging as if slashed by knives. Zhou Chen's mocking laughter boomed through the door, ringing sharply in every ear. A full-body 360-degree ice-cold shower. How refreshing is that? The pain was unbearable. Instinctively, each person clawed at their frozen faces, desperate to scrape off the ice. Chen Chong, soaked most thoroughly, had his entire face sealed under a thick, constricting mask of ice. Sharp, searing pain made breathing nearly impossible. In panic, he struck his own left ear and tore it clean off. Ah! Clutching the severed ear in both hands, he broke down completely. Zhongli snarled, "Shut up. What's all this screeching for?" Chen Chong thrust his trembling hands outward, his face contorted in terror. My ear, my ear. Get me to the hospital now." At the sight of the mangled ear clutched in his palm, everyone recoiled in horror, frantically checking whether their own ears remained intact. Chen Chong lunged at Zhang Li, gripping his collar in desperation. "Boss Zhang, brother Zhang, take me to the hospital, please." Zhang Li wrenched his hands free and shoved him away with brutal force. Chen Chong staggered toward the others. "Xiao Chui, Xiao Zhang, Skinny Monkey, Xiao Shun, take me to the hospital. I need my ear reattached." Whether named or unnamed, all shrank back, refusing to touch him. The hospital had long since vanished beneath floodwaters over 10 meters deep, entombed under thick, unyielding ice. Even if upper-floor operating rooms survived, and even if doctors lived, could surgery possibly be performed under such conditions? And none of them could even leave the building. At minus 70 degrees Celsius, their clothing offered scant warmth. Venturing outside for more than 20 minutes stiffened limbs and slowed movement. Any delay returning indoors meant certain agonizing death by frostbite. Zhongli ground his teeth. Fall back. Back on the 8th floor, the empty living room blazed with fire, fueled entirely by dismantled wooden furniture. Several burly men lounged on the sofa, passing a bottle of erguotu between them, drinking hard liquor and exchanging crude, lewd banter. Both bedroom doors remained tightly shut, muffled, lecherous laughter spilling from within. Well, back already. How soon you've returned. Pathetic, scampering back like a kicked dog. Humph. Only a true coward would hand his woman over to our captain for sport. Huh. First time I've ever seen a man willingly don the green hat. Don't rush. It'll be our turn soon after the captain's finished playing. Zhang Li's face turned ashen with humiliation, his fury boiling beneath a frozen silence. Though rage consumed him utterly, he stood mute and motionless, lacking even the courage to protest, let alone strike back. They hadn't always avoided confrontation. Early on, fists had flown, but their dozen-strong group had been decisively overpowered by just 5 or 6 adversaries. Those men were trained fighters, swift, ruthless, striking without hesitation for the head with clubs and hammers, acting like desperate outlaws who feared neither injury nor death. Cooperation demanded parity, and from the outset they had been hopelessly outmatched. The master bedroom door swung open. A powerfully built man with a jagged scar strode out, visibly sated, pulling up his trousers as he walked. Through the narrow gap behind him, a woman lay weeping silently on the bed. Slap. The scarred man's eyes flashed with menace as he struck Zhang Li across the face, a thunderous, stinging blow. I supply resources, not to partner with a pack of failures. You couldn't breach a single door. What use are you to me? Xiao Zhou, I've got the information. As Lao Sun's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie, Zhou Chen was dressing the little boy. A pair of small underpants, a set of thermal underwear, a pair of wool socks, and an oversized sweater, Zhou Chen's own, that fell just past the child's ankles. The sleeves were neatly rolled up, leaving full freedom of movement. On the dining table sat a fragrant lotus leaf-wrapped roasted chicken, a golden, glistening crispon outsider inside, roasted lamb leg, 2 dishes of stir-fried, greens, of fruit salad, and a pot of 8 treasure congee. Zhou Chen lifted the boy onto a chair, spooned a small bowl of congee beside him to cool, then tore off a chicken leg, 2 generous pieces of lamb, and added several stalks of greens onto an empty plate before him. De Huang, the yellow dog, had long been whining with hunger, drooling profusely as he wagged his tail eagerly beside the table. Watching the boy pick up his chopsticks, unaided Zhou Chen finally raised the walkie-talkie. "Who is this person?" Lao Sun replied, instantly, voice hushed. "Our deputy squad leader. Goes by the nickname Scar." Zhou Chen fell silent. Lao Sun continued. "He's a connected man. Rumor has it he once served time in prison. A high-ranking relative pulled strings to place him here. He's volatile, arrogant. Even our captain holds no sway over him. Remember that list of designated floor captains the neighborhood committee handed down? He was named for Building 21. But Zhou Chen understood at once blocking someone's path to profit is akin to killing their parents. He had made a mortal enemy. Someone had come forward willingly to join forces against him, and the alliance formed without hesitation. Lao Sun went on the night of the typhoon, Scar gathered several colleagues at the captain's home for poker, and has stayed there ever since. The apartment's owner was away out of town. They forced the door open and imprisoned those women inside. Women? Zhang Li's pack of beasts, their girlfriends. Yes, and also the female tenant from apartment 602. This intel came from the supplies you gave me. Our captain strongly opposed Scar's actions, but was beaten and locked up alongside those women." Lao Sun, ever righteous, erupted in fury. "Damn it all. They're lawless, subhuman scum. May their 18 generations of ancestors rot in hell. Xiao Zhou, tell me when we strike. He'll lead the charge and slaughter every last one of those monsters." Zhou Chen chewed a piece of lamb and asked, "And the other matter? How did that go?" "Still underway. Most people refuse to act. Too kind, too timid." Zhou Chen let out a cold, knowing laugh. "No need to force them. Those vermin won't stop at one door. They'll march house to house. When starvation leaves no choice but to fight for survival, they'll seek you out themselves." That very night, screams and wails pierced the air downstairs. "What are you doing? Is there no law left? Please, this is the last food we have." "My child." Robberies and violent home invasions erupted not only in Building 21, but across all 29 buildings. The victims were young married couples, elderly widows and widowers, and men and women living alone. Through the window, Zhou Chen watched a gang carrying torches storm through the building opposite, from the 6th to the 10th floor. In the chaos, a resident was shoved off the balcony. Thud! The floodwaters had frozen solid, the ice thick and unyielding. The sharp, sickening sound of the fall echoed so clearly that residents in nearby buildings trembled with dread. After that horror, many who had tried to resist surrendered, not for cowardice, but to protect their families. They stood helplessly as the thugs ransacked their homes, seizing every scrap of food, every gold watch, every pack of cigarettes, anything of value. Having taken a life, these beasts might have felt fear, or even fleeting remorse. Yet as conditions worsened and impunity deepened, their cruelty only escalated. One life weighed no more than two. Shattered vessels could not be mended. Society was unraveling. This was only the first night, and each would grow darker, bloodier. Human life had become as cheap as straw. Zhou Chen drew the curtains and slipped into the living room wearing a robe. Beside the fireplace, had placed a child's bed, layered with thick cotton padding and draped in a soft woolen blanket, luxurious and comforting. Unburdened by heavy quilts, the boy slept peacefully in just his thermal set, covered lightly by two downed duvets. The commotion outside failed to stir him from sleep. By the second night, the entire residential complex had descended into chaos. These residents were already starving and freezing, too weak to stand, let alone resist a pack of snarling, brutal predators. Some had their winter coats torn from their backs and froze to death within 10 minutes. The third night, the fourth night, civilization crumbled. Morality collapsed. Social order disintegrated entirely. By the fifth day, the predators began ruling openly in broad daylight. Cowardly, broken residents suffering in silence. It wasn't just Sakura residential complex. Every neighborhood across the city suffered identical tragedies, smoke-choked skies, corpses strewn everywhere. Zhou Chen set a warm glass of milk before the child. "Say Baba." He'd learned from Lao Sun that the boy's name was Chu Zakai, and for days between fending off Zhang Li's gang, he'd been coaxing the toddler to call him Dad. Alas, the boy remained withdrawn, eating when fed, drinking when offered water, relieving himself when prompted, even letting De Huang snatch his toys without protest. He called police officers on TV, Baba, soldiers, Gidge, Big Brother, and actress Jiang Xi Mama. Beyond that, he retreated silently into his own sealed world. Zhou Chen, exasperated yet tender, cared for him meticulously, 3 meals a day without fail. Prolonged exposure to fire accelerates skin moisture loss, causing dryness and dehydration. Once the boy finished his milk, Zhou Chen applied moisturizer. Mo City was an economic hub. When seawater flooded the city, countless goods from shopping malls were swept into the river. For 3 days, Zhou Chen had patrolled the riverbanks, salvaging luxury skincare products for men and elite women, and even some formulated for children. After 10 days under Zhou Chen's care, the boy's face glowed like a freshly peeled egg, pale, luminous, and supple. Achoo! Overwhelmed by the rich fragrance, he sneezed. Zhou Chen sliced a platter of fruit, placed it center stage on the sofa, smoothed an expensive hydrating mask over his face, stretched out his long legs, and sank into pure, unhurried comfort. His phone rang. Su Wanswan, absent for days, was calling. Zhou Chen nibbled fruit as he answered. No words came, only measured breaths and a stifled, trembling sob. Su Wanswan sat hunched beneath her quilt, hair tangled, body gaunt and hollowed, a livid slap mark across her cheek, dried blood crusting at the corner of her mouth, naked and shivering. Terrified Zhou Chen would hang up in impatience, she clenched her jaw, swallowing her anguish. This was her sole chance to plead for rescue, stolen in the brief absence of her captors. A Chen, save me. Lao Sun, operating quietly behind the scenes, had used supplies to gather intelligence on every resident, including Su Wanswan's harrowing ordeal. Zhang Li had initially approached Scar seeking collaboration. When Scar learned of Zhou Chen's abundant supplies and saw photographic proof, he accepted without hesitation. But Scar had already mapped out the gang's desperation. Their first condition for cooperation: he would provide food and winter clothing, while Zhang Li supplied women for their amusement. A pack of men teetering on the brink of starvation and frostbite accepted instantly. Women were mere garments, worth far less than their own lives. Su Wanswan wept. A Chen, please, remember what we once were. Save me. I know you still have supplies. Just a fraction, enough to barter for my freedom. Zhou Chen asked, why should I save you? Ears straining, Su Wanswan listened to the living room, then flinched violently at the sound of keys turning in the front door lock, shrinking deeper into the shadows. Recalling the degradation she'd endured, the way Scar had stripped her of dignity, treating her as less than human, she choked on bitter regret. She knew Zhou Chen would not forgive her easily. Still, she had to gamble everything. Su Wanswan staked her final hope. Zhou Chen, if you'll save me, if you'll let me live under your roof, I will serve you as your maid. A faint, icy smile curled Zhou Chen's lips. I don't collect trash. A gale howled like a ravenous beast, and frost crystals glittered across the interior walls. The cold deepened. Each day claimed lives amid worsening scarcity of supplies. In room 802, a dozen women, matted-haired and grimy, huddled together on a single bed for warmth. No one minded the crowding. They longed only to press closer still. Too cold, too hungry, exhausted and famished, yet too terrified to sleep. Each feared closing her eyes would mean never waking again. Bang! The door burst open. A lethal gust of frigid air slammed inward, shocking the women into shrill, shivering cries. Several men in thick cotton coats and fur-lined hats filed in, ignoring their resistance, as they dragged each woman from the bed one by one, then tossed a winter coat to each only upon reaching the living room. Only two women remained crouched in the farthest corner, untouched for now. The last man to enter, his face scarred, fixed a leering gaze upon their faces and chests. The young delinquent girl clinging tightly to Yang Xitian glared with fierce suspicion, trembling head to toe as she snarled, "Get away. Touch us, and my uncle will kill you." The scarred man moistened his lips, suppressing his urge, and grinned lasciviously. "Little thing, I'll wait 3 more days. If your uncle doesn't show by then, you'll ride me willingly, or be sold off just the same." The door clanged shut and locked once more. The two women collapsed into silent, muffled sobs, too afraid even to weep aloud. These men were beasts, worse than swine, worse than trash. Yet though they spared them for now, they sometimes lashed out without cause, striking with leather belts. At such sub-zero temperatures, a single lash seared like agony beyond endurance. After weeping, the two turned, wiped fog from the window pane with their blanket, and strained desperately downward. A group emerged into view. Several men leading a line of women across the hardened ice. Zhang Li and Chen Chong led the procession. 3 more men followed behind, weapons concealed beneath their coats, flanking the women to prevent escape. Temperatures plunged to minus 70 degrees Celsius. Ice and blizzard raged unchecked. Every limb trembled violently, movement slowed to a painful crawl, yet each person pushed forward with desperate, unyielding resolve. This world had gone mad. Linger outdoors 1 minute longer, and you became a frozen corpse. Yang Xitian studied their path carefully. They're heading toward buildings 9, 10, and 11. The delinquent girl clenched her teeth, rose from bed, and braved the lethal cold, tiptoeing silently to the door. She listened intently outside, then returned to bed, her face hollow with despair. No use. We're guarded constantly. There's no way out. Yang Xitian steadied herself and spoke calmly. Don't rush. Even if we fled, where would we go? Entire floors are under their control. No one dares shelter us. To flee is to prepare flawlessly, or perish frozen before capture. The girl's voice cracked with panic, but that monster gave us only 3 days. Who can save us now? I'd rather leap from this building than become like them. Yang Xitian wrapped an arm firmly around her shoulders. Resolute, you saved my life, and stood guard over me. Trust me, I will get you out. If not, I'll jump with you. Tears welled in the girl's eyes. Xitian, thank goodness you're here. I wish I'd listened to my uncle. He always said girls must be gentle, obedient. Never wander recklessly into chaos, for even he might one day fail to protect me. I never imagined. Yang Xitian offered a wry, self-mocking smile. Nor did I, trading everything for a handbag. You paid for your recklessness. I pay for my vanity. Then she recalled Zhou Chen's warning, inviting wolves into the home. How chillingly precise it had been. Mention of Zhou Chen reignited her spirit. There's only one person who can save us now. Fearing eavesdroppers, they burrowed deep beneath the quilt and whispered for a long while. On the rooftop, Zhou Chen peered through his binoculars, watching Zhang Li and the others lead the women into Building 10, then ascend floor by floor, visible through stairwell windows all the way to the 9th. The door opened to Wang Anti, the neighborhood committee elder. They exchanged brief words at the threshold. 2 women remained behind. The rest were dispersed across different floors. Through a resident's floor-to-ceiling window, Zhou Chen saw a corpulent man hand over a pack of instant noodles, then select one woman from the group and usher her inside. Su Wanswan and Li Sisi were among them. Once the school's beauty queen and class flower, now ragged, gaunt, bearing fresh bruises across their faces. Zhou Chen nearly failed to recognize them. Cause and consequence are inseparable. To be bartered like cargo for supplies, that was their due. Wang Annie, however, intrigued him. With power cut and phones useless, the once noisy neighborhood WeChat group had fallen utterly silent. He'd assumed she'd long since perished, frozen or starved, but instead she thrived, plump-cheeked, wealth, now running a brothel. Truly astonishing. Indeed, shamelessness confers invincibility. Yet how did Building 10 amass so much supply? Enough to trade freely, not just survive, but barter. Zhou Chen sensed unease coiling deep within, a premonition of some grander conspiracy unfolding. Then static crackled over his walkie-talkie. Lao Sun was calling. After over 10 days, Lao Sun finally had progress to report. Zhou Chen lifted the device. Speak. Lao Sun's breath came ragged, raw with cold. It's done. At first they refused, not from stinginess, but fear. Now they grasp their peril and agree to follow your orders. On one condition, you supply provisions. Zhou Chen's smile was icy. Of course, provided they obey. He'd endured enough predation. The longer he waited, the richer these beasts grew, and the more dire his own position would become. He needed loyal forces to fight back. He would provide supplies, they would supply muscle. In this brutal law of the jungle, survival demanded either dominance or death. His spatial storage held more provisions than one man could consume in 10 lifetimes, yet he'd never squander them feeding parasites. Besides, how would he feed them? All knew the ancient truth: a bowl of rice breeds gratitude, a bushel breeds resentment. Today's charity becomes tomorrow's death sentence when supplies run dry. Those who fought fiercely for survival deserved to earn it themselves. After half an hour of planning, they resolved the operation would commence tonight. As Zhou Chen reached for the curtain, his gaze flickered, unintentionally, to the 14th floor across the way. A woman stood there wildly waving. She wore heavy winter gear and hung a pair of binoculars around her neck, gesturing urgently while holding up a writing board. Zhou Chen raised his binoculars, zooming in dozens of times. There she was, a very young girl, hair disheveled, yet clean, clearly among the better supplied survivors. Yet even abundant stores would dwindle after a month. He focused on the board and read 7 bold characters: Big Brother Zhou Chen. Look here. Zhou Chen fell silent. Spotting his attention, the girl erupted in ecstatic motion, erased the message, instantly scribbled an 11-digit number, and mimed dialing a phone. Who was she? His memory was flawless. He registered the number at a glance. The phone rang once, and she answered instantly. Her voice trembled violently, whether from cold exhilaration or both he couldn't tell. Great Master, please accept my kneeling devotion. A hands-free mobile phone rests on the table in front of the fireplace. On either side of the table are a large and a small armchair with a big yellow dog lying nearby. The large and small figures each hold a cup of fruit salad, and even the big yellow dog has an apple to munch on. A life could not be more comfortable. As the other person spoke incessantly, Zhou Chen figured out their identity and the reason for their visit. Chi Ro, 20 years old, a rich second-generation and a first-year student at a teacher training university. This rich second-generation girl is completely different from others. She has no interest in parties, bar-hopping, shopping, traveling, street racing, or studying abroad. Her only interest is staying at home reading novels. Her mother passed away early and her biological father remarried, having a younger brother. With a stepmother comes a stepfather, and he rarely cares for her except to provide living expenses. As a result, Chi Ro has increasingly secluded herself. As soon as school was out for summer break, she rushed to the supermarket to stockpile supplies worth 20,000 yuan, spending every day at home without going out. To indulge in reading, she possesses 5 mobile phones and 10 power banks. Considering her living alone, her grandmother had modified the house's doors and windows for safety 2 years prior. Aside from the outermost security door, there is an iron barrier in the middle and another iron door inside with security screens installed on the windows. When the natural disaster struck, she had food and drink at home. While reading novels, aside from feeling a bit cold, she was not greatly affected. Recently, violent incidents have frequently occurred in the neighborhood, and a gang has attempted to break into her building. Having tried 3 times, after prying open the security door, they discovered 2 more doors. Due to the extreme cold, staying outdoors was unwise, these individuals failed 3 consecutive times, and thus temporarily abandoned their plans to target her. Chi-Ro indeed spent 20,000 yuan stockpiling supplies, but she shopped at an imported goods supermarket purchasing mainly imported food. Although it seemed like a lot of money was spent, the actual supplies were quite limited. The dry rations were scarce, with snacks like drinks, potato chips, and nuts taking up half the stock. By the day of the typhoon, most supplies had been consumed, leaving just a little to make do with, barely lasting until today. With the neighborhood becoming increasingly chaotic and having narrowly escaped harm, 3 times she began to feel anxious as her supplies dwindled. She had actually noticed Zhou Chen's home on the top floor across the street a few days ago. In the extreme cold of -70 degrees, while other residents burned their furniture for warmth, only huddling in bed, like her, the family on the top floor across the street consistently had a fire burning for warmth. Using binoculars through the crack in the curtains, she was astonished to find that not only did this family have children, but they also owned a dog. The presence of children was not surprising. With heating, they wouldn't freeze to death. But having a dog was quite unusual. As far as she knew, almost all the pet dogs in the neighborhood had perished. During the flood, some residents had resorted to killing dogs for meat, with cries of desperation echoing both day and night. In the face of the extreme cold, dogs in residents' homes either starved to death, froze, were eaten by their owners, or stolen by neighbors. In short, she hadn't heard a single bark in half a month. The family on the top floor not only hadn't killed the dog for meat, but had raised it to be fat and healthy, with a shiny coat indicating that their supplies were incredibly ample. After quietly observing for many days, she made another astonishing discovery. While other residents looked pale and haggard, the individuals on the top floor across the street actually applied facial masks daily, donned elegant robes, and looked great both clothed and unclothed. In short, they were strikingly handsome. Oh my gosh. Based on her 10 years of experience as a seasoned bookworm, she was sure she wasn't mistaken. Such a person in a post-apocalyptic novel would undoubtedly be the quintessential male lead. Yoshi. She had set her sights on this fine catch. Gathering her courage, she prepared a kitchen knife and pepper spray, planning to pay a visit today to see if she could trade her limited supplies for a sofa in his living room. After all, a male lead would indeed be extravagant, maintaining 24-hour heating in his home. But she wasn't foolish and wouldn't easily step outside. Sitting on her bed, she listened intently to the sounds throughout the building, using her binoculars to survey the nearby residential buildings, waiting for the bad guys in her building to leave before making her move. Then she spotted 2 women on the 8th floor across the street. In -70 degrees, these 2 women dared to open a window and were continuously waving at her. Having learned lip reading as a child for 2 years, she clearly understood that they were calling for help. As a weak girl herself, younger than the 2 women across, it was natural they weren't seeking her help, but hoping she could connect them with that big shot on the top floor. Wasn't that just perfect? Who? Chi-Ro felt as if her throat was about to smoke. Big shot, do you understand what I'm saying? The 2 young ladies said that as long as you are willing to give a little supply to redeem them, they are willing to work for you. The one named Yang Sitian said that if you give her a chance to catch her breath, she will be the first to take down your enemy. Zhou Chen put down the half-eaten fruit salad, rubbing his temples. Then why doesn't she strike now? Are young girls nowadays so articulate? After half an hour of chatter, he finally had the chance to speak his first sentence. His head ached. Chi-Ro scratched her head. It seems they were stripped of their winter coats, and someone is guarding them outside. Zhou Chen teased. Are you doing a good deed like lay phone? Of course not, it's just a side benefit. The voice from the phone was deliberately flattering. Big shot, I have a little supply left. I plead for a sofa in your living room. My home has no firewood for warmth. Even if I don't freeze to death, I can't cook. The steamed buns are harder than rocks and my teeth are chipping away. Moreover, those bad guys definitely won't let my family go. Zhou Chen was speechless. No way. If it weren't for old son helping him, he wouldn't have temporarily taken in this little brat, let alone outsiders. Women are untrustworthy. In this day and age, there are plenty of young girls who can act, who knows maybe someone is setting him up. No, big shot. A pitiful wail. Big shot, I can take care of kids, and I can raise dogs. As long as you lend me a hand with a sofa, I will be the most loyal and dutiful babysitter in the galaxy. Boo-hoo. Can she really take care of kids? That might come in handy. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her silly side. You would give up your house. Chi-Ro replied firmly. Money is an external thing. When you close your eyes, a small box is a person's final resting place. What use is a house when life is gone? Hearing this, Zhou Chen felt a bit of admiration for her nonchalance. If the resident's old son was contacting were also this carefree, things would have been settled long ago. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen said, It's impossible for you to enter my house, but I can arrange for you to stay elsewhere as long as you listen and take care of the child. You won't lack for supplies. Chi-Ro exclaimed excitedly over the phone. Big shot, I promise to talk less and do well without causing trouble. Zhou Chen. After her excitement, Chi-Ro didn't forget the tragic situation of the 2 young ladies on the 8th floor. Big shot, what about those 2 young ladies? Zhou Chen absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table. You tell her that I won't redeem them with supplies. The chance to survive must be earned by themselves. He didn't know who the woman with Yang Sitian was, but Yang Sitian might be a person worth cultivating. Seeking help in a dire situation showed a certain resilience. But what did that have to do with him? At 2 in the morning, when people usually sleep the soundest. Even in the extreme cold, although unable to sleep, it was still a time of mental confusion and physical exhaustion. Some residents who had survived in Building 21 were not sleeping. Instead, they quietly packed their belongings and quietly left their homes, not speaking to each other, stealthily stepping on the stairs, making their way upstairs one step at a time. Zhou Chen changed from his usual laziness, donning cold-resistant clothing boots and a helmet looking imposing. To be safe, he had stuffed steel plates in the front and back of his jacket. With a machete in his left hand, an electric baton in his right, and an axe hanging from his belt, he walked out the door fully armed. In the biting cold wind, residents quietly relocating gathered on the 15th floor. A woman pressed her hand over her child's mouth, clinging tightly to her husband. Oh, everyone stood tense and anxious, awaiting the unknown. The stairwell was pitch black, utterly lightless, save for a slender thread of moonlight slipping through a corner window. Faint footsteps echoed from above, and a tall figure emerged silhouetted in the pale glow. Lao Sun stepped forward from the crowd and whispered Xiao Zhou. Zhou Chen swept his flashlight across the group, roughly 25 people. Men and women alike were gaunt and sallow, no elders were present, and the few children were all over 10 years old. Clearly the building's elderly and infants had not survived. A mere month into the cataclysm, half the residents of this single building had perished. How many had fallen across the city? Across the entire nation? But this was only the beginning. As successive natural disasters descended, habitable space shrank relentlessly, supplies dwindled to critical scarcity, and survivors dwindled ever further. He tossed a bag toward them. Go to apartment 1502. Eat first, then speak. All eyes fixed on the bag lying on the floor, knowing it held precious supplies, while nervous swallowing echoed repeatedly through the crowd. A father of two gently patted his wife's hand in quiet reassurance, then trembled as he stepped forward, picked up the bag, and led his family inside. Drawn by the promise of food, the others followed. The bag was small, its contents meager, enough only for tonight's meal. Yet for those who hadn't eaten in days, it felt like pure grace. Food kindled resolve. Several women settled their children, then braved the extreme cold to open windows, collect ice, melt water, fry eggs in lard, and boil every last strand of noodles, then waited. Steam rose from the pot, carrying the rich, savory aroma of egg soup. Stomachs rumbled hungrily, children and adults alike. Meanwhile, the men gathered in the master bedroom to deliberate what came next. A single candle flickered on the table. Lao Sun and his group huddled in the corner, while Zhou Chen stood alone by the door, weapon drawn. Civilization had crumbled, human hearts had grown treacherous. He dared not turn his back on anyone. As for those outside, their threat was muted, tempered by the presence of children. Starving, frostbitten men were first stunned by Zhou Chen's fully armed appearance. Then their gaze locked onto his thermal suit, its sleek, insulated form arresting their attention completely. Each of them swaddled themselves in layers upon layers, yet still shivered uncontrollably, while Zhou Chen, clad in comparatively light garments, showed no sign of cold at all. Zhou Chen asked Lao Sun, "Are all present?" Lao Sun had already counted. No, not quite. 2 households are missing. One refuses to leave their parents' remains, the other fears retaliation from Beijia. Zhou Chen waved dismissively. It matters little. Those too timid to act are useless, and would only waste food. His eyes swept across the room. These were neighbors of over a decade, familiar faces, known lives. Zhou Chen spoke plainly. I'll spare no rhetoric. You know the reality well enough. Obey and supplies will be sufficient. Someone raised a hand. Zhou Chen, can your supplies truly sustain us all? They couldn't even produce a single pack of instant noodles. Could Zhou Chen really feed 24 people? How vast must his stockpile be? In the darkness, greed stirred silently in some hearts. Zhou Chen tapped his mountaineering axe against his thermal suit. I can venture outside for supplies. Can any of you endure 20 minutes outdoors? Ah, I see. The questioner fell silent at once. Even those nursing dark intentions momentarily reigned in their malice. Zhou Chen continued, this alliance exists solely because we share a common enemy. We fight only to survive. You lend strength, why provide supplies? It is fair. If you seek merely to idle away your days, this place holds no room for you. You may scrape by for this one meal, but not the next. Should you choose to retreat to your own home and await death, or seek refuge with the enemy, we will not stop you. But should you join them, our next encounter will show no mercy. Silence fell. To comply risked becoming cannon fodder, dooming not only themselves, but also their wives and children. Yet refusal meant enduring perhaps one more night, or two, before starvation claimed them. In truth, they were cornered. Beijia's gang, now trading women for supplies, would soon exhaust the neighborhood's resources, and then cannibalism would begin. They might escape starvation only to become two-legged sheep, livestock for slaughter. Cooperation with Zhou Chen seemed the sole path left. Moreover, Lao Sun had recently distributed small rations daily, a half bag of dumplings, 2 or 3 steamed buns, a pack of instant noodles. Meager as they were, each portion was life itself. Lao Sun explained these came from Zhou Chen himself, venturing out nightly into the black frost to scavenge. Could anyone truly brave such cold to search for supplies? Indeed, without Zhou Chen's aid over these past 10 days they would have starved long ago. Knowing Zhou Chen lacked eloquence, Lao Sun stepped forward in his stead. What hesitation remains? If not for yourselves, then for your wives and children. How many among you watched your fathers and mothers starve themselves to save food for you? How many saw your parents lock themselves in freezing rooms, giving you their winter coats, only to freeze to death? Elders sacrificed everything, leaving you the sole hope of survival. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire, you must live. Otherwise, how could you face your parents' memory? Lao Sun struck deep into their grief. Sobbing filled the room. One man choked out, "Beijia murdered my mother and wife. Only my 11-year-old son kept me from charging him. Heedin. I fear no death, only his fate." Zhou Chen replied, "Bloodshed always claims lives, but strike harder than your enemy, and it is they who fall. Beijia's gang lacks for nothing now, but soon they'll dominate this entire building. Then you'll be expendable. Refuse to kneel and your families won't survive. That rabble hoards food, they won't feed children. Recall the fates of the women already taken. Indeed, Beijia's men have already eyed your wives, attempting forced entry more than once." Zhou Chen refused to linger. "My terms stand. Disobey, eat, and leave. Cooperate, and obey orders. What is there to fear? We're all human. Wounds happen in battle, but I can retrieve medicine. Can they?" A buzzcut man stepped forward. "Zhou Chen, you want obedience, but really you mean to use us as cannon fodder, don't you?" Zhou Chen met his gaze, a wry, mocking smile curling his lips. "And why not? Am I your parent giving supplies freely? At this temperature, -70 degrees, even layers of clothing won't sustain them outdoors for 20 minutes. Zhou Chen wore a thermal suit layered beneath thick wool sweaters and thermal pants, and even standing in the stairwell, he still felt a chill. Lao Sun quickly added, "With supplies this scarce, would you risk your life nightly to scavenge for strangers? Be honest, would you? Fine, I'll lead the charge. You follow right behind me. Fear before your first battle is natural. After a few more, courage hardens into instinct. Don't forget, Beijia's gang has been drawing close to thugs from neighboring buildings. Soon they'll control the entire complex. How many dissenters have already been thrown from balconies? If death is inevitable, why not fight for a chance to live?" These men hungered for survival. Hesitation was natural. Yet after hearing Zhou Chen and Lao Sun, and catching the scent of fried eggs and boiling noodles, their doubts dissolved. To hesitate meant certain death. To fight offered a sliver of hope. "We fight." Zhou Chen opened the door. "Fill your bellies first. Lao Sun, come with me." Women and children watched eagerly as large bowls of egg noodles sat steaming on the table. The men filed in, eyes gleaming emerald green at the sight. Real egg noodles. Eggs and noodles, not the thin broth-only soups they'd endured before. After so many days of hunger, they finally feasted. The moment the first strand, rich with egg, touched their lips, tears pricked their eyes. What once seemed ordinary had become unimaginable luxury. The women understood what lay ahead. Swallowing hard, they lifted eggs and noodles from their own bowls and placed them gently into their husbands. They were starving, but restrained themselves, transferring the very last noodle into their men's bowls. Eat more, stay warm, gain strength. Strength prevents injury. While they sipped the broth, fragrant with lard fried egg, each sip a lingering soul-deep comfort. Even a simple bowl of noodles, if they could eat their fill every night. Zhou Chen ushered Lao Sun into the stairwell on the 16th floor, and under the cloak of night produced a boxed meal. Inside were rice, a pork chop, an egg, and some vegetables. "Hurry and eat." Lao Sun, unsure of what Zhou Chen had handed him, seized it with his hands and shoved it into his mouth. After biting into a piece of meat, he finally realized and blurted out, "Damn, how do you have meat? You didn't butcher your dog, did you?" Zhou Chen almost laughed. "That dog is cunning and getting more obedient by the day. I wouldn't slaughter it. Don't be the fool who charges ahead, stay at the rear and supervise. Note the names of those who fight hardest. Those who sacrifice most deserve reward." Lao Sun wolfed the food down. He had not tasted meat in so long that it was pure bliss. "Let me lead. I know these residents well. They're usually mild. Without someone to lead them, they want act ruthless. Besides, I brought them here." Zhou Chen understood what Lao Sun meant. Lao Sun was by nature righteous and would never hide at the back while others took the blows. But had he ever wondered what truly caused those neighbors' parents to die? Some elders may have starved themselves to spare their children, certainly. Yet it was far more likely that many had been starved to death by those very people. But Lao Sun was tenacious and single-minded. No amount of argument would shake his belief. 10 minutes later, Lao Sun produced a 1-meter pointed steel spike from his coat. In terms of lethality, it was more terrifying than a cleaver. He led the little band, moving silently down the stairwell. Zhou Chen walked at the rear, wanting to gauge their resolve. If they proved desperate enough, he did not mind provisioning them with better supplies afterward. Hope must be offered. Hope drives people to greater feats, and greater feats made for more useful cannon fodder. On the deserted 8th floor under Lao Sun's instruction, they split into 2 teams to block the 2 doors. Lao Sun, having already learned the lay of Daoba crew, rapped on apartment 801 and shouted hoarsely, "Captain, open the door." A voice answered from within, "Who is it?" Lao Sun pressed on. "Someone sneaked out. Might be that bastard Zhou Chen." Zhou Chen fell silent. On a night of -70 degrees, the people inside did not want to leave their beds. "You must be seeing things. Even if you went out head freeze, he'll come back. Leave it till tomorrow." Lao Sun's tone brimmed with worry. "I saw him carrying a very large pack. Could it be he knew what'd come for him and fled?" At the suggestion that Zhou Chen might flee, there was an uneasy rustle inside and footsteps approached the door. The residents outside, blades in hand, were so nervous their palms sweated. When the door cracked open, Lao Sun forced it wider and drove the spike in, leading the charge. "Li Seer, you bastard. Where is the captain? Where is he now?" Light flared from inside. Seizing the initiative, Lao Sun plunged the spike through a shoulder, kicked the man down, and immediately set upon the others in the living room. Those who had been trembling with fear found courage in Lao Sun's ferocity. They brandished knives and hacked. Daoba henchmen were suddenly cut down and howled in agony. "Damn, I want to see who has the gall to come here and seek death." Daoba strode out of the master bedroom, wielding a hammer. One second, he wore a cruel snarl, the next he froze. Where had so many people come from? A steel spike drove toward him with no quarter. "Daoba, you bastard. Where is the captain? Hand him over." Daoba hesitated a beat, then bent, dodged, and swung his hammer at Lao Sun. Several others burst from adjacent bedrooms, and the crowd that had overturned the living room turned tail and fought back. For a moment, Building 10 erupted with shouts, men's screams, and women's cries. Nearby buildings were startled, residents pressed to their windows to peer down. With the tide of battle, one-sided memories of the security guards' abuses kindled a furious, irrational rage. Reason evaporated, they hacked like madmen. A pack of half-dressed brutes, some without weapons, were cut back in disarray. They retreated into bedrooms, desperately bracing doors shut. Daoba was strong and youthful, and paid no heed to the lame Lao Sun. But the enraged residents hacked the door plank several times. Seeing the beasts unwilling to come out, they turned their fury directly on Daoba. Daoba took a slash across his back. His thick clothing spared him a grievous wound, but the sight unnerved him. He swung his hammer, wounding 2, then ducked back into the room. Zhang Li and others from 802 heard the commotion, seized weapons, and rushed to help. As they opened the door, they were sprayed in the face with pepper spray. Stumbling and shrieking, some of the men outside charged in and hacked a few blows before fleeing. Zhang Li, who had not been hit by the spray, pursued to the doorway, only to meet Lao Sun and his group streaming from the opposite side. The 2 parties collided instantly. There were 2 more security guards in that apartment, whose main task had been to watch Zhang Li's disposable fighters and the women. They had abused the women many times during this period. When the assault burst upon them, they were still in bed amidst the women. As they rose to seize knives, they felt a blow to the head. Then their necks and backs were each cut twice. Yang Xitian, who had quietly armed herself with 2 cleavers, brandished them and screaming hacked like a berserker. The timid women scurried into corners, covering their heads and shrieking. Yang Xitian became a vengeful force, toppling one of the men, and with a little thug at her side fled toward the main door. In the chaos, she seized Chen Chong and with a single stroke lopped off his other ear. "You bastard, steal my food and my winter clothes, then go rot." When Yang Xitian and the little thug burst out, their faces and clothes were smeared with blood. Zhou Chen had not expected the 2 women to have the nerve to carve their way out. Seeing them nearly frozen without winter coats, he said, "Go to the 15th floor first and wait for Lao Sun to make arrangements." "No need. I told you I'd help you kill your enemies." Yang Xitian urged the little thug upstairs to wait, then raised her blade and charged back into the fray. Zhou Chen could not help admiring her. She was ferocious. According to the plan, the ambush would last 3 minutes. Whatever the outcome, they must not cling to the battlefield. Zhou Chen checked his watch. When the time came, he called the retreat. Lao Sun led the withdrawal, limping, carrying a person on his back. Zhang Li, nursing heavy losses, exploded in hatred when he heard Zhou Chen's voice and charged out cursing. Zhou Chen stood on the steps with his hands in his pockets, looking down. "What do you still want to fight?" Lao Sun and the others halted at once, each gripping a kitchen knife, faces set like predators as they glared at Zhang Li. Zhang Li froze, his legs trembling. He tucked his tail and fled back inside, slamming the door so hard he could not even mutter a threat. The beasts on the 8th floor had been badly wounded and remained shaken. At that moment, Zhou Chen's voice carried through the corridor to each of them. "Get out of this building. If anyone remains here after dawn, they will be killed." The elated residents answered with a roar, "Kill! Kill!" They shouted in unison, "Exterminate, you animals. Scum beasts, you will rot. Clear out now, or we'll cut you down." Zhou Chen returned home. The big yellow dog at the doorway wagged its tail relentlessly. In the living room, the little boy, roused by the shouting, sat up quietly on the bed, his clear eyes fixed unblinkingly on the door. Zhou Chen put down his weapon and pinched the child's pale cheek. "Go to sleep," he said. Half an hour later there came a knock at the door. Through the peephole, Zhou Chen saw Lao Sun standing alone and only then opened the door. Lao Sun's eyes were rimmed with red. "We clashed tonight. 2 were injured, not seriously, but in this weather if the wounds aren't dressed." Earlier, Zhou Chen had been overseeing the fight. Whether from thirst for revenge or the need to prove themselves, the 2 wounded had indeed charged with reckless ferocity. Now that blood had been drawn, it was only right to bring out some medicine. With supplies, the expendable fighters who have no worries will charge even more fiercely next time. "Wait." Zhou Chen shut the door, pretended to search the living room, then reopened it to hand Lao Sun a first aid kit. "They'll go out tomorrow to look for more." Lao Sun understood at once. Even if those downstairs were united now, they must not learn that Zhou Chen kept a large stash of medicine. Seeing Lao Sun's unhealthy pallor, Zhou Chen guessed the reason and couldn't help asking, "How is that man?" Lao Sun shook his head. "He just left. He has a daughter married away. Even if he survived, we may never reach her, and if we do, I don't know how to explain this." The old captain had been a good man. If not for him, how would a disabled man come to work as a security guard in an upscale complex and stay for more than a decade? But it was his kindness that brought him to this end. Thinking of the old captain's unwillingness and death, Zhou Chen ground his teeth in hatred. "Dao Ba and those bastards. He'll cut them to pieces and feed them to dogs." Zhou Chen cautioned, "Don't be impulsive. Tonight's sweeping victory came from striking when they were unprepared. If those beasts had been prepared, the heavy losses would have been ours alone. But next they would certainly be on guard. If Lao Sun stormed off in a fury to exact revenge, he might lose even his life." This one-sided battle had left most of them wounded, several grievously so. Without medical conditions, they would not survive the night. Besides, if you die, won't that little boy be left for me to raise? Stay alive. Lao Sun unconsciously clutched the first aid kit and nodded. "I understand. One day I will chop those monsters to pieces." Zhou Chen said, "First take the medicine down, then call everyone up. I have plans to make." After Lao Sun left, Zhou Chen took from his storage several iron plates, a generator, diesel parts, and welding equipment. When chaotic footsteps rose from below, he pretended to return from the rooftop. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the tools spread on the floor. Zhou Chen explained, "I meant to renovate the rooftop garden, but never started. These things will be useful now." Under his direction, they worked through the night to install an iron door in the 9th floor stairwell. At dawn, after the beasts had fled, they would seal the ground floor windows. With 2 iron doors standing watch in rotation, the whole building would finally be firmly in their hands. The 15th floor became a makeshift mess hall. The generator stayed there for light and cooking while a cable ran to the 9th floor iron door, so that even if someone broke through the ground floor, anyone rushing up would be electrocuted or stunned. At dawn, under Lao Sun's savage threats, Dao Ba and his gang were driven out of the building like dogs without a home. They had suffered terrible losses last night when unprepared. In the bitter cold, even non-lethal wounds proved fatal. A few who bled too much couldn't last half an hour, and their bodies remained in the 8th floor apartments. Dao Ba stood in the snow and spat fierce words. "I'll remember this debt. One by one I'll kill you all." Lao Sun grabbed his steel bar and was about to rush forward. "Don't talk, I'll kill you right now." On the top floor, Zhou Chen cradled a cup of hot milk and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. He watched the defeated pack leading a cluster of women move toward Building 10. Their numbers were noticeably fewer, but Zhang Li, Qin Chang, and a few others still lived. Truly cockroaches you cannot kill. He finished the hot milk in one draw, put on his cold weather suit, and because he expected a long outing, layered several sweaters and thermal pants beneath it. He pulled the ear flaps of his cotton hat down to his chin, wrapping his face, so only his eyes were visible. The little boy on the child's bed slept peacefully. For some reason, the goofy girl across the way did not appear as usual. The ground floor had become what was once the 5th floor. Lao Sun and the others were sealing the windows. One more layer of protection meant a little more peace of mind. Zhou Chen, fully geared, went downstairs. The busy group learned he intended to go out for supplies and grew excited. Lao Sun rubbed his hands and shivered as he asked, "Xiao Zhou, the outdoors is not like inside. Can you stand it for long?" Others shared the same worry. At -70 degrees, 20 minutes outside, without shelter, and a person will be frozen to death. They had long wished to venture out for supplies, but the conditions made it impossible. "Xiao Zhou, don't go too far. Nobody can withstand this cursed weather." "Yes, there are a few small supermarkets nearby. Just check those." Zhou Chen stepped onto the solid ice. "I know what I'm doing. Finish the iron gate and rest. No one should mess with us within 3 days." Lao Sun waved the walkie-talkie. "When you return, contact me. If anything happens, they'll bring people to the complex gate to pick you up. This distance we can hold." Zhou Chen gave an okay sign, and under everyone's gaze drew a pair of ice skates from his backpack. Everyone was stunned. "You even had those?" Zhou Chen laced the skates on, tested them briefly, and soon reclaimed the elegance of the skating prince from his youth at the cultural palace. "I'm off." He waved, and in an instant shot forward like a streak. The commotion at Building 10 from last night was still being watched in the shadows. Seeing him, ordinary residents and violent gangs alike were stunned. Zhou Chen glided over the ice with effortless grace, deftly bypassing frozen corpses and debris, his movements silky and flamboyant. Hundreds of meters toward the gate, more and more residents witnessed the scene. Even after his silhouette vanished at the entrance, they remained dazed for a long time. Shock, envy, jealousy, greed. Some wanted to latch onto him, others began to harbor evil thoughts. Zhou Chen paid them no mind. The moment he burst through the gate, his spirits soared like a caged bird finally freed. Trapped in the complex for a full month, he was finally free. Even the air seemed to bear the scent of liberty. The city under ice and snow was frighteningly silent. As streets and alleys had been erased, no familiar trace remained. Outside, everything was hollow and empty, no living thing in sight, as though the world held only him. In truth, many had survived. As he sped along, Zhou Chen felt countless eyes from the surrounding high-rises watching him, a prickling sensation on his back that made him uneasy. Fortunately, those watchers could not come out, and even if they did, they could not catch him. He ran as he pleased for several kilometers before actually encountering a group. They were dragging supplies back, streaked with fresh blood. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, they froze for 3 seconds, then dropped their load and ran into the road with weapons raised to rob him. "Take off your shoes." Their reflexes marked them as habitual criminals. Zhou Chen remained calm and did not slow. He drew a hammer from his belt. They could have minded their own business, but chose to bring trouble. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Memories of his past life were vivid. He would show no mercy and feel no guilt. Whoever they were, he would kill them and be done with it. Using his speed advantage, Zhou Chen closed in and at the nearest instant landed a resounding blow to the head of the fastest attacker. The man who charged hardest was struck and collapsed. Blood spurted and soon crystallized in the cold into a pool of gore. His eyes stared open in death. The rest of the gang, surging forward, could not even catch the hem of Zhou Chen's coat. All they could do was shout curses at his retreating back. Zhou Chen did not look back. He raised his hand and gave them the middle finger as he continued on his way. Zhou Chen's true purpose for coming out today was simply to get some fresh air. In plain terms, he wanted to indulge in freedom. After enjoying that feeling for a while, he found a sheltered spot to replenish his energy. He definitely needed to gather supplies, as there was still an entire building in the neighborhood waiting to be scavenged. There were indeed plenty of resources in his space. Not to mention the 20-odd people in the building. Even a military unit could sustain itself for 2 or 3 years. The problem was that his space had a preservation function, making it inconvenient to take many resources out. The entire city had been frozen for over 20 days. No food could possibly remain intact. It was only natural that the quality of any resources taken out would be poor. Human hearts are treacherous, and one must always be on guard. He did not want to be studied as some garbage specimen. He ate a piece of chocolate and drank a can of Red Bull. Zhou Chen carefully examined the appearance of the surrounding buildings, determined the correct direction, and immediately headed towards Wanda Plaza, which was 5 kilometers away. That was a new shopping area 3 kilometers away from the nearest residential building. In this dreadful weather, no one had even ventured outside, so the chances of it being looted were relatively low. Zhou Chen raced against the wind and quickly arrived at Wanda Plaza. The shops in the low-rise buildings had been buried beneath layers of ice, with only a few department stores standing resiliently amid the snowstorm. One of the department stores offered a variety of dining, entertainment, and leisure options, and it contained a considerable amount of food. Zhou Chen located this building, used a hammer to break the ice layer, and shattered the glass. The moment the glass shattered, light immediately poured in. The ground was about 3 meters high from the platform, so he took out a ladder from his space and climbed up. After climbing through the window, he remembered to take the ladder with him, lest someone else took it. He was even more worried that someone might use the ladder to sneak in and ambush him. He successfully entered the building and was taken aback by the indoor environment. It turned out to be a 24-hour Haidaleo. This was definitely a great place. With the astonishing foot traffic at Haidaleo every day, there was bound to be plenty of food. Vegetables would not keep, but meat products were not afraid of freezing. In these times, unscrupulous merchants were everywhere. Surely the average person consumed their fair share of zombie meat each year. Thinking back, the stomachs of the people in Huaxia were indeed made of iron. The range of light was small, and after only a few steps, darkness enveloped him. Zhou Chen took out his flashlight and spent 10 minutes finding the kitchen. The moment he pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of over a dozen frozen corpses. Judging by their clothing, there was a manager, chefs, cleaners, and mostly waitstaff. These individuals were night shift workers trapped in the store by a typhoon, ultimately freezing to death. No one suffered more than the working class. Zhou Chen inspected the kitchen. There were many ingredients with a thick layer of ice on top. The vegetables were severely dehydrated and crumbled at the slightest touch. The meat was not afraid of freezing, but after being subjected to sub-zero temperatures of -70 degrees, it had turned into true zombie meat. Even if it was zombie meat, just taking out a plate of it would be a precious resource that countless people would desperately seek. Zhou Chen began collecting ingredients, beverages, hot pot-based seasoning dishes, and even chairs and tables. Nothing was left behind. These items were ones he certainly would not eat. Why would he choose zombie meat when delicious food was available? That would be self-torture. When he left Hadaleo, the store had already been completely looted. This floor was entirely a food zone, and after walking around, he had collected several tons of chicken, duck, fish, meat, frogs, shrimp, crabs, and beef and lamb entrails. Zhou Chen continued his methodical search, not only taking food, but also collecting tables, chairs, kitchen utensils, decorations, and even tissues into his space. He went upstairs to find a cinema. There were not many supplies left. The beverages had turned into blocks of ice, snack packaging had all expanded, and the popcorn had rotted and turned to a foul-smelling liquid. Zhou Chen took the beverages and snacks, and he couldn't miss the 10 massage chairs in the resting area. He also took the movie screen, high-quality speakers, and seats from the audience area. In the future, he might have the opportunity to set up a home theater to pass the time. Moving up another floor, he found a gym equipped with various professional fitness equipment. Zhou Chen cleared out this floor and was ready to change locations. He planned to take a trip to the nearby Intai to see if there were any winter clothes for children. That autistic child at home only had one set of winter clothes, and they were all dirty. Arriving at the Intai department store, he entered through a broken window, and the inside was pitch black. Under the beam of his flashlight, the circular layout of the mall revealed various exquisite products displayed in each store. Expensive clothing, shoes, hats, and bags were all ignored at this time. This floor was filled with summer and autumn clothing. Looking at these beautifully crafted new fabrics, Zhou Chen couldn't help but reminisce about his previous life. In just 3 years since the apocalypse, everyone he saw, including himself, was dressed in rags resembling beggars. With endless natural disasters, survivors were exhausted from fleeing, and their belongings were discarded. In the process of searching for resources, fighting for supplies, and self-preservation, even the best clothes became tattered. When he was mortally wounded and died on the street, he had nothing but a ragged t-shirt and a pair of torn jeans. He didn't even have a pair of shoes. Thinking of these things made him shiver all over. Regardless of whether the clothing was for men, women, or children, he collected everything. It didn't matter that he wouldn't use them. They could be traded for resources in the future and could even win people's hearts. Not to mention the outside world, even in a Sakura community, there would not be a shortage of violent gangs like the Scarface gang. With resources in hand, there would always be scum willing to be his dogs. Zhou Chen searched through all the floors and collected a considerable amount of bedding until he finally found 2 children's autumn and winter clothing brand stores on the top floor. The quality of the clothes and shoes was quite good and thick enough. He swept through the place like a doomsday tornado, leaving nothing behind. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, he had been out for 8 hours. With such a long absence, the people in the building were surely very anxious. Zhou Chen no longer delayed. He quickly skated home on his ice skates. When he was 1 kilometer away from the Sakura community, he found a corner to stop. He took out wooden boards and ropes from his space to make a simple shelf, packed some supplies on it, and then dragged the supplies across the street. In building 10 or more people gathered on the ground floor, all of them anxious and burning with impatience. The Beast Gang had been driven away, and with these 2 iron doors, the safety of this building was temporarily ensured. However, without resources, they would still starve to death. Why hasn't he come back yet? Wasn't he told to look for supplies nearby? Where did he run off to? Could something have happened? Old Sun huffed and stamped his feet, feeling anxious, but having to calm everyone down. Don't worry, he has been fine on previous outings. Perhaps this time he found a lot of supplies, so he's just a bit slow. A woman holding 2 watermelon knives snorted coldly. What are you anxious about? Even if Zhou Ge has ice skates, carrying supplies is still tiring. The sky darkened fully, and in the event of a power outage, the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Looking around, only a few residential buildings emitted sporadic glimmers of light. Old Sun took out a steel bar. I'll go check at the front door. At that moment, the walkie-talkie in his pocket crackled, followed by Zhou Chen's voice. Old Sun opened the door and called everyone down to move the supplies. Everyone was filled with excitement. This was the moment they had long awaited. Zhou Ge was back and had successfully brought back supplies. The large iron door swung open, and a beam of light from afar entered everyone's view, swaying incessantly and drawing closer. Bang! Zhou Chen made a sharp turn, and the simple rack he dragged on the ground was flung against the wall by inertia, causing a pile of bags to spill out. Everyone was stunned. My goodness, so many supplies. In the next moment, tears flowed freely, and they were filled with gratitude for Zhou Chen. They had initially worried that their relationship was merely cooperative, that Zhou Chen only viewed them as expendables. Saying he was out searching for supplies probably was just a pretense. Unexpectedly. How wonderful. They would not starve to death, and their wives and children would not starve either. If they worked hard to survive, there would be hope. Creak. The heavy iron gate slammed shut and locked. Under the beam of his flashlight, Zhou Chen saw a formidable woman. How did you get here? Zhou Chen asked. Yang Xitian's gaze was resolute. I won't take charity. I'm perfectly capable of standing watch. Zhou Chen nodded in quiet approval. Rely on a mountain. It crumbles. Rely on a river. It runs dry. He held deep respect for women who understood self-reliance, and one who willingly gripped a cleaver to serve as frontline defense. He could not possibly refuse her. Nearby, starving neighbors, desperate and shivering, eagerly tore open several supply bags. At the sight of the abundant provisions inside, they gasped in disbelief. My heavens, these supplies are astonishing. Is this meat? I'd have been grateful just for a bite, but meat. There's even children's clothing and chilblain ointment. My son's hands and feet were oozing pus. Now I can finally breathe easy. Xiao Zhou, thank you so much. Brother Zhou, you've worked so hard. Everyone knew how to perform gratitude. Zhou Chen waved his hand. We've all gone a day without food. Take these supplies upstairs and cook them right away. For now, we'll share communal meals. Conditions are limited, but when things improve, we'll reassess. Don't mistake their current gratitude for loyalty. It was born solely from the provisions he brought. Had he returned empty-handed today, their faces would have twisted into something far darker, even murderous. With beaming smiles, the neighbors hurried the supplies up the stairs. We'll follow your lead, Brother Zhou. You've labored outside all day. Go home and rest. Once dinner's ready, we'll bring it up to you. No need. I ate a few slices of bread outside. I just want to sleep. Zhou Chen had no intention of consuming zombie meat. The neighbors erupted in exhilaration. In such bitter cold, Brother Zhou had truly delivered vital supplies. For now, cooperating with him seemed not only sensible, but wise. Noticing Yang Sitian still standing motionless, Zhou Chen said, I brought back quite a few garments for women. You should claim your share. Since you've chosen to join the defense effort, you can't afford to dress too lightly. Though she'd reclaimed her winter coat, her underlayers were pitifully thin. Her whole body trembled violently, her face pale and bluish with cold. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Having just escaped a living nightmare, Yang Sitian obeyed Zhou Chen without hesitation. She knew full well that authority over the entire building rested entirely with him, and compliance guaranteed sustenance. Yet she also understood an unspoken truth: in times of scarcity, no one kept dead weight. Nor was Zhou Chen the sort who tolerated freeloaders. That was precisely why the moment she woke, she seized 2 cleavers and descended without delay. She also bore the responsibility of caring for Xiao Yun, and thus must strive harder still. Zhou Chen ascended to the top floor. As his neighbor's door swung open, a flash of crimson shot forth. An enemy. His nerves snapped taut. He instinctively raised his broadaxe. The crimson figure slid forward on her knees, then clamped both arms tightly around Zhou Chen's thigh. Great Lord, please accept my utmost reverence. Zhou Chen kept the broadaxe raised, gazing down at the woman clinging to his leg. She wore a vibrant red down jacket. Beneath the fluffy hood glowed a youthful, radiant face. Chiro. Yes, Great Lord, it's me. The floor was icy. Chiro couldn't bear kneeling any longer. She scrambled upright, flashing a deferential smile. Zhou Chen frowned. Step back. Farther. Chiro instantly retreated 3 paces, stamping her frozen feet and grinning with exaggerated servility. Great Lord, I've waited for you all day. Zhou Chen glanced toward the doorway behind her, where another unfamiliar woman stood. Your friend? No. I'm extremely reclusive with almost no friends. Even if I had any, I wouldn't dare bring them here without your explicit permission. After a hesitant pause, the woman at the door braved the freezing wind and stepped forward. Zhou. Brother Zhou, I'm Long Xiaoyan. Zhou Chen recognized her vaguely, then recalled the nose ring, and memory clicked. You're the rebellious girl Zhang Li brought along. He remembered her clearly, smoky eye makeup, explosive hair surging through the stairwell during that violent clash. But now, with her clean face and neatly tied ponytail, and that nose ring the sole remnant, the fierce delinquent had vanished without a trace. The girl nodded earnestly. Brother Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I had no idea those scum had wronged you before. My uncle oversees public security and fire control. Su Wanswan deliberately flattered and befriended me, but I've known them less than a month. Just then Yang Sitian bounded up the stairs, clutching 2 garments, her face alight with delight, until she sensed the tension. Instantly anxious, she rushed to plead for her best friend. Brother Zhou, Xiaoyan wasn't involved with Zhang Li's group. They schemed against you repeatedly, trying to trick you into opening your door to seize your home, but she never took part. When I was nearly frozen to death, she defied everyone's objections to save me. Brother Zhou, I swear Xiao Yun is good-hearted. I swear she'll never burden the group. She may not wield a blade, but she will never live off others' labor. Uncle Sun told me exemplary conduct earns rewards. I will prove myself, Brother Zhou. If anyone threatens you, I'll be the first to charge and cut them down. If nothing else, I'll give her half my rations. Please don't cast her out. Yang Sitian's voice trembled with rising emotion. Xiao Yun stood moved to tears, and the two embraced, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhou Chen despised women's tears. Frowning, he snapped, Enough, my head aches. Both women hastily wiped their eyes, then stared at him, trembling, breathless, waiting. Zhou Chen fixed his gaze upon the girl and spoke sternly. You understand the stakes. If combat isn't your strength, follow Uncle Sun's assignments, and do what you can. No place on earth keeps idle mouths. Thank you, Brother Zhou. The girl exhaled in profound relief, nodding vigorously. Zhou Chen waved dismissively. Go on, back to your room. How did you end up living here? He suddenly asked. Yang Sitian replied. Last night we slept on the 15th floor, crammed among the older women. This afternoon Uncle Sun instructed us to move up. Uncle Sun, inviting 3 young, beautiful women to reside in his own apartment. Under different circumstances, Zhou Chen would have assumed ulterior motives, but Uncle Sun was different. She Rose stamped her feet, her nose flushed crimson from the cold, and volunteered an explanation for why she lived across from him. Last night, I heard commotion and prepared to come over, but the thugs on the 19th floor tried forcing open doors again, so I dared not leave. This morning I slipped over quietly. At first they refused me entry, then I contributed some supplies and learned you had approved my stay, so they let me in. Uncle Sun learned I studied education, so he assigned me to his apartment to care for his child. Knowing firewood was scarce, and that heating alone wastes fuel, he invited the other 2 to join us, ensuring mutual support and safety. Zhou Chen nodded slowly. Excellent. A woman would tend to a child with far more patience and care than he ever could. After dismissing the 3 women, Zhou Chen entered his apartment. After a full day outdoors, the interior felt noticeably colder than usual. Huang, his yellow dog, gripped a log in its jaws and shoved it into the fireplace, then wagged its tail furiously upon seeing its master return. Zhou Chen dropped his backpack and tossed Huang a bone. The dog lunged joyfully and began gnawing. Though trained to feed the hearth, even a clever dog's intellect barely matched that of a 5- or 6-year-old human. Keeping the fire burning steadily was already pushing its limits. He gently touched the toddler's forehead and hands. Cool, but not dangerously chilled. He replenished the fireplace with logs, cleared the ash, lifted the child from bed for diapering, then heated a large mug of milk. Only then turning to his own needs. He drew every curtain tight, then activated a second household generator, hooking it to the plumbing, delivered hot water. With the building secure, for now, there was no reason to hide his comforts. To enjoy them was only prudent. Amidst the extreme cold, countless souls couldn't even sip warm water, let alone luxuriate in a steaming bath. Zhou Chen sank into a full tub of hot water, eyes closed, utterly immersed in serene, luxurious repose. He soaked comfortably for a full hour, a remarkably effective remedy against fatigue. Zhou Chen felt utterly refreshed. After a long, exhausting day, it was time to reward his hungry stomach. With electricity restored, everything at home ran smoothly. After an hour and a half of bustling preparation, the dining table brimmed with sumptuous dishes. Braised pork belly, braised mixed fish, fiery shrimp, stir-fry, steamed hairy crab, tara milk, steamed spare ribs, vegetarian, medley fish head, tofu, soup, fresh fruit and vegetable salad, and a glass of fine-aged red wine. Master and dog dined heartily. The large yellow dog, mid-chew on a bone, caught the aroma, dashed over, and circled its master eagerly, tail wagging furiously. Zhou Chen ate to utter satisfaction, while downstairs his neighbors did likewise. Having starved all day at home, they had barely dared hope for instant noodles, bread, or steamed buns. Yet Zhou Chen had returned bearing meat, lamb slices, fatty beef rolls, beef balls, duck blood, and sweet potato vermicelli simmered together in one rich, fragrant pot, filling the air with savory steam. For people who had not tasted meat in far too long, this feast ignited overwhelming joy. And the bounty was generous, a bulging sack more than enough to feed them all for an entire day. Full. Content. This was the finest meal they had eaten since the cataclysm descended. The men rejoiced, no longer fearing their wives and children would go hungry. The women too were elated. Not because they themselves ate well, but because their children were fed and their husbands, the pillars of the household, were spared hunger. The children bundled in thick winter coats and new shoes, ill-fitting yet fiercely warm, no longer huddled shivering beneath blankets, afraid to step out of bed. Playmates darted about with toys, quickly bonding in laughter and delight. Hearing their joyful cries and seeing their radiant smiles filled their parents' hearts with profound comfort. Lao Sun lifted a bowl from the steaming pot, filled with tender lamb and beef slices, a generous portion of duck blood, and 2 plump beef balls. Pausing, he dipped his spoon back and scooped up another ball, and dropped it back into the pot. A neighbor roughly his age noticed immediately, and urged Lao Sun, why stand on ceremony? We're grateful to Zhou Chen, but we're just as grateful to you. Had you not found us, we'd have starved to death by now. You of all people deserve extra portions. Saying this, he set down his chopsticks and reached for Lao Sun's bowl, ready to ladle him a second helping. Lao Sun waved his hand gently. No, it's not that. I'm already full. I was thinking of that young man on the 6th floor. At once everyone understood. Lao Sun's heart ached for the youth who refused to abandon his parents' remains. Perhaps he reasoned that the supplies belonged collectively to all, and though he wished to share some with the young man, he hesitated to take more than his fair share. They exchanged glances, silent, uncertain. To claim no resentment whatsoever would be utterly impossible when one's own belly growled with hunger. Who could spare concern for another's survival? After a moment's thought, Lao Sun proposed, what if I first bring him a bowl downstairs and urge him to join our group? More hands mean greater strength. If he still refuses, then we must let him be. After all, Zhou Chen risked much to bring these supplies back through the snowbound city. No one objected. Lao Sun's authority and compassion commanded quiet assent. As Lao Sun stepped out, the others resumed feasting, layer upon layer of tender meat rolling into mouths, grease glistening on chins. Across the way in Building 19, a gang of thugs huddled on the 16th floor pressed against frost-rimed windows, eyes gleaming, emerald green mouths dripping saliva. Damn it, those people in Building 21 are actually eating meat. Not only does every single person get meat, they each get 2 full bowls. Unbelievable. Hell, I haven't even sipped a drop of broth. Didn't Dao Ba claim he'd looted all the food? Dao Ba strutted around like a king, but last night he got slashed to ribbons. Now he's slinking around Building 10, begging Fei Gu to take him in like a stray dog. What a useless wretch. Who among you knows Zhou Chen? A dozen underlings shook their heads. One green-haired thug stepped forward. We don't know Zhou Chen, but everyone knows Lao Sun. So perhaps. The middle-aged man, wearing a gemstone ring, sat upright on the sofa beside a crackling fire, his left hand gripping a woman's head tightly before shoving her away with a low grunt. Her face obscured by tangled hair, the woman rose silently, spat into a trash bin, and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. The man zipped his trousers, took a swig of hot wine, and his narrow, calculating eyes gleamed with cold intent. Who here knows Zhou Chen? A dozen underlings shook their heads. One green-haired thug stepped forward. We don't know Zhou Chen, but everyone knows Lao Sun. So perhaps. The middle-aged man sat upright on the sofa beside a crackling fire, his left hand gripping a woman's head tightly before shoving her away with a low grunt. Tomorrow morning you'll find Lao Sun and tell him this: the Sakura gang intends to move against Zhou Chen. But if he supplies us with meat, Building 19 will stay out of it. Otherwise. The green-haired thug accepted the order. How much should we demand daily? The man smirked coldly. As much as possible. No less than 10 jin of meat. What if he refuses? Before the man could answer, a dozen underlings erupted in curses. Damn it. Who does he think he is refusing? If he won't comply, we'll storm his door with blades drawn. Exactly. Does he think a steel gate can hold us back? Let's strike now. Even if we miss the meat, at least we'll get a bowl of broth. Brilliant idea. I'm starving. The thugs grew increasingly agitated, salivating at the mere thought of meat, desperate to act immediately. Pathetic. The man slammed his fist on the table. What? Am I shorting you on food and drink? Instantly the underlings fell silent, scrambling to apologize and curry favor. Look at you. All cowering like cowards. Just seeing you makes my blood boil. He ranted a few more times before finally calming himself. Mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed the woman still standing nearby. Why haven't you left yet? Then, as if remembering something, he snatched a pack of instant noodles from the side table and tossed it onto the floor like scraps for a dog. She said nothing, bent quietly to retrieve the noodles, and hurried out. As she passed through the building's entrance, icy wind pierced her frame. She pulled her coat tighter and descended the darkened stairwell, shivering. Emerging from the unit, she instinctively raised her gaze, aching sorrowful, toward the topmost floor across the way. Zhou Chen's hearth must be blazing fiercely indeed. Even with curtains drawn tight, a soft glow seeped through the windows. Could his neighbors, too, be feasting on meat? Suddenly a beam of light struck her face. Su Wanswan instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Zhang Li approached from the neighboring building accompanied by a woman. What are you standing there for? Did you secure the supplies? Here. Su Wanswan hurled the instant noodles at him and stormed off in fury. Zhang Li stooped to pick up the frozen noodles, chasing after her. What the hell is wrong with you? When a guest mistreats you, didn't I tell you to stay docile? Just endure it. Endure this. Unable to suppress her seething hatred, Su Wanswan whirled and slapped him hard across the face. Zhang Li, already frayed raw, exploded. 2 sharp stinging slaps answered her in kind. He kicked her hard to the ground, seized her hair in a brutal grip, and spat. Have you grown tired of living, you foul wretch? Still fancying yourself some goddess? Men lick at your feet. Gazing at Zhou Chen's window just now. Did you dream of crawling back to him? Dream on. You're nothing but worn-out footwear now. So spread your legs and earn supplies for me obediently. Chi-Ro drifted in and out of sleep, mistaking the knocking at the door for a dream. She was sensitive to unfamiliar beds and had grown accustomed to sleeping alone. The previous day, to avoid freezing to death in her sleep, she had shared a single bed with 2 other women, only finally drifting off around 3 or 4 in the morning. Someone's knocking. Sounds like it. I'll check. Yang Xitian, fearing trouble, hastily dressed and grabbed 2 watermelons knives before heading to the door. The moment the door swung open, Zhou Chen stood there, fully armored, cradling a child swaddled like a cocoon. At his feet lay 2 bags, one large, one small, and behind him rested a children's bed and a pile of firewood. Brother Zhou, where's Chi-Ro? I'll go call her. 5 minutes later, Chi-Ro burst out, disheveled, barefoot, shivering violently from the sudden chill of being yanked from warm blankets. Oh, what an adorable little one. Chi-Ro's eyes lit up at the sight of the toddler. His plump, fair cheeks and round, gleaming eyes were framed by a fuzzy hat. making his already charming face utterly irresistible. Is this old son's grandson? His name is Chuzakai. He has autism. If you care for him, well, I'll give you a substantial reward. The boy showed no reaction as he was placed into the arms of this unfamiliar young woman. Zhou Chen tossed the 2 bags inside. These are his clothes and provisions. Keep him warm. After all having cared for him for some time, it was only natural to feel something. Yet in this apocalypse, sentiment was nothing but dead weight, best severed early. He had no intention of taking anyone with him when he left the city. Chiro quickly agreed, "Don't worry, I'll take perfect care of this little darling." On the 15th floor, 2 neighbor guards shivered and yawned in unison. Spotting Zhou Chen, they instantly plastered on cheerful smiles. Brother Zhou heading out so early. They hurriedly cut the power and swung open the heavy iron gate. "Stay safe out there, Brother Zhou." On the 8th floor, Old Sun directed several neighbors, mere cannon fodder, as they hauled corpse after corpse downstairs. Already heavy, the frozen bodies grew icy and unwieldy. Why go through all that trouble? Just toss them out the window. At his suggestion, the group nodded, the logic undeniable. Respect for the dead mattered little. These men were monsters. With Zhou Chen's prompting, the neighbors retreated indoors, pried open windows, and cast the corpses down. Silence blanketed the compound, until several heavy thuds shattered it. The ice-locked bodies struck the ground and shattered into grotesque fragments. Just as Zhou Chen laced up his ice skates, Old Sun rushed down after him. "Xiao Zhou, we discussed it last night. There are too many people in this building to rely solely on you for supplies. What if you run into danger with no backup? The consensus is today, don't hunt for food. Focus on finding warm clothing. Tomorrow we'll send a team with you. More hands mean lighter burdens and greater safety." Zhou Chen slipped his thermal boots into his backpack and adjusted his woolen cap. The cataclysm struck in August. Stores were still stocked with summer wear. Autumn collections hadn't even arrived, let alone winter gear. What nonsense. Once these cannon fodder gained self-sufficiency, would they still obediently play their part? Not a chance. Not if he could help it. Old Sun sighed. True enough. This wretched calamity has ruined us all. Today I'm mainly searching for firewood. The furniture inside must be nearly exhausted. The warmer the interior, the less willing these cannon fodder became to brave the cold. As the urge to venture outside eroded day by day, dependence on him would become inevitable. Old Sun nodded. "Yes, we've burned through almost everything flammable." Zhou Chen waved farewell, and with a single powerful push shot forward like a streak of wind, his figure blurring across the few hundred meters to the compound gate. Those watching from the shadows gritted their teeth in envy. "Zhou Chen's leaving again. We need to get our hands on those skates. And his coat too. Without that thermal suit, even with skates, he wouldn't dare linger outdoors." "Right. He left at this hour yesterday and didn't return until nightfall, unfrozen, laden with sacks of supplies. Brother Fei says we'll observe 2 more days, then ambush him at the gate." Across Sakura Residential Complex, countless residents waited, first anxiously, then desperately, until dusk finally brought Zhou Chen home. At first no one saw him, but from afar came a deep rumbling roar. Like a heavily loaded freight truck grinding slowly down asphalt, the sound grew steadily louder, deeper, closer. It vibrated the very foundations. Though visibility was nil, crowds pressed against windows, straining to see. What is that noise? Could rescue forces have arrived? Can vehicles even run at -70 degrees? Of course not. After hours of roaming, Zhou Chen had located 5 industrial scales, securing them side by side with rope. From his spatial ring, he retrieved over 20 logs, binding them tightly with rope and laying them atop the scales. He'd spent 3 days along the riverbank, salvaging driftwood carried downstream. Each scale sat on 4 sturdy iron wheels, easily dragged even under immense weight. Rumble. Thus the entire complex watched in awe as Zhou Chen hauled the logs home. Envy consumed them utterly. For over 20 days beneath extreme sub-zero temperatures, residents had layered every garment they owned. Yet without heat sources, countless froze to death in their sleep. Ordinary households had long since burned every piece of furniture. Even violent gangs who looted homes found their stolen wooden goods dwindling within days. They'd forced groups of residents outside to gather firewood, only for every one of them to perish in the frost. Without urgent solutions, extinction was only a matter of time. Now, witnessing Zhou Chen deliver such a massive haul of logs to Building 21, their envy curdled into rabid fury, their eyes blazing crimson like those of cornered hares. The moment the walkie-talkie crackled, Old Sun assembled 10 men and rushed to the main gate. Beneath the dim light of the compound, unseen currents surged. Fearing ambushes, all 11, including Old Sun, rushed behind the scales and pushed with all their might. Thanks to the iron wheels, they swiftly returned to Building 21. With no time to waste, they swiftly severed the ropes and hurriedly carried each log indoors, carefully retrieving every scale intact. The moment the heavy iron gate slammed shut, relief washed over them, mingled with exhilaration. Old Sun flushed with excitement. "Xiao Zhou, where on earth did you drag these logs from?" Zhou Chen sat on a stool changing shoes. his face-flushed forehead glistening with sweat. Though he'd only hauled the load for a kilometer, the exertion had been immense. Yet to ensure his neighbors grasped the magnitude of his effort, he would stretch the truth, just a little. I recalled a small private furniture factory on the outskirts. I went to check for salvageable timber. Most had been swept away by floodwaters, though some remained wedged in collapsed structures. Wood floats. It hadn't frozen beneath the ice sheet, but moving it was grueling. Hearing outskirts, the cannon fodder's expressions turned complex. That distance, in ice and snow alone, Zhou Chen had done it solo. They knew unequivocally they could never replicate it. A few felt genuine, stirring gratitude. Others suppressed their thoughts, afraid to voice dissent. Across the entire building, Zhou Chen was the only one capable of enduring prolonged exposure outdoors. He possessed both the skill to locate resources and the fortitude to labor tirelessly. Under current conditions, they truly couldn't survive without him. Damn those bastards on the 19th floor. They actually plotted against Zhou Chen. 1 comes, I'll cleave him. 2 come, I'll fell them both. Zhou Chen was thoroughly satisfied with his neighbors' reactions. Whether their admiration was sincere or performative mattered little, so long as they deeply internalized his irreplaceability. Without me, you'll starve. You'll freeze. You'll die. From his pack, Zhou Chen withdrew 2 sacks of flour. Hauling those logs drained me. I brought back little food today. Take this upstairs. Let everyone eat a proper meal. Every face glowed with overwhelming, tearful gratitude. Xiao Zhou, I'm speechless. Brother Zhou, you're my reborn parent. Xiao Zhou, I allow who swear this here, and now whoever dares harm you, I'll split him in 2. This very instant. Hearing such words, half-old half-feigned, Zhou Chen offered polite perfunctory replies. Perhaps a few were truly grateful, but he felt no guilt. His spatial ring overflowed with supplies, enough to circle Earth thrice. And what he shared was far from his best. Yet humanity remains the greediest of creatures. To grant too much too soon breeds entitlement. Appetites expand insatiably, until they demand your very blood. This was never charity, it was collaboration. If his provisions also aided those neighbors who retained their moral compass, the partnership became mutually transformative. Old Sun immediately took charge. Lao Hu, take the flour upstairs. Xiao Huang, fetch a wood saw from upstairs. Fire extinguisher cabinets above the 15th floor still hold a few axes. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chen retrieve them. We'll process these logs into firewood tonight. Once all tasks were assigned, Old Sun approached Zhou Chen. His brow furrowed with concern. Xiao Zhou, after you left today, the landlord of Building 19 sent a green-haired man. They say the Sakura gang is preparing to move against us. Zhou Chen blinked. What gang? The Sakura gang. Each of the other 29 buildings has a landlord, and these 29 landlords formed a coalition, the Sakura gang. A faint cold smile curled Zhou Chen's lips. It was perfectly expected. In the apocalypse, the law of the jungle reigned. Shrimp fed on plankton, fish devoured shrimp, and great predators swallowed the small. It wasn't unique to Sakura Complex. Other residential zones mirrored this descent. Unlike Old Sun's anxiety, Zhou Chen scoffed outright. Sakura gang. Sounds pretentious and thoroughly sinister. Screech, screech, screech. The sound of sawing wood from Building 21 echoed relentlessly throughout the night. That night the Sakura gang lay awake restless. Not from the noise, but from seething envy. It wasn't just the sawing. Every survivor in Buildings 18 and 19 and 20, directly across from Building 21, caught the unmistakable aroma of noodle soup. Delicious, unbelievably fragrant. Not the dull, muddled scent of instant noodles, dried wheat, or stale rice, but the rich, authentic fragrance unique to hand-rolled noodles. As handmade noodles plunged into boiling water, the air filled with the warm, earthy perfume of wheat. Drawn irresistibly by that golden aroma, the violent squads from those 3 buildings pressed themselves against their windows, nostrils flaring as they greedily inhaled the scent. Eyes wide with desperate longing, they stared across at the 15th floor of Building 21, watching each person there lift steaming strands of noodles to their mouths. After savoring a full, hearty bowl of noodles, they followed it with a steaming bowl of broth. The sheer bliss was overwhelming. Even separated by such distance, they could clearly see the thick noodles clinging to each pair of chopsticks. Pearly white, broad and long, like traditional belt-like noodles. Monsters. They're eating our hometown's belt noodles. Damn it. They've already finished 1 bowl and are ladling a second. Is this some kind of joke? Even women and children are devouring 2 bowls. What reckless waste of precious supplies. How extravagantly decadent can they possibly be? Won't they starve tomorrow with this gluttonous pace? Just how much did Zhou Chen haul back? The middle-aged man, wearing a gemstone ring, sat alone on his sofa, swallowing saliva again and again. Enough. Get back here and sit properly. Reluctantly, the gang members peeled themselves from the windows and gathered around the fire. The middle-aged man turned to Lu Mao. Did you deliver my message clearly to Old Sun today? Lu Mao immediately grinned. Boss, rest assured. I made it crystal clear. Old Sun trembled so badly his legs gave out. Ha ha ha. The The man scoffed coldly, then instinctively ran a hand through his hair, once slick with hair gel, now greasy with scalp oil. Yet this changed nothing about his swagger. My patience is not infinite. I'll grant them only 2 days. On the third, if I don't see meat, I'll make them regret it. The underlings instantly fawned over him. Boss is unmatched, truly worthy of being our leader. There are 3 young women across the way, one more beautiful than the last. Might we heya? A bald man interjected. Boss, didn't Brother Fei say the Sakura gang must present a united front outwardly? Won't this provoke him? Sakura gang. Nonsense. What does it have to do with us? Those so-called elders were merely the original building managers. I Wang Dechue am no such thing. If the Sakura gang supplied us 10 jin of meat daily, then yes, we'd stand united. But they give us nothing, only hot air. So long as our brothers feast on meat and drink wine, let them tear each other apart like rabid dogs. I Wang Dechue will never be cannon fodder. His men raised thumbs high in unison. Boss commands all. Boss possesses peerless wisdom. A sharp calculating light gleamed in Wang Dechue's eyes. Still, those people across the way have given me pause. Starting tomorrow, dismantle several doors and reinforce the ground floor with a checkpoint. We can't risk someone, jealous of Zhou Chen's daily deliveries of meat, sneaking in for a midnight ambush. At the mere thought of meat, the underlings howled with exhilaration. Only the bald man seated farthest away watched with undisguised contempt, silently calculating his next move. From that night onward, the entire Sakura residential complex echoed with the sound of sawing wood for 2 nights straight. Screech, screech, screech. In the pitch-black night, the roaring flames from Building 21 betrayed just how much firewood Zhou Chen had brought back, and the tantalizing aroma of food was pure torture. Blizzards raged, yet even scattered by the wind, that fragrance reached every corner of the complex. Life in Building 21 had become astonishingly comfortable. Unbearable. Neighbors held captive by violent gangs froze or starved to death in droves. Gangs themselves, running dangerously low on supplies, paced frantically in circles. That day, the floor leaders from every building convened at Annie Wang's apartment in Building 10 to devise a strategy. Wang Dechue from Building 19 attended, but also dispatched Lu Mao and 3 others to Building 21 to demand answers. Lu Mao and his crew swaggered arrogantly up to the iron gate of Building 21 and pounded it loudly with a kitchen knife. A narrow slit opened in the center of the gate, revealing a single watchful eye. Lu Mao sneered, "Summon Zhou Chen. He's to answer to us." Suddenly, the massive iron gate swung open, and Lao Sun burst forth, flanked by a swarm of neighbors. They moved with lethal speed, charging forward, hacking wildly, then whirling back inside in a blur. All within 30 seconds. Bang! As the gate slammed shut, only 4 blood-soaked figures remained sprawled on the ground. Though not killed outright, Lu Mao and his men staggered upright, fleeing for their lives. They collapsed face first onto the icy pavement at the base of Building 19, eyes wide open, frozen in death. Inside Building 21, a roaring flames bathed the interior in radiant warmth. Warmth. Nothing but profound, enveloping warmth. Fresh from their brutal sortie, the neighbors gathered once more around the fire, roasting potatoes and sweet potatoes, overflowing with quiet, deep-seated joy. Brother Zhou was right. Those aren't decent folk. If they want our supplies, they must crawl like dogs and beg for mercy. To issue orders so imperiously, as if they were royalty. We hold this gate. What fear have we of such rabble? Even if they breach it, we'll fall back to the 15th floor and unleash something far deadlier. One pull of the main switch, and a crackling surge will drop them by the dozen. Though only days have passed, life grows steadily better, thanks entirely to Brother Zhou. Lao Sun, I heard Brother Zhou discovered a batch of mushroom spawn. Does that mean fresh mushrooms and rich mushroom soup will soon be ours? This was undeniably momentous news, sparking wild excitement across the group. All eyes turned to Lao Sun, brimming with eager anticipation. Lao Sun felt immense pressure. Xiao Zhou mentioned it yesterday, but what? Is retrieving it especially difficult? Then let's send 2 people tomorrow to assist Brother Zhou. We'll each contribute an article of clothing. Indoors with abundant firewood for warmth, going without one layer won't matter. Exactly. With spawn we'll harvest fresh mushrooms and sip exquisite mushroom broth. Stop talking. I'm salivating already. Lao Sun's heart leapt violently. Just days earlier, these people had yearned for nothing more than a single mouthful of food. Yesterday, Zhou Chen had casually mentioned mushroom spawn, and now the rumor had spread, taking root in every mind. And winter coats, already declared impossible to find due to seasonality, were being raised again. Xiao Zhou was right, never feed a dog too well. Lao Sun adopted a grave expression. Friends, set aside such hopes. Mushroom spawn requires stable, elevated temperatures for 24 hours before growth begins, and cultivation takes time. Merely hauling back those logs exhausted Brother Zhou completely. The crowd nodded. This logic rang true. They indeed possessed abundant firewood, but heating and cooking consumed it rapidly. Someone sighed wistfully. Who would have imagined a single log could ever become so precious? They all knew Zhou Chen owned 2 wall-mounted fireplaces, burning continuously day and night. Yes, it was wasteful. Yet those logs had been purchased by Zhou Chen himself, and every burning log they now enjoyed had been hauled back through his relentless effort. Who among them dared approach Zhou Chen demanding he divert precious fuel toward cultivating mushrooms? What if he took offense and withdrew cooperation entirely? Then, what would they eat? At the foot of Building 10, over 100 underlings stood in dense, uneasy clusters, each faction armed, keeping deliberate distance from the others, eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Footsteps echoed from within the building. Wang Dachui emerged first. The bald-headed lieutenant rushed forward. "Boss, how did the negotiation go?" "Pock." Wang Dachui spat a thick yellow phlegm onto the ground, his face twisted with disgust. "Negotiation? What nonsense. Those gutless cowards want us to serve as cannon fodder." "What? How can that be acceptable?" "So they won't lift a finger themselves. They just expect us to charge ahead." Wang Dachui sneered coldly. "We'll discuss it back at the building." Not until they were nearing Building 19 did he finally ask, "Where's Lu Mao?" What was their response? "When will they begin supplying us with provisions?" Upon hearing this, the underlings' faces darkened visibly. Lu Mao and his men. Wang Dachui stared at the 4 corpses lying on the ground, first stunned into silence, then erupting in furious rage. "Damn it! They dared slaughter my men. They're signing their own death warrants." The underlings too felt their spines crawl upon seeing Lu Mao's 4 lifeless bodies. Residents of Building 21 were formidable. Refusal to cooperate would have been understandable, but to draw swords and strike without warning, unthinkable. Yet they had struck, swift, brutal, indiscriminate, then slammed shut the heavy iron gate, as if nothing at all had occurred. Just as everyone braced for Wang Dachui's order to retaliate, he turned wordlessly and began ascending the stairs. The underlings stood dumbfounded, then scrambled to follow. One whispered, tugging at the bald lieutenant's sleeve, "Brother Guang, what about Lu Mao's bodies? Aren't we going to handle them?" The bald lieutenant shot him a frosty glare. "You want to handle them? Then bury them yourself." The underling clamped his mouth shut instantly. In this biting cold, who could dig a grave? Before the pit was even half dug, the digger himself would freeze to death. Back indoors, Wang Dachui kicked over a low table with a thunderous crash. "Damn it! One dares to humiliate me, slays my men without hesitation. How another treats me as expendable cannon fodder, sending me and mine to certain death. Do they truly see me as less than human?" No one dared utter a sound. With only a few logs left for firewood, and their boss refusing to light a blaze, the underlings huddled together, shivering violently. The bald lieutenant ventured cautiously, "Boss, we're outsiders here. The Sakura gang surely intends to use us as cannon fodder. But perhaps Building 21 remains open to negotiation." Wang Dachui's brows knotted, his gaze icy and sharp. "What do you mean by that?" The bald lieutenant continued. "You know Lu Mao's temperament. He strutted around like the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. He likely uttered something unforgivable before them, pushing them past endurance." Wang Dachui snorted contemptuously. "So what? A pack of weaklings already marked by the Sakura gang. I'd have ignored the matter entirely for the sake of provisions. Fewer enemies means cause for quiet celebration. Let them swallow every insult I hurl. They'll endure it or else." The bald lieutenant fell silent. Could there truly be survival under such reckless arrogance? Wang Dachui's eyes burned with ferocity. "Guangtou, you'll lead this delegation. Demand on my authority 1,000 jin of firewood and 10 jin of meat. If no meat is available, 30 jin of grain will suffice. Fail and I'll have no choice but to seize their supplies, for my own survival." The bald lieutenant departed with 2 men. To avoid suffering Lu Mao's fate, they halted precisely 10 meters from the massive iron gate and adopted a deferential posture. "Old son, our building master requests a meeting with yours." The iron gate cracked open just wide enough, revealing Old Son standing at the threshold. Behind him, a roaring hearth cast flickering warmth and light. The 3 men gazed at that flame with naked envy and longing. Damn it, comparing oneself to others truly invites despair. Even the night watchman on Building 21's ground floor enjoyed uninterrupted warmth day and night. Across the entire Sakura residential complex, such comfort was utterly unparalleled. As the bald lieutenant opened his mouth, Old Son spoke first. "I am the building master." "You're the building master. Are you deaf? Then you hold authority here." "I hold no authority whatsoever." The bald lieutenant fell speechless. "You're not the building master. If you wield no authority, then whose word carries weight?" Old Son remained unshaken. "In Building 21, only Zhou Chen commands true authority." The bald lieutenant understood instantly. Old Son was merely a puppet. "Very well. Please summon Zhou Chen. Our building master has urgent words." Old Son's face hardened with contempt. "Pa, who do you think you are? And who does your so-called building master think he is? Do you vermin truly believe Zhou Chen is at your beck and call?" The bald lieutenant's expression tightened. Behind him, the 2 underlings flared with fury. "Son, you're courting death. Think we won't kill you right here, right now, eh? At that moment, several figures materialized behind Old Sun, wielding cleavers and axes poised to surge forward at any signal. Recalling Lu Mao's grisly fate, the two underlings snapped their mouths shut and instinctively recoiled 2 paces backward. The bald lieutenant's pulse raced, but his face broke into a practiced smile. Old Sun, no need for such agitation. We've come in peace, not to provoke conflict, but to propose cooperation per our master's directive. Cooperation? Old Sun barked a derisive laugh as though hearing the most absurd jest imaginable. What possible grounds do you have to speak of cooperation with us? You're barely clinging to life, starving, freezing, and still you posture. You're nothing but doomed wretches awaiting extinction. That single sentence pierced straight to the wound, leaving the bald lieutenant pale as ash. He glanced back at his 2 companions, then up toward a window in Building 19, and swept his gaze across the surrounding buildings. Compared to Building 21's residents, weren't they indeed nothing more than dying wretches? Old Sun's voice dropped to a venomous whisper. Zhou Chen has already decreed if you seek to posture, do so elsewhere. Defy us, and we fight. Lu Mao and his men. They are your grim precedent. The 3 men's faces blanched. Was there truly no room for compromise? The bald lieutenant hurried on. Old Sun, you clearly don't yet grasp the gravity of the Sakura gang. Their numbers were overwhelming. Should violence erupt, these men wouldn't survive a single round. He refused to believe Zhou Chen and his people wouldn't tremble at that name. Old Sun cut him off with undisguised scorn. The Sakura gang. Worthless carrion, no better than a pack of dying wretches themselves. Old Sun waved dismissively, as if shooing away loathsome flies. Cease brandishing that rabble as a threat against us. If you dare, meet us blade, blood for blood. Let fate decide who falls. Your numbers mean little. We'll simply close our gates, and wait. Wait until every last one of you lies dead in the snow. The bald lieutenant. This was untenable. They could wait, but we cannot. Provisions in Building 19 will barely last another day. And the Sakura gang, those vermin, will grant us not a single morsel, determined, as they are to force us into cannon fodder servitude. Should battle erupt, we'll either fall beneath Building 21's blades, or be finished off by the Sakura gang swooping in to scavenge the spoils. To strike first is sheer folly. Just as sweat broke out cold across the bald lieutenant's brow, Old Sun let loose another chilling laugh. Zhou Chen has declared his stores of provisions are vast, yet he'd sooner feed them to dogs than share a crumb with you. Still, he offers one chance. To earn those provisions, you must deliver a pledge of loyalty. The bald man had barely crossed the threshold when he was struck across the face. Wang Dachui erupted in fury. Are you an idiot? Cowering before a cripple. How dare you claim we're worse than dogs? Why didn't you just draw your knife and stab him down? You call Lu Mao arrogant. I'd say you're nothing but a coward. With that, the bald man plunged his blade into the other's abdomen and twisted the hilt hard. Boss, never strike a man's face. It's bad luck. Remember that in your next life. Wang Dachui collapsed onto the floor, sending the onlookers scattering in terror. The 2 underlings had followed the bald man, stood frozen, then bolted backward, stunned by what they'd just witnessed. You killed the boss. Crouching beside the corpse, the bald man wiped the blood from his blade on the dead man's clothes, his face fierce and unrepentant. Didn't he deserve it? How much supplies did we gather at the start? If we ration carefully, will it last us 2 months? Wang Dachui spent 1/3 of our rations on women. Did he ever consider whether we'd starve? And he dared slap my face. I've never even been struck by my own mother. Zhou Chen knew nothing of this. At that moment, he was savoring a leisurely meal at home. His spatial storage held abundant semi-prepared fresh food. Whatever he craved, he could prepare on a whim. Today's feast included squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, stir-fried shrimp with billuot, leaves Suzhou-style eel shreds, braised hairtail, blanched conch, poached chicken, oil-braised bamboo shoots, corn, and pork rib soup, and 2 seasonal vegetable dishes. He uncorked a bottle of Matai. Its texture was supple and smooth upon entry, clean and crisp on the palate, rich and mellow in body with a lingering resonant finish. Truly a national treasure, its soy-fermented aroma bold and commanding, its fragrance deep and opulent, its afterscent clinging to the empty cup long after the last sip. This rare spirit was traditionally bought by those who never drank it, and drunk by those who never bought it. Zhou Chen had once purchased several cases as gifts. Now tens of thousands of cases filled his spatial storage, a fact that would make any connoisseur weep with envy. Just as he poured his second glass, a piercing, grating noise erupted outside, so shrill it set one's nerves on edge. A sharp burst of static followed, then the unmistakable sound of someone testing a microphone. The amplified voice boomed so loudly that every resident in the entire neighborhood heard it clearly. Testing. Good afternoon, neighbors. I am Juan Baojia, building manager of Tower 10. We now face extraordinary hardship, and as neighbors we must unite as one to weather this storm together. To better safeguard everyone's interests, the Sakura gang has officially formed. Honored by your trust, I have assumed the role of gang leader in this hour of crisis. I solemnly pledge to secure more supplies for all surviving neighbors. Those who hoard resources selfishly, indifferent to the fate of others, are enemies of the people. Zhou Chen of Tower 21, listen well. According to reliable intelligence, your residence possesses both a fireplace for heating and substantial stockpiles of supplies. Such self-interest is unacceptable. You must surrender all provisions for communal sharing. Moreover, since you alone possess the ability to venture outside and retrieve resources, you bear the duty to supply the entire neighborhood. Of course, the Sakura Gang upholds democratic principles. Should this burden prove overwhelming, we fully understand. And in lieu of full contribution, we request that your expedition gear be surrendered for fair redistribution by the gang. We are dispatching a team immediately to collect your supplies. Please prepare without delay. Next, we invite 2 neighbor representatives to speak. The leaders of the violent faction gathered in Tower 10 grinned ear to ear. Brilliant. Hadn't every survivor in neighboring compounds just heard that broadcast? No need to leave the building. Zhou Chen was already being placed on the pyre. From today onward, the moment he stepped outside, ambushes would await. To ensure his own survival, he'd have no choice but to submit to the Sakura Gang. Neighbors from Tower 21 paled instantly. Lao Sun and others gripped their weapons tightly, taking positions behind the heavy iron gate. Those on rotating guard duty scrambled downstairs, hearts pounding. The Sakura Gang's delegation would arrive in force. What if they overwhelmed the defenses? Would retreating to the 15th floor truly guarantee safety? Or perhaps, a rustling sound crackled through the speaker, followed by the voice of an elderly woman. Zhou Chen, when the nation stands at stake, every citizen bears responsibility. Our city's people suffer unimaginable hardship. As a citizen, you must fulfill your civic duty. Helping your neighbors is serving the nation. To refuse such service is to betray the nation and become a criminal against the state. Such crimes will be reckoned with by authorities, imprisonment and disgrace passed down to 3 generations of descendants. In severe cases, execution by firing squad. Consider your position carefully. Zhou Chen tossed a chicken leg to his dog. Everyone recognized the voice of Annie Wong from the neighborhood committee. So the old hag still lived? Her voice betrayed fury, but also exhaustion, breathless and hollow. A band of cutthroats capable of murder and plunder would never waste precious rations sustaining an elderly woman. Seconds later, a man's voice emerged from the speaker, one Zhou Chen knew well. Wasn't that Zhang Li, his so-called best friend? Zhou Chen, we've been classmates since youth. Your selfishness betrays our shared history. If you refuse to help us, fine. But what of the dozens of neighbors here? Can you truly watch them starve to death? You may disregard old ties, but we, your former classmates, cannot ignore your welfare. Will you really trade a few meals for a lifetime behind bars? Can your conscience bear the weight of so many deaths? When you wake in the dead of night, won't their vengeful spirits rise to haunt you? Zhou Chen, heed my counsel. Surrender your supplies willingly. Shared hardship, shared prosperity. That way at least you'll sleep soundly tonight. The microphone returned to the Sakura Gang leader's hands. Zhou Chen, we're arriving at your building right now. If your supplies aren't delivered within 10 minutes, don't blame us for what follows. The Sakura Gang acts solely for the survival of every resident in this neighborhood. A frantic voice crackled over the walkie-talkie on the table, Lao Sun desperate and urgent. Xiao Zhou, what do we do? They're coming in mass, 40 or 50 strong. The ground floor won't hold. Zhou Chen calmly wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. His reply was serene, unshaken. Hold your positions behind the gate. Anyone who tries to open it, cut them down on the spot. Zhou Chen drew back the curtain and opened a narrow window. Below, a seething mass of ragged figures brandished weapons, swaggering, arrogant, utterly reckless. Open the gate. Surrender your supplies. Down with the capitalists. Zhou Chen retrieved a high-pressure spray rig and a massive plastic water reservoir from his spatial storage. 5 tons of mineral water, worth a fortune during peak heat waves, was now cheaply squandered on this rabble. He extended the telescopic nozzle through the open window. Aiming squarely at the teeming crowd below, he pressed the activation switch without hesitation. A torrential fan-shaped deluge blasted outward over 15 meters, cold, relentless rain cascading from above. Instantly, the 40-odd thugs froze in place, drenched head to toe. They stood stunned for only 3 seconds, then shrieked, clutching their heads as they scattered wildly. Within moments, soaked to the bone, they were subjected to unspeakable torment in the 70°C cold. Rain turned to icy slush on contact, then solidified into brittle ice. Several collapsed on the spot, frozen alive. "Ah, help me! Save me!" Their cries echoed raw and unending. Those who failed to flee perished instantly, locked in ice. Even the swiftest fled only to freeze mid-stride, or collapse inside nearby stairwells entombed in frost. Fewer than 1 in 10 survived. Zhou Chen retracted his equipment and moved swiftly. So they thought volume alone would win the day. Let them hear true power. Could a Tenuan loudspeaker rival professional cinema-grade audio? Within moments, every survivor within a 2-kilometer radius centered on Sakura residential complex heard a new voice, clear, resonant, commanding. Zhou Chen's voice rang out pure and penetrating. Listen while trash of the Sakura gang. Drop your hypocritical masks, survive by cowering like dogs, or die trying. 40 men sent to rob, and 40 corpses left behind. Did you soil yourselves with fear? Here's a song for you, chilling cold. Madman. Zhou Chen is absolutely mad. Building 10, room 1101. All 29 block leaders of the Yinghua gang are gathered here. Those 29 faces were ashen. Beneath their stupefied expressions lay a profound, unhidden terror. Who among them had not stained their hands with a few lives? Compared to Zhou Chen, they were nothing but a cottage beside a palace. Silent until the earth trembled, he stunned everyone at once. Dogs that bite seldom bark. More than 30 lives snuffed out at a whim, and he did it without so much as a blink. A dozen or so survivors suffered varying degrees of frostbite, ears torn away, fingers lost, toes gone. The Yinghua gang beyond these leaders only numbered about 100 foot soldiers. In 5 minutes, Zhou Chen had neutralized half their fighting strength. Shock, anger, nervousness, fear, regret. The bald man who had replaced Wang Dachui as block leader stood there dazed. He had never wanted to be cannon fodder, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Seeing the Yinghua gang send a large force in earnest, he feared that if he did not join the mob, would seize the supplies and turn on Building 19. Fortunately, the 2 men he had sent stood at the rear and were spared the icy deluge. They had once thought the Yinghua gang could trample Zhou Chen like ants. Now, they discovered Zhou Chen had cause for his arrogance. Recalling Lao Sun's words, he began to consider whose life to use as a token of loyalty. He furtively measured the leaders before him, his gaze lingering on the gang chief, Wan Baojia and Dao Ba. Dao Ba's face was heavy, yet inwardly he felt elated. Those self-righteous scoundrels had mocked him as a beaten dog. A look at them now. Weren't they just as thoroughly dealt with by Zhou Chen? He simply had not expected Zhou Chen to strike with such merciless cruelty. That night, they had lived only because Zhou Chen had not intended complete extermination. A cautious block leader asked, "What do we do now? Should we retaliate?" Wan Baojia slammed his fist on the table and roared that vengeance was certain, but not now. They had underestimated Zhou Chen and must devise a flawless plan before acting. For 2 kilometers around the Yinghua community, the song Liang Liang played on loop. The city had been silent for too long. The sudden music made many survivors prick up their ears. For a fleeting moment, they were transported back to an illusion of former peace. Survivors in neighboring compounds began to learn of the deaths that had just occurred in Yinghua. They too had gangs and block leaders. From afar, when they saw a surging mob brandishing weapons charging a building, they assumed the man named over the loudspeakers, Zhou Chen, was done for. The reversal came so swiftly. One man had wiped out more than 30 lives with ruthless decisiveness. Word spread rapidly from 10 to 100 to beyond. Laughter and relief rippled through those who heard. How exhilarating! I nearly died of fright earlier, but what was there to fear? So many came, and yet they were so easily cut down. The disposable neighbors in Building 21 had been so unnerved 10 minutes before that their legs went weak, and they had considered surrender. Now, surviving the ordeal, they straightened their backs. 2 of them were positively ebullient, drunk on excitement. Lao Sun cast a composed glance at them and said they should stay on guard while he went to find Xiao Zhou to learn his next move. Seeing Zhou Chen, Lao Sun immediately gave a thumbs up and voiced sincere admiration, saying he had expected a retreat to the 15th floor, but that Zhou had found a way. Zhou Chen glanced at the neighboring locked door and asked softly about those neighbors. Lao Sun's face darkened as he replied that he could confirm 2 people. He had long suspected those 2 were unreliable, that they had come only for supplies. Everyone has a life to preserve, and a little cunning is normal, but today, if not for Zhou's disabling of those thugs, those 2 would have stabbed them in the back and opened the door. Having just slaughtered 30, Zhou Chen said coldly that they could not be kept alive. With that, he led Lao Sun downstairs. Lao Sun was shocked and urged caution, suggesting next time to let those 2 lead the charge or to pretend to assign them work and then finish them off outside together. Zhou waved him off. If they acted openly in front of everyone, might it not trigger panic? Zhou Chen, hands in his pockets, said there was no need for such fuss. In the ground floor safety corridor, the fire spat occasional sparks. The disposable neighbors sat in a ring, warming themselves and chatting. At Zhou Chen's look, Lao Sun stepped around the corner and called Xiao Huang. "Xiao Shen, come here for a moment. Xiao Zhou has a task for you." The 2 men had no suspicion, and to the envy of others, happily left their places. Zhou had earlier said that besides pooling forces to defend the building, there would be other tasks. Accepting a solo task would bring a handsome supply reward. Brother Zhou, they murmured, their faces bright with the thought of abundant provisions. But as they drew near, Zhou Chen and Lao Sun revealed fierce intent. One had his throat cut by a heavy blade, the other's abdomen and back were punctured by a pointed spike. The neighbors by the fire were stunned. The next second, they scattered like startled birds, all eyes fixed nervously on Zhou Chen and Lao Sun. What had happened? Why would they suddenly deliver lethal blows to their own people? Lao Hu found his voice after a long while, and stammered Lao Sun this. Lao Sun wiped the blood from the spike with a corner of his garment, and said, "Do not overthink it, those two deserve their fate." They had no firm stance and lived off others, but just now they had entertained treacherous thoughts, and planned to stab the group in the back to open the door and let the mob in. If Xiaozhou had not acted so swiftly and those thugs had burst in, would any of them have had a chance to retreat upstairs alive? The disposable neighbors shuddered at the thought. In truth, under the violent threats of a great mob, every one of them had at some point considered opening the door and surrendering. No one truly wishes to die, and fear makes people do desperate things. They had wives and children, and at the thought of their families falling into Yinghua gang hands and suffering, the urge was stifled, at least for now. But had Zhou Chen not intervened when the mob forced their way in, they would have offered their weapons without hesitation. Enduring hardship is bearable, death is not. The two men on the floor lived solely for themselves, and therefore had no restraint. They were foolish enough to write their true intentions on their faces. Lao Hu swallowed hard and stammered that perhaps killing was unnecessary, that they could be driven out to fend for themselves. Zhou Chen's gaze turned icy. Drive them out, he asked. Where would they go? For the sake of survival, they would inevitably divulge every detail of this place to the Yinghua gang. If the Yinghua gang learned the secret of the electrified door, would they fall for the same trick again? Only the dead can keep a secret. At these words, the disposable neighbors dared not speak. This was a secret shared by them all. 2 living people were taken and killed without hesitation. Zhou Chen's cruelty was a lesson, killing to warn others. He laid bare the consequence for betraying the hidden corpses. Such would be the fate of any traitor. Zhou Chen swept his gaze over the crowd and warned that he despised backstabbers. Anyone who dared to stab him in the back, no matter who, would meet death. By dawn, Zhou Chen's reputation as a madman had spread far and wide. Within a 10-mile radius, every survivor knew that Sakura residential complex harbored a man named Zhou Chen, unhinged, unpredictable, and utterly fearless. How mad was Zhou Chen? While others fought ruthlessly for status and scarce supplies, killing a few to assert dominance, you all thought yourselves invincible. But consider Zhou Chen. When 50 armed thugs threatened his life, he stood unmoved, as if mountains crumbled before him. With a single decisive strike, he descended like Yama, Lord of Hell, slaying dozens on the spot. He was undeniably ruthless. Gangs across every district began whispering in secret, each eager to recruit him. A figure like Zhou Chen needed only to stand before a crowd to command absolute authority. The Sakura gang suffered a devastating blow. Lacking a foolproof assassination plan, they retreated into silence, biding their time. Meanwhile, their former cannon fodder neighbors, chastened by recent events, gradually coalesced around shared survival interests. What was that core interest? Survival. And who guaranteed it? Zhou Chen. He purged internal threats and fortified the entire building, impregnable, unshakable. Though the Sakura gang chose, for now, not to provoke Zhou Chen, he bore no such restraint toward them. After all, he had become unforgiving, every slight repaid in full. Had the city not plunged into total blackout, rendering night operations perilous, he would have taken vengeance before sunrise. Instead, at first light, his very first act was to unleash sonic retaliation through the building's speakers. His clear, commanding voice echoed across 2 kilometers. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Attention, all survivors. The Sakura gang of Sakura Residential Complex is guilty of murder, robbery, forced prostitution, wanton slaughter, and unspeakable depravity, worthy of death. I, Zhou Chen, hereby offer a substantial bounty. Any neighbor from this complex, or any hero from external gangs, who eliminates one of the Sakura gang's 29 floor leaders, may claim 10 packs of instant noodles from me. This applies equally to individuals and teams, and bounties scale cumulatively. 1 kill, 10 packs. 2 kills, 25 packs. 3 kills, 40 packs. 4, 10 confirmed kills, whether by one person or a coordinated team. You'll receive not only the corresponding noodles, but also a 10-kilogram sack of flour and 10 kilograms of frozen meat. All are welcome to participate. I, Zhou Chen, swear these rewards will be delivered on the spot. No breach of promise. Bang. The 29 floor leaders of the Sakura gang instantly trembled, knees knocking together. The faint-hearted collapsed onto the floor, urine pooling beneath them. The most cowardly voided both bladder and bowels outright. This madman, Zhou Chen, had dared to issue a public death warrant against them. Before the cataclysm, offering 10 packs of instant noodles for a life would have been laughable. But now survivors drew knives over mere slices of bread. Among them lurked monsters, those who traded children for food, slaughtered brothers, or murdered their own parents. Without supplies, starvation was inevitable. 10 packs of noodles were now worth more than gold, enticing enough to send legions of survivors sprinting towards Sakura Residential Complex. Fear unlike anything they'd ever known seized the Sakura gang's 29 leaders. They had felt terror yesterday when Zhou Chen slaughtered over 30 of their underlings, but nothing compared to this. Now not only did external marauders seek their heads, but even their own subordinates had begun to covet the bounty. Each felt death's icy breath upon their necks. Ah! Stop! Help! You treacherous bastards! How dare you betray me? What are you doing? No, don't kill me. Within 3 minutes of the bounty's announcement, screams like those of slaughtered pigs erupted from several buildings inside the complex. Nearby survivors, still hesitating, leapt to action, weapons in hand, and charged towards Sakura Residential Complex. Those farther away, fearing they'd arrived too late to claim even scraps, pushed themselves to extremes, racing with every means imaginable. Some pedaled bicycles furiously, others carved paths on skateboards, a few harnessed mastiffs and Tibetan mastiffs like sled dogs. One zookeeper even rode a gaunt Siberian tiger across the frozen wasteland. Survivors farther out had barely begun debating how to pool their winter coats, distributing them solely to their strongest members, to secure at least 10 bounty points. Now all they could do was beat their chests in despair, faces twisted in bitter regret. Kill. The Sakura Gang's bounty is mine. Juan Baojia Gang leader. Come out and die. 10 packs, mine, all mine. I'm starving. I want meat. Kill. Hundreds of survivors brandishing crude weapons surged towards Sakura Residential Complex like ravenous wolves, converging from every direction. As their numbers swelled, their matted hair, grimy faces, and hollow eyes gave them the ghastly appearance of a zombie horde. Each survivor outdid the last in cruelty, roaring weapons raised high. Once inside the complex, they stormed whichever building caught their eye, kicking down doors, hacking down anyone in sight. If no floor leader was found in one building, they immediately turned and stormed the next. When a floor leader had already been slain by his own men, the killers simply decapitated the murderer, dragged the corpse along, and rushed to claim their reward. In moments, Sakura Residential Complex became a maelstrom of madness, screams and shrieks piercing the frigid air. A blood-splattered bald man fled desperately toward Building 21's ground floor, clutching his wounded abdomen with his right hand and holding a severed head in his left. Old son, open up fast. Old son, I killed the leader of Building 20. I've come for my reward. Old son, brother son, I'm one of ours. Please open up. Shink. A water blade pierced his back from behind. Shink, shink, shink. The assailant's gut gaped open, spilling entrails. Yet he kept stabbing again and again until both he and the bald man collapsed side by side in a widening pool of crimson. Boss, I avenged you. His accomplice, arriving just then, cursed him as a fool. With a swift slash, he severed the bald man's head, snatched the second trophy, and strode toward the iron gate, lighter on his feet than ever before, as if walking straight into paradise. But he took only one step before being swallowed whole by a mob. The gang hacked mercilessly, then scattered. 2 heads vanished. Only a limbless corpse remained. Nearby, another mob turned, spotted the heads, and charged the first group with blades drawn. Soon chaos consumed all distinction. Survivors slashed at anyone in sight indiscriminately. Their eyes burned red with frenzy, each fixated solely on securing a head to trade for 10 packs of noodles. Whether the head belonged to one of the Sakura Gang's 29 leaders no longer mattered. One by one, bodies fell, blooming crimson flowers upon the ice-covered ground of Sakura Residential Complex. Zhou Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, left hand in his pocket, right hand holding a crimson cup. 99. 103. 120 on. 125. Screw it. I can't count anymore. My eyes are swimming. Madame Wang of the Residence Committee lay buried beneath a heap of corpses, feigning death until the mob passed. She dared to lift her head, only to meet the drooling maw of a Siberian tiger. Roar. The tiger lunged, ecstatic, ravenous, unstoppable. Lao Sun stood in the stairwell, counting heads through the small window in the iron gate. Each time he counted one, he instinctively turned away and retched. These were freshly severed human heads, gory, visceral, and horrifying. In peacetime, an ordinary person would scarcely ever lay eyes on a single human head, yet now 70 or 80 of them lay before him. The mob had descended into utter frenzy. At first, they hunted only the building's landlord, but soon they slaughtered anyone in sight. Some of the heads weren't even residents of Sakura Residential Complex, yet the rioters unflinchingly placed every severed head before Lao Sun without distinction. For each confirmed head belonging to a Sakura Gang member, Lao Sun tossed out a packet of instant noodles through the small window. The rioters who claimed their bounty erupted in ecstatic triumph, yet mortal peril followed hard on its heels. Surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves, survival depended entirely on one's own wits and strength, and that was nearly impossible. One man snatched his noodles and bolted, only to be instantly pursued by a horde of rioters. He hadn't even reached the complex's main gate before being overtaken and hacked down where he stood. Another fled into a nearby building with his noodles, only for the mob to surge after him, filling the stairwell with screams moments later. Thus began another wave of chaos. Yet none of it concerned Zhou Chen. To him, these rioters were enemies, potential threats, and the more of them who died, the better. After distributing the final packet of noodles, Lao Sun slammed shut the small window, sealing off the blood-soaked horror and shrieks beyond. Lao Hu and the other expendable neighbors trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. Each gripped a weapon, bracing themselves against the iron gate, terrified the rioters might turn their attention toward them. Lao Sun, what if these rioters refuse to leave? If they stay, aren't we inviting wolves into our den? Their numbers dwarf those of the Sakura gang by far. Lao Sun was even more anxious than the others. He'd just ventured outside alone to distribute bounties. His knees now shook so violently he sank onto a nearby seat, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Don't panic. The Sakura gang's dwindling supplies have already been looted. Staying here means certain death for them. Xiao Zhou is stationed on the rooftop with a high-pressure water cannon. Any rioter daring to threaten us will meet the same fate as the 30-odd frozen corpses left behind yesterday. They're not fools. They'll leave once they've rested. Lao Sun was right. After the fresh wave of violence, dozens more bodies littered the ground alongside scattered crumbs of instant noodles. Those rioters who'd received nothing smashed furniture for firewood in the stairwells, then gradually dispersed over the next 2 hours. Zhou Chen descended fully armed. At that moment, the expendable neighbors' gaze toward him had utterly transformed. Eliminating the Sakura gang meant removing the greatest threat within the entire complex. Now Zhou Chen held absolute authority over Sakura residential complex. He asked, are there still 2 households left in this building? There were 3 originally. The young man on the 6th floor left 2 days ago despite our pleas to stay. Now only 2 remain, a couple on the 7th floor and your uncle on the 11th floor. My uncle? How had this family survived without supplies? Lao Sun's expression turned strangely awkward. Shall I take you to see for yourself? On the 11th floor, the door of apartment 1101 had been locked from the outside. Lao Sun unlocked it with his key, then produced another to open the inner door. Before pushing the door fully open, he felt compelled to warn Xiao Zhou, brace yourself. Zhou Chen nodded, already grasping what awaited inside. Beyond the threshold, the living room lay in utter disarray. No intact furniture remained. Black ash marked where fires had burned on the floor. Beside it sat a cold pot containing several bones that bore no resemblance to any known animal. Lao Sun swept the room with a sharpened steel rod, then kicked open the master bedroom door. 2 emaciated men huddled on the foul-smelling bed. Only 2 men with no sign of Zhou Lily. Only then did Zhou Chen understand why Lao Sun had said, your uncle, not your aunt. Upon seeing intruders, the starving father and son stared with feverish green-tinged eyes. In their extreme starvation, they tried to rise, to kill and devour, but hunger had hollowed them out completely. They lacked even the strength to lift themselves from the bed. Lao Sun sighed bitterly. They ate the deceased pregnant woman and her unborn child first, then killed your aunt. Zhou Chen felt nothing, not a ripple of emotion. The last vestiges of kinship between him and his aunt had long since been eroded to dust. Grief was impossible. A degenerate gambler who'd stolen his parents' life savings, defrauded his brother and sister-in-law, and blackmailed his own nephew into buying property. His fate was richly deserved. One could only wonder what despair consumed her in that final moment when her own husband and son raised their blades against her. Zhou Chen refused to glance at the pair again. Throw them out. His command brooked no dissent. The expendable neighbors obeyed instantly. The skeletal father and son were dragged, kicking feebly, from the bed. No, you can't do this. Zhou Chen were cousins. Powerless to resist, they were hauled like dogs from the apartment and dumped into the snow outside. After 2 minutes crawling across the frostbitten ground, they lay motionless, 2 frozen corpses. Then the 6th floor tenant was summoned downstairs. The disheveled couple, upon seeing Zhou Chen, immediately plastered on fawning smiles. With such commotion over the past 2 days, they'd already deduced whom to align with going forward. Zhou Chen spoke flatly. You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings and vacate this building. Why? The couple cried in shock. Zhou Chen sneered. Why? You refused to contribute, yet expected to reap the fruits of others' labor. The man protested. No, we were merely afraid of Scar's retaliation. Though we didn't help, we never touched your supplies. And this is our home. By what right do you expel us? Zhou Chen's gaze hardened. Empty apartments abound throughout the complex. Will you leave willingly, or must everyone escort you out? At his words, Lao Sun and over a dozen others closed in, faces grim, weapons gleaming. Oh, seeing the situation turn dire, the woman collapsed onto the floor, wailing, Heaven above, where is justice? Zhou Chen despised women who resorted to hysterics. The spectacle triggered a nauseating memory, his aunt storming into his factory, slumping to the ground, slapping her thighs, while screaming he had no conscience. That image made his stomach churn. Pathetic. This was the apocalypse. Yet she clung to such infantile theatrics. Zhou Chen drove a boot into her chest, sending her sprawling. Within this complex, I am justice. At a single glance from Lao Sun, the neighbors surged forward, seized the couple by their collars, and hurled them out the door, followed shortly by a cascade of luggage. Frost gripped the air. Corpses littered the ground. The couple scrambled to gather their belongings, then rushed back to the gate, pounding desperately, pleading to be let in. Flames roared in the stairwell. Zhou Chen sat calmly on a stool warming his hands before the fire. Not a single neighbor dared sit. Each stood rigidly opposite him awaiting orders. Zhou Chen elegantly rubbed his long slender fingers together and commanded, "Summon every survivor to remove the corpses. Those who disobey will be cast out, left to perish on their own." "Everyone out now?" Assembled downstairs. Cannon fodder neighbors moved in pairs, shouting loudly and harshly as they went door to door. After several days of improved rations, they had each gained a little weight, and with full bellies came surging strength. Facing emaciated survivors, each of them could easily overpower 10. Their arrogance was thus utterly unbridled. Within half an hour, 45 survivors were divided into two groups, shivering violently in the snow. One group comprised ordinary residents long oppressed by the Sakura gang. The other consisted of low-ranking underlings from that same gang. Zhou Chen strode forward in immaculate cold-weather gear, commanding formidable unbending. The moment he appeared, a woman from the survivor ranks lunged toward him. "Ah Chun, save me." Before she could reach him, Yang Sitian seized her hair in one swift motion and kicked her hard back into line. That kick carried more than mere authority. It bore the weight of personal grudge. The woman crumpled onto the frozen ground, struggling desperately to rise. But as she tried again to crawl toward Zhou Chen, a chilling watermelon cleaver pressed against her throat. Yang Sitian issued a razor-edged warning, "Try moving again, and you die." Su Wanswan dropped to her knees, stretching her trembling hands toward the impossibly handsome man, her face twisted in raw, pleading desperation. She looked worse now, tenfold worse than before. Her hair was brittle, straw-yellow, tangled like a henhouse nest. Her clothes were stained beyond recognition. Her cheeks were hollow, stretched taut over sharp bone, their skin a sickly, jaundiced pallor from starvation. Her eye sockets sank deep, her cheekbones jutted grotesquely. She looked less human than a beggar on the roadside. "Ah Chun, I'm Wanswan. Don't you recognize me?" Zhang Li and several others stood frozen among the crowd, too terrified even to lift their eyes. Zhou Chen didn't spare a single glance at these former classmates. He turned directly to Yang Sitian and issued his order, "Separate them out, and cast every last one beyond the compound gates." Yang Sitian bore grudges fiercely and acted without hesitation, dragging each person forward one by one. These were the very ones who had nearly killed her. She would remember their faces, even if reduced to ash. Zhang Li, the scrawny monkey, Li Sisi, and several other women immediately dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Brother Zhou, I've sinned. Please spare my life. Brother Zhou, please don't banish me. I don't want to die. Ah Chun, don't be so heartless. I'll wash your clothes, cook your meals. Yes, I'll bear your children, as many as you wish." Zhang Li crawled on his knees all the way to Zhou Chen's feet, weeping uncontrollably. "Zhou Chen, no. Brother Zhou, I was wrong. All of it was my fault. Grant me one chance. I'll be your dog." "Woof, woof, woof." The scrawny monkey and the others scrambled forward, desperate to kiss his boots. "Brother Zhou, just forgive me once. Treat me as your dog, your cat. I don't care. I just don't want to die. Brother Zhou, I was blinded by greed. That 20,000 Su Wanswan gave me. I haven't spent a single yuan. I'll transfer it to you right now. Just don't cast me out." "Brother Zhou, Zhang Li ordered us to betray you. I know I was wrong. Say the word, and I'll kill him for you this instant." "Brother Zhou, the one who betrayed you was Qin Chong. I broke up with him long ago. He's already dead. This has nothing to do with me." Zhou Chen recoiled in disgust, kicking away their grimy hands with a single contemptuous boot. Watching these beasts grovel one after another filled him with visceral revulsion. If only they'd known better. Why act so recklessly in the first place? The cannon fodder neighbors raised clubs and the flat sides of blades, slamming them down, thwack thwack, onto the kneeling figures. Other survivors trembled violently, knees buckling beneath them. Once subdued, the condemned were dragged by one leg, like livestock, toward the compound's main gate. Terrified of being abandoned to freeze to death, several clawed frantically at the snow with bare hands, nails torn, fingers bleeding, leaving long crimson trails across the white expanse. They were hauled beyond the compound walls, then encircled tightly. Staring into a ring of seething hatred, they suddenly grasped a far more terrible truth. "What are you going to do?" "Zhou Chen only said to expel us, not to kill us." Yang Sitian raised her watermelon cleaver. Around her, the cannon fodder neighbors lifted cleavers, knives, and clubs in unison. Sunlight glinted, cold, sharp, lethal. Blood sprayed 3 feet into the air. Wiping crimson spatter from her cheek, Yang Sitian sneered. "Who said we'd kill you? Just wait and die slowly." They turned and walked away. On the ground, the mangled figures lay broken beyond recognition. Snow turned scarlet. Limbs lay severed, scattered. Those whose arms and legs had been hacked off writhed in horror, screaming in agony. Su Wanswan thrashed violently, desperate to rise, desperate only to return to Zhou Chen's side. But without limbs, she writhed like a limbless maggot, straining with every fiber until finally she lay still, staring blankly up at the sky. In her final moments, memory flooded back. Countless scenes from the past. Zhou Chen had treated her with genuine tenderness, almost absolute obedience. Had she only known contentment, she would never have been bartered like cargo by Zhongli for a laughably meager bundle of supplies. To Zhou Chen she had been treasure, never touched, never claimed. Yet with Zhongli she was worth no more than a single pack of instant noodles. She Zhongli Li Sisi, they were all the same. Now dismembered and unburied. That was the price of greed. Zhou Chen, seeing the fresh blood staining Yang Xitian and the others, needed no further explanation of Zhongli's and Su Wanzuan's fate. To expel them from the compound was to sever their lifeline. How exactly they perished was of no concern to him. The bitter score between Zhou Chen and these bestial former classmates settled at last, dust returning to dust, ashes to earth. Survivors shivered violently in the sub-zero cold, especially Sakura gang members, who now trembled harder, fearing they too might be cast out to freeze. Zhou Chen's piercing gaze swept across them, his voice brooking no dissent. From this day forth, Sakura residential compound answers to me alone. To survive, you obey. Whatever I command you carry out, without question. 30-odd survivors held their breath, silent as graves. Zhou Chen pointed to the corpses littering the ground. All of you will work. Clear every corpse from the compound. Dismantle security doors and rebuild the perimeter wall. To avoid freezing, enter the stairwells for warmth every 10 minutes, until I am satisfied. And once those two tasks are complete, men and women alike will rotate guard duty at the front and rear gates. From the crowd a woman raised her hand, shaking visibly. Zhou Chen pointed once. Speak. She pushed forward hastily, smoothing greasy bangs from her forehead, and flashed what she imagined was a seductive glance. Must we women carry corpses too? Those are heavy labor tasks. I can mop floors, wash clothes, cook meals. Every face in the ranks twisted in open scorn. Scorn faded quickly, replaced by quiet envy. Beauty still held advantage. Perhaps hers really would be granted. Among this ragged, filthy throng of beggars, she was undeniably the cleanest. Her face retained a trace of flesh, her overall appearance the most presentable. Yet to Zhou Chen she was indistinguishable from a madwoman shrieking on the street. He turned instantly to Old Sun. That woman's clothes are too clean. Her face still carries fat. Clearly she's lived easier than the rest. Assign her the filthiest tasks. Fail once, and she eats nothing. The woman, hoping to trade beauty for comfort, paled instantly. No. I'll carry corpses. I will. Zhou Chen's expression hardened. Since you insist on making decisions for yourself, you may leave the compound, and make all your choices freely there. Before the final syllable faded, Old Sun seized her. Two cannon fodder neighbors grabbed her arms and hauled her away, while her wails echoed across the snow, sending chills down every spine. Each survivor silently recited the new creed: never question, never oppose, hold opinions in silence. Zhou Chen's word is law, absolute, immutable, final. Under the watchful eyes of their expendable neighbors, the survivors in the residential complex labored tirelessly throughout the afternoon. Carrying corpses outdoors was a nightmare for them. At -70°C, and with no adequate winter clothing, even taking a few steps proved arduous. Corpses were heavy enough, frozen ones were far heavier. Lifting a single ice-encased body required 3 or 4 people. Every few steps they paused to catch their breath. Precisely on the 10-minute mark, they sprinted back into the building to seek warmth, lest they themselves soon be carried out as corpses. Working under such extreme cold, starved and shivering with no means to replenish their dwindling energy, their final reserves of strength ebbed away, hastening their inevitable demise. Many had already collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Their vacant gazes drifted upward, fixed upon the falling snowflakes, strangely serene as if standing at death's threshold. Gurgle, gurgle. A chorus of hollow stomachs echoed incessantly, a grim reminder that they still clung, however feebly, to life. As they pressed trembling hands against their sunken bellies, a desperate primal will to survive flickered back to life within them. They glanced at one another, and in each other's faces saw the same ravenous hunger. Some stares were terrifying. Their eyes gleamed an eerie green as they stared, mouths watering uncontrollably, as though at any second they might lunge forward and tear raw flesh from living bodies. Did they intend to eat people? At the mere thought, many recoiled in visceral horror, scrambling to their feet with frantic effort, and fled as far as their exhausted limbs would carry them. For several survivors, driven nearly mad by hunger, those staggering figures walking past ignited a chilling impulse. Wasn't a human being after all, merely sustenance. Stripped bare and roasted over fire. Like suckling pig, the pale flesh would slowly turn golden brown, sizzling as rich oil dripped forth. Those who passed by with corpses on their shoulders felt icy dread crawl up their spines. Mealtime. A voice pierced through the fog of dread, halting certain macabre thoughts in their tracks. Food, eh? They're feeding us. I can scarcely believe it. All survivors found it inconceivable. Surely this wasn't like the Sakura gang doling out buckets of slop each day, treating them no better than livestock. Old Sun led the way, followed by 4 women carrying 2 large steaming buckets of food between them, while 2 others brought up the rear, staves in hand enforcing order. Mealtime. Gather in the stairwell of Building 1. Survivors surged forward, unwilling to part with the procession, trailing Old Sun's group step by reluctant step. Instinctively, they craned their necks to glimpse inside the buckets. White broth, clean and clear, bearing not the slightest resemblance to swill. A warm, earthy aroma of wheat hung in the air. Noodles. They twitched their nostrils greedily, inhaling every trace of fragrance lingering in the frigid air. Delicious. Exquisitely fragrant. In the stairwell of Building 1, over 30 survivors each clutched a grimy, battered bowl. Saliva pooled in their mouths as their eyes locked unblinking onto the 2 suspended cauldrons above the fire. Though only a few hundred meters distant, the noodle soup had frozen solid en route. It would have to be reheated before consumption. Brother Sun, how much longer? Brother Sun, it's thawed now. Can we eat yet? They knew full well that steaming hot noodles would taste richer and warm them more deeply. But they simply could not wait. No need for Old Sun to speak. Someone else barked reprimands instead. What's all this rushing for? Did you just crawl out of a grave? Will you perish if you wait a few more minutes? Anyone who keeps chattering gets their portion redistributed among the rest. Silence fell instantly. No one dared utter another word. Beneath the roaring flames, steam rose from both cauldrons, and soon the long-awaited sound of boiling water filled the air. To hell with symphonies. This was the most beautiful music in the world. In that instant, restraint shattered. They lunged forward in mass. What do you think you're doing? Knock over the cauldrons, and who'll pay for them? You've given up on life then. You'd rather starve to death. Line up. Every last one of you, line up now. The 2 expendable neighbors, enforcing order, were fiercely temperamental. Shouting curses, they swung their staves, striking the backs and shoulders of those who'd charged ahead fastest. Each of the first few survivors bore multiple blows. Yet, even under assault, their bodies did not recoil. In fact, they instinctively pressed forward, still eyes riveted unblinking upon the food within the cauldrons. Seeing this, the 2 enforcers struck harder, each blow landing with greater force, until at last the frenzied advance receded. The broth was milky white, not thick nor laden with noodles, but for these survivors it was the finest meal they'd tasted in an entire month. Each received a brimming bowl, its fragrance intoxicating. Before receiving it, they'd have swallowed bowl and broth alike in one desperate gulp. Yet once the bowl was in hand, reverence replaced hunger. First they inhaled deeply, then took a tentative sip, eyes closed in rapture. Each mouthful was savored slowly, lingering on the tongue, then swallowed with deliberate relish. Tears welled unbidden. It was merely plain noodle broth, once beneath their notice unworthy of a second glance. Now it was sacred. They drank in small, reverent sips, then extended their tongues, licking the bowl's rim and base until not a drop remained. All clamored for seconds, but both cauldrons stood empty. Old Sun watched, his heart softening. You've been starved too long. Overeating now would harm you. Obey quietly, cause no trouble, and supplies will follow. On the return journey, the 2 expendable neighbors scowled with discontent. Old Sun, why not just boil some instant noodles to pacify them? Why waste precious flour? Exactly. Feeding flour to them is sheer waste. Even the 4 women shared the same sentiment. Our supplies are already pitifully scarce. Let them starve to death. An entire sack of flour. I'm heartbroken over it. Besides, they're not even our neighbors from this building. If you ask me, Old Sun, you're just too soft-hearted. His expression tightened. He swallowed the words rising to his lips. Surely these 6 voices echoed the sentiments of the entire building. Had they so quickly forgotten the brutal oppression they'd suffered under Scarface? Had the Dragon Slayer become the dragon himself? Remembering Zhou Chen's merciless temperament, Old Sun felt compelled to issue a timely warning. Before he could speak, distant shouting reached his ears. All survivors had been housed in Building 1, the only place in the entire compound where conflict could erupt. By the time Old Sun reached the top floor, Long Xiaoyun, who lived in his apartment, was curled on the floor, hair disheveled, her face badly scratched. 3 women had already laid hands on her, and now stood with hands on hips, jabbing fingers toward her face. Yang Sitian shouted back, fists clenched tight, fearing she might draw a knife in her fury. Old Sun asked, what happened? One woman spat words like venom. Old Sun, we've tolerated her for far too long. She does nothing, only eats for free. We've decided she'll carry corpses outside. If she refuses, we'll cast her out of the compound. Let her die in the cold. Better that than waste precious supplies on her idle mouth. Then came the slow, deliberate tread of heavy footsteps descending from the rooftop. Zhou Chen descended, hands buried deep in his pockets, a cold smile playing on his lips. Since when did this place become your domain to rule? At the mere sound of Zhou Chen's voice, the 3 women who had started the scuffle cringed, their bodies trembling. The neighbors who had followed Lao Sun up as mere cannon fodder, once amused and ready to watch the spectacle, now suppressed their smiles and stood in disciplined silence. Zhou Chen had treated them while providing supplies and never oppressing anyone. Yet the thought of his first strike, when he slew more than 30 people, lingered like a shadow. The second time, he personally slit throats. The third, he issued a bounty that wiped out the Yinghua gang and dispatched many marauding outsiders. 3 acts of violence had cost more than 200 lives. Even the beasts of the Yinghua gang had not been so brazen nor so remorseless. They had assumed Zhou Chen would be haunted sleepless for days. Instead, he carried himself as always untouched by remorse, his mood even more buoyant. It was as if he had slaughtered 200 ducks and chickens rather than people. The thought of it filled them with a deep, visceral dread. The woman shuddered and dared not meet Zhou Chen's eyes. She stammered an explanation. Brother Zhou, we didn't mean it that way. Of course you decide what happens in the compound. Another more glib woman trembling stepped forward. Brother Zhou, we absolutely did not overstep. The thing is, Long Xiaoyan does no work. She freeloads and even flirts with our men. Zhou Chen cut her off coldly. So you came here to make trouble? Where is this? At Zhou Chen's doorway, of course. The 3 troublemakers immediately drew back their heads. The loquacious woman hurriedly closed her mouth. Zhou Chen's piercing gaze swept to Yang Xitian. You speak. Yang's cheek had also been scratched. Though anger burned within her, she restrained herself. She took a deep breath, tamped down her indignation, and recounted everything in precise detail. Long Xiaoyan never worked as a child and knows little of household chores, but she has never been lazy or idle. Though she cannot cook well, she is the one who chops wood, starts fires, boils water, and washes the dishes. She does all those chores herself. Before, when the others washed dishes, they used hot water. When it was Long Xiaoyan's turn, they complained that heating water wasted wood and forced her to wash with cold water until her hands were frostbitten, yet they still criticized her constantly. They gossiped behind our backs, saying that because of our scars we were beasts, that sort of thing. They called us shameless, called us temptresses. When they could not find fault with me, they set their sights on driving Long Xiaoyan away. Hearing this, the 3 accusers glared at Yang Xitian several times, opening their mouths to retort, only to be cowed by Zhou Chen's lethal stare. The 2 cannon fodder standing behind Lao Sun grew oddly pale. Listening to Yang Xitian's account, they began to study the faces of those involved. Zhou Chen roughly understood the cause. Sated bellies breed desire. The men in the building, confronted with 2 young, pretty girls, naturally entertained lecherous thoughts. Because they believed the girls had been controlled by Dao Ba, and thus tainted, they felt emboldened to presume they could take liberties. Could such male vices be hidden from married women, who would tolerate furtive advances happening right under her nose? In more peaceful times, they would have packed their children and gone back to their parental homes, mouths filled with talk of divorce. But this was the end of the world. Men were their only support now. Zhou Chen turned his gaze to Lao Sun, who wore a bewildered expression. Clearly the men never meddled in women's affairs, and Zhou Chen himself would hardly trouble himself with such petty matters. In this apocalypse, could the petty quarrels between women possibly be worth more than a single packet of noodles? Yet to have the audacity to make trouble at his own threshold could not be dismissed as trivial. It was an affront to him. Zhou Chen's face darkened. I have been too lenient with you, allowing you to think you need not regard me at all. The 3 assailants felt a cold jolt in their hearts. Zhou Chen looked at Lao Sun. Lao Sun muttered, punish them by letting them miss a meal. No 2 meals. How about that? Yang Xitian's expression grew grave. One more thing. When Lao Sun was quietly trying to rally everyone, Dao Ba and his men got wind of it. Long Xiaoyan and I once eavesdropped. Dao Ba's men said the residents of the 13th and 14th floors were willing to serve as their informants. But Dao Ba's gang has been wiped out, and we could never find proof, so we didn't speak up. Those 3 happened to be from those 2 floors. Lao Sun's heart leapt. Really? Yang Xitian raised her hand and swore, if an ounce of this is false, may I suffer a terrible fate myself. They are so eager to drive people away. Are they not afraid we will learn something? Do they not have their own guilty secrets? The 3 women hurriedly denied being informants, but their evasive glances betrayed their unease. Zhou Chen asked Lao Sun, you are the building leader. How do you propose we handle this? Lao Sun looked tormented. This is not a small matter. Had they not launched that preemptive attack the night they gathered, who knew what terrible consequences might have followed? Yet because they struck unexpectedly, Dao Ba's thugs were caught off guard and driven out. The informants were rendered useless. Zhou Chen looked again at Yang Xitian. If you were to deal with it, what would you do? Her energies surged. A cold, predatory light crept over her, as if she had become a creature of ice. She lifted a hand and drew it across her own throat, making the motion for cutting throats. A scuffle is small, a latent danger must be cut away. Zhou Chen said, then what are you waiting for? The twin blades flashed, and a spray of blood splattered the wall. One woman's windpipe was severed, blood gushed out like an opened faucet. The other 2 women were frozen, with terror collapsing to the ground, without a single plea for mercy. Lao Sun and the 6 men behind him were equally shaken. The bloodshed was so sudden. Yang Xitian, like a loyal hound, brandished 2 cleavers and felled one after another. Within a minute, 3 cold corpses lay on the floor. Zhou Chen asked, and next? Bloodied but lucid Yang Xitian replied with ferocity, root out the problem, end it forever. With that, she gripped her blades and charged down the stairs. She did not go alone. She called to the two men beside Lao Sun, "You two come with me." Lao Sun stared at the corpses at the departing three and at the living who had been reduced to trembling. In that instant, he began to question his life. Lao Sun watched Zhou Chen with a numb expression. "Xiaozhou, must it come to this?" he asked. Even if those women had agreed to be informants for Dao Ba, they may have done so merely to survive. "Their transgression does not merit death," Lao Sun murmured. Zhou Chen asked, "Have you considered that if the bounty had not been posted, Dao Ba might have covertly contacted them and asked them to open 2 gates one night? What then?" At the thought, Lao Sun's heart trembled. Zhou Chen's reasoning was simple. Whether it was petty jealousy or private enmity, their closed-door feuds would be his concern only if they endangered the community at large. But if today you are Dao Ba's informant, tomorrow you might serve another faction. The city is not limited to the Yinghua compound alone. One cannot guard against treachery every single day forever. Zhou Chen's gaze hardened. "Lao Sun, I merely struck first to stay ahead." In the hallway lay the blood-soaked corpses of 3 married couples. Only Chi Ro, who held her child, had been spared. All other expendable neighbors had been summoned en masse to witness the grim spectacle. Under the extreme sub-zero temperatures, each onlooker trembled violently at the sight of the dead. Some women even covered their mouths and vomited. Zhou Chen sat calmly on a chair, one leg casually crossed over the other. "You all understand the cause of death for these 6 people, don't you?" Silence fell. No one dared utter a word. Zhou Chen's expression turned icy. "I offer you one chance. If anyone here ever agreed to serve as an informant for Scarface, step forward now, and your past will be forgiven without consequence. But should your betrayal surface later, I need not spell out the outcome. I, Zhou Chen, refuse to risk my life scavenging supplies beyond these walls, only to be stabbed in the back by those I sheltered and sustained." Hearing this, every neighbor hastily proclaimed their innocence and erupted into furious denunciations of the deceased, branding them treacherous, vile schemers. Had Zhou Chen not eliminated the Sakura gang through a bounty system, these 6 might well have colluded with outsiders, opening the Iron Gate in the dead of night, and slaughtered everyone in their sleep. The thought sent chills down their spines. They shuddered with lingering dread. Zhou Chen scanned the crowd, studying each face with meticulous attention. None betrayed deception. After such a warning, only the utterly reckless would dare conspire with outsiders. By now, Old Sun had recovered fully and pulled out a small notebook. "Xiaozhou, I vouch for the rest. They're clean. These 9 fought hardest behind me, hacking without hesitation." Zhou Chen glanced briefly at the names scrawled in the notebook, though he recognized none. "Excellent." He rose to his feet. "Good performance deserves reward. Old Sun, tonight we feast." A feast? At the mere word, excitement surged. Supplies were scarce, rations were meticulously conserved for long-term survival. That was why they'd mourned today's sack of flour so bitterly, wishing in their resentment that the other survivors starved outright. Beyond that single evening's mixed meat broth, they hadn't tasted meat in days. Tonight's feast promised meat, rich, savory, long denied. At the thought, mouths watered, stomachs growled. Zhou Chen added, "There are 3 more matters to address. First, residents of Building 1 are now under your jurisdiction. You must complete the tasks I assign within 1 month. Second, I am appointing a deputy building master. Effective immediately, Yang Sitian assumes the role assisting Old Sun in managing daily affairs." The neighbors exchanged glances, envy and jealousy flickering across their faces. Yang Sitian fought with terrifying ferocity, her blade flashing like the cold, emotionless strike of a predator. Yet they were no less capable. They simply lacked her unwavering obedience, the unquestioning loyalty of a faithful hound. Perhaps that was precisely why Zhou Chen had chosen her. A loyal, vicious hound served him better than a dozen mercenaries. Old Sun looked mildly surprised, but felt no resentment whatsoever. He knew his own weakness. His soft heart demanded a sharp, assertive presence to keep the neighbors in line. Third, I'll be away for several days. More survivors can now endure prolonged outdoor exposure, and I must secure vital supplies before others claim them. Hesitation means returning with nothing but dust. The neighbors instantly tensed. "Brother Zhou, surely you needn't stay gone for days. The outdoors is perilous. Even exhaustion leaves you vulnerable with no one to stand watch. Let Old Sun accompany you." "No, wait. His legs are unsteady. Better yet, pick one of us to go with you." Such suggestions were futile. Outside, any of them would collapse within 30 minutes, except Zhou Chen. He waved dismissively. "Unnecessary. I have ice skates. Even if you could accompany me, you'd only slow me down. Your sole duty is to guard the compound. Should enemies breach the perimeter, fall back immediately to the 15th floor." Having delivered these instructions, he suddenly recalled something else. His gaze shifted to the group of women among you. "Who knows how to sew garments?" "Sew garments." The women glanced at one another, uncertain. "Do you need mending?" As homemakers, they all knew basic needlework. Zhou Chen shook his head. "No, making clothes, thermal underwear, socks." His stock of temperature-regulating fabric still rested untouched in his spatial ring. His current set, worn, washed, reworn, was long overdue for replacement. If no one here possessed the skill, he'd seek it among the survivors in Building 1. To everyone's astonishment, the disheveled Long Xiaoyun slowly raised her hand. I can. I studied fashion design. Garment construction is no problem. Though without a sewing machine, hand stitching will be slow. And her hands, raw and frostbitten from the cold, made the task even harder. Yet she dared not voice this fear. She dreaded being deemed useless, dreaded expulsion. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers. Return to your room. I'll bring the materials shortly. Old Sun, dispose of the bodies and scrub the bloodstains from my doorway. Old Sun sprang into action. Men began hauling corpses. Women fetched mops and brushes. Zhou Chen swiftly delivered tools, fabric, and thread to the young woman. She stared stunned. Expecting only needles and thread, she found everything impeccably supplied. The bolts of fabric appeared identical in hue and texture, yet subtle differences emerged upon close touch. At last her moment to shine had arrived. Confidently she declared, Brother Zhou, thermal wear and socks are simple to make, and infinitely easier with a sewing machine. Just run a power cord upstairs. No, better yet, I'll work downstairs. Zhou Chen refused outright. Wires remained downstairs, but Old Sun will run one up here. Downstairs was crowded and unpredictable. Discovery of the fabric's secret could awaken greed where none had existed before. Having finally secured the neighbor's full allegiance, he preferred stability, for now. He pointed to the fabric and issued stern instructions. Remember, never mix these fabrics, and never let anyone downstairs see them. She immediately cleared the table and spread a clean sheet over it, arranging every tool precisely as she habitually did. Blowing warm breath onto her frostbitten hands, she said eagerly, Brother Zhou, you're leaving for several days. I know a place. Stockpiled furs. Nothing matches their warmth. Her words struck a chord. Catastrophes multiplied unpredictably. In his previous life, he'd survived only 3 years in the apocalypse. What new calamity might emerge after that? What if tectonic shifts thrust the Arctic inland, or submerged continental land masses, forcing survivors onto glacial plateaus? Once again, they'd face lethal sub-zero conditions. His future stretched long ahead, so the more comprehensive his supplies, the better. Chi-Ro stood nearby, cradling her toddler. Though a fire burned indoors, it paled beside a proper hearth. To prevent frostbite, the child was swaddled like a nested doll, hands buried deep in thick sleeves, cheeks flushed crimson from the cold. Chi-Ro gazed at him, eyes gleaming. Great master. If you retrieve furs, could you reward me with a fur coat? Zhou Chen arched a brow. Give me one reason. Seizing her chance, she brightened instantly. I'm youthful, radiant, obedient, and highly skilled. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Chen applauded, speechless at the silly girl. Don't big shot, I was wrong. Chi-Ro immediately wilted, obediently carrying the child back to the fire to warm up. It was just too cold, and her trembling hands failed to find the needle's eye. Zhou Chen pretended to rummage in his pocket, taking out a box of frostbite ointment and placing a pair of cotton gloves on the table. The little girl was taken aback. Zhou Chen said expressionlessly, there are rewards for taking on other tasks. I don't want to see blood all over the fabric because of your hands. That would be quite disgusting. Even so, looking at the 2 items on the table, the little girl was moved to tears. After all, she was a young girl who wouldn't want a pair of beautiful hands. As soon as Zhou Chen left, Chi-Ro immediately approached with a nesting doll. With a smile, she sincerely comforted, now you can feel at ease, right? When the big shot brings back more fabric, there will be plenty for you to do, and the rewards will be substantial. Don't forget the ones who helped you when you prosper. The next morning, Zhou Chen set off fully armed. He couldn't hide forever, otherwise it would be hard to explain the source of supplies and would inevitably attract suspicion. His ice skates glided swiftly, and in just a few seconds he had burst through the community gate. Several binoculars locked onto him from different directions. Based on his route, the gangs in the same direction began to mobilize. Zhou Chen raced over the ice, enjoying the feeling of freedom and breathing in the fresh air. Someone ran out ahead, raising a white flag from a distance. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened as he reached for the hammer attached to his belt. Brother Zhou, don't be nervous, I'm unarmed. The person thought that by saying this, Zhou Chen would stop. But instead, he only felt a blur before a gust of wind rushed past him. In a flash, the person flew past him. Just a second ago, they had brushed shoulders, and when he turned back, he could only see a receding figure. Zhou Chen sprinted on. In a 2-kilometer stretch, he encountered a dozen survivors, all waving small white flags and calling out to him. He was well aware of their intentions. They either wanted to collaborate with him, seek to attach themselves to him, or had ulterior motives to seize his gear. Just because there was a bounty that day, a large group of survivors had rushed in. These were all from nearby communities and none from over 1,000 meters away. They didn't dare to venture out, fearing they would freeze to death on the way. Zhou Chen didn't want anyone to attach themselves to him. The cannon fodder in the building was already troublesome enough. He also didn't want to collaborate with anyone unless they had particularly valuable supplies for trade. As for those who wished him harm, the lessons from the past were clear. He wouldn't mind giving them a cold shower. Following the address provided by the little girl, Zhou Chen took over an hour to arrive at his destination. This area was a clothing wholesale market covering a vast expanse with buildings that were not too short. At this moment, buildings below 5 stories were submerged in ice, leaving only the roofs of the second floor standing amidst the wind and snow. The rooftops were covered in ice and snow with only a few glass windows visible, though it was impossible to see the signs of each building, let alone find the fur area. But was that a problem? Of course not. Since he was here, he might as well thoroughly check every building. After all, his storage space was particularly spacious. Zhou Chen picked up the hammer and smashed it. Afterward, he ran. Crash. The tempered glass shattered into pieces, sending ice and snow tumbling down. After ensuring safety, Zhou Chen changed out of his skates and walked to the window to survey below. It was pitch black inside with faint beams of light visible. Damai Ju Bao Pen Lian E La Feng Kai Yuan Sheng Shi Exine. The names of the shops varied widely. The cold air entering caused frost to instantly form on the walls on either side of the passage. The flashlight had a clamp design, allowing it to be attached to a safety helmet. Zhou Chen freed his hands and immediately took out a climbing rope, securing one end to the iron frame of the glass window and slipping himself inside. Each floor of the wholesale market was quite large, with many passageways, all lined with clothing stores. The quality of the clothing here was noticeably inferior to that of department stores. But fortunately, all the clothes here were autumn styles, and many were even winter styles. From the current perspective, they were much better than the short sleeves in the department store. The clothing industry is always forward-looking. They guide consumers in purchasing year-round, constantly seizing opportunities. Spring styles appear as soon as spring is half over summer styles as summer nears its end, and winter coats are released before winter even arrives. Without legal constraints, he could just smash away. At first, Zhou Chen had some patience, thoroughly checking each store. As time passed, he gradually grew impatient and became more selective. His method of collecting supplies required a pair of hands as a medium, and constantly rummaging was a bit tiring. The mall was so large, filled to the brim with supplies. How long would it take for him to search through everything? Bang! A sudden loud noise immediately caught Zhou Chen's attention. The sound came from the dark ahead, if there was no gap, causing the cold wind to rush, and then it indicated that it was man-made. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, someone was deliberately striking the ground. Was it a cry for help or a trap? Zhou Chen quickly turned off the flashlight and retreated into a store, temporarily hiding under the counter. With his right hand gripping the hammer and his left hand drawing the mountain-cutting knife from his belt, he would never take a risk without understanding the situation. The knocking continued, and upon listening closely, it carried a sense of urgency. It was likely because it had suddenly gone quiet on his end that the other party worried he would leave. Is anyone there? Zhou Chen asked, then quickly changed his position and stealthily ran into another store. Bang, bang, bang. Help. I'm a wholesaler trapped here for a long time. Do you have anything to eat? I have money, I can pay you. This time the knocking voice was clearly more urgent, accompanied by faint cries for help. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, then replied loudly, I heard you, don't worry, I'll be right there. After saying this, he turned on the flashlight and ran back. What a nuisance. A month after the disaster struck, trapped here without food or water, and still had the strength to knock and talk. If he could still hang on, that alone was impressive. The quiet passage echoed with the sound of his footsteps growing fainter and fainter. Damn, that person ran away. Chase him. A beam of light illuminated the scene. Several figures hidden in the darkness swiftly pursued Zhou Chen's direction. Zhou Chen brought his heavy footsteps up the stairs, then quietly crept back to the corner downstairs. He raised his weapon, calmly waiting for the enemy's appearance. Listening carefully to the chaotic footsteps, he could roughly gauge that there were about 4 or 5 of them. A gang or a team that can ensure several people go out at the same time is not simple at all. In other words, they were all tough characters. I heard he ran upstairs. Hurry, chase him. Zhou Chen held his breath tightly and raised the hammer high. At the moment the first person popped their head up, he brought the hammer down hard on the opponent's head with a bang. This blow was a killing strike. The person's body stiffened, and the next second they fell straight to the ground. Their cotton hat flew off and blood gushed from the hole in their head. Zhou Chen swung his knife, knocking one person down, then swung the hammer towards the third person's head and kicked the fourth person down. Right-hand hammer, left-hand knife, striking fast and fiercely, displaying his killing intent to the fullest. In just 5 seconds, 3 corpses lay on the ground. The last person who had been kicked down looked in shock at the bodies of his 3 companions, while desperately realizing that the killer was walking towards him. No, don't kill me. His face was filled with terror, and he dropped his weapon, scrambling to escape. Just as he stood up, a hammer struck his back head. Under several beams of flashlight, Zhou Chen left no survivors. He stepped over a bloodied corpse. Help! A woman's desperate cry pierced the pitch-black stairwell. Zhou Chen, who had been searching a corpse, instantly tensed, his instincts screaming danger. Another trap. Is anyone there? Please, please save me. Cut these ropes. Wah? I don't want to die here. Her sobs trembled, growing raw and gut-wrenching, strikingly convincing. If this was an act, then she possessed rare talent. Zhou Chen tightened his grip on his weapon and crept toward the sound, not to rescue, but to kill. Being deceived by a woman once was more than enough. Only after silencing her could he collect supplies in peace. He hadn't expected, however, that she truly needed saving. Under the flashlight's beam, she lay bound at wrists and ankles. Her winter coat had been torn open, her padded trousers pulled down to her knees. She shivered violently, writhing helplessly. Her hair was matted, her face smudged with grime. Yet beneath the filth, she was unmistakably beautiful, early 20s, delicate features, refined bone structure. Blinded by the light, she had moments before clung to hope. Now only terror remained in her wide, glistening eyes. Had she just escaped one predator, only to stumble straight into another's jaws? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she stammered, trembling uncontrollably. "Go ahead, take me. Just don't kill me, please." Zhou Chen, like hell he would. Not because he lacked morality, but because after a month of cataclysm, starvation, and filth had stripped even the most exquisite women of their allure. To him, they were no different from feral street crones. Zhou Chen stepped forward and crouched beside her. She instinctively recoiled, especially upon seeing the blood-stained iron hammer in his hand. In that instant, sheer terror scattered her very soul. Zhou Chen made no move to cut her bonds. "You're alone here." She shook violently, then nodded obediently. "I'll save you," he said, "but not for free. What supplies will you offer as payment?" "Isn't everything here enough?" she asked, gesturing weakly at the surrounding garments. His voice turned icy. "Everything here already belongs to me." She fell silent, then swallowed hard. Cowed by circumstance, she jerked her chin toward a nearby backpack. I have a genuine beast hide in there." She hastily added, flustered, "Don't misunderstand. It's been passed down through my family for 5 generations. Absolutely not obtained illegally." In her subconscious, the weight of law still held, even amid societal collapse. Zhou Chen snatched up the pack and unzipped it. Inside lay a real beast hide, undisputably authentic. No wonder she'd guarded it so fiercely. A tiger, the nation's Class 1 endangered species. A true prison-for-life beast. He spread it open, a flawless full pelt. Its fur gleamed, rich amber base etched with deep brown stripes. Thick, supple, luxuriously smooth, radiating gentle warmth to the touch. Closer inspection revealed subtle signs of age. Her claim of ancestral inheritance seemed plausible, though whether it truly belonged to her lineage remained doubtful. This was a treasure no amount of money could easily buy. Draped across the sofa, it transformed the space, elevating his presence with effortless regal authority. Zhou Chen was thoroughly satisfied with this reward. As he stuffed the pelt into his own pack, the bound woman winced, as if each fold of fur cost her flesh. Only after securing his payment did Zhou Chen slice through her restraints. She complied without hesitation, hastily pulling up her trousers, then turning to fasten her coat. Zhou Chen surveyed the shop. Over 20 plastic sacks lay scattered across the floor, alongside a few cigarette butts and wrappers from instant noodles and biscuits. These were oversized black bags, standard in the apparel trade for high-volume packing. Each bulged tightly. He opened one at random, revealing several fur-trimmed coats. Other sacks held nothing but fur, synthetic yes, yet remarkably insulating. He estimated over 200 pieces. Zhou Chen murmured approvingly, for thugs had entered the building well before him. Their intent was precise, they sought only fur-based supplies. How this woman had fallen into their hands remained unclear, but one thing was certain: they'd intended unspeakable violence against her. Zhou Chen's arrival had shattered their plan. Such vast terrain, and yet fate had drawn them all to this single building. Upon detecting an intruder, the thugs had hastily bound her and lurked in silence, watching, waiting. Once convinced he was alone, they'd planned to ambush him en masse, only to be slaughtered instead. Fools, Zhou Chen cursed inwardly. They'd survived the apocalyptic cold, 70 degrees below zero, by sheer fortune. Yet they squandered that miracle without a second thought. Having secured the building's finest hall, they should have withdrawn, or at least avoided confrontation. Had they harbored no ill intent, Zhou Chen himself might have retreated, prioritizing his own safety above all else. Well, so much the better. All these spoils now fell to him. Eager to stash the furs into his spatial storage, he turned sharply. "Why are you still here?" The woman stood motionless, slowly hoisting her empty backpack. Then hesitantly she glanced up at him. "Brother, is there any chance I could redeem my family's heirloom hide? Dare you covet what is mine? Do you wish to die?" His voice carried quiet, chilling authority. She stumbled back, tears brimming. "Father was right. I've truly ruined our family." Zhou Chen refused to witness her despair. "I count to 3. If you haven't left by then, I won't hesitate to add another life to my tally." She jolted upright, darted sideways, skirting past him with frantic care, then bolted out the door. In her panic, she knocked over a corridor trash can. Silence descended upon the building. Zhou Chen gathered every sack of fur into his spatial storage and cleared the shop entirely. Unbound by law, he swung his hammer with ruthless efficiency. By the time he finished this floor, it was already 100 p.m. Zhou Chen sat down to replenish his strength. Reborn into this world, his sole creed was absolute self-preservation. He kindled a fire, hung a pot, and simmered a steaming hot tofu and fishiad soup. then seared himself a perfect beefsteak. After sufficient rest, he ascended to the next floor. His flashlight swept casually across the landing, illuminating objects that made even this hardened man flush and quicken his pulse. Another sweep, and there it was, Victoria's Secret in abundance. Lush, dazzling, provocative. A riot of styles that assaulted the senses. Zhou Chen instinctively pivoted to leave. It was awkward and utterly useless for him. Or was it truly useless? Are you certain? Consider the black silk stockings worn by the mannequins. His legs froze, suddenly possessed by a will of their own. A voice whispered deep within, questioning, mocking, tempting. Zhou Chen scoffed. Humph. Women. He didn't need them. As dusk bled across the western sky, Zhou Chen climbed out the window, his expression strangely unsettled. Behind him the building stood hollowed, stripped bare, its riches vanished into his domain. A biting wind carried light snow. A woman tugged at her scarf and cautiously raised her head from behind the frozen ruins. The sky was darkening. Would he not return home? How could she learn his address if he never went home? And how then could she reclaim the furs? Those furs were a treasured heirloom passed down through her family. That night, Zhou Chen, sleeping in his makeshift tent, faintly detected a pungent, acrid smoke. His tent stood close enough to see the windows of the nearby building. Through the glass, he clearly observed towering flames erupting outside. From the thick smoke, a figure staggered forth, hands clamped over mouth and nose. Zhou Chen swiftly donned his coat and rushed to the window, scanning cautiously. Cough, cough. The survivor, face blackened with soot, collapsed onto the icy ground, choking violently, tears streaming down his cheeks. He turned and saw the entire building engulfed in fire. A narrow escape. He had been exposed. In the flickering blaze, a tall silhouette emerged. Zhou Chen stepped out the window, gripping an iron hammer streaked with dried, rust-red blood. The woman sprang up and fled. As she ran, she stammered in terror, "I wasn't following you. I was just scavenging supplies." With his long legs, Zhou Chen closed the distance in under 5 seconds. Realizing escape was futile, she dropped to her knees, hugging her head, pleading desperately, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Zhou Chen stood motionless before her, his sharp gaze brimming with lethal intent. "You brought this upon yourself." Overwhelmed by mortal dread, she dropped to the ground with a thud. "Brother, please. I truly never meant to harm you. Those furs are my family's ancestral treasure. I simply couldn't bear to part with them. I only wanted to know where you lived, hoping someday to trade other supplies for them. My entire family is gone. I just wish to hold on to one last memory. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me." As she wept uncontrollably, bowing her head again and again, a group of ragged survivors swaggered into view from the side. 6 in total, each brandished a crude weapon. Their threadbare clothes offered little warmth. They immediately gravitated toward the burning building. The fire's radiant heat instantly revived them. Spotting the 2 living figures silhouetted against the flames, their eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. A short man licked his lips excitedly. "Brother, I told you. A woman was here." "What a stunning beauty," laughed the tall leader. "They'd starve for days." On their way here, they'd briefly debated whether killing and eating the woman outright would be a waste. But now, with a man added to the equation, that dilemma vanished. They could butcher the man for meat and keep the woman alive for prolonged amusement. The towering ringleader deliberately brandished his weapon to intimidate the pair, then flashed a leering, lascivious grin. "Lovely lady, don't be afraid. Let brother protect you." Ha ha ha. His henchmen followed suit, raising their weapons with brazen arrogance. "Brother, leave this two-legged sheep to us." The woman stared in shock. Two-legged sheep? Were these thugs really referring to people as livestock? Had they any humanity left? Facing these 6 demons, she suddenly felt it might be kinder to die swiftly beneath Zhou Chen's hammer. Zhou Chen's face darkened ominously. "Lucky for you, more deserving scum has just arrived." He turned away, cracking his knuckles and twisting his neck with sharp, audible pops. The 6 thugs paused, then burst into raucous laughter. "Brother, he's not even scared of us. The cockier he acts now, the more pathetic he'll look when we chop off his limbs. I've got an idea. We won't grant him a quick death until he kneels and calls us dad one by one. Brilliant. Let's start by dousing his face with piss. Better yet, gouge out his eyes, rip out his kidneys, keep him barely breathing, then fry them fresh before his very eyes, watching him die of sheer terror. That's what true hell feels like." Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen didn't turn back. Instead, he warned the woman, "Why haven't you run yet? Shall I give you a head start with a hammer?" She finally snapped to awareness, her stiff limbs trembling as she struggled repeatedly before rising shakily to her feet. Then she fled, without looking back. Seeing her bolt, the thugs split up to pursue. Zhou Chen stepped forward, voice icy, "Trashlings. Did I grant you permission to leave? Get her dead. Don't let our lovely lady slip away." In recent days, at least 8 lives had ended beneath their hands. No matter how formidable a foe, none could withstand their 6-man assault. In such brutal conditions, even a single slash from any of them meant certain death. "Kill him." Under the firelight, the 6 thugs charged forward, feral, murderous, waving knives and iron rods. Calmly, Zhou Chen slid his hammer back into his belt and drew a high-pressure water cannon from his spatial storage. Mid-sprint, the thugs instinctively skidded to a halt. Upon recognizing the device, they threw back their heads and roared with laughter. Whoa, nearly scared the crap out of me. Thought he'd pull a real gun. Turns out it's just a water pistol. Ha ha ha, has he lost his mind? Bringing a water pistol to fight us. This guy's definitely cracked. What good is a water pistol? Wait, water pistol. A high-pressure water cannon. Damn. In weather plummeting to minus 70 degrees Celsius, a direct hit from that would freeze them solid and kill them instantly. The thugs realized it too late. They tried to flee, but Zhou Chen twisted the valve open. A torrent as thick as a child's arm erupted forth. Every single one of the 6 thugs took the icy blast full in the face. Then drenched head to toe, soaked like drowned rats. Ah no. The freezing water flash froze on contact, encasing their bodies in brittle skin-tight ice, inflicting agony akin to being flayed alive. Slowed and stiffened, they collapsed one by one, writhing and shrieking in torment. The short thug in his desperate thrashing remembered the roaring fire behind him, and craving warmth above all else crawled straight toward the inferno. In an instant, he became a human torch, his screams escalating into something beyond human endurance. Other thugs, equally desperate to reach the flames, watched in abject horror. Steady footsteps echoed behind them. Terrified, they turned and saw the towering figure approaching, hammer in hand, its surface still stained with dark, dried blood. No, don't kill me. Spare us. Their frozen limbs refused to obey. Survival now hinged solely on begging for mercy. Zhou Chen advanced and swung. Crack. The sickening sound of shattered bone rang with chilling clarity, sending shivers down every spine. Two-legged sheep. Call me dad. Gouge out eyes. Rip out kidneys. Fry them live before your eyes. You asked, what is hell? I am hell. His face was a mask of utter darkness, like a vengeful demon clawing his way up from the abyss. With each question, he raised the hammer and struck. Each blow landed without restraint. Crack, crack, crack. All 5 thugs' arms and legs were shattered beyond repair. But it wasn't over yet. Zhou Chen dragged each broken body, like sacks of dead weight, one by one to the blazing building's threshold. The furnace-like heat instantly banished the cold, but as sensation returned to their frostbitten limbs, true suffering began. Blazing fire above, frozen earth beneath, shattered limbs screaming with unbearable pain. This was worse than death. No heaven answered cries, no earth offered refuge. All night long the district echoed with their unending, agonized wails. We, the Jiaojia gang, we will never forgive you. Nearby survivors, drawn by the warmth, fled in panic, before even nearing the site, at the sound of those unspeakable screams. A night has passed. The horrific cries from the wholesale market during that tragic night seemed to sprout wings, reaching the ears of countless survivors. In an instant, discussions erupted among the nearby survivor circles. Have you heard? There are ghosts haunting the wholesale market. Have you heard? Someone is pretending to be a ghost to scare people. Have you heard? A ghostly pervert is killing in the market. I've heard too, the pervert is killing everywhere. No way. The little pickled vegetable pretended to be the perverted little book chasing after the skyblasting gang. What? The little pickled vegetable of the skyblasting gang met a few little asans and screamed all night it was too perverted. The survivor circles around the market were in an uproar. The pickled vegetable circle, unable to accept, banged its head against the wall, shouting, damn it, damn it, damn it. The book circle had blood surging, drawing out their blades. Baka, this is humiliation. I will commit seppuku. The asan circle, deeply affected, joined hands in prayer. Great Lord Shiva, I curse the slanderers, may they bear a daughter. The boss of the skyblasting gang angrily overturned the table. Bastard. Immediately spread the word, whoever can capture the murderer, our gang will reward heavily 2 packs. No 2 packs of instant noodles. The underlings relayed the message, and the gang members' eyes sparkled with excitement. None of this concerned Zhou Chen. He had been busy gathering supplies from the towering buildings. By evening, he found the first shop of the bear merchant. Truly a battle-hardened nation. Various animal replicas hung on the walls, and in the center stood a roaring large black bear with a wind chime made from white liquor bottles at the entrance. Zhou Chen burst through the door, causing several liquor bottles to clink loudly. The shelves were filled with mink, violet, marten, arctic fox, silver fox, wolf, opossum, black and white bear furs, and more. Each fur was genuine, glistening, soft and comfortable, smooth and warm, carrying a faint hint of a meaty scent. Not only were there raw furs, but also finished fur cloaks, hats, gloves, coats, pants, boots, and even leg bindings, each possessing significant warmth. In the store there was a treasure of the shop. A large cloak made from black bear fur reaching down to the calves, with a patch of gray wolf fur specially sewn into the shoulder. Zhou Chen decided to try it on her. It felt a bit heavy in his hands, and even heavier when draped over his shoulders. Once he gradually adapted to its weight, he immediately recognized its benefits. The thick wolf fur combined with the sturdy bear skin provided windproof warmth and a commanding presence, exuding an aura of nobility. It was somewhat reminiscent of a certain famous television character named Jon Snow from a globally popular show a decade ago. Zhou Chen wore it for a short, while feeling warm and reluctant to take it off. However, as majestic as it was still less practical than his own winter coat. In a treacherous world, this coat would only attract envy and jealousy, constantly inviting danger. Let it be a collectible for now. Once he finds a stable place to settle down, he will ensure all perimeter defenses are in place. In his own territory, with a tiger skin draped over a chair and the cloak on his back, he could flaunt in any way he pleased. Having retrieved the furs, he casually collected all the supplies in the building. Zhou Chen put on his roller skates and headed immediately to the next destination, the Armed Police Battalion. Compared to camping in rural areas, the Armed Police Battalion in the city center was the obvious choice. The battalion, being a combat unit, had an astonishing stockpile of firearms and ammunition. All fears stem from a lack of firepower. Thus, he sought to acquire firearms, the more the better. The buildings of the combat unit were not tall, usually 2 to 3 stories, for the sake of quick assembly during emergencies. The only issue was that the buildings were buried under layers of ice, making it difficult to locate the armory. However, he could use the excavator he collected earlier to dig slowly. It just consumed time and effort. A dead silent magic city. The only sounds were the wind and the crisp noise of the skates gliding over the ice. Everything ahead was a blanket of white, with hardly anything visible except for some tall buildings. Zhou Chen swung his arms, maintaining a swift forward posture, weaving around obstacles on the ice like a freely soaring eagle. As he sped along, shadows flitted behind the glass of some high-rise buildings. Some noticed him gazing in surprise from the windows, excitedly waving at him. Humans possess the most tenacious vitality, akin to the grass by the roadside. Even if it bends in the wind and rain, it soon regains its vigor. After a month of extreme cold in the apocalypse, the survivors who made it this far had mostly adapted to the sub-zero temperatures, no longer suffering as they once did. Yet the lack of outdoor warmth gear remained unchangeable. In freezing weather of -70 degrees, this is not something that can be overcome merely by willpower. In the shadows of the buildings, occasional peepers appeared. Those who survived might have different methods, but none had it easy. Each could be a potential enemy. In the apocalypse, one must never trust humanity. Zhou Chen took an hour to reach the Armed Police Battalion. Before him lay a flat expanse. If it weren't for the fact that he passed this way daily before, even with a map, he might not have found the place. Zhou Chen changed into his cold-resistant boots and found a sheltered spot to rest. As night fell, he took out the excavator from his storage. After attempting the basic operations for about 10 minutes, he grasped the fundamentals of the excavator. It was time to showcase his true skills. With these skills, even a blue sky instructor would be cursing. Ding, ding, ding. The ground began to tremble, and the excavator emitted a piercing mechanical sound. Zhou Chen's excavation work was busy, yet seemed aimless. The ice layer was extremely compacted, making the digging speed very slow. Each time he broke through a building, he had to jump down to check if it was the armory. He broke through several buildings and jumped down multiple times, from the cafeteria to the office building and then to the dormitory. Surprisingly, he did not see a single corpse. During a flood, the water rose to a meter. As soldiers could not simply relocate. But later, when the seawater suddenly surged into the city, it instantly submerged buildings below 5 stories, causing more than half of the city's residents to perish. With no land vehicles available and no large ships or submarines, one would expect many bodies to be left behind. Yet there were none, only various fish carcasses, including a shark. About 300 soldiers in the Armed Police Battalion. Where did all the soldiers go? Zhou Chen pondered. The only possibility was during the citywide flood they were engaged in outdoor rescue. The seawater flooding the city submerged the battalion, and they naturally needed to find a new place to settle. This could be seen as a good thing. Every soldier possesses a robust physique, organizational skills, discipline, camaraderie, and patriotism. There are no suspicions, no schemes, no killings. Their chances of survival are 1,000 times greater than ordinary residents. Clang, clang, clang. Soldiers deployed for flood relief do not carry firearms. Just imagining the armory brimming with high-powered weapons, Zhou Chen's heart surged with exhilaration, and he redoubled his efforts. His operation was fierce and relentless, so much so that the excavator began smoking. Before dawn broke, he finally unearthed the armory. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he'd chosen the armed police detachment. Had he foolishly gone to a conventional military unit, 1,000 strong, sprawling across hundreds of mu, he might still be digging next year and never find the armory. He silently applauded his own shrewd decision. Under normal circumstances, accessing the armory required multiple stringent procedures. An infrared remote-controlled main door, a safe containing the external gate keys, and dual-factor authentication, fingerprint plus physical key, were all mandatory. The entire process was rigorously controlled and uncompromisingly strict. Zhou Chen wouldn't find even a single key. Instead, he rummaged through his spatial storage for breaching tools. Donning a protective mask, he raised a metal-cutting torch and smashed his way in. The shrill whine of machinery, the relentless shower of sparks, and his unwavering determination persisted for 2 hours, until at last Zhou Chen stood inside the armory. The moment he slipped through the reinforced steel door, the sight before him ignited every man's pulse. Welcome to paradise for men. As an ordinary civilian, this was his first true glimpse into an actual weapons depot, not the cinematic cliché of towering stacks of ammunition crates. Custom-built iron racks displayed gleaming black firearms meticulously organized by model. Type 95 assault rifle, Seats LS-7 submachine gun. Zhou Chen casually picked one up and assumed a sharp aiming stance. A fully loaded assault rifle backed by ample spare magazines. If anyone dared approach, give him minutes, and he'd return a world unshaken by fear. Lower down, rectangular black metal cases sat lined up, each forged from solid alloy. He opened one. Inside lay a sniper rifle. Zhou Chen drew a slow, steadying breath, restraining the overwhelming urge to reach out and test it immediately. Beside it stood two larger black metal cases, heavy and imposing. The instant he pried one open, he gasped sharply. Type 04 grenade launcher. Designed for both individual and squad-level combat, firing up to 400 rounds per minute with exceptional precision. Long-range, devastatingly powerful, lethally effective. The infantry's ultimate weapon, aptly dubbed the artillery of foot soldiers. Zhou Chen felt as though dreaming, and swiftly stowed every piece of ordnance into his spatial storage. Next came the ammunition. Every caliber, every type. Alongside helmets, camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, and full anti-explosive gear, not a single item left behind. With this arsenal of advanced weaponry, the future gleamed bright. Zhou Chen soared with elation, so much so that he dismantled and stored each display rack one by one. Yet he hadn't forgotten the ancient truth: exaltation invites calamity. Before climbing onto the rooftop, he extended a mirror outward to survey the surroundings unseen. An entire night of excavator work had inevitably drawn the attention of nearby survivors. But under the cover of pitch-black night and biting wind, none dared venture close to investigate. Now, with daylight breaking, extreme cold, not danger, had become their greatest adversary. Those unable to approach huddled indoors, watching covertly, a few bundled in thick winter gear and clutching weapons crept forward cautiously. That excavator roared all night. Where did it go? Maybe someone drove it off. Or maybe it sank into an ice fissure. Sank. Good. If we haul it up, it's ours. Then the nearby supermarkets are ours to plunder. I'll sleep with 10 internet celebrities. Ha ha. As the survivors excitedly rubbed their hands together, a lithe figure suddenly leapt from beneath the ground. Seeing his cold weather gear, their eyes gleamed with raw greed. Quick, don't let him escape. Strip off your coat and boots, and we'll spare your life. At minus 70 degrees Celsius, could anyone survive bare-skinned outdoors? Even if they spared him, frostbite would claim him long before then. Robbery cloaked in hypocrisy. Zhou Chen pushed off with his right foot and launched himself forward. Rather than fleeing into open space, he reversed course, charging straight toward the group. He drew the iron hammer from his belt and swung, crushing the skull of the lead survivor. Bang! The man spun 3 full rotations on the spot. Finally, blood smeared across his face. His body swayed twice and collapsed rigid and lifeless. Survivors hidden inside buildings witnessed the brutal scene firsthand. They'd assumed he'd flee instantly. Instead, he charged headlong, engaging them directly. One hammer strike, one corpse, brutal, efficient, merciless. The sickening crack of shattered skulls carried far, chilling their very souls. Bang! 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 Exploiting the speed and agility of his ice skates, Zhou Chen struck without mercy, every blow landing true. With a graceful glide, he vanished, leaving behind several skull-crushed corpses. A dozen survivors who'd just rushed from their shelters recoiled in terror and fled. Yet soon they crept back, scrambling over the bodies, stripping them bare before scattering like startled crows. Within moments, only tattered underwear remained on the frozen ground. A bitter wind howled across the snow-blanketed street. Zhou Chen's gaze shimmered with newfound brilliance. This sortie had been wildly profitable. Not only had he gathered valuable furs, but also secured an elite arsenal of advanced weaponry. The thrill was indescribable. He couldn't resist letting out a triumphant primal howl. Nearby, a survivor rummaging carefully through a dumpster jumped in fright at the sudden sound. Lifting her head, she caught only a fleeting silhouette vanishing into the distance. Recognizing the distinctive garment, her expression froze in shock. She sprinted after him, screaming wildly as she ran. My fur coat. My family's heirloom fur coat. Her frost-numbed feet, shredded by the blistering speed of his ice skates, gave way beneath her. After barely 15 meters, she watched helplessly as his figure dissolved completely into the white expanse. Across the snow-draped avenue, only plastic debris spiraled in the frigid wind. Buoyed by profound satisfaction, Zhou Chen detoured en route home, raiding 2 small supermarkets and collecting over 1,000 gene of zombie meat and a mound of wilted cabbages. He tore open one cabbage after peeling away more than a dozen rotten outer leaves. Only a tender core, no bigger than 2 fingers, remained edible. In former times, such decayed cabbage wouldn't even tempt a pig. But now for survivors starved of nutrients and vitamins, it was a rare, exquisite delicacy. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Chen was just 1 kilometer from home. Soon he'd sink into a blissful hot bath. Yet smoke, thick and churning, billowed from Sakura residential complex. Zhou Chen halted instantly. He raised his binoculars, and his expression darkened storm-like. His own residential building was ablaze. Black smoke erupted violently from the 15th floor, melting surrounding ice, chunks plummeting downward. His floor-to-ceiling windows were stained black with soot. Something had gone terribly wrong. Click, click. Static crackled from the walkie-talkie inside his backpack. Xiaozhou, are you hearing me? Do you see the smoke? I said it. I'm warning you, it's dangerous. Don't come back. Don't come back. Run. Lao Sun's voice nearly broke. Wails of women and children rose in chaotic crescendo. Amidst the din, repeated savage blows pounded against the door. Open up, or we'll kill you. Weren't you bold yesterday? Electrocuted so many of us. Why no current now? Damn it. I'll carve every one of you into minced meat. Lao Sun, bracing the iron door with his dying strength, wiped blood streaming into his eyes. Across the entire building, even children as young as 10 joined the effort, pressing their weight against the massive iron door. Each violent impact from the mob sent tremors through their frail frames. It had been over 24 hours. Exhaustion weighed upon them like stone. This was merely a final desperate gasp. Hope had bled dry from every heart, when suddenly the walkie-talkie, silent for days, crackled back to life. The voice was clear, calm, and colder than a subterranean glacier. Tell those vermin to wash their dognecks clean. Dare provoke Zhou Chen, and you will die. It's Brother Zhou, and Brother Zhou has returned to save us. And hold the line, everyone. In Zhou Chen's voice ignited a spark of hope, life itself, amidst despair. Their desolation vanished, their spirits surged with renewed vigor. In exhausted moments before, they now seemed infused with boundless strength, bracing the iron gate with every fiber of their being. Outside, the mob froze in bewildered silence. In what was happening? In the gate was nearly shattered, yet those inside suddenly found fresh resolve to resist. Keep ramming. They're on the verge of collapse. Once the gate falls, all supplies and women inside belong to us. With the stairwell too narrow for more than a few at once, over 20 thugs rotated in 3 shifts to batter the door. For warmth, they hauled firewood stacked on the ground floor up to the entrance. Though 3 rotating teams hammered relentlessly for a full day and night, the gate held. Not from weakness, but from starvation, sapping their strength. That these residents had resisted for 24 hours revealed they'd never known hunger. Yet the mob, having labored tirelessly, was now utterly spent. At the thought of abundant supplies just beyond the gate, the thugs swung their battering rams with feverish intensity. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen sped toward the residential compound's main gate. For lookouts, spotting his approach, rushed forward brandishing cleavers and clubs. Zhou Chen swept his assault rifle across them, a gale of death slicing through flesh and bone. The crack of gunfire stunned nearby survivors who had been silently watching. Gunfire, did I imagine it? Dusk had fallen, and no one witnessed what unfolded at the Sakura residential compound's main gate. Survivors with binoculars had been closely observing the mob's forced entry attempt. Zhou Chen reached the ground floor. The iron gate stood wide open, the interior a scene of utter devastation. He swapped into insulated boots and entered the stairwell. His face dark with fury, his pace a furious sprint upward. This was his domain, his home. Not a final unfulfilled promise left by his parents. That a pack of vermin dared violate the sanctuary entrusted to him meant only one thing: they would all die. Above, the thunderous pounding against the gate mingled with the mob's raucous cheers. Hurry, they're breaking, and this gate will shatter any moment. Brothers, give it everything. Victory loomed, supplies and women within reach. So even those freshly relieved from duty surged forward, shouting and cheering in frenzied anticipation. A thug who slipped and fell scrambled to rise, only to find a black, gaping muzzle pressed hard against his forehead. Before he could react, he looked up and met the cold barrel staring into his eyes. The man holding the gun wore a face so grim it chilled the blood. Bang. A piercing shot rang out, splattering gray matter across the wall. The sudden gunshot jolted everyone, inside and outside the gate alike. The hammering ceased instantly. The adrenaline-fueled mob instinctively whirled around, faces frozen in shock as they beheld Zhou Chen. The moment they saw him gripping an assault rifle, shock melted into raw terror. Blind panic, each scrambled backward. No one dared stand at the front, not if survival hung in the balance. Every thug fought to vanish behind others, only to be shoved forward again by comrades behind. Those thrust into the line of fire wet themselves in sheer paralyzing fear. One thug, eyes wide with primal dread, begged, "Don't kill me." Zhou Chen raised the barrel, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat. Gunfire erupted, bullets spitting forth like rain, heedless of cost. Brass casings clattered onto the floor at Zhou Chen's feet. Screams tore through the air as thugs collapsed, tumbling down the stairs like broken puppets. Zhou Chen fired without rhythm or precision, only fury sweeping the entire mob with unrestrained violence. After emptying his 30-round magazine, he slammed in a fresh one and resumed firing without pause. And the relentless barrage echoed across a radius of 1 li, audible to every survivor nearby. Through cracked stairwell windows, survivors with binoculars watched in horror as the mob was gunned down, each corpse riddled with at least 2 crimson wounds. Some were perforated like sieves, and others spilled entrails across the steps. Still others lost half their skulls in explosive ruin. And stunned silence followed. Terror seized the onlookers. Nam massacre, brutal, unrelenting, had just unfolded before their eyes. Nias. This was slaughter pure and absolute. In firepower crushed resistance utterly, the thugs writhed helplessly like insects beneath a boot heel. Nearby survivor factions no longer marveled at Zhou Chen's possession of a firearm. They trembled at his ruthless, unflinching cruelty. Over 20 lives snuffed out without mercy, not even a moment granted for surrender or plea. In that instant, countless survivors sprang into motion, not to seize arms, but to reckon with consequences. Desire flared, but so did dread. Many coveted his weapons, yet feared paying for ambition with their lives. In-faction leaders gathered urgently, strategizing how best to forge an alliance with Zhou Chen. And across the street, the typhoon gang stood paralyzed by dread. The slain thugs had been their own members. And how could they possibly resist a man armed with a rifle? At the thought of Zhou Chen's retribution, fear gripped every member, from the gang chief to the lowliest recruit, leaving them hollow with terror. And when the gunfire ceased, Lao Sun and the others behind the gate remained dazed and disoriented. Gunfire, and where did that come from? And no wonder. They were ordinary civilians. Hearing sustained gunfire at close range would shake anyone's sense of reality. Xiao Zhou. And Lao Sun peered through the silent iron gate, voice trembling as he called out. And Zhou Chen was the only name that made sense. It's me. And Zhou Chen knelt beside the corpses, searching their pockets. And from several ID cards he confirmed what he needed. Their addresses all matched the same residential compound. He turned and descended. And rifle in hand, he strode boldly out of the compound, across the street, unhurried and unchallenged, then opened fire, dropping 2 sentries at the entrance of the Jin Yuan residential complex. The sound of gunfire at the main gate sent the typhoon gang into convulsive terror. And he's here. And it's Zhou Chen. He's come for revenge. And the gang chief trembled violently, his mind utterly unmoored. The 2 deputy chiefs exchanged a glance, and in that instant understanding passed between them. None locked his arms around the chief's throat from behind, the other raised a cleaver and brought it down again and again in frenzied strokes. Every gang member recoiled in horror, scrambling into corners as the chief's shrieks filled the air. Knees, blood-soaked, head hung limp in the air, severed and lifted high. Those thugs acted alone. The chief ordered it all, and terrified members grasped the deputy's intent and glimpsed for the first time a sliver of hope for survival. Yes, it was all the chief's doing. We opposed it, and exactly. He acted alone. None of this was our will. And but would Zhou Chen believe them? The violent impacts against the security door answered that question plainly. And they had no chance to deceive him. A cutting tool carved a jagged breach. Then thick, acrid smoke began pouring inward. Trapped inside, the typhoon gang members clutched their mouths and noses while desperately shouting explanations outward, receiving no reply as smoke thickened, driving them deeper into suffocating despair. Jumping meant certain death. Opening the door offered the sole thread of survival. And they flung it open, ignoring the smoldering coals scattered on the floor, and stampeded outward, only to meet the cold, unblinking gaze of a rifle barrel. Rat-a-tat. The dim stairwell muzzle flashes lit the gloom as gunfire claimed life after life. And bodies piled up at the narrow doorway. Those who tried to retreat were forced back, screaming for mercy. Zhou Chen had no intention of sorting corpses or sparing any remaining thugs. And he produced a canister of gasoline and drenched the heap of bodies thoroughly. Embers from the smoldering fire leapt upward, igniting a towering column of flame. A few thugs still alive in the pyre screamed as flames consumed them, trapped beneath corpses unable to move, burning alive in agony. Trapped indoors, the remaining thugs chose the window over gunfire or the choking smoke. And from 13 stories up, their fall ended in shattered bones and stillness. Zhou Chen stood, rifle in hand, expressionless. And he arrived alone, unhurried, unafraid, and departed the same way, a solitary figure, leaving behind no witnesses, only ash, silence, and ruin. We must befriend Zhou Chen. Absolutely. We must secure an alliance with Zhou Chen. Within half an hour, having witnessed Zhou Chen's overwhelming prowess and ruthless decisiveness twice, every nearby gang shared but a single thought. They had to establish contact with Zhou Chen, had to win his favor. Gangs that had previously contemplated hostile action against the Sakura residential complex now broke into cold sweat, trembling with relief that they had not yet struck. With the Ironhead gang's fate as grim precedent, no gang in the city, not even the most hardened survivor factions, dared provoke Zhou Chen. He slaughtered without blinking, and then incinerated the corpses. Zhou Chen was no mere killer, he was a true demon of madness. Unhinged, unrelenting, armed with firearms, and unmatched in strength. Whoever dared challenge him was nothing short of a fool. From that moment onward, survivors across the city dubbed him Madman Zhou. Zhou Chen returned to the residential complex. A group of survivors, shaken and trembling, huddled together, women and children weeping uncontrollably. It was terrifying. They had nearly perished at the hands of marauding thugs. Once again, Zhou Chen had saved them all. He placed his rifle on the table and hooked a stool with his foot before sitting down. Recalling how Old Sun in that desperate moment had set fire as a warning and frantically shouted over the radio not to return, Zhou Chen felt a quiet warmth stir within his chest. He retrieved a pre-packed first aid kit and instructed them to tend one another's wounds. Everyone bore injuries, mostly scrapes or minor knife cuts, nothing life-threatening. Old Sun had taken a slash across his back, but his thick coat spared him serious harm. Yet even under such duress he had held on, day and night, for over 24 hours. The bonfire roared fiercely, swiftly dispelling half the biting chill. Bathed in its gentle warmth, the neighbors' nerves gradually steadied after receiving treatment. What happened? Zhou Chen asked. Old Sun lay prone beside him, stitching his own wound without anesthesia, clenching his teeth in silence, unable to speak. Still reeling from terror, the neighbors trembled at the mere memory of the past 2 days, their voices quavering and incoherent. A young man with dyed blonde hair stepped forward. Let me explain. Zhou Chen had already noticed the stranger inside the building. Who are you? The blonde youth tossed his hair and replied with casual insolence. I'm from the Hongyuan residential complex, the Zhajiao gang. Hastily clarifying his affiliation, he added, Zhajiao gang, not the neighboring Diaozha gang. Our leader and theirs are sworn enemies. Zhou Chen's hand drifted toward his firearm. Get to the point. The blonde youth's heart lurched. He snapped, upright, posture rigid. Brother Zhou, here's what happened. The Ironhead gang approached us 2 days ago claiming your Sakura residential complex held vast supplies. Yang Xitian, who was dousing a wound with alcohol, erupted. Sakura gang. What Sakura gang? Who the hell is the Sakura gang? The beasts of that so-called Sakura gang were slaughtered by Brother Zhou himself. Oh yes, my mistake. The youth apologized hastily, privately thinking this young woman frightfully fierce. The Ironhead gang claimed your complex stockpiled abundant provisions. Though hundreds of meters separated the two neighborhoods, they swore they could smell food, and even meat, wafting from your side each day. They proposed splitting the spoils after seizing your compound, but our leader drove them away. Our leader declared supplies are won by skill, not theft or slaughter. Such acts are contemptible, the deeds of contemptible men. The Zhajiao gang refuses to stoop so low. In truth, they hadn't been driven off, but now was the time to claim they had, while also boosting his leader's reputation. Yesterday our leader sent me here to seek out the building's manager, to propose trade between our communities, forging a long-term, mutually beneficial partnership. But just as I found manager's son, the Ironhead gang scum descended upon us. Thank heavens Brother Zhou returned in time, otherwise I'd have met my end right here. Brother Zhou, you are my savior, my second father. Zhou Chen glanced at Old Sun, who nodded, confirming the youth's account was true. And one more thing. Gazing at the assembled survivors, the blonde youth raised a thumb. People of the Sakura residential complex, you're fierce, resilient, united. Brother Zhou, your leadership is truly extraordinary. Flattery never wears thin. Zhou Chen's sharp gaze swept over the youth, slouching, smooth-tongued eyes bright with cunning and the shrewdness of a seasoned peddler. Your gang operates as middlemen, don't you? Again the youth raised his thumb. Brother Zhou, you possess the eyes of a sage, unerringly precise. Middlemen dealt in arbitrage, buying low, selling high. Though widely scorned, often met with disdain, the trade carried little honor. Yet when the youth admitted to being a middleman, his eyes gleamed, as though he practiced a noble, exalted vocation. Rubbing his palms together with eager deference, he declared, Brother Zhou, my leader has operated in this field for decades. His reputation remains peerless across the industry. Prices are always fair, no deception, young or old. Is there anything you require? Zhou Chen steepled his fingers, resting his hands atop his thighs. Can you procure whatever I need? The youth's face lit up. He straightened instantly. Brother Zhou, rest assured. Our customers are gods. And if a god demands something, the Zhajiao gang will run ourselves rag to deliver it. Helicopters. Can you obtain one? The youth stared stunned, clutching his chest as if struck. After a long pause, he gasped. No wonder your Brother Zhou. Only you would name such a magnificent, awe-inspiring asset. Rest assured we'll search high and low. Zhou Chen cut in bluntly. What do you hope to gain from me? The youth swallowed hard. Brother Zhou, frankly, food holds the highest value now. Of course other goods may also be traded. His eyes flickered, just once, toward the rifle on the table. A second glance might earn him a bullet. Zhou Chen allowed himself a faint wry smile. Food. His spatial ring overflowed with it, enough to last 10 lifetimes. If the Zha Jiao gang truly delivered a helicopter, he wouldn't hesitate to part with a shipment of zombie meat. The youth departed elated, convinced fortune was imminent. Gurgle gurgle. No sooner had he left than every stomach in the room growled in hungry protest. The thought of the fire consuming all their supplies filled them with sorrow. Brother Zhou had rushed back to save them. Even if he'd secured provisions earlier, he'd abandoned them along the road. By now surely others had claimed them. Exhausted, weary, and ravenous, they suffered terribly. Zhou Chen grabbed his rifle and instructed Yang Sitian to settle everyone safely. After patrolling outside, he returned carrying a bag. Inside were zombie meat, wilted cabbages, biscuits, and instant noodles. Neighbors who'd braced for starvation erupted in jubilation. Soon a steaming pot of cabbage and pork stew bubbled merrily. Old Sun still lay slumped in his chair, wrapped once more in his blood-stained military overcoat. When the young woman offered him food, he shook his head, too weary to eat. The autistic child, who usually registered nothing beyond his own world, suddenly kicked his legs while cradled in Chi-Ro's arms. What's wrong? Thinking he needed to urinate, she set him gently on the floor. Swaddled like a cocoon, the boy tottered unsteadily toward Old Sun, round eyes wide open, and piped in a soft, milky voice, "Grandpa." Old Sun froze. Everyone froze. Every gaze converged upon the pair, grandfather and grandson, including Zhou Chen, who had just begun walking toward his room to rest. Old Sun remained motionless for a long while. Then, as awareness flooded back, tears welled in his eyes, and his voice cracked. "Ah, my good grandson." In that instant he knew, every hardship, every sacrifice had been worth it. His son was now a grandfather. The bathtub was already filled with hot water. Zhou Chen finished shaving and sank into the steaming water. The temperature was perfect. Bathing in scalding water amid sub-zero frost was sheer bliss. Savoring the soothing warmth, he methodically inventoried the supplies stored in his space, gazing at the towering piles of clothes and shoes, and fell into quiet contemplation. He slept dreamlessly through the night. The first thing Zhou Chen did upon waking was summon Lao Sun to the rooftop. Less resilient to the cold than Zhou Chen, Lao Sun clutched his military overcoat, tightly leaning against the wall, without daring to take a single step forward. Zhou Chen offered Lao Sun a cigarette. Lao Sun blinked in surprise, then accepted it with evident delight. They stood side by side, exhaling plumes of smoke into the frigid air. A lifelong smoker, Lao Sun drew 2 deep, rapturous drags and sighed. "These are hard to come by these days, aren't they?" Zhou Chen pressed the remaining half-pack into Lao Sun's hand. "Hard to find indeed, recovered from the corpses of marauders." Lao Sun made no pretense of refusal. Gleefully, he tucked it into his pocket. "Xiao Zhou, you called me up here for a reason. Something important, I presume." Indeed, Zhou Chen nodded, then asked, "Are you truly resolved to care for that child indefinitely?" Lao Sun's expression hardened with resolve. "Of course. He calls me grandfather. I cannot abandon him no matter how harsh the road becomes." Pausing, he voiced his earnest plea. "Xiao Zhou, next time you venture out, could you take me along? Last night, I lay awake the entire time. When he called me grandfather, I knew I had to shoulder the burden of keeping him alive. Relying on you forever is no solution." Zhou Chen exhaled slowly. "Last night, I weighed many things. Here is my plan. I'll provide you with a substantial supply cash, and you'll relocate." Lao Sun recoiled in alarm. "Relocate? Where?" "Where indeed? Last night we nearly died at the hands of a gang of marauders. It isn't just me. The neighbors across the building have all realized the world has grown far more perilous than they ever imagined. With so few able-bodied people, and most carrying families, they lacked both the numbers and the means to defend even a modest horde. They would likely perish within 3 days." Zhou Chen blew a slow stream of smoke into the air. "No, not away from the compound. Sakura Residential Complex is vast. I mean, choose a clean, spacious building nearby. More room means greater comfort and safety. Survivors from Building 1 will remain under your authority. Whether you lead them as allies or command them as subordinates is entirely your choice. This world has changed. They must confront survival heat. Only then will they learn to protect themselves and their loved ones." Lao Sun fell silent for a long while. "Xiao Zhou, how much longer will this extreme cold last?" Zhou Chen smiled faintly. "Perhaps once the frost cataclysm ends, another calamity will rise in its wake." Lao Sun's eyes widened. Though skeptical, he was deeply unsettled. Must we really move out? Inwardly, he resisted. He suspected the others felt the same. First, they were utterly dependent on Zhou Chen for supplies. Second, Zhou Chen carried a firearm. Staying near him meant relative security. Yet Zhou Chen spoke truth. Over-reliance would steadily erode their self-reliance. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, such dependence was fatal. Zhou Chen's smile turned icy. "Lao Sun, let me speak plainly. Sooner or later we will part ways. You are strangers to me. No kinship, no bond. Frankly, to me you are nothing but dead weight. I intend to leave this place, but I will not drag a caravan of liabilities with me." Lao Sun flushed crimson, humbled. "You're right. We've received so much from you, yet have nothing meaningful to offer in return. Lao Sun, I am not you. You wish for everyone to survive. You alone hold the key to their future. He placed a firm hand on Lao Sun's shoulder. On my last outing, I stashed considerable supplies outside. Tonight I'll retrieve them. All told, they'll sustain you for a full month if used wisely. After that, he would withdraw completely. Lao Sun nearly refused, until he recalled the building's storeroom reduced to ash. Only a few threadbare blankets remained as supplies were critically scarce. Xiao Zhou, thank you. I understand your intent. From now on, I'll guide them outward, gathering resources, confronting the world's perils, adapting swiftly. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Zhou Chen nodded. Absolutely. If the need arises, I'll trade supplies for your aid. Lao Sun longed to plead further, but the words hung unspoken. They were bound by no blood, no oath. That Zhou Chen had gone this far was already extraordinary grace. Strength begins within. Better to forge resilience first, then reunite on equal footing. Lao Sun acted swiftly, gathering everyone that very day to deliberate. The neighbors, fearful, weary, unanimously resisted relocation. Lao Sun pleaded patiently for hours. Why despair so deeply? We're merely moving to another building, not leaving the compound. And so long as Xiao Zhou remains here, what marauder would dare trespass? But we must adapt to this new order. People cannot cling together forever. If this frost cataclysm passes, well and good. But what if another follows? What if it never lifts? Shall we depend on Xiao Zhou eternally? That is neither sustainable nor dignified. That night, Zhou Chen rigged a snowboard into a sled. Behind him stretched a cargo train of supplies dozens of meters long. Each person received 2 thick quilts, a full winter outfit, and a pair of insulated boots. Zombie meat, instant noodles, biscuits, flour, and corn kernels, each measured in tens of kilograms. Rotten cabbages totaled hundreds of kilograms. Such a haul unveiled in the open would incite frenzy and desperate loyalty among any survivor outside. When the neighbors saw the mountain of provisions, they stood stunned. Moments earlier, they'd trembled at the thought of starvation or freezing to death without Zhou Chen's protection. Now hope surged, bright, fierce, undeniable. Once again, their gratitude toward Zhou Chen ran deep, sincere, and unfeigned. Zhou Chen required no gratitude, only distance. To maintain oversight of building 1 survivors, yet remain close enough to Zhou Chen, the neighbors chose a central building within the compound. Fearing marauders' covetous eyes, they decided to relocate that very night. Everyone sprang into motion, moving feverishly, urgently united. Yang Sitian asked directly, Brother Zhou, do I move too? Zhou Chen's face remained impassive. Your deputy building manager. Who else will assist Lao Sun in governing the entire compound? He pointed to the rebellious young woman. You stay for now. Your task is garment making. She nodded vigorously, pulling her best friend aside. Sitian, go ahead. I'll finish Brother Zhou's orders, collect my reward, then join you. Chi Ro cradled a set of nesting dolls as she sidled up to Zhou Chen. Master, I can't bear to part with you. Zhou Chen nearly kicked her out the building. Lao Sun is honorable. Your path lies with him. Chi Ro nodded solemnly. Having served Zhou Chen for months, she admired him in every way, except for one, his chilling emotional reserve, as though he walled himself off from all human connection. Then again, who wouldn't grow cold after betrayal by kin, lovers, and friends? Lao Sun hoisted his packed duffel bag. Most essentials are ready. Zhou Chen said, take the generator. He had already given enough. Let them locate diesel fuel themselves. Lao Sun's heart swelled with emotion. That machine was priceless. With citywide blackouts, nightfall unleashed chaos. Monsters of flesh and shadow prowling the darkness, committing unspeakable acts. With the generator, stairwells and main gates could be electrified, making their new home markedly safer. As Lao Sun's group departed, the building fell into profound silence. Zhou Chen immediately laid a heap of pelts before the rebellious young woman. This is your commission. Complete it well, and you'll receive a generous supply reward. But should this task leak, even to a single soul, you and your friend will die. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Bitter cold claimed more lives. Though a makeshift wall had been erected around the residential compound, only a dozen or so survivors remained from the original 30-odd residents of Building 1. Corpses were cast beyond the compound walls, only to vanish that very night. Across every district of the city, packs of corpse eaters emerged, starving survivors who had lost all reason, stalking each residential compound like predators. Wherever a body was carried out, they struck without delay. At first, they crept in darkness to steal the dead. Soon, they brazenly snatched corpses beneath the noon sun. A lanky youth with yellow-tinted hair trembled his way into the Sakura residential compound. He first sought out Old Sun, and only after receiving the elder's permission did he dare dash toward Building 21. Zhou Chen had already learned of his arrival through the walkie-talkie. Yellow hair, the petty middleman. Having heard nothing from him for a full month, Zhou Chen had assumed he was long dead. Zhou Chen refused to let him ascend the stairs, permitting him only to shelter from the wind on the ground floor. The youth's face lit up with excitement. Brother Zhou, I found a lead on what you wanted. Zhou Chen replied, speak carefully. Instantly animated, the youth launched into his tail. Helicopters are devilishly hard to find. We scoured every contact in the Zhou gang before learning a wealthy businessman was actually willing to sell one. Our boss led us to inspect it. The machine itself is exceptional, but the businessman's family is large and their price is exorbitant. Zhou Chen asked, what do they demand? Trembling, the youth pulled a crumpled sheet of paper from his chest pocket. A meticulous list of supplies: 10,000 jin of wuchang rice, 10,000 jin of premium flour, 10,000 jin of pork, 20,000 jin of vegetables, luxury brand down jackets. Zhou Chen cut him off sharply enough. Let the whole family starve to death. Wuchang rice, premium flour, had wealth, turned the man utterly delusional. Did he even grasp the world's current state? The youth crushed the note into a ball and nodded fervently, truly absurd beyond measure. People perish from hunger by the thousands each day. Alas, these tycoons hoarded vast stores in secluded villas untouched by marauders and thus remain blissfully ignorant of human suffering. Our boss's plan is to leave them waiting until starvation gnaws at their very bones. Only then will they dare no longer be so fastidious. At this, the youth rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brother Zhou, I hadn't dared disturb you earlier. The helicopter matter yielded no progress. Now that we've secured a lead, rest assured we'll monitor it relentlessly. Brother Zhou, do you require any other supplies? Zhou Chen paused thoughtfully. Books. Do you have any? The youth stared dumbfounded. Books. This man seemed sharp. Why on earth would he need books? To tear them for firewood. That made even less sense than hauling timber. Would burn far longer than paper. Zhou Chen pointed toward the horizon. That direction holds the city's largest library. Its top floor likely remains unswamped. I want every book you can retrieve. I'll take them all by weight, 30 jin per pack of instant noodles. In peacetime, a single volume commanded dozens, or even hundreds, of yuan. Yet beneath the sky's wrath, when scarcity reigned, knowledge became mere scrap, valued only by the pound. 30 jin for a pack of noodles. What were they waiting for? The youth pledged, eagerly tossed in a few flattering remarks, and bolted. Acquiring books, after all, was infinitely easier than hunting helicopters. The next day, the youth arrived with a full contingent, over a dozen ragged, beggar-like survivors, including himself, each hauling a handcart into the Sakura residential compound. Old Sun and the others rushed out to watch. The youth unfurled a small notebook. Brother Zhou, total haul 2,415 jin. Rounding down, that's 2,400 jin. 80 packs of instant noodles will settle it. Do you have a scale? We'll weigh it again right here. There are many of us, it won't take long. Zhou Chen waved dismissively. No need. Just stack the books in the stairwell. Then he feigned deep hesitation. I don't currently hold 80 packs. I'd like to offset the shortfall with other supplies. Would that be acceptable? The youth nodded vigorously. Of course. All supplies hold value, though food carries the highest. Other items, however. Zhou Chen interjected. Steamed buns and dried noodles. Would those suffice? The youth nearly exploded with joy. Absolutely perfect. Books, mere kindling. Exchange for the most precious commodity of all. He'd struck gold. The Zhou gang members who'd accompanied him grinned ear to ear. Their gaze upon Zhou Chen shimmered with the unmistakable glint of wolves spotting a plump, unsuspecting lamb. While the crew hauled carts of books into the stairwell, Zhou Chen pretended to fetch supplies upstairs. Half an hour later, he descended carrying a black plastic sack. Inside lay 20 packs of instant noodles, 10 bundles of dried noodles, 15 wilted cabbages, and dozens of hardened steamed buns, blackened and mold-flecked, as dense and unyielding as roadside stones. Yet these were treasures countless survivors would kill to possess. What good were winter coats? What use knowing where food lay buried? The ice sheet stretched over 10 meters deep. Were they to dig it out by hand? Zhou Chen affected profound sorrow. Were it not for my love of books, I'd never part with such precious provisions. The youth genuinely empathized. Food, how priceless it had become. A single moldy bun could ignite bloodshed. Clutching the sack tightly to his chest, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Brother Zhou, will you continue purchasing books? We've barely scratched the surface of the library. Truth be told, this trip had been mere reconnaissance, to test whether real food could truly be bartered. Now that it had succeeded, the real work began. His only fear was Zhou Chen declaring no more. After all, this haul alone could last years. The mere thought sent a sharp pang twisting through his gut. Zhou Chen knew precisely what raced through the youth's mind. Yes, I'll keep buying, but my own reserves are limited. Here's my proposal: come every 2 days. I'll need time to source more supplies externally. The youth nearly threw himself at Zhou Chen's legs. Absolutely. Brother Zhou, you're my patron saint. When the Zhou gang arrived, hearts pounded with dread. When they departed laden with goods, elation soared. As soon as the group vanished, Old Sun sidled close. Hardship had etched 2 fresh scars across his face. He simply couldn't comprehend. Xiao Zhou, what on earth do you need books for? Trading a sackful of sustenance for useless paper pained him. Just watching. Zhou Chen smiled faintly. Just boredom, something to pass the time. He'd originally planned to raid the library himself. Now, with willing couriers, he gladly embraced the ease. Word of the deal spread swiftly among every faction in the city. All were stunned. Zhou the madman. the man whose ferocity echoed through the ruins, actually cherished books. For factions long desperate to curry favor with him, yet perpetually rebuffed a new strategy, crystallized send books as tribute. From that day forward the youth arrived every 2 days, escorted by his gang pulling cart after cart of books to deliver. And each shipment grew larger than the last. Zhou Chen ventured outside daily, ostensibly scavenging, while in truth amassing tens of thousands of volumes Chinese and foreign literature, encyclopedic treatises, scientific texts, philosophical works, spanning every domain of human knowledge. He stored them all within his spatial realm, drawing one at random whenever idle, enriching his inner world, elevating his spirit through intellectual nourishment. Lately the youth had eaten well. His pallor faded, his cheeks filled out with healthy flesh. Brother Zhou, the tycoon we'd left to starve has finally broken after half a month. Our boss sent me to ask, when might you be available to negotiate the transaction? Zhou Chen replied, the sooner the better. The extreme cold was nearing its end. Soon would follow scorching heat, plague, and earthquakes. Cities would become plague epicenters. He intended to flee before the fever-ridden chaos erupted. Wilderness survival offered no fixed shelter. When the earth convulsed, nowhere on land could rival the safety of the skies. Helicopters, vital escape vessels, must be secured without delay. The following morning at dawn, Zhou Chen stepped out fully armed. The merchant's villa complex lay beyond the city limits, a long and arduous journey. For his own safety, he had outfitted himself today in a manner vastly different from before. This time he wore a complete riot control ensemble acquired from the armed police detachment, a riot helmet, protective vest, armored shin guards, a baton, and non-lethal dispersal equipment, rendering him an imposing, formidable figure. From head to toe, he was armored to the teeth, only lacking a heavy riot shield. Yet carrying such a shield would have impeded mobility, so instead, he slung a rifle across his back. His Type 95 assault rifle fitted with a shoulder strap hung neatly around his neck, readily accessible at a moment's notice, allowing him to draw and fire instantly should danger arise. He also bore a large backpack, a standard piece of gear for survivors nowadays. Some survivors even carried smaller bags nested within their main pack. Each expedition to scavenge supplies felt like an opportunity to fill every compartment to bursting. Yet while ambition bloomed lush and full reality remained stark and lean, packing even half a bag to capacity was already enough to stir envy and awe. Zhou Chen slipped on his ice skates and shot like a streak toward the residential compound's main gate. Huang Mao and his boss were already waiting there. Having grown familiar with Lao Sun and others during this time, Huang Mao now stood, chatting amiably beside them. In this accursed weather, everyone wrapped themselves head-to-toe, leaving only their eyes exposed, rendering faces unrecognizable. When Zhou Chen made his dazzling entrance, all present were stunned into silence. Eyes widened, filled with shock, admiration, and raw envy. Holy hell! This entire ensemble is absolutely legendary. Huang Mao swallowed hard. Brother Zhou, you're utterly magnificent. Where on earth did you get this riot gear, Xiao Zhou? Lao Sun asked, incredulous. A middle-aged man with 2 cleavers strapped to his waist gazed longingly. Brother Zhou, do you have any more sets like this? No, I only managed to seize this one set by sheer luck. Indeed, it's nearly impossible to find. I once considered raiding a police station for one, but the ice layer is too thick and solid, digging through it by hand is utterly impractical. Brother Zhou, meet my boss, the revered Yang Ziming, leader of the Zhadiao gang. Boss, this is our extraordinary client, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Ziming, well-versed in protocol, returned the gesture from 3 meters away. Sensing their intent to conduct business, Lao Sun tactfully withdrew. Zhou Chen appraised Yang Ziming and Huang Mao's attire. Layered winter clothing, weapons secured at their waists, though their footwear drew particular attention. Yang Ziming was deeply invested in closing this deal. It was an extraordinarily large order, one that promised him staggering profit. The merchant's villa cluster lies in Maohua Mountain on the city's outskirts. Pre-catastrophe, it took 2 hours by car, but now under extreme sub-zero conditions vehicles won't start. Departing now, we should arrive by 4 p.m. Walking wasn't merely inconvenient, it was perilous. In such frigid temperatures, humans couldn't withstand prolonged exposure, and excessive layers severely hampered movement. Zhou Chen circled once in place. He had no intention of trudging alongside them for an entire day, wasting time and exhausting himself. Pretending to rummage in his pack, he retrieved 2 pairs of ice skates from his spatial storage. Do you know how to skate? Their eyes lit up. Huang Mao bobbed his head vigorously. Absolutely. We're both natives of Harbin. We'd forget to eat before forgetting how to skate. Zhou Chen placed the skates on the ground and retreated 3 meters. To maintain a prudent safety distance, I'm lending these to you, for now. They must be returned. Yang Ziming beamed with delight. Skates would save immense effort. Of course. Brother Zhou, rest assured, anyone who's done business with me has never questioned my integrity. In this apocalyptic world, trust was rare and fragile. Zhou Chen wouldn't lower his guard based solely on charming words. After donning the skates, the two tested them briefly, and immediately coveted owning several pairs themselves. Let's depart, brother Zhou. This will cut our travel time in half. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. You two go first. Yang Ziming wasn't surprised. He simply smiled and pushed off, gliding forward. Huang Mao yelped excitedly, boss, let me lead. I'll take point, and you stay in the middle. Under normal circumstances, Yang Ziming would have agreed without hesitation, but now tasting windswept freedom, he scoffed, get lost. I was already running the streets when you were still wearing diapers. Do you really think I need your protection? They began arguing, each desperate to claim the exhilarating lead position. Meanwhile, Yang Ziming repeatedly glanced back at Zhou Chen. Both he and Huang Mao hailed from Harbin, where cultural tradition instilled skating skills as early as age 2, so their technical mastery was unquestionable. Yet Zhou Chen's skill proved equally refined. No matter how fast they accelerated, he kept pace effortlessly, always maintaining a precise 3-meter safety buffer. With each backward glance, Yang Ziming's gaze inevitably fell upon Zhou Chen's right gear, and the rifle slung across his back. Envy flared, intense, consuming envy. He wondered whether Zhou Chen possessed additional firearms. If he could acquire even one, he might dominate the entire city's black market trade. Zhou Chen noticed Yang Ziming's repeated scrutiny, yet sensed no immediate malice. But should hostile intent ever surface, Zhou Chen would aim without hesitation and open fire without mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures blurred past city streets like streaks of wind. Survivors hiding inside buildings clawed at their own chests in agonized longing. Those risking their lives outdoors to scavenge supplies watched with bloodshot, burning eyes, seething with jealousy. Some survivors had long since lost reason. Seeing the trio flash by, they lunged outward, desperate to rob them. But the 3 moved too swiftly, not even a hem of their clothing was grasped. Beyond the urban perimeter, ice sheets over 10 meters high buried nearly every structure beneath a blinding, featureless white expanse, rendering direction itself meaningless. Along the way, ragged bands of survivor beggars trudged slowly, hauling crude wooden sleds stacked with dripping, waterlogged timber. Wet wood burned poorly and produced thick, choking smoke, but it was infinitely preferable to freezing to death without fuel. Humanity remains astonishing even amid cataclysm. Some rise defiantly against despair. When furniture inside the residential compound burned out, they ventured farther afield. When nearby timber vanished, they marched beyond city limits to fell trees. Where there is will to survive, ingenuity always finds a way. Every step they took was grueling. As the skating trio surged past, the survivors stared, not just in stunned disbelief, but in profound, searing envy. Yet for every resilient survivor there existed predators. Brutal marauders huddled around crackling fires, their gazes cold and calculating as they scanned passing survivor groups. A family of 3, lagging behind the main group, drew the predators' attention. The marauders descended with brutal efficiency, hacking wildly, seizing the sleds, stripping the dead of their winter coats, and then waiting for the next vulnerable target. The arrival of the skating trio sent adrenaline surging through every vein of those marauders. Seeing Zhou Chen's awe-inspiring riot gear ignited feverish, obsessive fantasies in their minds. They charged forward with savage cries, intent on overwhelming the trio through sheer numbers. Before Yang Ziming and Huang Mao could even unsheath their cleavers, a bullet whistled between them, striking the marauder leader square in the chest. The sudden gunshot froze the attackers mid-lunge. Zhou Chen raised his dark, gaping barrel, unblinking, and unleashed a sweeping volley. Every marauder collapsed lifeless and cold. Stand in my path and die. Others, converging from all directions in hopes of joining the plunder, now fled in abject terror, scrambling, tumbling, urinating in panic as they scattered. Terror gripped them so utterly they wished wings sprouted from their backs. A gun. He carries a firearm. Insane. How could anyone possess a gun? Yang Ziming stared at the corpses strewn across the ground, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He turned to Zhou Chen and silently raised a thumb, awed by the man's prowess yet chilled to the bone by his ruthless brutality. No wonder they called him Zhou the Madman, the one who slaughtered and burned bodies without hesitation. These thugs were living souls, yet Zhou the Madman had cut them down without a trace of remorse. He was a seasoned survivor, having fought countless skirmishes with marauders these past days. Just moments ago, he'd only intended to incapacitate 2 before fleeing. He never imagined Zhou the Madman would utter no word, then slaughter every last one. In the wake of cataclysm, only the fittest endure, the cruel survive longest. Sighing inwardly, Yang Ziming realized his own perspective had been far too narrow. Yang Ziming pointed toward the southeast. That snow-capped peak is the Maohua Villa district. The wealthy merchant resides in its central sector. Zhou Chen, having just claimed over a dozen lives, felt not the slightest pang of conscience. Gazing into the distance, they saw only a stark, bleached mountain crest. Though it appeared small, its true scale was obscured by the vast expanse between them. Mountains deceive the eye. Their summits seem near, yet wear down even horses. Over an hour later, the trio finally reached the mountain's base. Once verdant hills now lay buried beneath an unbroken shroud of ice and snow. Trees lining the mountain path bent low under thick layers of ice and snow. Within the woods, shadowy figures moved, and the sharp rhythmic thud of axes echoed faintly. From here onward the road ascended steeply, rendering ice skates useless. They continued on foot. Yang Ziming, ever scrupulous, swapped his skates for insulated boots and promptly returned both pairs to Zhou Chen. He wished to avoid any misinterpretation that Zhou Chen might suspect him of coveting the gear. After hours of relentless sprinting, their bodies still radiated warmth. Yet within 10 minutes of walking the mountain road, Yang Ziming and the blonde man began shivering violently. "Brother Zhou, aren't you cold?" "Not at all." Zhou Chen walked last, cradling his rifle. His gaze swept ceaselessly, monitoring the two men ahead while scanning the flanking woods for ambushes. Never underestimate those woodcutters. Men who one moment chop timber in quiet diligence and the next swing their axes to seize another's supplies. All is reduced to survival. No morality remains, only necessity. Malwa Villa District. A haven indeed. Nestled amid mountains and forests, it lies beyond the reach of typhoons and floods, and even the deep freeze yields fuel and shelter. How unlike city dwellers who risk their lives trekking 12 grueling hours round trip for damp firewood. An hour along the highway brought them at last to the villa complex's grand gate. While the entire city descended into chaos, armed guards still patrolled here. More and more survivors had lately arrived to harvest timber, and among them inevitably lurked greedy marauders. Only now, as crisis tightened its grip, did the affluent awaken to peril. In response, they pooled resources, each household contributing one guard to replace those who'd perished from cold and starvation, maintaining 24-hour patrols. From afar, the gatekeepers tensed the moment the trio approached. Their dread intensified when they spotted a figure clad in riot gear gripping a firearm, legs trembling uncontrollably. Yes, they were trained professionals, but no skill could prevail against a bullet. And the wealthy themselves, starved, the rations they scraped together barely sustained the guards at one-third satiety. In truth, though numerically superior, the guards were hollow-cheeked skeletons, exhausted by mere steps. 3 men, 1 gun, enough to seize the entire villa district. Panting heavily, Yang Ziming waved and hurried forward to negotiate. As the gate swung open, every guard's eyes locked onto Zhou Chen. That armor was sheer dominance. If I wore such gear, this entire villa district would kneel before me. The very thought sent chills down the spines of several guards. For a black, gaping muzzle, now aimed directly at them. Zhou Chen spoke, voice glacial. "Should your gaze linger with greed, I won't hesitate to add more names to my tally." The guards instantly raised their hands and retreated step by slow step, signaling surrender. Over 100 villas stood before them. Most stood silent and empty. Only a few revealed faint silhouettes behind frost-etched windows. Seeing Zhou Chen's riot gear, survivors mistook him for rescue and pounded joyfully on the glass. A head poked out from a second-floor window, shouting frantically, "Hey, you're here to save us. Wonderful. Do you have food? Hey, don't walk away. Damn it. Do you know how much tax I pay yearly? Without taxpayers like me, what would you eat or drink? Get back here now." The blonde man snatched a stone and hurled it. "Idiot, what part of us screams rescue team? Keep yapping, and I'll slice you open right now." The arrogant tycoon, unfazed by the stone, recoiled at the threat. Has the world truly shattered? Is the outside truly lawless? Are bloodthirsty marauders everywhere? When will rescue arrive? Damn it. I'm a top taxpayer, trapped for nearly 3 months, yet no one came. Immigration. Once help arrives, I'm leaving, forever. Along the way, the sudden appearance of 3 figures electrified the wealthy, especially Zhou Chen's armor. They mistook him for an official envoy, waving and cheering wildly. Yang Ziming clicked his tongue, no surprise. The rich hoard provisions. It's been nearly 3 months, and though they've thinned, their spirits remain high. Unlike us who look like beggars. The blonde man licked his lips, grinning. "Boss, their bird's nest stocks could last months. Unlike us who subsist on instant noodles." Yang Ziming, the seasoned middleman, added, "I've wanted to say this since my last 2 visits. Bird's nest won't fill bellies. Starve them a while, then trade rotting cabbages for their delicacies. Let's savor bird's nest for every meal." The blonde man's eyes lit up. "Truly the boss. Following you is fortune itself. Return. Damn it, are your ears deaf? Get back here now. I told you to return. Can't you hear me? Do you even know who I am? You're here for rescue, right? Got a vehicle? If not, I need carrying. I can't walk well." A man rushed breathlessly after them. Zhou Chen frowned. Even in apocalypse, that mouth remained foul. With a swift pivot, he leveled his pistol's dark muzzle at the man. "Your legs fail you. I lack patience." "What now?" The man collapsed onto his backside, stammering, What do you want?" "Help. Police are killing people." The blonde man stepped forward. "Brother Zhou, don't waste bullets on trash like him. Watch me." He hefted his gleaming machete and strode forward, swinging. As he slashed, he spat, "Fucking delusion. You think you're still some revered tycoon? I'll carve you into 8 pieces, and no soul will lift a finger." Zhou Chen noted the strike lacked force. Only the man's clothes parted. Pure intimidation. The man crumpled, rolling on the ground, wailing pleas for mercy. A woman burst forth panicked. What are you doing? Is there no law left? Do you know who my husband is? Kneel, about 10 times, if you value your lives. Else we have 100 ways to end you. The blond man opened his mouth to curse, but Yang Ziming held him back. Enough fright. This place has already drawn several bands of marauders. Don't waste wrath on the dead. The man curled, and clutching his head trembled with deeper terror. Wait, what do you mean? Marauders? Huh, surely bluffing. Even if they exist, this is the most luxurious villa district in Mo City. We who live here are elite, beyond comparison to scum like you. Where are the police? I demand immediate protection. This is the place. Yang Ziming smiled and pointed toward a grand villa. In the next instant his face darkened. Damn it. How did Su Laosen, that despicable scoundrel, get here? Zhou Chen gazed at the imposing villa before him. Through the living room's glass windows he saw an elderly man conversing with a middle-aged man. Several bodyguards stood beside the elder. Behind the middle-aged man loomed a group of hulking, menacing underlings. Yang Ziming instinctively stepped back. Then, recalling Zhou Chen's formidable arsenal, his courage surged anew. At that moment the blonde-haired youth whispered softly, Brother Zhou, that's Su Laosen, the tyrannical leader of the Diaozha Bang. He ran loan-sharking rings and illegal casinos, ruining countless lives. Our own boss's younger brother was ensnared by his men and driven to jump from a building. After the cataclysm struck, his casinos collapsed. But ever since he's been ruthlessly encroaching on our turf. Brother Zhou, Yang Ziming said, that wretch is almost certainly after the helicopter too. With so many of them, negotiations may not go smoothly. Not smooth. Are you certain? Zhou Chen's right hand rested casually on his firearm. He understood Yang Ziming's unspoken plea to let him take center stage when tensions flared. It made no difference to him. He was utterly determined to claim that helicopter, no matter what. Having arrived at this threshold, he would stride in openly even if he stood alone. Yang Ziming, now brimming with confidence, swaggered forward and pressed the doorbell. Those inside had already spotted visitors, but thick snow-laden trees obscured their view, hiding the newcomer's true bearing. The door swung open. Yang Ziming marched in first, puffing his chest like a tiger borrowing another's might. Inside, the fireplace roared fiercely, its warmth surging forward like a living tide. At the sight of Yang and the blonde youth, the Diaozha Bang enforcers instantly fanned out, surrounding them. Su Laosen, a fat cigar dangling lazily from his lips, sneered with venomous amusement. Yang Ziming, I heard you've been brokering helicopter deals. Pity. Mr. Liu has already agreed to transact with me. The well-dressed merchant forced a strained smile, clearly coerced. Yang Ziming spat a thick yellow wad onto the floor without hesitation. Pa, I know your vile ways all too well. You've threatened him again with your gutter tactics, haven't you? Su Laosen chuckled darkly, flashing a mouthful of yellowed, neglected teeth. So what if I have? Even Mr. Liu raises no objection. What business is it of yours to yap? You dared walk in knowing I was here. Good. Today I'll finish you off for good. At those words, Mr. Liu recoiled in terror. Yang Ziming nonchalantly dug a fingernail into his ear, utterly dismissing Su Laosen. Then he turned to the trembling merchant. Mr. Liu, name your price. My buyer has declared that helicopter is his, and his alone. Mr. Liu broke into cold sweat. Other affluent residents of the villa complex might still remain oblivious, but this aging tycoon, seasoned by decades of life, had already grasped the cataclysmic chain reaction unfolding across the land. Civilization was crumbling, morality dissolving. Violence and bloodshed saturated the air. He was merely a merchant, his hands not entirely clean, his conscience stained by past compromises. But compared to these brutal thugs, he was but a shadow. He dared offend no one. Yet Su Laosen was unmistakably more monstrous. Better to provoke a nobleman than a villain. Ha ha. Su Laosen laughed with brazen arrogance. Did you see that? Mr. Liu won't even deign to acknowledge you. What was it you just said? That your buyer demands the helicopter? Ha ha. Who the hell is he? Let him step forward. Let me lay eyes on him. Dare he interfere with my affairs? Then I'll turn him into a two-legged sheep. Right here, right now. At the phrase, two-legged sheep, Mr. Liu trembled violently. That very threat, uttered just moments before, had broken his will. Yang Ziming shot his archrival a look of utter contempt, then flicked a speck of earwax from beneath his thumbnail. Next he stepped aside and gestured deferentially toward the figure behind him. Brother Zhou, please lead the way. With a single malevolent glance from Su Laosen, 7 or 8 henchmen drew knives from their belts. Behind a potted evergreen partially blocking the entryway, a black-barreled gun appeared first. Then emerged a man clad head-to-toe in tactical armor. The firearm's appearance alone elevated the tension to unbearable heights. Moments earlier the room had brimmed with swagger. Now every thug stumbled backward in panic. Zhou Chen leveled the barrel directly at Su Laosen. I heard you say you'd turn me into a two-legged sheep, just outside the door. Su Laosen's ferocity vanished, replaced by raw, unmasked terror. A gun, a real lethal firearm. He shot Yang Ziming a venomous glare, then instantly contorted his face into a sycophantic grin. Brother, misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding. Zhou Chen fired once, into the floorboards. His adversaries dropped to their knees scrambling like rats. Get out. Su Laosan's legs shook uncontrollably. Before overwhelming force, even a whisper of defiance died in his throat. He crept sideways around Zhou Chen, terrified of being riddled with bullet holes, then bolted through the doorway the moment he reached the threshold. His 7 or 8 lackeys stampeded after him, fleeing for their lives. Mr. Liu, Mr. Liu. The elderly merchant, stunned by the gunshot's deafening blast, suffered temporary tinnitus. When his hearing finally returned, his spirit sank to the abyss. One monster had departed, only for a far deadlier one to take his place. And once again he, Mr. Liu, was caught squarely in the crossfire. Zhou Chen sat regally upon the sofa, the firearm never wavering from his grip. Mr. Liu, tell me what goods you wish to trade. How dare I propose terms? Mr. Liu replied with a bitter, helpless smile. Brother Zhou, you set the price. Yang Ziming frowned, clearly displeased. Mr. Liu, our brother Zhou is young yet accomplished beyond measure. He is upright, honorable, nothing like that despicable trash, Su Laosan. True, I lack the renown of men like you, but in Pudong District my name carries weight. Out there chaos reigns. If I truly wished you harm, I wouldn't keep returning to your doorstep, again and again. Mr. Liu nodded slowly. This logic held water. With profound wariness, he cast one final glance at Zhou Chen, then reluctantly produced a list from his pocket. The blonde youth swiftly accepted it and presented it to Zhou Chen with both hands. Zhou Chen scanned it briefly, then let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Mr. Liu, you haven't left your home since the cataclysm, have you? I suggest you take a short walk, no farther than the mountainside. Bring your bodyguards. Should you survive the descent and return alive, I'll pay you 10 times the value listed here. Mr. Liu's expression froze. In the end, he yielded. After protracted negotiation, they finalized the exchange and set the time for delivery. Zhou Chen acquired the helicopter at a fraction of its worth, his mood soaring. The 3 men strode confidently from Mr. Liu's mansion. Far off within the snowy woods, a pair of furtive eyes watched, then vanished instantly. Boss, they're coming out. Hidden deep in the forest, Su Laosan trembled, not with fear, but with feverish anticipation. Stay sharp. The moment I give the signal, charge. Cut them down where they stand. Anyone who hesitates, I'll carve him up and feed him to the wolves. Above all, seize all his gear, especially that gun. Half an hour passed. Their limbs stiffened with cold, and still no one appeared. What's going on? They should have reached this spot 10 minutes ago. Could they have entered another villa? Several actresses live nearby. Perhaps, Su Laosan barked. Silence. Once we seize that gear, I'll lead you straight inside. Whether they're starlets or heiresses, none shall escape our will. Before his men could rejoice, mocking laughter echoed from behind. Instinctively, they whirled around, to see a lone figure standing 20 meters above them atop a snow-draped ridge. Clad head-to-toe in stark black riot gear, he stood out vividly against the blinding white forest. They had fixated solely on the road, never imagining he'd circled silently behind them. Zhou Chen flicked away his cigarette. A pack of rats skulking in the shadows, waiting for grandfather. Time to send you to your graves. Gunfire cracked. Screams, shrill as slaughtered pigs, pierced the air. Blood sprayed across the snow, freezing instantly into crimson crystals. In the snow-covered wilderness, thugs clutched their wounded legs, wailing in agony. Su Laosan, having shielded himself behind a henchman to block bullets, trembled so violently he wet his trousers. He was certain he would die, yet the attacker ceased fire after only a few shots. Huang Mao voiced the same bewilderment. Brother Zhou, why stop now? To conserve ammunition, Zhou Chen muttered, wincing inwardly. Though he carried thousands of rounds, each shot diminished his finite reserve. How could he not feel the sting of loss? He would never have intervened had he not sensed Su Laosan's covetous gaze upon his gear. The grudges and fates of others meant nothing to him. By then Yang Ziming had already drawn his twin blades. Precisely. Ammunition is scarce, it's time for me to act. As his leader leapt down the slope, Huang Mao surged after him without hesitation. Zhou Chen had aimed for the legs, but lacking professional precision, several thugs were struck in the back and abdomen. Now they lay sprawled across the snow, writhing and screaming. Su Laosan, your granduncle Yang has come for your life. Terrified, Su Laosan shoved aside his henchmen and scrambled away on all fours, his frozen trousers biting into his flesh, each step tearing with icy, searing pain. Zhou Chen stood motionless, observing the chaos from above like a sovereign surveying a battlefield. Yang Ziming and Huang Mao charged down the hillside, ignoring the wounded thugs entirely as they pursued Su Laosan alone. Huang Mao, young and swift, lunged forward and tackled Su Laosan to the ground. They wrestled fiercely in the snow, until Yang Ziming arrived, delivered a brutal kick to Su's ribs, and raised his cleaver high. Su Laosan's face contorted in terror. He tried, and failed, to rise. Yang Ziming, dare you kill me? Do you even know who stands behind me? Yang Ziming brought the blade down, slicing deep into Su's calf. Crimson blood sprayed across the white snow. Kill you, he sneered. A scum like you isn't worth the weight of a single murder on my conscience. With that he struck again, hacking into the other leg. Oh, you have a patron. Who is it? Bring them out, now, to save you. I won't kill you, Su Laosen. Just lie here and wait for death to claim you. He spat contemptuously. The three retraced their steps along the mountain road. Barely had they changed into dry shoes when blood-curdling shrieks, like those of pigs dragged to slaughter, pierced the silence of the snow-laden forest. Zhou Chen frowned. Even the hardened thugs grievously wounded could not survive 10 minutes in such extreme cold. If their sole aim had been looting supplies, waiting for them to freeze would have been far more efficient. Yet those screams bore the unmistakable timbre of violent slaughter, not slow, freezing demise. Another band of marauders must be hiding in the mountains, their target unmistakably the affluent villa district. Back at the residential compound, the trio broke into fresh sweat despite the chill. Yang Ziming returned the ice skates with a sigh. These are invaluable. Without them we wouldn't have made it home until tomorrow evening. After a pause he added earnestly, Brother Zhou, I have a humble request. Once your deal with Boss Liu is sealed, might I receive a pair of these skates instead of my usual payment? Zhou Chen slipped the skates into his pack. Agreed. With the extreme cold receding, their utility would dwindle. And why not secure goodwill while the price still held value? Yang Ziming beamed, then asked one last time, are you truly certain you don't need our gang's help transporting supplies? Zhou Chen shook his head. Unnecessary. My cache lies near Maohua Villa, within easy reach. Yang Ziming raised a thumb in silent admiration. Truly a man of exceptional capability. Only then did Yang Xitian, standing quietly at a distance, step forward. Brother Zhou, those people returned this morning after you left, saying they wish to be friends. I require no friends. Zhou Chen knew precisely whom she meant. The gangs from neighboring compounds who had lately swarmed in droves seeking favor, only to be rebuffed each time by his expendable neighbors. Those neighbors harbored self-interest. The gangs vastly outnumbered and outmatched them. What if Zhou Chen, seduced by flattery, abandoned them entirely? Isolated and vulnerable, they would become prey to every passing tyrant. This was no era of civil order. Oppression here did not end with a beating. It ended in death. Just then Old Sun returned with several neighbors. Their faces bore shallow wounds, their spirits crushed. Xiao Zhou, you're just in time. We've gathered some seeds. Take a few packets, plant them beside the hearth. Perhaps they'll yield fresh greens. Zhou Chen turned mid-stride. Seeds? Old Sun nodded grimly. Today we scoured the ruins for supplies, and found a seed shop. There were even several sacks of corn kernels, enough to feed everyone for days, until we encountered a group of starving survivors. Starving survivors had forfeited reason. Their violence was indistinguishable from that of brigands. To survive, they'd scattered the corn kernels across the ground, while the desperate scavenged Old Sun's group escaped unharmed. The world had truly unraveled. Each foraging sortie revealed anew how lawless the outside had become. A mere sack of corn could ignite bloodshed. Brigands who murdered for supplies one moment were themselves slaughtered by rival bands the next. Comrades who pledged brotherhood at dawn would stab each other in the back by dusk, hoarding every scrap. Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. How many seeds did you retrieve? Seeds were the true treasure. No one knew how many years the cataclysm would endure. In his prior life, the apocalypse lasted only 3 years. But as scarcity deepened, survivors devoured every kernel, every seed, until none remained. Without seeds, even the most humane among the living gnawed bark and dug roots, while the monstrous bred fellow survivors like livestock two-legged cattle for slaughter. Old Sun rummaged through his pack and counted aloud. Not many, dozens of vegetable packets, dozens of grain and cereal varieties. He added, voice hollow, take all the vegetable seeds. We lack sufficient firewood, no conditions for cultivation. Zhou Chen replied calmly, since you cannot grow vegetables, why not trade all the seeds to me? At his words, Old Sun and every neighbor brightened instantly. Vegetables were impossible to cultivate, grains offered scant sustenance, even as emergency rations. A direct exchange was unquestionably preferable. Fewer than 100 seed packets fetched 5 gene of zombie meat, 10 packs of instant noodles, and 10 black steamed buns, enough to make Old Sun and his companions beam with unrestrained joy. A dreamless night passed. Zhou Chen savored a satisfying lunch, then donned his full riot gear and stepped outside, returning for the second time to Maohua Villa District. Boss Liu's men awaited him at the compound's main gate. As the sun dipped low, the imposing figure from yesterday reappeared, dragging a heavy cart behind him. Only then did everyone exhale in quiet relief. All understood this transaction was absurd, yet Boss Liu's household had exhausted its food stores. None wished to starve slowly, yet none dared venture forth for supplies. The cart groaned under its burden, towering high with provisions. Hundreds of gene of zombie meat, hundreds of gene of rotting cabbage, hundreds of mold-speckled buns, hundreds of noodle packs, soggy flour, stale rice. As his bodyguards hauled each item into storage, Boss Liu trembled visibly. then fumbled a key from his pocket and unlocked the massive door to the underground vault. One helicopter exchanged for this heap of refuse. It was unbearable. "Father," a young man burst forth enraged, "have you lost your mind? Get back to your room," the aging boss Lu commanded, spent and weary. How could youth comprehend hardship or grasp the depth of his sacrifice? Guards seized the young man and dragged him inside, his protests fading into muffled shouts. The moment the vault door swung open, a pristine Nini Autoftanu helicopter gleamed within. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. Boss Lu gazed upon the machine with profound sorrow, but survival demanded sacrifice even of his most precious possession. Per yesterday's agreement, he summoned a foreigner, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, who spent an hour instructing Zhou Chen in fundamental aviation theory and flight controls. Zhou Chen listened intently. Had the fuel tank not been frozen solid, he would have taken flight immediately. With the guard's assistance, the helicopter was carefully maneuvered onto the mountain road outside the compound. Night had fallen. Fearing marauders, the guards sprinted ahead with flashlights, vanishing into the dark. Zhou Chen retracted the helicopter into his spatial domain and felt an uncommon radiant calm. Just as he prepared to depart, a woman's voice called softly from behind. "Wait." Two women swaddled like snowballs clutched flashlights and stamped their feet incessantly. It was freezing, bitterly cold outdoors. Whether their voices carried was uncertain, but having heard rumors of marauders outside, they dared not step beyond the gate. Not even a single inch. "Hey sir, you're still here, aren't you? Could you please come back?" A beam of light flickered down the hillside, then wavered as its bearer began walking toward them. The two women erupted into ecstatic relief. 3 minutes later, Zhou Chen halted 5 meters from the gate. His flashlight swept across them, and instantly he recognized one as a renowned actress. This neighborhood, teemed with the wealthy, housing a few A-list celebrities, was perfectly ordinary. At the peak of her fame, she had graced the Cannes Film Festival red carpet multiple times, revered by legions of admirers as a goddess. Last year, however, a scandal in the entertainment industry ensnared her. She publicly cited depression and withdrew for treatment. Unlike the gaunt, grimy female survivors wandering outside, this actress, though slender, bore no trace of grime upon her face. Zhou Chen never followed celebrities, yet even he knew the nation's most prominent stars. Zhang Chuchu stamped her feet, instinctively aiming her flashlight at him, revealing only a tall, indistinct silhouette in the dim glow. She urged her assistant to initiate negotiations. The assistant, shivering violently, stammered, "We need supplies. Can you procure some?" Zhou Chen paused thoughtfully. "It depends. What can you offer in exchange?" Frozen stiff, the assistant hurriedly sought Zhang Chuchu's approval before blurting out, "Could we speak inside? It's deadly cold out here." "No, I'll hear you right here." Silence followed. First from the assistant, then from Zhang Chuchu herself. She bristled with indignation. She was a top-tier national actress, the goddess adored by millions of young men. Deliberately loosening her scarf, she exposed her face, certain he'd recognize her instantly. A celebrity worshipped by countless men had invited him into her home and been refused. The assistant glanced at Zhang Chuchu and ventured, "If you supply us with food, Sister Chuchu will sign something for you." Zhou Chen turned on his heel and walked away. What rotten luck. He'd hoped this trip might yield useful supplies, yet it proved nothing but a colossal waste of time. Zhang Chuchu, who hadn't spoken until now, stared eyes wide with disbelief. What did that mean? What on earth did he mean? Was this man utterly senseless? Her autograph photos were fiercely coveted, so much so that she often delegated signing to her assistant, leaving fans clamoring blindly for what they believed was her genuine handiwork. Desperate, staring at her barren refrigerator, Zhang Chuchu finally broke her silence. "Wait. I'm Zhang Chuchu, one of China's leading actresses. My signed photo sells for tens of thousands outside. Fans fight tooth and nail just to get one." From the pitch-black woods came a lewd, snickering laugh. "Big star. I'll make you a deal, 1 pack of instant noodles for one of your private photos." Ha ha ha. Zhang Chuchu recoiled in terror, clinging tightly to her assistant. The gate guard scalps prickled. Unlike the oblivious elites sequestered in their villas, these men were far more attuned to the world's unraveling. Marauders had long lurked around the villa district, sneaking glances, then retreating to a cave nestled deep within the mountains. Now, shockingly, they'd crept all the way to the neighborhood's perimeter. That laughter suggested numbers, not a lone rogue, but a pack. Rumors spoke of marauders treating people as two-legged livestock. Should the villa district fall under siege, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bang! Zhou Chen fired a shot skyward, its echo reverberating across mountain and valley. "Whoever you are, disrupt my descent again, and my bullets won't spare your eyes." Before such unassailable authority, every demon and phantom fell mute. An eerie silence descended, a hush that sparked a new suspicion in Zhang Chuchu's mind. She dashed forward 2 steps, halting at the iron fence to shout, "Sir, I have jewels. I'll trade them for your food." As a superstar, her jewelry collection was vast beyond measure. Selecting a few relatively modest pieces for a batch of provisions posed no hardship. More crucially, This man carried a firearm. He could protect her. Perhaps he simply cared nothing for showbiz. Otherwise, why refuse her plea? First lure him indoors for discussion. Then shed this bulky, unflattering winter coat. Reveal her exquisite features and statuesque figure. Surely no man could remain unmoved. With years navigating the treacherous terrain of entertainment, she knew precisely how to handle men. But Zhou Chen didn't turn around, not once. Jewels. Perhaps someone somewhere would still accept them now. Yet in a year, or 18 months, even a million-yuan gemstone would be worth less than a single pack of instant noodles. Hardly had Zhou Chen reached the mountain's base when massive flames erupted atop the summit, the villa district. Such an inferno couldn't stem from mere heating accidents. A single blunder wouldn't birth a roaring dragon of fire. The marauders who'd watched and waited in stealth had struck at last. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Seizing the chaos as marauders rushed uphill to raid surviving woodcutters hurriedly dragged felled trees toward the city. Those with carts managed more easily, others fashioned sleds from logs, piling heavy waterlogged timber atop, lashing ropes around them, then hoisting the ropes onto their shoulders to trudge forward step by agonizing step. These survivors might have departed yesterday, or days ago. Though they'd secured wet timber, they dared not travel alone. Only after assembling groups of dozens, sometimes hundreds, would they dare set out together. Even if they arrived home safely, it would be no earlier than tomorrow afternoon. Having witnessed humanity's cruelty far sooner than the sheltered elites atop the mountain, they spared no thought for the fate awaiting those wealthy victims under marauder assault. They knew only one truth, that tonight the road home felt safer than ever before. Still, scattered marauders lingered along the path, tending campfires and lying in wait to ambush travelers. Each was silenced, swiftly and brutally, by Zhou Chen, who led the column. Having secured a helicopter, his mood was genuinely buoyant. Boredom gnawed at him on the homeward journey, so he simply hunted marauders instead, hammer in hand. Those who charged him met shattered skulls, those resting beside their fires suffered the same fate. Women held captive by marauders seized the moment, fleeing toward the city as fast as their legs would carry them. Monster, let me go. A woman was pinned to the ground by two marauders while her companions were beaten mercilessly by a mob. Just as the marauders lunged to tear open her clothes, a shadow materialized. Thwack, thwack, two skulls exploded. Both assailants crumpled lifeless. The woman froze, then scrambled upright only to find the shadow already vanishing into the distance. Screams erupted among the marauders surrounding her friends. Some collapsed dead on the spot. Others clutched their heads and fled shrieking. The shadow pursued them, hammer swinging, skull cracking. By the flickering firelight, he glided on ice skates, fluid, audacious in movement, ruthless in strike. Whoosh! Within half a minute, he dissolved into the night's impenetrable blackness. The woman snapped back to awareness. It was him. It had to be him. She sprinted after the fading shadow, breathless, crying, "My fur pelt! My family's heirloom fur pelt!" Zhou Chen slept in lazily. In a daze, he heard the sounds of cheering from outside. He opened his eyes in confusion, dazed for a moment before getting out of bed to draw back the curtains. This was the top floor of the 23rd story with a splendid view. He saw that in every nearby neighborhood people were cheering. On the white street, ghouls dropped the corpses they were holding, grasping handfuls of snow, laughing and crying as if they had gone mad. A little girl came running to knock on the door. Normally, she would never dare to do this. But now she was so excited, her hands flailing, just wanting to tell Zhou Gu the good news at the first opportunity. Zhou Chen walked to the door and asked through the door panel what's going on. The little girl, filled with joy, wiped her tears and said, "Zhou Gu, the snow has melted. The disaster is about to pass. You must come out and see." Zhou Chen rubbed his sleepy face with both hands and replied with irritation, "Have you finished making the clothes? Do you believe I will deduct your payment?" The little girl at the door was taken aback. Receiving a scolding couldn't diminish her excitement. "They are all done, Zhou Gu. When will you come to check them?" Zhou Chen's morning grumpiness hadn't faded. Just wait. Waiting meant he would sleep for another 2 hours, wash his face, brush his teeth, shave, and then enjoy a feast. At 2 p.m., the little girl joyfully laid out the finished fur coats in front of Zhou Chen. "Zhou Gu, these are all the finished products made to your measurements. I guarantee each one fits perfectly. Would you like to try them on?" Zhou Chen casually flipped through them. The craftsmanship was quite good. Each piece was neatly finished with no messy stitching visible. The little girl pointed at a pile of scraps. "These are the leftovers. If you have any ideas on what to make, I'll do it quickly. I want to go home as soon as the weather warms up. My uncle must be waiting for me." Zhou Chen glanced back at the little girl, his eyes revealing some complexity. There was a hint of pity, but he didn't voice it, tossing her a few short fur jackets. Previously warning her not to leak information was to prevent others from being suspicious. Now that the extreme cold was about to end, there was no need to hide. "This is your payment. You can handle the scraps yourself, and here's a sewing machine for you." The little girl instinctively caught the fur jackets, her face filled with astonishment. She never imagined she would receive even a few fur jackets. To her surprise, she was also given scraps and a sewing machine. She turned the larger scraps into socks and gloves. Although the rest were just strips of fabric, with her skillful hands, making a few more clothes would be no problem. The thick ice 10 meters deep couldn't be completely melted overnight. It might take a month or two, and the best insulated fur jackets were still one of the most valuable resources for now. But what she wanted more were food and firewood. During this time, she occasionally took advantage of Zhou Guest's absence to chat with Yang Situ. She understood the situation over there very well. Everyone was starving and thin, some had been hurt, and others couldn't endure such a life, and committed suicide by jumping off buildings. Besides Yang Situ, she was also very grateful for Uncle Sun's care. Zhou Gukenai. Zhou Chen first took a pile of finished products home, speaking in a calm tone. "This is your extra reward. Remember to come to the door to collect your payment later." The still anxious little girl was instantly overjoyed. Yang Situ and Chi Ro came running to help the little girl move. They were stunned to see the supplies Zhou Chen had given. Meat, rice, potatoes, flour, eggs, cabbage, and 2 boxes of frozen yogurt. Several plastic bags filled to the brim. Chi Ro was moved to tears. "Zhou Ge is so generous. Xiaoyan, you are amazing. I envy you to death." Long Xiaoyan hugged the small sewing machine and smiled. "No need to envy. What's mine is yours. We all eat together." Yang Situ was also very happy. "Xiao Ro is right. Xiaoyan, you are incredible." Long Xiaoyan shook her head. "Life is so tough. As long as we can survive together, we are family. Let's go find Uncle Sun and have him trade some food for firewood." Having food without firewood to cook it is useless. Going outside the city to chop wood is too dangerous. The three of them couldn't help but look up at the sky as they reached the ground floor. The snow was quietly melting, and the hard times were finally coming to an end. Perhaps because they saw a bright tomorrow, they found today's ice and snow much more pleasing than before. In the evening, the blonde boy arrived. Seeing Zhou Chen, he greeted him cheerfully from afar. "Zhou Ge, the snow has melted. The disaster is finally over." Zhou Chen handed him a bag of rewards. "Do you still want those ice skates?" The blonde boy nodded vigorously. Yes. The ice and snow won't completely melt in a day or two. With these skates, we can still do a few more business deals with our crew." But then he wore a troubled expression. "It's a bit of a problem. The end of the disaster means that many of our supplies will be stuck in our hands." The boss is depressed. Otherwise, he would have come himself today. With the disaster over, everything was ready to start again. Thanks to the astonishing labor force of the Chinese people, it wouldn't take half a year to restore to the previous state. By then, there would be fresh chicken, duck, fish, and meat every day, and who would still eat those moldy buns. The temperature began to rise. In just a week, it went from -70 degrees to 0 degrees. In the entire city, wherever there were survivors, there would be sounds of cheering. This damned extreme cold was finally going to leave. Zhou Chen's life went on as usual with hardly any changes. He slept until he naturally woke up every day and made a feast. His trade with the Zha gang had not ceased. He made a list for the blonde boy, and as long as he found one or a few items, they would be delivered. However, the payment that the Zha gang demanded had changed. They used to accept rotten cabbage, but now they only wanted cash, gold, silver, jewelry, watches, and Mount Ai liquor. Zhou Chen had no money left, but during the previous salvage operations, he had found a box of figurines. In peaceful times, figurines could be worth a house, and now they were just right to use. Old Sun delivered 2 handfuls of green vegetables. They couldn't be called vegetables, just frail little seedlings. But for survivors who hadn't had fresh vegetables for 3 months, they couldn't wait for them to grow. Seeing the green sprouts, only 5 inches tall in the flower pot, they hurriedly picked them to taste. Old Sun smiled radiantly. "Xiao Zhou, we've made it through." Zhou Chen accepted the 2 handfuls of pitiful green seedlings without hesitation, giving a can of milk powder and a pack of cigarettes as a return gift. Old Sun hadn't expected to receive a return gift, thinking it was too formal. But seeing it was children's milk powder, he immediately accepted it without hesitation. The vegetables were something they had all planted together, and he took the cigarettes back to share with a few neighbors in the building. A week later, more than a dozen military trucks arrived like divine soldiers. The first few trucks carried soldiers, while the back 10 trucks carried food. The survivors were overjoyed and cried, all chasing after the trucks. The whole city was under military control, and the organization not only began to repair the power supply, but also provided food to the survivors. The first batch of food had already been delivered to the city. Due to the extreme cold disaster, the available food was temporarily limited to rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and salt. Each survivor could receive half a gene of rice, 1 potato, or 1 sweet potato, and 5 grams of salt per day. This left many survivors unsatisfied. 0 degrees. The survivors no longer needed to face the terrifying extreme cold. The survivors who had been trapped indoors all stepped out of their homes. They laughed, jumped, and cheered. Ice and snow occasionally fell from the buildings above, crushing many carefree survivors. The organization had managed to restore part of the electricity, providing power for 1 hour each day throughout the city. However, conditions outside the city remained unchanged. This prompted the refugees outside the city to pack their belongings and move into the city. The moment electricity was restored, the long-lost broadcasts resumed. The host passionately recounted the various hardships this natural disaster had brought to the country, and the common people expressing deep condolences for the deceased. With a resounding encouragement, he urged everyone to unite and build a better home. Old Sun brought 2 seedlings of green vegetables thinner than bean sprouts. Zhou Chen took out a real green vegetable as a return gift. Old Sun looked at the vibrant green vegetable in astonishment. Xiao Zhou, where did you get this vegetable? Zhou Chen casually fabricated. I have plenty of firewood here using dog feces as fertilizer. It grows better than yours. Old Sun couldn't help himself disregarding whether it was dog feces or not. He plucked a fat leaf and chewed it. Damn, this is real green vegetable. Is there still dog feces? I'll take some back to plant vegetables. Zhou Chen laughed and cried, indeed, bringing out a bag of dog feces from the house. Old Sun received it as a treasure, sighing. Xiao Zhou, don't you think there's something wrong with our brains? We've produced so much feces yet never thought to use it for planting vegetables. Zhou Chen reached out to stop him. Please stop. If you keep going, I'm going to throw up. Old Sun scratched his head. By the way, the organization is recruiting. There's no limit on technical personnel, but they are only hiring 1,000 ordinary workers for now, who can receive an extra half a caddy of rice daily. Are you going? Zhou Chen shook his head. I'm not going. Working is simply impossible for me. It will never happen in this lifetime. Old Sun felt envious. You're capable and don't need this grain, but I really want to go. However, the moment they see my leg, they just shake their heads. Zhou Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets. Then let's continue to search for supplies. Keep the useful ones and trade the useless ones with others. Old Sun sighed. It can only be like this. With the temperature rising to 0 degrees, it felt as if a pause button had been pressed. Someone took out a thermometer and after several days of testing found that the outdoor temperature consistently remained between 0 and 1 degree. No one thought there was a problem. Instead, they believed this was the most normal weather. In just a few days, a large number of refugees flooded into the city. An unprecedented natural disaster had revealed the pros and cons of the city versus the countryside. In this peaceful age, medical care and education, along with all the good things, were concentrated in the city, leading the common people to desperately want to settle there. After 3 months of extreme cold, the city residents were nearly perishing, while the survival rate of rural residents was significantly higher than that of the city. In the city, purchasing food was convenient and families had no habit of stockpiling grain. But the countryside was different. Households had chickens, ducks, rice, and vegetables, and any family could easily stock up enough food to last 1 to 2 months. When the flood came, they brought supplies and ran up the mountain. When their houses were submerged, they stayed in caves, and when the extreme cold hit, stepping out of the cave was met with a forest of trees. In the city, 9 out of 10 houses were empty, filled with unoccupied homes. The dense crowd of refugees rushed to the community, quickly seizing a house to live in. This infuriated the original residents of the community. Having all experienced the natural disaster, they harbored a bundle of anger, feeling frustrated with nowhere to vent it, and were ready to confront. Conflicts arose between the two sides, leading to fatalities. The organization was short-staffed and could hardly manage. They could only broadcast messages advising the original residents to accept the incoming population while warning the incoming refugees not to cause trouble. The Sakura community also saw an influx of refugees. Old Sun, seeing he couldn't stop them, simply locked the door on the ground floor, refusing to share a building with outsiders. Some refugees attempted to move into Building 21, where Zhou Chen lived alone, but were blocked by a large iron gate. They knocked and banged on the door, ultimately cursing and departing to look elsewhere. The more people there were, the more issues arose. The security doors that had been taken down to form a wall were quickly moved back in place. The survivors occupying the nests were extremely excited. A suite in the Demon City is something ordinary citizens cannot afford, even after generations of struggle. Now they had obtained a multi-million house for free, filled with energy and enthusiasm, hammering and working every day. Zhou Chen fell asleep amidst the noise and woke up to the same clamor. Annoyed, he simply moved out his speakers and connected them to his laptop. As long as it wasn't broadcast time, he began playing music. With hundreds of thousands worth of sound quality and turning the volume to the max, the music spread up to a kilometer around. Zhou Chen initially thought those survivors would have strong objections, but to his surprise, it was quite the opposite. Listening to music expressed emotions and alleviated anxiety, resulting in a noticeable improvement in conflict incidents within a kilometer, gradually fostering harmony. However, this was only surface-level harmony. Among the refugees who infiltrated the city, more than half were former thugs. When committing crimes, they covered themselves up, leaving only their eyes exposed, and no one could recognize who they were except their accomplices. Now, with their faces uncovered, they blended in with the refugees as ordinary survivors. But the seeds of evil had already been sown, and fearing their crimes would be exposed, they decided to continue their wrongdoings from time to time. Once a person starts committing evil, especially if they commit murder, the notion of turning back becomes a joke. This group of thugs broke in at midnight and fled after stealing supplies. Seeing beautiful women, they killed the male owners, vented their beastly desires, and left no survivors. Then they carried the supplies down the street, returning 1 or 2 hours later, appearing as honest and ordinary refugees. Such crimes left the true ordinary refugees in a state of panic, unable to sleep through the night. Having barely survived the natural disaster, they now faced the threat of dying tragically under the new darkness of crime. Old Sun, along with his neighbors, resumed old trades and formed a community self-defense team going door to door to inquire and register. They would issue warnings directly upon discovering any unusual situations. A group of habitual offenders was reluctant to engage in open conflict, instead began secretly inciting other refugees to cause trouble. We outsiders have rights too. Why should we listen to you original residents? Who do you think you are? Why can't we step out of our homes after 10 p.m.? Damn the community self-defense team, you clearly just want to exclude us. The Qing dynasty has fallen, yet you still think of yourselves as superior. Zhou Chen took De Huang downstairs for a walk. He wasn't wearing the eye-catching riot gear, but his original cold-weather outfit with a mountain knife and hammer strapped to his waist. The hammer had seen too many deaths, its dark red bloodstains forming a thick patina. The dog had been cooped up at home for over 3 months, and upon regaining freedom, ran wildly about. A group of gaunt and starving survivors looked at the shiny fat dog with eyes full of greed. Dog, let's stop it together, everyone gets a share of dog meat. De Huang wasn't stupid. Noticing he was surrounded, he quickly ran back to his owner for protection. The crowd of refugees surrounded Zhou Chen, greedily staring at the big yellow dog at his feet. A thug licked his lips, smiling, but his eyes were fierce. Brother, is this your dog? Zhou Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets. Are you blind? If it's not my dog, is it yours? Shouts of dog meat echoed from downstairs. Starving refugees, their stomachs hollow and mouths watering at the mere thought of dog meat, surged out of their homes in a desperate scramble to claim a share. The crowd swelled rapidly, encircling Zhou Chen and the yellow dog. Lao's son arrived with the neighborhood militia. Yet before he could utter 2 words of mediation, violence erupted. Whether rioters or refugees, every mind was consumed by one thought: dog meat. Dog meat, fresh too. Drool glistened on the rioter's lips as his fierce gaze twisted into something cold and sinister. Ha ha, you're right. That dog is mine. It vanished 2 days ago, and now I see you stole it. Zhou Chen let out a chilling laugh. Do I look easy to provoke? In the next breath, he drew a heavy iron hammer and lunged forward. The rioter had no time to react. Only a sudden numbness in his skull, followed by a warm, wet spray across his face. The onlookers recoiled in terror. He killed someone. Even the refugees trembled, while rioters hidden among them flinched in genuine shock. This man was utterly brazen. To commit murder beneath the open sky. Zhou Chen planted a boot upon the corpse, gripping the hammer in his right hand and rhythmically tapping it against his left palm as his piercing gaze swept over the crowd. Who else wants to eat my dog? Only then did the crowd notice the thick patina of hardened grime and dried blood coating the hammer's head. My heavens! How many lives had this weapon claimed to forge such a grim, unyielding sheen? To call him a butcher would be an understatement. Ordinary refugees shrank back, but the rioters stood unmoved. Had they not spilled far more blood themselves? Murder was merely the tip of their depravity. Countless other atrocities stained their hands. Another rioter stepped forward. I swear, that dog belongs to him. You stole it and murdered him. A single hammer blow shattered his jaw, teeth and blood exploded from his mouth. Zhou Chen, young, strong, and nourished daily with hearty meals rich in protein and vitamins, outmatched the rioters in raw physical power by a wide margin. The man crumpled to the ground, clutching his pulverized jaw, then slumped unconscious from the pain. Zhou Chen kicked the fallen figure twice, like a lifeless carcass. A mouth that speaks no truth deserves silence forever. The rioters seethed with fury. They had long operated in secret, coordinating tightly, plotting to seize control of the entire residential compound through coercion, intimidation, and manipulation, refugees and original residents alike. Their plan was simple: force everyone to surrender part of their daily rations after distribution. But before they could even begin, a single dog had unleashed an unforeseen force, a true wild card. Refugees predisposed to fear the strongest would inevitably crown him as the most untouchable figure in the compound. Something had to be done, something decisive, to prove they were the true power to be feared. Clang, clang, clang. With eerie synchrony, the rioters drew knives and clubs from beneath their clothes. Most refugees, timid by nature, fled, but could not resist the spectacle. They scattered to nearby hiding places to watch. Their leader strode forward, donning the mask of righteous indignation. Brothers, this man stole our comrade's dog and murdered him. We must demand justice. Justice? Shame on the dog thief. Kill the thief, for justice. Over 20 rioters roared in unison, eyes locked hungrily on the plump yellow dog. Zhou Chen slid the hammer back into his belt, reached behind his back beneath his shirt, and withdrew a submachine gun. With a sharp metallic click, he chambered a round, leveling the black muzzle directly at the riot leader. The leader froze, then stared incredulously at the crimson hole blooming on his chest before collapsing rigidly, eyes wide and unblinking. Zhou Chen raised the barrel, his entire frame radiating lethal intent. Whose dog is it? The rioters, who'd regained their senses, trembled violently. urine soaking their trousers. A gun. He actually had a gun. Zhou Chen squeezed the trigger. Another rider dropped dead. Whose dog is it? Panic seized the mob. Men scrambled, fell, vomited, faces contorted in raw animal terror. Yours. Brother, please don't shoot. It's yours. Brother, we beg you, forgive us. Zhou Chen snarled. 2 nights ago, several refugee families were robbed in their sleep. Was that you, you beasts? Under the gun's unblinking stare, they stammered denials. No, it wasn't us. Zhou Chen barked. Lao Sun, bind them all. Interrogate each one. Anyone who preys on others in Sakura compound will face merciless punishment. Lao Sun and his men, long familiar with Zhou Chen's methods, swiftly produced ropes and bound every rioter. Refugees watching from the shadows remained paralyzed, unable to process what they'd just witnessed. He has a gun. He killed people. His heart is ice cold. Zhou Chen fired a warning shot into the sky. The entire crowd convulsed with fear. His voice boomed across the compound. Enter Sakura compound. Abide by its rules. Live quietly, or leave. Anyone who commits evil under cover of night will be beaten to death on the spot. And anyone who dares covet my dog again will learn, firsthand, what a bullet tastes like. After witnessing 2 executions, one a headshot, another a point-blank kill, the refugees bowed their heads, refusing even to glance at the yellow dog. The yellow dog, confident in its master's dominance, bared its fangs and barked fiercely. Woof, woof, woof. Zhou Chen continued his walk, dog beside him. Lao Sun seized the moment to begin ideological work. Fellow neighbors, listen closely. Lao Sun spoke with fervent eloquence, embellishing Zhou Chen's deeds with dramatic flair and poetic license. He didn't just gild Zhou Chen's reputation. He elevated him to near-mythic status, portraying him as nothing short of a savior. In truth, without Xiao Zhou's repeated victories over these marauders, none of us would have survived. Today's intervention was yet another act of protection for all of us. Crowds breed friction, yes, but so long as no one stirs chaos or commits evil, we are all kin. We've endured floods and extreme cold. Why wouldn't we yearn for peace? To those harboring ill intentions, once caught, our neighborhood militia will mete out strict justice. Expulsion is the mildest penalty. Grave offenses warrant fatal beatings. To unify morale, Lao Sun conducted a public interrogation of the bound rioters. At first, each denied all accusations. After a brutal beating with clubs, their resolve broke. They confessed to 5 separate home invasions committed in the compound 2 nights prior. Terrified of being beaten to death, they turned on one another, unspooling a web of murders, betrayals, and unspeakable crimes. We hid in the ruins, ambushed passers-by, killed the men, kept the women, the children. Some children we sold. Those we couldn't sell we abandoned to freeze. When entering the city, we slaughtered every woman, so no witnesses would remain. The refugees listening stood, frozen hearts pounding with dread. The thought of sharing this compound with such monsters sent chills down their spines. Voices rose, outraged, unified, in condemnation. Monsters, less than beasts, devoid of humanity. We are all human. How could you do this? You deserve death. Kill these beasts now. Food is in short supply. The relief grain distributed by the organization is limited. The survivors initially protested in vain and gradually came to terms with their fate. Everyone began to grow their own crops. They cherished the potatoes and sweet potatoes they received daily, trying to find ways to plant them in pots, waiting for them to sprout and bear fruit. However, these potatoes and sweet potatoes had long been frostbitten and would not sprout or bloom. To fill their stomachs, the survivors began to find ways to save themselves. Some teamed up to search for supplies. The current weather was not as deadly as before. Whether going out or searching for resources, it became much easier. The city has military forces stationed, and the thugs hiding among the refugees dare not rob or kill openly. They can only lurk in corners waiting for the right moment to act. As long as they do not leave the city, the survivors are generally safe from life-threatening danger. But this situation did not last long. On Christmas Eve, the temperature, which had been hovering around 0 to 1 degrees, suddenly climbed to 30 degrees. Many people woke up in a sweat from their dreams. In the moment of waking, they were still a bit dazed, and it took several minutes for them to realize that the temperature had risen. The refugees living on the ground floor noticed something was wrong with the ice layer. What was once solid ice in the evening was now visibly melting. Sticking their heads out of the window, they could feel the cool air rushing up, reminiscent of summer air conditioning. An emergency broadcast rang out. The host repeatedly warned survivors not to go out recklessly and to be cautious of the dangers posed by the melting ice. However, many refugees did not take this to heart and rushed downstairs to jump and make noise as soon as it got light. Zhou Chen also woke up from the heat. He went to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and after a few sputtering sounds, a stream of muddy water sprayed out. The big yellow dog stuck out its tongue in the heat, anxiously staring at the fireplace in front of it. Zhou Chen extinguished the 2 fireplaces and went out to the rooftop. He took out a dozen plastic water storage tanks from his space, filling the entire rooftop area. He then took out 3 hoses, connecting them to the faucets in the kitchen, bathroom, and main bedroom. The muddy water flowed into the storage tanks, and after nearly an hour the water quality gradually improved. It was still quite murky, but no mud was spewing out, and after some time of sedimentation, it was still drinkable. However, Zhou Chen would never drink this water. He had plenty of bottled water in his space. Recently, Old Sun had been getting close to the middleman of the bomb-throwing gang and exchanged supplies for a telescope. He was observing the nearby residential areas and found that the situation in each community was similar. Even though it was now winter in the normal seasonal cycle for the survivors who had endured the torment of freezing temperatures, a rise in temperature was a cause for great joy. As he looked around, he suddenly saw Zhou Chen busy on the rooftop. Old Sun took out his walkie-talkie. "Xiao Zhou, what are you doing?" After calling for a while with no response, he thought that Zhou Chen must have forgotten to bring the walkie-talkie. He kept watching Zhou Chen return home and called again. Zhou Chen had only been busy on the rooftop for an hour, and by the time he returned indoors, he was already drenched in sweat. Just as he turned on the air conditioning, he heard Old Sun's call. Zhou Chen sat on the sofa enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning storing water. After more than 10 days of temperatures around zero, it had suddenly climbed to 30 degrees overnight, even in the deep of night. If the survivors still lack any crisis awareness, then their lives are left to fate. Old Sun was stunned storing water. "Are you implying that a drought will occur next?" Zhou Chen did not clarify. Who can predict this crazy weather? No drought would be best. Anyway, we can water the flowers and vegetables. Old Sun began to mutter to himself. This temperature is indeed a bit bizarre. It drops suddenly and rises just as abruptly, as fierce as artillery. I'll discuss it with everyone. A better safe than sorry. Zhou Chen took a shower and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window enjoying cold drinks. Old Sun had already gathered the community's refugees together, reminding every household to store water. The refugees exclaimed. They scattered in a rush, feeling that Old Sun had become addicted to his authority, meddling in everything without reason. Only the initial neighbors remained beside Old Sun. "Old Sun, do we really need to store water?" "Old Sun, are you overthinking this? This isn't Ningxia. How could there be a water shortage?" Old Sun sighed. "I also saw Xiao Zhou storing water. Zhou Gu is storing water. If Zhou Gu is storing water, then we should store some too. I still regret not listening to Zhou Gu back then and going out to grab supplies in time." Right, me too. Just thinking about it makes me restless at night. If only I had taken Zhou Ji's reminder to heart. Our community wouldn't have only this few people left. Yang Sitian wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "I think we should store water." "Zhou Gu, how should I put it? I think whatever he does is right without a doubt." Everyone nodded, feeling there was some truth to it. Old Sun looked at Yang Sitian. "Didn't you take Long Xiaoyan home? How's the situation? Is her uncle still alive?" Yang Sitian shook her head. "The house has been occupied by refugees. To reclaim the house, there was a fight. I accompanied her to several places, but couldn't find her uncle's whereabouts. She asked me to return first, as she's waiting at home." Everyone listened and felt a sense of foreboding. Chi-Ro approached with her child. "I think she'll be fine. Her uncle is a firefighter. His survival skills are tenfold or hundredfold compared to ordinary people, and he must have comrades around him. Thugs would have to avoid him." Everyone heard and felt it made sense. If such ordinary people could survive with Long Xiaoyan's uncle's survival abilities and daily physical training, he would undoubtedly be fine. Old Sun hugged his scrawny grandson, resembling a bean sprout. He needed to find Huang Mao to get 2 water towers and see if he could get some baby formula. Chi-Ro took off her Cartier bracelet. "Uncle Sun, now all the middlemen in the city only accept cash. You should exchange for some other supplies." Old Sun was worried about this matter. During extreme cold, food was the most valuable. Once the temperature rose to 0 degrees, those middlemen began to only accept cash. In recent days, everyone had pawned everything valuable they had. "Uncle Sun, just take it." Chi-Ro pushed the bracelet into Old Sun's hand. "This bracelet of mine is worth more than gold, but don't let anyone cheat you." Old Sun felt a surge of emotion. "Little Chi, if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you with a better one." The high temperatures continued for several days, accelerating the melting of snow and ice. The solid ice layer cracked, revealing murky water surfaces in many places, with various household trash floating on the water. Some refugees occasionally ran onto the ice layer. Old Sun was anxious, pulling at his hair, trying to reason with them, and warn them all to no avail. Zhou Chen suspected that if Old Sun continued pulling at his hair like this, he would go bald. "Forget it, Old Sun, you can't reason with the damned." Old Sun, infuriated, decided to ignore them. "You all can go to your doom." Zhou Chen, sitting in front of the air conditioning and eating hot pot, first heard a scream, and then a series of agonizing cries. The big yellow dog, startled while gnawing on a bone, ran to the window and barked down below. Zhou Chen walked to the window and took a look. He saw that the ice layer below had collapsed, creating a 20-square-meter hole with more than 10 refugees falling into the icy water. Those who could swim were trying to make their way to shore, while those who couldn't were struggling in terror in the water. The icy water was bone-chilling, and once a person fell in, their body temperature dropped rapidly, becoming stiff within 15 seconds. Some refugees wanted to save others, but couldn't find suitable tools. By the time they took off their clothes to tie them together into a rope, several of the non-swimmers had already sunk beneath the water. Several fresh lives vanished right before their eyes. A group of refugees who had rushed downstairs to their doom stood there in a daze, shocked, fearful, and reflective. The melting speed of the ice and snow was extremely fast. Apart from the soldiers busy with collection, there were no more reckless refugees outside. After a while, he pulled the hard head up using a ruler to measure the wet part of the rope. The neighbors who were watching wiped their sweat and gathered around. How is it? Lao's son frowned. It has dropped another meter. The water level drops 1 meter every hour, which means the water evaporates by 1 meter every hour. Even the scorching desert is not that exaggerated. A group of neighbors also realized the problem. I have a feeling that 2 water tanks might not be enough. Lao's son pondered for a long time, then patted his pants and stood up. Come, let's make some wooden frames, and he'll go find Huang Mao to exchange for 2 more water tanks. The neighbors immediately began to take action. Those looking for wood looked for wood, and those looking for rope looked for rope. A thin woman hesitantly stepped forward, taking off the gold necklace around her neck. Lao's son, try to exchange for as many as you can. Given the current evaporation rate, we're likely to face extreme heat. Lao's son was taken aback. What extreme heat? The neighbors who were working nearby all turned to look at the woman. The woman said, under normal circumstances, there are only about 16 days of extreme heat each year, and many companies provide high-temperature allowances to employees during this month. With the allowance raised, everyone nodded. This group of neighbors before the natural disaster included business owners and middle management in companies, and they were quite familiar with the high-temperature allowance. During the hot summer days, those sitting in air-conditioned rooms were fine. But for small businesses or outdoor workers, their clothes could be wrung out with water. It was simply torture. Ironically, those in air-conditioned rooms received high-temperature allowances, while outdoor laborers like migrant workers received not a single cent. The woman explained so-called extreme heat refers to sustained high temperatures where heat stroke is mild. The most feared is heat stroke, where a person's organs are cooked, leading to multi-organ failure and death. Chiro said, I know about heat stroke. Every summer during the hottest times, someone almost always dies from it. If it is sustained high temperatures, that would be terrifying. The woman nodded. My father was a doctor when he was alive. I heard him talk about cases of heat stroke. The mortality rate is extremely high, and once diagnosed with heat stroke, there's basically no chance of recovery. A neighbor with glasses said, previously we had extreme cold for 3 months. Do you think we will have extreme heat for the next 3 months? Everyone was frightened by this statement. If the weather could drop to minus 70 degrees in August, what else could not happen? Lao's son frowned deeply. We cannot rule out that possibility. The neighbors panicked. What should we do? We barely survived the extreme cold without freezing or starving. Are we really going to die from the heat? We might also die of thirst. Lao's son quickly reassured everyone, this is just a hypothesis, don't scare yourselves, but we should indeed prepare some supplies in advance. The woman reminded, if extreme heat arrives, we not only need to stock up on a lot of water, but also a lot of salt. Lao's son nodded, yes, we need to replenish salt for our bodies during the scorching summer. The woman handed her gold necklace to Lao's son, reminding him exchange for as many water tanks and as much salt as possible. A man took off a watch. Lao's son, this is for you. A skinny 10-year-old boy walked over. Dad, this watch was given to you by Grandpa when you were in college. Since Grandpa is gone, you should keep it. He'll give you my piggy bank. The man affectionately patted his son's head. Don't worry, Grandpa in heaven will not blame Dad. Lao's son raised his hand to stop them. Don't panic, you all focus on making the wooden frames first, let me think a little more. Then he went upstairs alone, stealthily pulling out a walkie-talkie. Zhou Chen was chopping ducks in the kitchen, preparing to cook a plate of beer duck for lunch. Hearing Lao's son's call, he put down the knife and returned to the living room. Xiaozhou, are you busy? Not busy. What could a person do at home? After Lao's son explained the situation, he asked Xiaozhou, do you really think extreme heat disasters will occur? Zhou Chen did not expect the neighbors to react so quickly. I'm not sure, but I think it's better to be prepared than not. Lao's son hesitantly asked, besides water tanks and salt, what other supplies should we stock up on? Zhou Chen casually replied, food, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned food, sugar, things with a long shelf life. The wooden frames were made quite large, and Lao's son went out with 2 men. At the second-hand market, food was not as valuable as before, but the prices were still not low. Besides water tanks and salt, Lao's son argued with Yang Ziming in exchange for a large amount of zombie meat. By the time it got dark, the neighbors were bewildered. Why did you exchange for so much zombie meat? The ice has melted and the meat is about to spoil. Lao's son was exhausted and hurriedly said, so we need to act quickly to smoke this meat into jerky and then seal it for preservation. One person who went along said biscuits and canned food are simply too expensive. At the current market price, we can't exchange for much. Lao's son's plan works. Rather than buying those supplies at high prices, it's better to buy zombie meat cheaply to smoke it. They got to work right away. After the ice and snow melted, many wooden furniture floated on the water, which could be salvaged, dried for an hour, and then chopped for firewood. The 15 buildings where Lao's son and others lived had the smell of meat wafting out for several days. By the time they worked overtime to smoke all the zombie meat into jerky, the water level downstairs had evaporated almost completely, and the outdoor temperature had reached 50 degrees. What was even more frightening was that the temperature was still rising by 1 degree every hour. In 50-degree weather, the temperature was continuously rising. How could the survivors endure it? Indoors was stuffy and uncomfortable, while outside the sun blazed down without a hint of wind. The ground was hot enough to fry an egg. Standing in one place for too long melted even the soles of shoes. The broadcast had already issued a high-temperature warning advising citizens to stock up on water and salt. The refugees in Inghua community, upon hearing even the organization advising citizens to stock up on water, began to take action. However, the market price for water tanks had skyrocketed dozens of times, and the demand was so high that even those with money might not be able to grab them. The refugees who returned empty-handed regretted it immensely, wishing they had listened to Lao Sun's advice. Meanwhile, Lao Sun and the others had it much easier with 10 water tanks all filled with water. All the buckets, bowls, and containers at home that could hold water were taken out, and they had smoked over 100 pounds of jerky. Compared to the survivors in tank tops and shorts who were sweating profusely, Zhou Chen went out dressed in long sleeves and pants. The temperature-regulating clothes were indeed a good thing. He felt like he was living in spring. Zhou Chen ran to the basement, rolled up his sleeves in front of the messy vehicles, and began to drain the gas tanks of all the vehicles. After draining the gas tanks in the community, he rushed out non-stop, running for a whole week. While there were abandoned vehicles on the road, he drained dozens of gas stations in the area, all by himself. He originally planned to continue draining in the neighboring district, but he encountered a team of soldiers who were also draining oil, so he could only pretend he was just passing by. While others hurriedly searched for supplies, Zhou Chen stockpiled water. While others rushed to hoard water, Zhou Chen hoarded oil and vehicles. He was immensely wealthy in the city. With the extreme heat arriving, roads and low buildings re-emerged. The vast majority of supplies had already been seized by the military. However, given the limited manpower, many small supermarkets were still vulnerable to the desperate grab of refugees. Grains soaked and chilled had spoiled, requiring re-exposure to the sun. After drying, the taste was poor with a moldy smell. Many who ate them suffered from vomiting and diarrhea. An increasing number of refugees poured into the city, which meant supplies were becoming scarcer, especially water. The water pipes had run dry. Some refugees, dragging their families, attempted to fetch river water from the Pujiang, only to find nothing but parched yellow sand and black mud at the riverbank. Unable to find water in the city, they had to search outside. There was a reservoir outside the city. Once at 150 meters, the water level had now dropped to less than 10 meters. The banks of the reservoir were crowded with refugees fighting fiercely over water resources. Bang! A team of soldiers also hoarding water had their leader lose patience and fire a shot into the air. He climbed to a higher point, hoarsely advising fellow compatriots, stop fighting. If you continue, the water will evaporate. Some refugees, realizing the futility, ceased fighting and raised their buckets, desperately pushing forward. Others, unable to bear the suffering, collapsed to the ground in tears. Old Sun led a group of neighbors toward the outskirts of the crowd as some refugees eyed the heavy buckets they carried, eager to act. Yang Sitian unsheathed a watermelon knife without hesitation, saying, "Come and try to rob us." Back in the community, Old Sun felt a lingering fear. Using the intercom, he recounted the events to Zhou Chen. "Xiao Zhou, you have no idea, there are at least tens of thousands at the reservoir today, fighting crazily over water sources. We were almost robbed several times." Zhou Chen was applying a hydrating mask to his face. In the past week of going out, his neck and face had been severely sunburned and his hands were peeling. Even a sun hat couldn't shield him from the scorching ultraviolet rays. The reservoir. It takes a whole day to go back and forth, right? Old Sun rubbed his aching thighs and replied, "Indeed, we set off last night and the road was filled with refugees heading to the reservoir. It took quite a while to fill the water, and by the time we returned it was already evening." Zhou Chen took out a cold drink from the fridge, opened it, and took a sip, feeling refreshed. "Since all the refugees in the city are rushing outside to grab water, you should change your approach." "Xiao Zhou, what do you mean?" "I mean, your back and forth is wasting time. Why not continue searching for other supplies, and then trade with the refugees for water? That would be much more efficient, right? What do you think we should look for?" "Food." Old Sun was surprised. "Food? Didn't the broadcast say that another batch of grain would be transported into the city in a few days?" Zhou Chen was speechless, saying, "Then just pretend I said nothing." After the call ended, Old Sun fell into deep thought. The neighbors who were resting were also bewildered. Zhou Gu means hoarding food is more valuable. All supplies have value. I guess Zhou Gu means water is crucial, but food is equally important. The second batch of relief grain is about to enter the city. Should we collect the spoiled food to trade for water? So are we still going to the reservoir to grab water tomorrow? Old Sun proposed a compromise. How about this? Tomorrow we split into two groups. One group continues to the reservoir, while the other goes out to collect food. Heating advice to eat well. Chiro, holding a sleeping child, wiped the sweat off her face with one hand. Don't just collect food. We need to look for other supplies too. With the high temperature stored water is prone to spoilage. We need to figure out how to get some purifying tablets. I measured the surface temperature earlier, and it's already hit 70 degrees. To prepare for potential continuous extreme, heat the more salt and sugar we collect the better. She thought for a moment and looked at a woman who seemed unwell. Hong Jie, you've already suffered from heat stroke. Don't go out tomorrow. Stay here to take care of the child while I run around for a few days. Yang Xitian, clutching her stomach in distress, pulled Qi Ro aside. It's chaotic at the reservoir. They'll go there tomorrow. When you gather supplies, remember to find some of that. Qi Ro understood immediately. Several women in the building had no sanitary pads left, and only women could understand the discomfort. They had quietly asked around the community and found that all females were facing the same issue. Wait, why don't we ask Zhou Gu? Yang Xitian, upon hearing this, was so startled that her stomach pain vanished. Zhou Gu, how can a man have that? However, Qi Ro disagreed, reasoning that while everyone was trapped at home, Zhou Gu was the only one roaming around. If he could gather guns, perhaps he had also collected that item while gathering supplies. Qi Ro took the intercom from Old Sun and rushed back to her room to call quietly. Bread. Zhou Chen was enjoying a table full of food savoring the freshly cooked beer duck. Yes. What supplies are you offering in exchange? Qi Ro immediately realized that the other party had no idea what she meant by bread. Blushing, she lowered her voice to a whisper. The bread I'm talking about isn't that kind of bread. Zhou Chen paused, finally understanding. Cough, yes. Qi Ro burst out of the door, delightedly winking at Yang Xitian. As she reached the stairwell, she thought better of it and ran back to grab the child, planning to take them along to get some milk powder. The sky was darkening, but the outdoor temperature remained alarmingly high, with heat waves rising from the surface. It made one feel as if they had moved from Earth Village to Mars Village. Qi Ro waited in front of the first iron door on the 5th floor, holding the child. A few minutes later, the door opened. A dog appeared before her, dropping a black plastic bag it had been holding in its mouth. Then it stared at her with a cold expression. Oh no, the milk powder was unreachable. Qi Ro's mouth twitched as she took off another Cartier bracelet from her wrist. The big yellow dog held onto the bracelet with its mouth and raised its paw to close the door. Refugees were returning with water, and some shady-looking ones were eyeing Qi Ro with ill intentions. Even after the people had left, they were still drooling over her curvaceous silhouette. Is it her? That's her. I've been observing for many days. The people from Building 15 go out every day to collect supplies while she stays home with the child. The woman with the dual knives is also quite impressive, but she's too fierce. Hee, this woman looks weak at first glance. It must be quite a treat. Keep a close watch. Tomorrow, once the others leave, we'll go over to enjoy ourselves. I heard there's a man with a gun in the community. He previously warned everyone not to cause trouble. Do you think what we're doing is? What are you afraid of? Which woman would have the face to talk about such things? If she doesn't say anything, we want, and who would know? Dawn broke faintly over the sky. A sudden commotion erupted within the residential compound. Shouts raw and furious pierced the morning air, followed instantly by the shattering of glass. Crack! A heavy thud struck the ground, unnervingly loud in the hush of early morning. Then came a woman's shriek, and children's wails sharp with terror. The ruckus was so violent it jolted every survivor in the compound from their slumber. Many assumed a robbery or assault had occurred. Zhou Chen assumed the same. He swung out of bed, cinched a black silk robe around his frame, and rushed out the door, pistol in hand. His face was storm-darkened, partly from sleepless fury, partly from outrage that anyone dared provoke chaos on his own turf. Fury fused into lethal intent. Help! Someone save my husband. An ambulance! Barefoot, the woman tumbled down the stairs and collapsed beside a blood-soaked corpse, sobbing uncontrollably. 2 gaunt children wailed beside her. Another body lay nearby alongside 2 overturned water buckets, blood pooling across the pavement. Curious survivors spilled onto the scene, bewildered, unable to grasp what had transpired. Zhou Chen appeared, weapon drawn, and the crowd parted like reeds before a blade. Who did this? The refugees fell silent. But the weeping woman lunged forward, crawling, grasping Zhou Chen's leg, as if clutching salvation. Brother Zhou, get my husband to the hospital. He's still alive. Still alive. Half his skull was crushed, death unmistakable to all who looked. Zhou Chen pried her blood-slicked fingers from his leg and knelt beside the bodies, pressing 2 fingers to each neck. No pulse, no warmth. Both were gone. A sharp metallic click echoed, the safety disengaged. Zhou Chen's face hardened to stone as he demanded, what happened? If a brute had dared strike here, he would kill him on the spot and hang the corpse at the compound gate as a warning. Water. She shook her head, trembling, then pointed toward the apartment building, voice breaking. We carried water home, painstakingly from the reservoir, and now it's all gone. A refugee murmured, pitying, was it stolen? Did your husband fall while fighting the thief? She wept harder, shaking her head for long moments before whispering, no, the water evaporated. They'd hauled the water home with unbearable effort, yet overnight every drop vanished. Not a trace remained in either bucket. Recalling the brutal cold that preceded this, her husband had lost all hope and leapt from the window. In falling, he accidentally crushed another refugee who had just returned, water buckets in hand. Evaporated. Stunned silence fell over the crowd. Nearly all these refugees trekked daily to the reservoir beyond the city, exhausting journeys made heavier by the weight of water they bore back. Exhausted, they collapsed into sleep the moment they reached home, only to be jolted awake by the commotion rushing out before ever checking their buckets or basins. Hearing her words, refugees bolted home, only to return moments later wailing anew. Their precious hard-won water, gone. Evaporated clean away, leaving not a single drop behind. Even Old Son's group suffered the same fate. Only a few tightly clustered buckets remained intact. The rest, bowls, pots, tubs, stood bone-dry, not even a damp stain to betray where water once pooled. The uproar in Sakura compound spread fast. Refugees awakened in neighboring compounds rushed outside, only to find their own water supplies vanished as if erased from existence. Cries tore through the air, raw, desperate, despairing. Heaven above, do you mean to drive me to death? Across compound after compound, the broken-hearted leapt from windows, one after another. Zhou Chen holstered his weapon and ascended to the rooftop to inspect the water towers. Each 5-ton reservoir had already lost 1/5 of its volume. At this terrifying rate, not a drop would remain within a week. On another rooftop, a pack of desperate refugees gathered, eyes fixed greedily on the orderly rows of water tanks atop Building 21, tongues flicking nervously over dry lips. See, he's hoarded water. But he carries a gun. I've heard it said locals call him Madman Zhou, a killer who blinks not. I'm not blind. I know he's armed. Whether he's Madman Zhou, Madman Zhang, or Madman Li, it's the waterless who are truly mad. Brother, what's your plan? Gather every parched refugee and force him to surrender those tanks. And if he refuses, with so many of us, can one gun slaughter them all? In the end, he'll yield, even if dragged kicking and screaming. Zhou Chen paused mid-inspection, chill prickling his spine. He'd been watched. At noon, Zhou Chen descended as usual to walk his dog. For days the compound had lain eerily empty. Now refugees thronged the streets. The vanishing water had shattered morale. That day few stirred. Some stared blankly into walls, others crouched in shadowed corners, hollow-eyed and listless. Faces were numb, brows furrowed in perpetual sorrow. Yet when they saw Zhou Chen and his robust golden-haired dog, their eyes flared with bitter envy. Why must they endure such hardship? Why did Zhou Chen live so freely, so abundantly? They starved, yet he fed a dog. Those people spoke truth. Zhou Chen stockpiled unimaginable resources. He owed it to the community to share. Woof, woof, woof. A few refugees surged forward, emotions boiling over. His dog sensed malice, bared teeth, and snarled. His belt-mounted radio crackled. Old Son's voice emerged. Xiao Zhou, I've uncovered something grave. Are you free to talk now? Zhou Chen unclipped the radio. I'm walking the dog. I'll call you back. Though hostile gazes burned from every corner, Zhou Chen strolled unbothered, his calm arrogance inflaming the twisted minds of those watching. After nearly an hour, he swaggered back into Building 21, slammed shut the 2 heavy iron doors of the stairwell, sealing out those who'd crept too close. He took a bracing cold shower, then pulled an ice-cold cola from the fridge, its chill searing his throat. Instead of contacting Old Son, he switched on the compound-wide loudspeaker system. 2 light taps tested the mic. Then his clear, resonant voice rang out, audible across a kilometer. This is Zhou Chen. I have uncovered a gang of murderers and thieves hiding within Sakura compound. They do not merely threaten me. They intend to prey upon every refugee in this compound. Whoever exposes them first will receive 1 ton of water as reward. Act swiftly. Once the tanks run dry, catching them will mean nothing. Refugees who'd earlier dismissed his voice now snapped alert, eyes gleaming with desperate hope. Inside a building, hidden zealots mid-sermon froze in disbelief. Dozens of summoned refugees exchanged glances, then surged forward as one. The thugs recoiled in panic. Zhou Chen is manipulating you. Don't fall for it. Spit. If water is the prize, I care not for your schemes. Within 5 minutes, the gang lay bound and subdued, dragged, bruised, and bleeding to the foot of Building 21. Original residents from nearby compounds watched and felt a chilling familiarity. Hadn't Madman Zhou once offered bounties for heads? Only then the reward had been 10 packs of instant noodles. Now it was 1 ton of water. Zhou Chen stood, pistol in right hand, a plastic water tank beside him. 2 tons here. One is the bounty. The other, whomever drags these traitors to the main gate and hangs them, claims it. 10 minutes later, 5 refugees dangled upside down at Sakura compound's entrance, roasting under surface temperatures of 80 degrees Celsius, their cries shrill and broken. After only 2 hours, dehydration claimed them. By the next afternoon, their corpses had desiccated into mummified husks. Every time survivors passed those 5 mummies, their knees buckled with dread. Thereafter, seeing Zhou Chen descend to walk his dog, they veered wide, muttering, "Madman." A killer who sheds blood without blinking. Zhou Chen exhaled smoke, a cold laugh curling in his chest. Grandfather has supplies, guns, everything. And yet these beggars dare plot against grandfather. Heh. A faint static crackled from the radio as the announcer delivered the Meteorological Bureau's latest bulletin. Given current temperature trends, an extended period of extreme heat is forecast to persist for the next 3 months. Residents are advised to stockpile water and essential supplies and take appropriate protective measures when venturing outdoors. The refugees erupted in fury, slamming pots, hurling blame. We can't even get clean water. 3 months like this will kill us. The reservoirs have dried up completely. Where on earth are we supposed to stockpile water? Why haven't they launched rockets for artificial rain yet? Old Sun and his companions remained comparatively calm. Xiao Zhou truly has a gift. The market value of food has rebounded and salt has become nearly impossible to obtain. We've hoarded hundreds of packages. Should we trade some now for other essentials? Absolutely not. Didn't the broadcast just say the heat wave will last 3 months? Salt will only grow more precious with time. When we go out, we must stay low-key. Play the part thoroughly, beg poverty. At every encounter, never let the refugees suspect we hold reserves. Lately, I've noticed young refugees leering, loitering near our building, clearly up to no good. Yang Sitian drew 2 watermelons, knives, her gaze fierce, and unyielding. 5 mummified corpses already hang at our gate. If anyone dares cause trouble, I'll cut them down myself. Zhou won't need to lift a finger. Huang Mao arrived delivering a mountain bike to Zhou Chen. Brother, what do you think? This is the finest off-road motorcycle on the market. No terrain is too treacherous, it'll blaze a trail where none exists. Any more in stock? Zhou Chen inspected the motorcycle closely. Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Brother, even if there isn't any, there will be. We'll make it happen no matter what. Zhou Chen patted the seat cushion and nodded approvingly. Bring me quality goods whenever you can. What would you like in exchange this time? Brother, the markets shifted again. Food and water reign supreme. Salt ranks 3rd in value. My boss is depressed again. He's collected piles of cash and gold jewelry. At least gold and silver still hold some worth, but money, it's worthless as scrap paper now. Zhou Chen nearly burst into laughter. Gold and silver were merely the beginning. Soon, even high-end jewels would be as worthless as pebbles strewn along the roadside. Huang Mao gazed at him hopefully. Brother, can you secure water? He'd heard rumors that Zhou Chen had stored dozens of tons atop his rooftop. Zhou Chen feigned hesitation. I do have water, but I can't give you much. Huang Mao's eyes lit up. He moistened his lips. Brother, how about 5 tons to start? Zhou Chen wore a look of reluctant concession before finally nodding. You'll need vehicles ready to transport it. Huang Mao exhaled deeply in relief. No problem. I'll drive one over right away. Huang Mao moved swiftly. Within 2 hours, he arrived in a water tanker truck. To deter refugee mobs, he brought a dozen armed associates, each brandishing kitchen knives and wearing hardened, menacing scowls. Zhou Chen had intended to schedule delivery at night, but Huang Mao unfurled a 70 to 80-meter-long hose. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. You've thought this through quite thoroughly. Huang Mao grinned sheepishly. Not out of foresight, but desperation. Water was vanishing fast, and they themselves were nearing collapse from thirst. Zhou Chen hauled the hose upstairs. Filling 5 tons took over 3 hours. Huang Mao beamed. Brother, rest assured. Zhaodiao Gang pledges priority access to all premium goods for you. You choose first, only then do others get their turn. Zhou Chen halted Huang Mao. Just as he turned to leave, I need you to find someone for me. Find someone. Huang Mao froze. With typhoons, polar cold, and citywide death tolls, countless had vanished without trace. Locating a person was no simple task. Zhou Chen asked, many people approach your gang to procure supplies, don't they? Huang Mao nodded. Then find me an experienced helicopter flight instructor, not necessarily certified, but skilled. We'll cover training costs with supplies, he won't be shortchanged. Huang Mao nodded eagerly. Consider it done. I'll start searching the moment I return. Beaming, he drove the water tanker out, then slammed on the brakes just beyond the gate. What the hell? A helicopter instructor? Is Brother Zhou planning to learn to fly himself and roam freely across the skies? Truly a master of hidden depths. The elderly man appeared unremarkable. His hair streaked with gray, stature, modest posture, ramrod straight. Malnutrition had left him gaunt and sallow, his eyes yellowed, lips cracked and bleeding. Huang Mao introduced them. Brother, this is Elder Bai. He claims he can fly helicopters. Zhou Chen dismissed Huang Mao and began speaking with Elder Bai. Elder, you served in the military, didn't you? Elder Bai nodded. I piloted bombers in the armed forces, later flew commercial aircraft, then transitioned to ground crew upon aging, and retired just a few years ago. Zhou Chen bowed respectfully. Sir, thank you for your service. Instantly, Elder Bai snapped to attention and rendered a crisp salute, serving the people. Seeing genuine reverence in Zhou Chen's eyes, his nervousness gradually eased. Are you recruiting a pilot, or simply learning to fly? Zhou Chen replied, I intend to fly myself. How long would basic training take? Elder Bai answered frankly, to fully master helicopter flight typically requires 6 months to a year. Zhou Chen shook his head. I don't have that much time. How long for the absolute fundamentals? Elder Bai cautioned gently that would be extremely dangerous. Zhou Chen said there's no choice. Every resource here is critically scarce. I need to survey conditions elsewhere. Could it be done in 1 week? Elder Bai pondered deeply before replying it's possible, but many techniques you'll only grasp through Hansen flight. Zhou Chen selected a motorcycle. Do you ride? Elder Bai paused briefly, of course. Zhou Chen continued, give me your address. I'll deliver your tuition in person tonight. The helicopter is stationed outside the city, we'll ride out daily for lessons. Elder Bai nodded, hesitated, then remained silent. He'd wanted to broach the subject of supplies, not out of greed but necessity. He'd rushed here after hearing from Huang Mao that Zhou Chen controlled precious water reserves. Yet having taught nothing yet, he felt it improper to make demands. That evening, Zhou Chen pretended to stroll the streets with a flashlight. The blackened avenues lay utterly deserted. No rats, no life. Only refugees fumbling blindly in search of supplies. In truth, the city's entire rat population had long since been hunted to extinction. Zhou Chen slipped into a shadowed alley and retrieved a pickup truck from his spatial storage. He loaded it with a sack of rice, a sack of flour, several kilograms of potatoes and sweet potatoes, 1 ton of water, and 2 sacks of salt. Enough provisions to drive any survivor to frenzy. Elder Bai resided in a fine detached villa, secluded, private. Though once flooded by seawater, he'd returned during the onset of extreme heat, drawn by nostalgia. When seawater inundated the city, many perished. Now 9 in 10 homes stood abandoned. Zhou Chen parked before Elder Bai's gate and honked once. Elder Bai, long awaiting, hurried to open the door. His wife followed cautiously, flashlight in hand, while their 2 grandsons cowered silently upstairs. Zhou Chen carried each item down from the truck. Elder Bai stared, stunned. Xiao Zhou, why so much? Though they'd agreed supplies would serve as tuition. The sheer volume and quality far exceeded his expectations, especially the water and salt, both immeasurably precious. Zhou Chen rode out of the city through the night and found an uninhabited mountaintop. The summit was dense with trees and tangled undergrowth, yet there was a flat patch large enough to set down a helicopter. Now all the refugees were streaming into the city, not because they feared prying eyes. The next morning, just after Zhou Chen had finished breakfast, the horn of a motorcycle sounded downstairs. He went to the window and looked down. Sure enough, Bai Day had arrived. Sitting on his motorcycle, he watched refugees carrying buckets in search of water and felt reassured, remembering the ton of water Zhou Chen had brought last night. Zhou Chen went downstairs with De Huang. Bai Day stared in amazement at the sturdy mongrel. The city's animals had been devoured in the exodus. Pets were scarce, yet Zhou Chen still kept a dog. Zhou Chen was still wearing the long sleeves and trousers from yesterday. Xiao Zhou, you'll get heatstroke like that, Bai Day warned. He himself had been out in a vest and shorts for only a short while and was already drenched in sweat. Zhou Chen smiled. My constitution is not like ordinary people's. I fear the cold more than the heat. De Huang leapt onto the bike, setting his paws on the gas tank in excitement. The 2 of them rode the dirt bike out of the city. Though Bai Day was in his 60s, he handled the motorcycle with astonishing speed. A fine soldier truly is capable in every way. Zhou Chen studied Bai Day closely. An old military canteen and a battered satchel were slung over his shoulder. The canteen was only partly filled to conserve water, and it tinked with each bump along the road. The satchel was flattened, likely holding little more than 2 flatbreads as rations. A rusty kitchen knife hung from the belt at his lower back, no streaks of blood suggesting it had never been used to fell a man. Along the way, they encountered many refugees. A man with ruined legs looked at their motorcycle with raw envy. Spotting the plump dog riding ahead, others glared with covetous hunger. Some refugees surged forward to snatch their supplies. Bai Day's immediate instinct was to plead them off, but he had only just opened his mouth when Zhou Chen lunged forward, seized an iron hammer, and began smashing it down on an attacker's head. Bai Day was stunned. He glanced at the body on the ground and said nothing. Civilization had crumbled and moral order dissolved. Honest men were driven to villainy, and the wicked grew ever more vicious. Even military trucks carrying relief rations were nearly looted outside the city. This was no longer an age of peace. Zhou Chen led the man up to the mountaintop and stopped beside a clump of grass. Hide the motorcycle for me. They'll go check whether the helicopter is still here. He slipped into the woods, confirmed no one was about, then drew a helicopter out of his spatial pocket and set it down on the flat ground. He returned and brought Bai Day over. Bai Day raised his thumb. I heard refugees go into the hills hunting. You dare leave it here? Brave indeed. They inspected the helicopter carefully, and Bai Day immediately began an oral lesson. Though he spoke only basic theory, his explanations were far superior to the golden-haired, blue-eyed fellow at Boss Liu's. Remember what I just told you, but theory is always only theory. To truly master the art of flying, you must feel it in practice. Only Hansen experience will teach you. They climbed into the helicopter, and De Huang scrambled aboard as well. From the instant Bai Day took his seat, his entire spirit transformed. Confident, composed, and deft, he handled the craft as if it were a child's toy. Zhou Chen could not help but admire him. No wonder a veteran who had flown bombers possessed such bearing and presence qualities he felt he could never attain. "He'll take you for a circuit." The rotor's words stirring the parched grasses below. As they climbed, the ridges shrank and the refugees on the ground grew no larger than ants. Bai Dai was meticulous and dutiful, guiding Zhou Chen while expounding on countless practical points of flight. He spoke so long that his lips cracked from dryness. Zhou Chen feigned rummaging in his bag and produced 2 bottles of mineral water, opening one and offering it. Bai Dai shook his head. "You drink it yourself? I have my canteen." Zhou Chen insisted, and Bai Dai finally reached out to accept it. After a circuit, the helicopter returned to the mountaintop. It was already midday, and they had to shelter under the trees for shade. Bai Dai wiped the sweat from his brow and sipped sparingly, content merely to moisten his lips. Staring at the woods that were slowly drying up, he sighed, "I fear in half a month these trees will be baked to death by the sun." Zhou Chen made no reply. He was stacking stones to build a simple stove. If he were alone, he would have pitched a tent, unfolded solar panels, and aimed a fan at himself, but with company, he kept as low a profile as possible. Yet even his restraint compared with the surviving refugees still bordered on ostentation. He laid out a wok, bowls and chopsticks, bottled water, readded ingredients, oil, and seasonings on the ground. Bai Dai was once again astonished. He hurriedly protested, "Xiao, Zhou, put all these supplies away. I brought flatbreads. If you have no rations, I'll give you one." Zhou Chen opened a bottle and poured it into the pot with a rushing clatter. Bai Dai's eyelids twitched at the seeming waste. Young people these days, he thought, have become extravagant and forget the hardships of life. Seeing Bai Dai sweat with worry, Zhou Chen feared he might collapse from heatstroke. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing," he said. Bai Dai immediately assumed the tone of an elder scold. "You think you know? Don't be reckless. Don't spend today's meal and worry about tomorrow. Times are no longer what they were. Save where you can. This severe heat will last another 3 months. 3 months from now, who knows what the days will be like." The mountain was not short of firewood. Zhou Chen had barely gone 5 meters when he gathered a pile of dead branches and tugged up dry grass. He built a fire and first brewed a pot of cooling tea. Then he heated oil, seared marinated slices of meat tossed in green peppers. The fragrance drifted far across the hill. In half an hour, Zhou Chen had prepared 3 dishes and a soup and fried a pot of rice, stir-fried pork, shredded chicken, salad, cucumber salad, tomato and egg soup, and a generous bowl of Yangzhou fried rice. He refused to skimp on himself. If not for the need to remain discreet, he would have roasted a leg of lamb with beer. Bai Dai, usually restrained and calm, was stunned by the feast arranged on the stones. These were ordinary home-cooked dishes, yet, for the refugees present, they were beyond imagining the pinnacle of luxury. Zhou Chen served him a bowl of fried rice. "I forgot to say last night, teach me to fly, and it'll guarantee you 2 meals a day. So eat, don't be polite." Bai Dai looked at the Hamanpi fried rice, deeply moved. Sensing his reluctance to help himself, Zhou Chen added deliberately, "It's so hot. If we eat too slowly, won't the food spoil?" The ground temperature was 80 degrees. Without a refrigerator, spoilage was inevitable. Thinking of that, Bai Dai relaxed and ate heartily. Da Huang, accustomed to meat, tried to beg for a piece, but was shooed aside to eat dog food. In the afternoon, they flew another circuit. After landing, Bai Dai continued his non-stop lecture on flight precautions. Zhou Chen found an excuse to send him off a step ahead, and then stored the helicopter back in his spatial pocket. They rode the motorcycle back into the city. It was already 9 o'clock at night. In the days that followed, the two rose early and returned late. Sometimes on the way back, they reclaimed supplies from marauders. Bai Dai had grown used to Zhou Chen's brutal methods. After all, he only killed road bandits who preyed on refugees and reclaimed goods those bandits had stolen, so Bai Dai had no complaint. Moreover, Zhou Chen shared half of the seized supplies with him, and after several days of better food, the hollows in Bai Dai's cheeks visibly filled out. Zhou Chen believed he had been discreet enough, but he had nevertheless attracted the attention of a group of people. Zhou Chen piloted the helicopter back toward the mountain summit. From afar, he spotted a group of refugees standing on the flat ground below. 2 off-road motorcycles hidden in the tall grass had already been discovered by the refugees. If not for the missing keys, they would have ridden them away by now. As the helicopter approached, the refugees grew brazen, brandishing kitchen knives and wooden clubs. Just as Zhou Chen considered switching seats with Old Bai in the co-pilot's seat to draw his weapon and take decisive action, a small squad of armed soldiers emerged from the nearby woods. The moment real firearms appeared, the refugees instantly fell silent and compliant. One attempted to haul away a motorcycle, but was promptly stopped by a soldier. "No rush. Descend slowly, hold steady." "Excellent." The helicopter settled onto the ground with perfect stability and came to a complete halt. Old Bai said, "I'll go up first and speak with them." Zhou Chen nodded and jumped down, watching as Old Bai strode toward an officer. Old Bai introduced himself, and the officer immediately snapped to attention and delivered a crisp, formal salute. Old Bai returned the salute before beginning their conversation. 5 minutes later, he gestured for Zhou Chen to join them. As Zhou Chen approached, Old Bai introduced him. "Xiao Zhou, this is Captain He." "Captain," he saluted again, his lips cracked and parched. "Mr. Zhou, it's an honor. My name is He Yoguang." We'd like to request the temporary use of your helicopter, not as a requisition, but as a courteous appeal. Would that be convenient for you? Zhou Chen declined outright, not convenient. Captain He's expression felt urgency flickering deep in his eyes. Mr. Zhou, here's the situation. We dispatched a team to Hangqing to retrieve fresh water. They were scheduled to return within 3 days, yet 5 days have passed with no word. We need your helicopter to swiftly ascertain what truly happened and act accordingly. Zhou Chen remained silent. Under normal conditions, the highway from Mo City to Hangqing took barely 2.5 hours. Even with disaster-related road damage, a round trip shouldn't exceed 1 day. Could it be that violent criminal gangs had taken root and grown powerful enough to control entire stretches of territory? Zhou Chen asked directly, is the road unsafe? Captain He nodded, hesitated, then sighed. It's not just the road. For the sake of social stability, certain matters must remain undisclosed to the public. After the typhoon, seawater flooded inland, inundating Shaoshan prison. The warden acted swiftly, opening every cell door without delay. Of those who escaped, some perished in the extreme cold, others vanished without trace, and a third group seized mountains and declared themselves warlords. Mo City faces acute water shortages, so our command deployed a unit to fetch water from Qiandao Lake, the very region now occupied by these convict-turned bandit factions. With no sign of their comrades' return, command grew anxious, and Captain He whose men they were grew desperate. Yet damaged roads forced ground travel to take a full day, and encounters with armed marauders would only compound delays. Thus, upon spotting a helicopter overhead these past few days, they tracked its flight path, and today followed it here. Zhou Chen remained deeply reluctant to lend it. He owned only this one aircraft. What if it were damaged beyond repair? Yet he looked at Captain He and the 5 soldiers behind him, sallow complexions, desiccated, flaking lips, skin blistered and burned from relentless exposure to the sun. Just as Zhou Chen wavered, one soldier collapsed rigidly to the ground, startling everyone. Li Xiaoyang has fainted. Quick, give him some saline solution. Every soldier, including Captain He, pulled out their canteens, but after pooling them together, not a single drop emerged. Old Bai hurriedly unslung his own canteen and handed it over. Only after several long moments did the unconscious soldier stir awake, yet heatstroke had left him too weak even to stand. This scene stirred profound emotion in Zhou Chen. In this merciless apocalypse, many of these soldiers' families might already have perished or vanished in the cataclysm, yet they still stood unwavering at their posts. Old Bai sensed Zhou Chen's resolve softening. Flustered, Zhou Chen muttered, well, go ahead and take it. Just bring it back when you're done. Captain He, overcome with gratitude, rushed forward in 3 swift strides and gripped Zhou Chen's hands tightly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Rest assured, I will return your aircraft within 3 days. Zhou Chen waved dismissively. Just go ahead and take it. We'll still need to find a pilot, Captain He admitted awkwardly. Old Bai chuckled. What are you looking for? I'm right here, your pilot ready and waiting. Then, Captain He called over a soldier. Xiao Long, take the rest of the team back to the city. Stay vigilant on the road. I'll depart immediately to locate our missing comrades. Old Bai departed with Captain He. Zhou Chen suddenly felt something was missing. Then it struck him, damn it. The dog is still aboard the helicopter. The hefty hound had been sound asleep in the rear seat during landing, and Zhou Chen had simply forgotten to wake him. Would Captain He, in dire straits, butcher the beast for emergency rations? Seeing Zhou Chen staring blankly skyward, Xiao Long assumed he was grieving the loss of his aircraft. Mr. Zhou, nightfall is near. Come back with us to the city. It's safer. Zhou Chen snapped back to reality. Before him stood 5 soldiers. One carried on a comrade's back, weakened by heatstroke. Did you drive here? Xiao Long shook his head. All serviceable vehicles were assigned to water transport. We rode motorcycles, but they've likely been taken by refugees by now. So they'd have to walk back. Under relentless scorching heat, day and night indistinguishable, without even a sip of water. It was life-threatening. Zhou Chen produced 2 motorcycle keys. Take these. Xiao Long hesitated. And what about you? Zhou Chen waved carelessly and vanished into the woods. I've got another one stashed away. Moments later, he re-emerged astride an ordinary motorcycle, tossing a bottle of mineral water to each soldier from his backpack. The soldiers stared in stunned disbelief. Was he truly that extravagant? Zhou Chen cracked open a bottle and drank half in one long draught. Go on, drink up. All of it was stockpiled in the mountains beforehand. These men had been parched for days. Water was sacred. They unscrewed their bottles and dared only the smallest sips. A few mouthfuls were given to the heatstroke victim, but his condition showed no improvement. Severe heatstroke could not be cured by water alone. Upon descending the mountain, Xiao Long searched the grass where they'd hidden their bikes and found them gone. Though battered and worn, those motorcycles were vital lifelines in this world. Losing them was devastating. Along the potholed road, 3 motorcycles rolled side by side. The soldier who'd lost his bike sank into grim silence. On foot under such brutal heat, progress would stall, and sooner or later dehydration would claim them on the roadside. Zhou Chen honked his horn. The 4 soldiers instantly turned, locking eyes with him. He smiled. Brothers, how about selling me some information? These 2 off-road motorcycles are yours. No strings attached. Xiaolong faltered. Well. Zhou Chen added, I won't press you. Just non-classified regulation-compliant intel. And I'll throw in a full ton of purified water as well. Xiaolong frowned in suspicion. That's possible. But tell me first what you want to know. Anything off-limits stays off-limits. Even 10 tons of water wouldn't change that. Zhou Chen cut straight to the point. Where in Mo City can I find an M134 minigun mount? You're insane. Xiaolong yelped, and twisted the throttle to full speed, fleeing into the distance. 3 days had passed. Zhou Chen had not seen so much as a shadow of the helicopter. Captain He and Elder Bai had seemingly vanished without a trace. Elder Bai's wife, braving the scorching heat, had come to seek Zhou Chen several times. Unable to sit still any longer, Zhou Chen hurried to the temporary relief center organized by the authorities. The entire city was under strict military administration, with surviving local officials assisting in all civil affairs. After prolonged inquiries, Zhou Chen finally located the heat-stroke-stricken soldier at the hospital, a makeshift triage site where rows of tents stretched endlessly into the horizon. A natural catastrophe had decimated medical personnel, and equipment leaving the facility starkly rudimentary. Do you remember me? Who are you? The soldier lay bettered in his vision blurred and head spinning from lingering heat stroke. Zhou Chen patiently reminded him, 3 days ago your company commander came to borrow my helicopter at the mountain outside the city. Yes, that's right, the soldier murmured weakly. Zhou Chen pressed urgently, where is your company's base camp? I need to speak with Xiaolong about something. No sooner had the soldier uttered the location than he turned and vomited violently, then clutched his head, groaning in agony. Heatstroke was excruciating, though fans whirred in the makeshift hospital. They blew only blistering air. Cooling down seemed nearly impossible. Under the pretense of reaching into his pocket, Zhou Chen discreetly retrieved 2 vials of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid from his spatial storage. He had no idea how dire things truly were, until he saw it for himself. Beyond survivors injured in the disaster, countless victims of heatstroke lay motionless on cots. As Zhou Chen stepped out of the tent, 2 medics carried a corpse past him. In such extreme heat, unattended corpses would inevitably spawn plague. Without pause, Zhou Chen rushed to the military encampment, only to find Xiaolong leading a squad of soldiers hastily marching out just as he arrived at the gate. Paired up, they mounted battered motorcycles. Zhou Chen sprinted forward, Sergeant Xiaolong. Xiaolong turned in genuine surprise, it's you. Have your company commander and the others returned yet? Zhou Chen asked directly. Xiaolong's expression darkened. We've just received word. They've been taken hostage by a gang of bandits. What? Wasn't the helicopter merely borrowed for a single aerial reconnaissance flight? How could they possibly be seized midair? Xiaolong grew increasingly agitated. Mr. Zhou, I don't have time to explain. I must lead my men immediately to Qian Island Lake to rescue our commander and comrades. Zhou Chen placed a firm hand on the front of Xiaolong's motorcycle. Take me with you. If the soldiers were captured, his helicopter was surely in enemy hands too. Unbelievable. That helicopter, his sole aircraft bartered for a truckload of wilted cabbages, had been stolen. Xiaolong, unable to dissuade him, sped off on his motorcycle, only to glance back and see Zhou Chen trailing closely behind the column. After another stretch, he glanced back again. Zhou Chen had vanished. Moments later, a massive, imposing vehicle appeared at the rear of the convoy, a brand-new Kamaz roaring across the shattered road. Zhou Chen leaned out the window, honking, "Get in." Beneath the infernal heat, ground temperatures soaring to 80 C. Even motorcycle riders risked fatal heat stroke regardless of sun exposure. The soldiers hastily loaded their motorcycles into the cargo bed. Cold air from the cab's air conditioning blasted into the rear compartment, chilling gusts eliciting sighs of profound relief from every soldier. Exhilarating. So refreshingly cool. It felt like returning to summer days before the cataclysm, lying in the dormitory with the AC humming, the crisp chill sharpening one's mind. Xiaolong sat in the passenger seat, glancing around in awe. Were he not in uniform, he might have reached out to touch the sleek, rugged machine. Mr. Zhou, where did you get this vehicle? Want to know? Then answer my question from last time. Zhou Chen gripped the wheel with practiced confidence, leveraging the vehicle's raw power to surge forward relentlessly. Along the way, vast hordes of ragged, emaciated refugees streamed toward Mo City, staring in disbelief at the armored Kamaz. A group of armed thugs rushed forward to block the road. Xiaolong chambered a round, ready to fire a warning shot. Then suddenly he lurched forward as Zhou Chen accelerated, plowing straight into them. A thunderous crash echoed. The assailants flew backward like puppets severed from their strings. Xiaolong recoiled in horror. What are you doing? Conserve your ammunition. If warnings worked, supply convoys wouldn't be looted en route to the city. Maybe he just wanted water, Xiaolong retorted, voice tight with anger. Zhou Chen cast him a sidelong glance. Oh, do you have water to give him? Give water to one refugee and 100 will swarm you. Refuse, and you'll lose your life before you can blink. Xiao Long swallowed hard. Zhou Chen's words were no idle threat. His own platoon had suffered precisely this fate, overwhelmed by desperate frenzied refugees resulting in the death of a comrade on the spot. Worse still, they truly had no water. Each canteen held barely 1/5 its capacity. Should they reach their destination without finding fresh water, even rescued comrades might perish before returning home. This accursed calamity had left ordinary people thirsting, and this was only the beginning. The same scenario repeated itself multiple times along the road, each time ending with ruthless, unstoppable impact. The expressway to Hangqing teemed not only with refugees, but also with warlord-turned bandits who erected illegal checkpoints, demanding tribute from all who passed. Refugees lacking supplies faced two grim choices: retreat or scale treacherous mountains to bypass the bandits' domain. Retreat offered no reprieve. The return route demanded tribute too. Mountain crossings consumed precious stamina. Under the relentless heat, dehydrated refugees collapsed halfway up slopes, baked alive or parched to death before reaching the summit. At the highway toll station, bandits blocked the exit with crude wooden barricades. From afar, the dozen-odd thugs spotted the imposing Kamaz, and greed gleamed unmistakably in their eyes. Zhou Chen stomped the accelerator, opened fire. Xiao Long hesitated. No, we're low on ammo. Let's pay the toll. We brought supplies. TCH. Zhou Chen exhaled impatiently, freeing one hand to draw an AK-47 from his bag. Use mine now. Xiao Long stared stunned. Where did you get that? Do you think these vermin care more about your supplies? Or this vehicle, eh? Zhou Chen snapped. The truth struck Xiao Long like lightning. Without another word, he snatched the rifle, loaded it, and fired through the open window. A torrent of bullets erupted. Several bandits wielding swords fell instantly, the rest scattered in panic. Refugees previously barred from passage seized the chaos, bursting through the checkpoint and fleeing desperately toward Mo City. The Kamaz roared past the blockade. Then Zhou Chen wrenched the wheels, skidding sideways to block the road. He snatched back his rifle, leaned out the window, and unleashed a furious barrage upon the fleeing bandits. Xiao Long reacted instantly, leaping out using the vehicle's hood as cover while firing at the fleeing thugs. Soldiers poured from the cargo bed. Most bandits lay dead or wounded. Only 2 escaped into the woods. Sergeant, should we pursue? Pursue. Waste of ammo. Get back in the vehicle now. Zhou Chen fired into the sky, searing brass casings rained onto the asphalt at his feet. He shouted loudly, brazenly, "Run back and tell your boss. Open your damn eyes wide. Next time you dare block my path, I'll flatten your entire lair to dust." Zhou Chen climbed back into the truck and saw Xiao Long fastening his seatbelt. "What are you rushing for? Go search for supplies." Xiao Long heard and thought it sensible, so he leapt out of the vehicle without hesitation. Within minutes, they had stripped the toll station bare of provisions, potatoes, flatbreads, moldy loaves, and steamed buns, each amounting to tens of kilos, all plundered by the bandits from the hands of refugees. There were also 2 barrels of water, foul-tasting and tainted, yet already the most precious resource. A group of soldiers watching the swelling tide of refugees took only a single barrel. Once the soldiers left, the refugees, eyes gleaming with avarice, surged forward to loot. Knives and sticks were brandished. Xiao Long sat in the truck and watched the violent scramble through the rearview mirror, a sour feeling rising in his chest. He felt that his good intentions had wrought harm. In less than 200 kilometers, they had run into a dozen or so checkpoints set by bandits. Some refugees paid up and moved on, to those who could not produce supplies were left stranded. Worse still, some bandits not only extorted goods at illegal roadblocks, but also pulled women into the woods to do as they pleased. Among them were underage girls. Husbands desperate to protect their wives and fathers desperate for their daughters were beaten until they lay dying, not long after they breathed no more. Those damn dogs. Xiao Long ground his teeth. At the next several checkpoints, he moved before Zhou Chen, firing until his ammunition ran dry, then resorting to fists and kicks, his uniform spattered with blood. When they were only 3 kilometers from Qiandao Lake, regret crept back in. After the catastrophe, their ammunition was scarce, every bullet was a precious commodity. Now, with an empty gun in hand, how could they rescue the company commander? Zhou Chen turned the wheel to the left and drove the Kamaz deep into the trees. Xiao Long and the others unloaded the motorcycles. The faction that had detained the company commander was sizable. They had not even learned the full situation, and without bullets they were utterly helpless. Zhou Chen produced a small speaker. "Who can mount this on a motorcycle for me?" Xiao Long frowned. "Why, to take back my helicopter, of course," Zhou Chen replied, not hiding his impatience. Xiao Long waved a hand. "Wait, let us devise a plan first." Zhou Chen flung the speaker at him. "Plan my foot. You cannot even produce a single bullet. Any plan now is a march to certain death." His words ignited indignation among the 10 soldiers, Xiao Long included. "Isn't this your fault? We had supplies to pass through, but you insisted on charging in. Our hot blood got the better of us, and we emptied our magazines. Yet without Zhou Chen's truck, they could not have arrived here within 3 hours. Along the way they had ridden in the comfort of the air conditioning, only now, just off the vehicle, they were all perspiring heavily. Zhou Chen said, "Listen to me, find a concealed spot to rest. After dark, we will reconnoiter the bandits' lair, then I will go first." "You go first." The 10 men spoke in unison, voices thick with doubt. Zhou Chen set his face stern. "Or would you rather go now, fall into the bandits' nest, and wait for some large force to come rescue you?" The 10 fell silent. Before the disaster, there would have been no need for a large force. The manpower of a single police station would have been enough to intimidate the bandits into submission. Now military and police resources were all tied up with relief work. The entire nation was disaster-stricken. There were not enough hands to search for supplies, let alone dispatch large forces to rescue them. They found a cave to rest in. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chen slipped the Kamaz into his spatial storage. The cave was small, and its entrance shrouded by bushes hard to detect. One soldier fitted the small speaker to a motorcycle and tried its sound. Zhou Chen fitted a fresh magazine, ignored the envious looks of Xiao Long and the others, and found a place to close his eyes and recover. After dark, Xiao Long and 2 comrades slipped out of the cave and returned under cover of night. The 7 soldiers who had stayed behind immediately swarmed them. 10 heads leaned together as Xiao Long sketched and wrote in his notebook. "Those prisoners have taken the entire Qiandao Lake scenic area as their base. There are at least 500 of them and dozens are armed. The armed prisoners form the backbone. They are likely death row inmates. Whatever crimes they committed before, once they are condemned to die in the name of freedom and survival, they would do anything." Hearing Xiao Long's report, everyone was gripped by worry. "Squad leader, don't say we have no bullets. Even if we did, 10 rifles cannot overcome dozens of guns. Or we could feign capture and sneak in to find the captain," one suggested. Zhou Chen heard it pass his ear, and with his eyes still closed continued to sleep. At dawn he woke to the sound of rustling. Seeing Xiao Long preparing to depart, he said, "Didn't I tell you I would go first?" Xiao Long would not be placated. "Mr. Zhou, this isn't your business. Don't meddle. Whether life or death, we will sneak in and find the captain and our brothers." Zhou Chen rose from the ground and stretched. "How can it not concern me? My helicopter is in the hands of these bandits." He said, "If you insist on being martyrs, I will not stop you. But if you want to bring your captain back alive, at least try my method first. Martyrdom is undoubtedly noble, but living to carry that honor into retirement is a greater boon." Their plan to sneak in was a last-ditch option, high risk and meager reward. If discovered, they would either be locked away or die in some so-called glorious sacrifice. In either case, they were unlikely to rescue their comrades. Xiao Long hesitated for a moment. "What plan do you have?" Zhou Chen waved a broad hand. "First, fill your stomachs." The 10 soldiers fell silent. Breakfast was compressed biscuits. It was Zhou Chen's first time eating them. He broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. The dry crumbs stuck terribly, and he had to drink half a bottle of water to wash his mouth clean. The 10 who nursed their water sips cautiously watched him guzzle and felt their temples throb. What a wasteful display, they thought. There was, however, something more extravagant to come. Zhou Chen poured the remaining half bottle over his head for a quick wash. Standing in the sun, his hair dried in a minute. He sprayed a styling mist and used both hands to shape his hair into place. He stretched his long legs and straddled a motorcycle. "Do not leave the cave unless necessary, so you are not discovered. Wait for my news." The 9 soldiers looked at their squad leader. "Do you really think he can pull this off? He feels unreliable to me. Might he sell us out to get his helicopter back?" The bandits, made up of escaped prisoners, had turned the Qiandao Lake scenic area into a criminal stronghold. On the road to the park, hidden sentries were posted roughly every 100 meters. In the trees, an outer sentry was stunned by the sight before him. He snatched up his radio. "Attention, there's a wildly arrogant fellow heading toward the base." The other sentries, who had been idly boasting, at once became alert. One asked into the radio, "How wild and arrogant is he?" The man replied, "Very wild and arrogant. See for yourselves." The small speaker on the motorcycle was blasting punchy music. "Friends on the mountain, friends in the trees, everyone come with me, boom tick, boom tick." Zhou Chen, his hair deliberately styled and a cigarette between his lips, sent the motorcycle roaring along as if he were flying. That insolent swagger suggested this was not someone trespassing upon another's territory, but rather a man who behaved as if the base were his own. Qiandao Lake, famed for verdant hills and clear waters. Under the relentless heat, the lake had visibly dried. Only a few small pools remained, guarded by bandits. The trees were withered, leaves stripped away. The mountains stood bare with trunks of every size. Rumor had it a brazen, arrogant man had arrived. At the gate, once a ticket booth, now the base entrance, a cluster of armed bandits stood watch. They were the core members, former death row convicts. Each wore a feral look, shirtless and tattooed. Thumping music drifted from afar as a motorcycle appeared around the bend, tearing along at breakneck speed. The rider bobbed his head to the beat, a submachine gun slung over his shoulder. Dozens of bandits leveled their guns, yet he did not flee. He rode straight toward them. They stared each other down. He was the boldest survivor they had ever seen. Zhou Chen braked and switched off the music. He pinched a cigarette between his lips and disdainfully flicked the ash. Tell your boss big business is at the door. Hurry up and lay out good wine and food. I'm dying of heat. And don't forget a Coke with ice. Arrogant. Indeed, arrogant. Facing 20 or so muzzles, he showed no fear and demanded fine fare. A minor leader stepped forward. Brother, do you know what place this is? Zhou Chen held the cigarette in his mouth and sneered. You fit to call yourself my equal? The cocky lieutenant was momentarily stung. Kid, when you show off, you should know your place. Do you even know where this is? Zhou Chen ground the cigarette, but into the man's face. You talk too damn much. You're nothing but a bunch of prisoners. If you didn't have some influence, I wouldn't bother with you. The lieutenant, scalded by the butt, lunged for his gun in fury, but was seized and held by several men. Brother Ching, this fellow may have deep backing. We should notify the boss first. If there really is big business, we can't explain otherwise. The lieutenant spat on the ground and pointed. Kid, you'd better be here to talk business, or he'll cut you up and feed you to the dogs. Assuming an air of supreme swagger, Zhou Chen pulled a fresh orange from his pocket. He peeled it and slapped the peel into the man's face. You little runt, mind your filthy paws. Keep bossing me around, and he'll split you open. Your boss won't say a single word. Every bandit's eyes widened, the lieutenant among them. An orange. Across Hongqing, this base hoarded the most supplies and held the greatest power, yet they could not produce a single orange. After the catastrophe, fruit had rotted and orchards were ruined. Tasting any fresh fruit was harder than climbing to heaven. Yet this brazen, arrogant man was eating the very fruit they dared not even imagine. No wonder he was so cocky. Now every bandit at the gate assumed Zhou Chen must have powerful backing. The lieutenant swallowed his hunger, eroding much of his anger. He snorted and turned to lead them into the base. In short order, the lieutenant returned with a middle-aged man of cultivated bearing. The refinement was genuine, but his gaze carried a dark, cutting edge. Compared to the openly vicious bandits, this sort of man was far more dangerous. Zhou Chen lit another cigarette and tossed the remaining half-pack to the men around him. There were cigarettes in the base, but only the 10 chiefs had the privilege to smoke. Though they were the armed backbone, their rank was modest. Only after conspicuous deeds would they be rewarded with a smoke or two. The half-pack was not enough to share, so 2 or 3 would huddle and take turns on a single drag. Second brother has arrived, someone announced, and the men quickly cleared a path. The middle-aged man approached Zhou Chen with a practiced smile. Friend, I hear you've come to discuss big business with us. Zhou Chen fanned himself and scowled. Is this how your base treats guests? In this blistering heat, leaving a guest at the gate to talk business? The man hurriedly gestured inward. Please come inside. Zhou Chen took his keys off and threw them to a bandit. Clean my bike. The base spanned many aisles. The convict stronghold sat atop the highest Meifeng Island. Before the disaster, one needed a boat to reach the aisles. Now the lake had dried and cracked mud tracks led across. Zhou Chen plucked a leaf to fan himself and chatted with the middle-aged man in a half-hearted manner. From your accent, are you from Maching? Yes, born and raised in Maching. I just haven't been back for years. Everything has changed on my return. You haven't been in Maching these past years. Doing small trade abroad. Oh, which country and what large dealings? Not far, Minghua. I dabble in the kidney trade from time to time. At that, the middle-aged man and the lieutenant turned, looking at him in disbelief. Zhou Chen smiled easily. Don't stare like that. When it comes to talent, your base has no shortage. The man laughed heartily. I was merely surprised by your candor. Zhou Chen snorted coldly. In the past, we kept things hidden, fearing capture and a bullet. Now the world has turned. The bolder you are, the less people dare provoke you. If I hadn't spent years in the kidney trade, would I personally come to do business with a bunch of convicts? The middle-aged man clasped his hands in a bow. Oh, his smile deepened, but his doubts remained. Lately, the base had been detaining a number of soldiers. The army harbored hidden talents. Who could say whether some had disguised themselves as ordinary survivors to infiltrate the base? With so much uncertain, he did not believe a single word the man had said. Climbing the final step revealed an ancient-style hall. Armed bandits stood at the door, and upon seeing Zhou Chen, demanded he hand over his weapon. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. Friend, it's protocol. If you truly came to do business, we will return your weapon intact when you leave. If someone wishes to hide mischief behind the pretense of business. Zhou Chen pretended not to hear the latter threat and tossed his gun back. Look at you. If I weren't sincere, would I come here in this scorching heat just to mooch? The man laughed again. Please, friend. The doors opened, and a cool rush greeted them. The base ran a generator. The rooms were air-conditioned. 10 chairs lay across the main hall. 9 men sat in them, each bald and formidable. The middle-aged man took his seat. The 10 chiefs were assembled. A lackey carried in an extra chair. After Zhou Chen sat and snapped his fingers, he ordered a Coke with ice. The flunky glanced at the chiefs, received the nod, and went to prepare it. The middle-aged man quietly relayed the conversation to the other 9. Kidney trade. At the mention of that, they all regarded Zhou Chen with questioning eyes. A handsome young man engaging in such business. It hardly fit his appearance. Zhou Chen finished his iced Coke and went for a second. If the chiefs remained silent, so did he. He crossed his legs, eyes lifted in a haughty arc, utterly arrogant. The people in the hall were observing Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was also observing the 10 prisoner leaders. Apart from the relatively refined second leader, the other 9 all had shaved heads. The prison food was lacking in oil, and the prisoners were all emaciated. After the natural disaster with scarce resources and seizing territory, even with excessive nourishment, they couldn't recover even 2 liang of meat, leaving them all gaunt. He had been listening to the second leader whisper to the first leader, who was a man with a broken eyebrow. His left eye seemed to have been injured, twitching occasionally, yet he looked at Zhou Chen with a relatively kind gaze. Mainly, they wanted to open up the market for business. The first leader coughed, and the others stopped their whispering. "What is your surname, young friend?" Zhou Chen replied arrogantly. "Zhou." The first leader frowned. "Are you Zhou the madman?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 10 people in the hall changed, looking at him with disdain, and some even prepared to reach for their guns. Zhou Chen knew that people outside called him Zhou the madman, but he never expected that even the prisoner leaders of Hang City would know this nickname. Zhou the madman. Zhou Chen scoffed. "Never heard of him. Which path are we talking about?" The 10 people in the hall were slightly puzzled. The first leader asked, "You haven't heard of Zhou the madman?" Who is that? Which path does he belong to? If he was doing well, why wouldn't he come to pay his respects to me? Pay respects? The 10 people in the hall were confused. They had heard that Zhou the madman from the Demon City was a ruthless killer, and now this person was looking down on him, saying that if Zhou the madman was doing well, he should come to pay his respects. So arrogant and proud. Zhou Chen took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, lit one, and then threw the entire pack to a nearby lackey. The lackey instinctively caught it, stunned. The 10 people in the hall were also surprised. After the natural disaster, the salvaged cigarettes had gone bad, and even dried tobacco had a strange taste. But the cigarette Zhou Chen had in his mouth had a pure tobacco aroma that filled the room, intoxicating those who smelled it. After the disaster, cigarettes were a precious commodity. Their base wouldn't let anyone starve, so they naturally pursued other supplies. For example, cigarettes and alcohol. This very arrogant guy had been generous, smoking one from the pack and giving the rest to a lackey. They, as the top 10 leaders of the base, usually felt pained even when trying to share a pack of common cigarettes. This very arrogant guy must have a lot of supplies. And they were all scarce goods that they didn't have. Zhou Chen exhaled a smoke ring, urging, "So are we still negotiating? If not, I'll be leaving, but it's not only you who have what I want." The somewhat refined second leader hurriedly said, "Brother Zhou, please don't rush. Business is coming to us, and we warmly welcome it. But we don't know what goods Brother Zhou wants from our base." Zhou Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, "As a guy without a waist, what goods could I want? Whoever has a waist is what I need." Upon hearing this, the 10 people in the hall fell into doubt. A few of them quietly reached for their guns. Was he asking for people right off the bat? It felt suspicious. He couldn't be after those soldiers, could he? The second leader narrowed his eyes, his sinister gaze revealing a hint of cruelty. "Brother Zhou, please elaborate." Zhou Chen yawned. "I want people, young women." Women. The few who were reaching for their guns stopped their movements. Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Men are fine too, still the same thing. Whoever has a waist is what I need. Those over 25 are out of the question. They won't have any vitality left, which would tarnish my reputation." The 10 people in the hall started whispering among themselves. One person got up and left through a side door, returning 10 minutes later with a dozen women who looked like beggars. They varied in height and didn't need to wash their faces to know their low attractiveness. Their figures were ordinary, and they trembled like quails. "Brother Zhou, what do you think of them?" Zhou Chen turned his head to look and instantly became displeased. "Aren't you claiming to be the largest base in Hang City? Is this the quality of women in your base?" "No way. No way." His full skepticism made the 10 leaders feel embarrassed. The second leader said, "Didn't you say you wanted young women? They are quite young." Zhou Chen sarcastically replied, "Brother, broaden your perspective. A waste won't kill anyone. It's a pity to kill them, and keeping them wastes resources. Just send them to a company drinking and sleeping. As long as they still breathe, they need to earn money for me." The 10 people in the hall were shocked. The dozen women who were being pointed at by guns were even more terrified, crying and begging for mercy. The second leader waved his hand, and the women were taken away. Now the way the 10 people looked at Zhou Chen had completely changed. The first leader invited, "Brother, you must have had a tough journey. Why don't we drink and talk?" Zhou Chen slapped his thigh. "It should have been like this long ago. What business can't be discussed over a feast? If so, let's have 2 banquets. Ha ha. Zhou Chen was invited to a side hall, and soon the table was filled with dishes. Braised chicken with mushrooms, braised duck pieces, braised fish head, stewed potatoes with beef, shredded potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, fried steamed buns, and 2 bottles of liquor. The meat was definitely from zombies' spoiled meat, heavily seasoned just to mask the stench of decomposition. The buns, even after frying, couldn't cover up the truth of their moldy nature. The 10 leaders were enjoying their meal. Under the natural disaster, this table of food was absolutely top-notch. Many once mighty figures could no longer have even a taste of it. Zhou Chen picked up his chopsticks, his disdain evident. The chopsticks hesitated in the air for a long time before finally reluctantly reaching for the plate of shredded potatoes. When he brought it to his mouth, his expression was extremely disdainful. The 10 people watched this unfold, and there was a flurry of thoughts in their minds. This meal was also a kind of test. If they were refugees in disguise, they would have already drooled over the table of delicacies, even lunging at it like starving ghosts. But Brother Zhou's performance seemed as if he was eating not a feast, but poison worse than trash. Not just a little disdain, but a very apparent kind of disgust. It didn't seem like an act. This guy must be a big spender. His supplies were not only plentiful, but also of high quality. The 10 leaders took turns toasting with Zhou Chen, who accepted all, and naturally, he ended up drunk. On the way to his room, being supported by others, Zhou Chen was still shouting, "Let's keep drinking. We won't stop until we're drunk. We can all make money together. I have enough supplies to pile up a mountain." Then he collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou. The second and third leaders called out several times and pushed him a few times. After confirming he was completely out, they quickly searched his bag. Upon opening Zhou Chen's backpack, they were shocked. Goodness. There were 2 full packs of cigarettes, one of which was opened. They took out a pack, sniffed it through the wrapping, and although it seemed tasteless for an old smoker, it was just the right flavor. There was a bag of bread which showed no signs of mold, giving off a rich barley aroma, its quality unmatched. The bag also contained an apple and a few oranges, the scent wafting enticingly. How did he manage to acquire unspoiled fruit in this disaster? 2 bottles of mineral water, different from ordinary packaging, the bottles a bit taller. The third leader lowered his voice, exclaiming in amazement, "I know this type of mineral water. It's imported, previously sold for over $3,000 a bottle in supermarkets. Truly a big spender." Most importantly, the bag contained a notebook with a pen tucked inside. Opening it revealed Boss Chen from Black City, type AB, blood surgery scheduled for the 1st of next month. Boss Wang from Guang City, type O, blood surgery within 2 months. Boss Chen from Xiang City, Panda, blood, hard to find supplies. Further flipping through, there were names of people, both male and female, mostly under 30, with many around 20. Zhou Chen stepped firmly onto the ground and retrieved a telescope from his spatial storage. The elevated terrain offered an ideal vantage point to survey the entire base. Figures flickered near the gate. Guards unable to endure the scorching heat huddled beneath the eaves, fanning themselves incessantly. Zhou Chen moved silently toward a window, gently pried it open, just a crack, and peered through the telescope at the mountainside below. Whether by coincidence or design remained uncertain. His gaze fell instantly upon his own helicopter, riddled with bullet holes. Had its interior sustained damage? The sight pierced Zhou Chen's heart. Silent curses boiled within him. Beside the helicopter stood several military vehicles, a water sprinkler truck, and a cluster of rust-eaten automobiles. The base guarded these vehicles zealously. Armed sentinels stood watch, though whether their rifles held live ammunition remained unclear. Shifting the telescope across the archipelago, he saw scarcely any human presence on the islands. Yet every pond or freshwater source was heavily guarded by armed bandits. Where then had they imprisoned Captain He and his men? Detaining captives demanded sustenance, food and water alike. With freshwater, now rarer than gold, could they have simply executed them all? Zhou Chen paused, then dismissed the thought as implausible. These prisoners were survivors, just like everyone else. To them, the cataclysm was merely a natural disaster. None yet grasped that the world had slipped irrevocably into apocalypse. Nearly all survivors clung to the belief that the disaster would pass, and that society in time would restore itself entirely. Under this conviction, riots over scarce supplies, sometimes even turning violent against soldiers, occurred with grim regularity. Yet wholesale slaughter of military personnel by criminal factions, that bordered on unthinkable. At root lay an ingrained reverence for the military. Hijacking a military vehicle risked accidental detention of its crew, but murdering soldiers crossed a line no rational survivor dared cross. To commit such a cardinal transgression invited annihilation, armored columns rolling in tanks, reducing their stronghold to rubble. But still, the question lingered: where were the people? Zhou Chen shifted to another window and resumed his scrutiny. Beyond the base's armed inmates, not a single ordinary civilian was visible. Nor were the women brought up earlier. Thousand Island Lake comprised 1078 islands, many untouched by development. Could they be imprisoned on one of those remote, uncharted isles? How would one even begin such a search? And where, for that matter, was De Huang? Had he long since become stewed dog meat? And where, exactly, was the base's supply depot? They dared seize his helicopter. Then he would strip their stores bare. Zhou Chen collapsed back onto his bed, feigning sleep. Inwardly, he smirked. Had he not secretly diluted his baijiu with water, those 10 gang leaders would surely have drunk him under the table. At dusk, Zhou Chen emerged from his room, stretching lazily and yawning, as if freshly roused from slumber. 2 guards hunched in the shadowed corner of the wall sprang upright and hurried over. "Boss, you're awake. I'll fetch your face-washing water right away." "Thirsty, sir? Shall I bring you an ice-cold cola?" Zhou Chen suppressed a cold smile. "Fine. Both of you are quite adept at reading the room. Serve me well, and rewards won't be withheld." The pair moved swiftly, Within moments they returned with a basin of murky, scant water and a frosty glass of cola. The drink mattered little, the washwater, however, was barely a sip and clouded with sediment. Zhou Chen accepted the cola, waved off the basin, and commanded, "You, fetch me a chair. And you, retrieve a pack of cigarettes from my bag." Reclining with one leg draped over the other, Zhou Chen leisurely tore open the pack, extracted a single cigarette, and tossed the entire box toward them. The two guards erupted in delighted grins. Rumor had it that Boss Zhou was extravagantly generous, now proven true. Soft-pack Huashi cigarettes. Even their boss had never smoked anything so fine. They scrambled to light his cigarette. Zhou Chen, smoke curling from his lips, gazed absently down the mountainside, his expression brooding, his mood unmistakably sour. "Sigh. I'd heard this base was Hongqing's most formidable stronghold. I made the journey personally hoping to strike a deal, only to be sorely disappointed. Sigh. I've wasted my energy for nothing." The guard, deeply inhaling his smoke, perked up instantly. Word had spread this man dealt in kidneys, and was feared accordingly. Kidneys. The base had them in abundance. "Boss, I may know little else, but rest assured your line of trade won't leave you empty-handed here. Yes, whatever goods you seek, our base has them in spades." Zhou Chen feigned puzzlement. "Oh, you don't mean those one lackluster women paraded before me earlier? Are you mad? Their quality wouldn't even cover transport costs. My operation is a true mega base. Hospitals, gourmet dining, casinos, bars, karaoke lounges, full-service massage parlors. We outclass you 100-fold. The guard's eyes lit up. "Boss, did no catastrophe strike Myanmar? But how can refugees gamble, drink, or indulge in massage when they starve and thirst?" Zhou Chen scoffed, disdain etched across his face as he flicked ash with arrogant flair. "Too young, aren't you? A disaster is only a disaster for ordinary folk. The ultra-wealthy remain largely untouched. For many tycoons, calamity is opportunity. What once required secrecy now thrives in broad daylight, unchallenged and unrestrained. Put plainly, while commoners perish of hunger and thirst, my VIP clients host poolside galas, bathing in bottled water, smearing fresh cream across willing bodies. TCH, explaining it to you would be pointless." The guard stood utterly dumbfounded. Poolside galas, bathing in bottled water, smearing cream on women. Such decadence, such obscene luxury. A pang of wistful envy stirred deep within them. "Boss, tell us more, please." "Yes. Do pool parties feature bikini-clad beauties?" Zhou Chen snapped, exasperated. "Not a word. Where's your leader? I'm taking my leave. Business demands integrity. I promised my VIP clients fresh stock, and soon." One guard, quick-witted and sharp-eyed, interjected. "Boss, please wait. Our base does hold the fresh stock you seek, all detained on a single island." Zhou Chen instantly shed his disappointment, eyes alight with fervent excitement. "Oh, where exactly? Take me there at once. I must inspect the merchandise, their beauty, their figures. How exquisite are they!" Your leader lacks sincerity. He tried passing off rejects as premium goods. Just then the second chief arrived at the doorway. "Ahem, Brother Zhou, you're awake." The two guards snapped to attention beside the wall, exchanging furtive glances and hastily concealing the cigarette pack. Zhou Chen scowled, casting a sidelong, displeased glance. "Brother, you lack integrity. I came in good faith to negotiate, yet you presented rejects despite possessing genuine beauties." The second chief shot the guards a warning glare, then offered a conciliatory smile. "Brother Zhou, you misunderstand. We never intended deception. We assumed you sought only kidneys, never imagined your enterprise extended to broader ventures. Come, let's discuss details over drinks." Zhou Chen followed reluctantly, issuing a final warning. "Let me be clear, if this meeting fails to satisfy me, I'll pursue other bases. My reserves are vast. You'll regret missing this chance." The dinner service was markedly superior to that of lunch. The meats remained the same varieties and retained their bold, pungent flavors, but the knife work and plating were now far more refined. The sweet potatoes were no longer simply boiled. Instead, they were prepared as candied sweet potatoes with rock sugar. 2 plates of roasted peanuts accompanied the meal, served alongside liquor. Not cheap erguo, but premium Luzhou Laojiao, priced at dozens of yuan per bottle. Several young women had also been brought in to join the banquet. Emaciated and sallow-skinned, their hair greasy and unkempt, they nevertheless appeared comparatively neat beside the starving refugees outside. Yet an unmistakable sour stench clung to them, so overpowering it was nearly unbearable. Well, under such extreme scorching heat, everyone reeked of sour decay, detectable from a great distance. Only the dead smelled clean. Zhou Chen alone possessed the means to bathe daily, remaining fresh and odorless. His thermoregulating suit maintained his core body temperature within normal range. Only his head and neck perspired when outdoors. A quick rinse with bottled water made putrefaction all but impossible. No sooner had Zhou Chen taken his seat than a woman was thrust into his lap, the one with the most flesh on her frame. Knowing him to be an honored guest, she clung to him like an octopus. Especially captivated by his youth, handsomeness, and immaculate cleanliness, she seemed determined to fuse herself to him forever. A wave of rancid, acrid stench washed over him, and he swiftly pushed her onto the adjacent seat. The sight was so grotesque, he nearly vomited. One of the 10 chieftains was missing, undoubtedly gone to interrogate the 2 guards about their earlier conversation. Glasses clinked, laughter flowed, and the atmosphere grew markedly warmer than at noon. The lead chieftain, already thoroughly intoxicated, gleamed with shrewd intelligence in his eyes. "Brother Zhou," he asked, "if we supply you, what goods will you offer in exchange?" Zhou Chen brushed aside the woman's hand resting on his thigh and replied, "That depends entirely on your volume. Surely I won't trade jade, a mere cracked stone. It held value before the cataclysm, yes, but now, it's fit only for building walls." The more absurd his words sounded, the more authentic they seemed. Raising 3 fingers, the lead chieftain declared, "Brother Zhou, how about 30 to begin? Your operations lie overseas. This is our first collaboration, and the risk weighs heavily upon us." Zhou Chen frowned, clearly unimpressed by the modest figure, but still gave an approving nod. "It's scant, admittedly, but trust is built gradually. Next time, don't bring me this paltry amount. I'd hardly make the trip for so little." Then Brother Zhou pressed the lead chieftain eagerly, "What goods will you offer in trade?" Zhou Chen adopted a tone both arrogant and commanding. "Were you based in Yun City, I could airlift any supply you named, within minutes. But Hang City lies far away." Seeing disappointment flicker across the faces of the 9 men, he slammed his palm on the table. "Very well. Then take this. I have a stock of cigarettes, perfectly dry, untouched by floodwater. Interested?" Cigarettes, untouched by water. Of course they were interested. The lead chieftain blurted, "What brand?" Zhou Chen inwardly scoffed. Did he seriously expect Huazi? As if he'd ever part with those. He'd already squandered 2 packs today, and felt the loss keenly. Scanning his inventory mentally, he deliberately excluded domestic brands to better align with his newly assumed identity. Marlboro. At the name, the 9 chieftains' disappointment was palpable. Who wouldn't prefer Huazi? Yet dry, intact cigarettes were undeniably precious in this ruined world. Lao Lu, 6th brother, rushed to ask how many. Zhou Chen raised a single finger. 1 carton, 10 packs. Lao Lu's eyes widened. 10 packs, for 30 women. A terrible bargain. An outright blood loss. 30 young women meant 60 kidneys. At 30,000 each, that totaled 18 million, far beyond the worth of 10 cigarette packs. Even women whose kidneys had been harvested could continue generating profit, yet they fetched no more than 10 packs of cigarettes. Not only did he deem it unjust, he saw the others sharing that sentiment. Wasn't this man rumored to be a scion of immense wealth? Was he merely pretending? Zhou Chen calmly chewed a roasted peanut, pausing before replying, "Brothers, the cataclysm has raged for months. If you persist in negotiating with pre-cataclysm logic, no deal will ever be struck with anyone." He shed his brash arrogance, adopting the composed demeanor of a seasoned merchant. "Tell me, what commodities hold the highest value now?" "Water, food, medicine, obviously." Zhou Chen studied their expressions intently, speaking with grave sincerity. "Suppose I purchase these women, harvest their kidneys, yet keep them alive to continue earning for me. Would I not still need to feed and hydrate them? In the cataclysm's shadow, human life is cheaper than straw. I offer 10 pristine packs of cigarettes, and that is already extraordinary goodwill. Or would you prefer 2 truckloads of raw jade? You could chip away at them idly, perhaps unearth a flawless imperial green piece worth hundreds of millions." The 9 chieftains grew frantic. Impulsive Lao Lu snapped, "Jade is useless. Even a house-sized imperial green is worth less than a truckload of moldy steamed buns." The shrewdest, 2nd brother, shot Lao Lu a sharp, reproachful glare. "Foolish Lao Lu, you can't even shit while it's still hot." Every time the man spoke, he scrambled up the ladder, leaving no room for counter-negotiation. Zhou Chen spread his palms wide. "See, you yourselves recognize what holds true value now. Is money still money? It's just paper. If you refuse the cigarettes, I also have a reserve of Chinese cabbage, fresh, unspoiled, preserved at peak freshness around the clock." In unison, the 9 chieftains exclaimed, "Cabbage." Vegetables ranked among the rarest, most coveted commodities. They subsisted daily on potatoes and sweet potatoes. Potatoes causing constipation so severe they resorted to manual extraction, sweet potatoes triggering violent diarrhea. Over time, they alternated meals, one day potatoes, the next sweet potatoes, to stabilize their digestive tracts. Yet chronic vitamin deficiency gnawed at them. They feared losing every tooth, left unable even to kiss a woman's cherry lips. This time, even 2nd brother grew anxious. "How much cabbage do you possess?" Zhou Chen paused thoughtfully. 40 or 50 gene, perhaps." "Only 40 or 50 gene. I'd imagine thousands." Zhou Chen feigned offense. "Brother, are you picturing rotten cabbage, foul and putrid? What I carry is pure hard-oaf cabbage, quality indistinguishable from pre-cataclysm standards." Within his spatial storage lay heaps of spoiled cabbage. Peeling away the outer rot yielded precisely 40 or 50 gene of tender hearts. He couldn't resist adding, "Had I brought my military-grade helicopter, I'd fly straight to MO City right now. Place the cabbage before you so you could examine its perfection firsthand. It would also showcase my true capability. Yes, I am audacious, I am arrogant, but only because I possess unparalleled authority. Lao Chen, a devoted military enthusiast, leaned forward. You own a military helicopter. Zhou Chen arched a brow, reverting to his swaggering self. A military helicopter. Trivial. In Myanmar, I command entire battalions. How else could I run a transnational operation? Come visit my territory someday. Helicopters are mere transport. I ride tanks daily. When elated, I fire once. When displeased, twice. Boom, boom. His boast grew increasingly outlandish. Yet these hardened convicts believed every word. Especially Lao Chen, whose eyes bulged like bronze bells. Truly, you own a tank. What's it like, blasting through city streets in one? Zhou Chen declined the food the woman offered at his lips, and instead picked up a piece of potato with his chopsticks, placing it neatly into his mouth. Need I say more? Wherever the tank rolls, villages and towns clear the way. Every woman, without exception, sobs and begs to marry me, desperate to devour me whole. And my military helicopter, fully armed, 6-barrel rotary cannons that shred adult elephants into sieves. Next time I'll take you hunting. Unleash the cannons ourselves. Pure exhilaration. Oh, and the premium cabbage, still interested? The chieftain sat utterly spellbound. Zhou Chen himself almost believed his own tall tales. Returning to the issue of cabbage, the two sides began bickering. What is there to argue about? Zhou Chen maintained his arrogant, unyielding persona throughout the negotiation. I'll give you a cartload of rotten cabbage. Tell me, in this wretched weather, can you even salvage a few gene of tender heart from it? Perhaps not even a single one. So I offer you dozens of gene of premium-grade cabbage instead. Are you at a loss? No, you're profiting handsomely. Besides, go ask around the borderlands. My goods pile up like mountains, and every item is top tier. Where on earth do you imagine I'd source a cartload of rotting cabbage? You're deliberately making things difficult for me. After further haggling, an agreement was reached: dozens of gene of cabbage and 1 pack of Wanbao Road cigarettes. 30 living young women, traded for mere cabbage and a single cigarette pack. Just then the missing gang leader reappeared and gave his men a subtle, knowing nod. His silent signal confirmed that Zhou's conversation with the two guards had raised no suspicion. Emboldened, the prisoner gang grew markedly more enthusiastic. After several more rounds of liquor, Zhou Chen loudly demanded to inspect the goods. Moments later, armed underlings ushered in a group of women. 10 per row, 3 rows in total. Malnourished and frail, yet unmistakably youthful. One woman stared at Zhou Chen in stunned disbelief. While the others trembled violently with fear, she alone stood apart, calm, defiant, unervingly composed. Instantly the gang's attention snapped toward her. Seated at the table, Zhou Chen feigned turning to inspect the women, and the moment his eyes fell upon her, his heart lurched sharply. What kind of absurd cosmic coincidence was this? A woman from Mo City captured by bandits in Hang City, and now standing face-to-face with him. The second-in-command, sly and calculating, pointed at the woman. Do you know Brother Zhou? She clenched her teeth, voice seething. I'd recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. He pressed further. How do you know Brother Zhou? The entire gang turned their gaze upon the pair. A chill ran down Zhou Chen's spine. He was already reaching for his gun. In the next instant, the woman broke free from the line and charged toward Zhou Chen, fists flying with lethal intent, shouting as she struck. My beast-hide cloak. My ancestral beast-hide cloak. You swindler, you'll return it to me now. Her assailants swiftly dragged her aside. With a single glance, the second-in-command signaled his armed men, who immediately cocked their weapons. Brother Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Chen sneered coldly. What meaning? I carry half the criminal code on my person. I hunt for sport, seize beast hides from others when idle. Is that a crime? As the second-in-command opened his mouth to question further, the woman suddenly pointed at Zhou Chen and cried out to the room, don't be fooled by him. Cold sweat drenched Zhou Chen's back. Damn it. Was the performance collapsing just as it reached its climax? Fortunately, Qiandao Lake was vast. If he drew fast enough, he could unleash a barrage of fire, vanish into the woods, and disappear without a trace. Then it would become a contest of ammunition. These convicts' firearms likely came from prison armories, and their bullets were certainly fewer than his own. He's no good man. He preys on his own people, luring youths to Myanmar to harvest their kidneys. He stole my family's heirloom beast hide, and he deceived my younger sister. My sister? You monster, give her back to me. Screaming, she lunged forward again, only to be pinned down by the muzzle of a rifle. Beneath the table, Zhou Chen's hands rose slowly, deliberately lifting his wine cup. He exhaled inwardly, relieved. Damn woman, why couldn't you just cower silently in the crowd? Why did you have to charge forward just to confront me over that damn tiger pelt, and nearly scare me to death? Zhou Chen took a sip of wine, gazing at her with a faint, unsettling smile. Ah, I remember now. Your sister was still in high school. I told her we'd ride elephants in Myanmar, and she believed me. Should I be blamed? Give her back. Do you want her bones instead? Enraged, she hurled herself at him. Shameless. Monster. Less than beast or dog. Why doesn't heaven strike you down with thunder? One underling, ruthless and decisive, slammed the rifle but hard across her back, dropping her instantly, unable to rise. Zhou Chen brushed dust from his clothes and snarled, "Dare call me less than dog or beast. Abroad I'll show you what true suffering means." She was dragged away. Zhou Chen surveyed the remaining women, now terrified beyond measure, aware he was the kidney harvesting demon. He waved dismissively, acceptable. Next time deliver women of this caliber. The 10 gang leaders resumed their seats. Initially suspicious, ready to tear the arrogant young man limb from limb and feed him to dogs. This incident had dispelled their doubts. Drunk once more, Zhou Chen was escorted back to his room. Though an underling offered support, Zhou Chen deliberately clung to the third brother. "Brother, your surname? I feel an instant kinship. Do you fancy aircraft or tanks? Next time you visit my place, I'll take you hunting in a plane." Once laid upon the bed, the third brother summoned the most robust woman from the dinner table. "You tend to young Master Zhou tonight. Fail, and you'll be sent straight to the kidney harvesters." The woman blanched, nodding frantically in terrified assent. Creak, the door shut behind her. A woman's hand slid onto Zhou Chen's chest. Zhou Chen slapped her hand away, trying to die. Startled, she recoiled. Then, fearing kidney harvesting, forced herself forward, deploying every ounce of charm. Zhou Chen kicked her off the bed. "Have you bathed? Smelling like a sewer, you dare crawl onto me. Get lost." Before the third brother had even left the courtyard, the door burst open. He turned. There she was, fleeing in panic. "Young Master Zhou says I haven't bathed." The third brother stood frozen, dumbfounded. Bathe? In this accursed climate, water was rarer than life itself. Yet, recalling the elder brother's orders, he arranged for her to wipe down quickly with a damp cloth. The elder brother had declared this the final test. Should Zhou reject the woman's service, his identity was compromised, likely a soldier infiltrating to rescue imprisoned comrades. She wiped herself, but had no clean clothes to change into, and still reeked. Zhou Chen wrinkled his nose, pointing to a bottle of mineral water on the table. "How long since you brushed your teeth? Drink this, rinse your mouth thoroughly." She could scarcely believe her luck. Hastily uncapping the bottle, she gulped down more than half in one breath. "Oh heavens! It's delicious. Not only a full bottle, but pure clean mineral water, not the muddy sludge we drink daily." She resolved then and there to serve young Master Zhou flawlessly. Perhaps he'd even take her with him. To become the mistress of a base commander meant fine food, rich wine, gold, and jade. As she reached for the bed, darkness swallowed her. She collapsed with a dull thud. Zhou Chen pocketed the remaining half bottle, laced with sedative, and retrieved his laptop from storage. Scrolling through countless downloaded films, he casually selected a domestic production. Passion ignited like tinder and flamed thunderclaps echoing lightning. Zhou Chen gripped the bedpost and shook it fiercely, the frame groaning and squeaking without cease. Outside the door, the guard pressed his ear against the wood, eavesdropping shamelessly. HSS, so young Master Zhou enjoys such preferences? That whip cracked sharply. Poor woman. The sun rose in the east. A woman stirred, awake, dazed and disoriented, finding herself lying on a soft, spacious bed. She turned her head and met a face ashen with fury. Zhou Chen clutched a cigarette between his lips, his eyes half-lidded, exuding an aura of quiet, lethal danger. How did you end up in bed?" Zhou Chen flicked ash from his cigarette. "Your boss sent you to attend to young Master Zhou, but instead you climbed right in and fell fast asleep. Speak plainly, which organ will you offer to compensate for my half bottle of precious water?" The woman trembled violently, scrambling forward on hands and knees until she collapsed at Zhou Chen's feet. "Young Master Zhou, I didn't mean to." How had she fallen asleep? How dared she sleep? It was over. She couldn't afford to repay young Master Zhou's water, nor could she explain herself to the base commander. She was as good as dead. Zhou Chen shoved her away with open disdain. "Damn it," snoring like a sow. Anyone who didn't know better would think young Master Zhou lacked potency. "I spent half the night watching vids just to relieve myself. If you value your life, you know what to do." She nodded silently, then crawled back beside him, reaching for his belt. "Young Master, I'll serve you now." Zhou Chen. He slapped her hand aside with sharp force. "Young Master Zhou has important matters to attend. No time to play games with you." "Never mind. You're pitiful enough. When they ask later, I'll say you served admirably. Next time you come, you'll warm my bed again. You understand what I mean, don't you? Or shall you find a way to repay my half bottle of water?" She shook her head, then nodded. Where in this wasteland could she possibly scavenge clean water to offer as restitution? Besides, if word got out that she'd crashed into slumber the moment she hit the bed, they'd beat her to death on the spot. "Young Master Zhou, I know what to do." "Excellent." Zhou Chen slung his backpack over one shoulder and strode toward the door. As he opened it, 2 guards stationed at the courtyard gate immediately stepped forward. They beheld young Master Zhou, yesterday so sharp and alert, now haggard, dark circles bruising the skin beneath his eyes, stifling yawn after yawn. The two exchanged a glance, and smirked, lewd and knowing. Behind him emerged the woman, pale as ash, limbs unsteady, steps faltering. Tisk tisk tsk. In truth, terror had hollowed her out. Her mind reeled at the thought of the commander learning she'd slept like the dead the instant she lay down. She had seen with her own eyes disobedient women beaten to death within the base. The more she dwelled on it, the more her knees weakened, until before she reached the gate her legs buckled and she crumpled onto the ground. Zhou Chen glanced back and inwardly noted her acting is surprisingly convincing. Yet staying true to his arrogant domineering persona, he sneered, "TCH. You're far too frail." Last night young Master Zhou hadn't even begun to savor himself. The two guards were speechless. "Brother, didn't you whip her all night and still not feel satisfied?" We pressed our ears to the door for hours. Her cries were nothing short of harrowing. A kidney harvester, a devil who preyed upon his own kind. Truly no good man. Lao Sen arrived, swept his gaze across them both, and instantly grasped their condition. He'd spent the night in the adjacent building as several brothers had joined him listening intently at the wall. Only after long hours had their lingering doubts about young Master Zhou finally dissolved. Truly ruthless. They were convicts, damned souls, but none among them had ever raised a whip against a woman. Young Master Zhou wasn't merely arrogant and overbearing. He was deranged. Indeed, only a madman utterly bereft of conscience could carry out such vile trade. Zhou Chen yawned again and draped an arm over Lao San's shoulders. "Last night you said your surname was—" Before Lao San could reply, Zhou Chen waved it off. "No matter. Of your 10 brothers, you're the one I feel most kinship with. From now on, you're Lao San. This is our first collaboration, but after several more, you'll truly understand young Master Zhou's character. I am unfailingly loyal and generous to friends. Just a tank. Easy. In due time, I'll have one delivered for you to play with." Lao San knew it was mere flattery, yet the mention of a tank sent his sober mind spiraling into delighted confusion. "Really? Of course, it's no lie." Zhou Chen kept his arm around Lao San's shoulders, spinning grandiose tales, leaving the man utterly spellbound. After all, boasting costs nothing. In short, any brother who walks with young Master Zhou shall have tanks and women. I'm leaving shortly. Name anything you desire. I'll procure it and bring it tomorrow. Lao San rubbed his palms together eagerly. Heh, I'd love a few packs of Huazi." Zhou Chen nearly kicked him square in the face. Still, he unzipped his pack and tossed over 2 packs of Huazi. "Don't call young Master Zhou stingy. I came in haste, brought only modest supplies. Other bases require gifts too. Soon I'll deliver you a full carton. Quietly, absolutely no one must find out." Lao San cradled the 2 packs, reverently beaming with ingratiating warmth. Better kept secret. If Boss 1, Boss 2, or the others caught wind, they'd snatch them in an instant. "Young Master Zhou, let me escort you out. Tomorrow when you return, I'll arrange a fine bottle of liquor for you. Brother knows how to treat a friend. I won't hold back." Arm in arm, they descended the mountain path, 2 comrades in arms bantering loudly all the way. "By the way," Zhou Chen asked, "what crime landed you in prison?" Lao San hesitated, embarrassed. "Well, I accidentally killed a few little girls." "Heh." Zhou Chen froze, genuinely stunned. "What the hell? Your shamefaced hesitation proves you know how monstrous you are." In the next breath, he clapped Lao San's shoulder. "You truly ought to join young Master Zhou in Myanmar. Several of my men share your interest. It's no great sin. Before the cataclysm, none of them ever saw prison." At the main gate, a freshly polished motorcycle stood ready. An AK assault rifle was presented to Zhou Chen with both hands. He slung the weapon over his shoulder, swung onto the bike, and cranked the music to deafening volume. "And I burn with passion while you freeze into a river. Yet you alone possess the right to be loved." He revved the throttle, released the brake, leaving behind a blazing, defiant silhouette, etched forever in the minds of the prisoners. Xiao Long and his 9 comrades, worn thin by anxiety, finally saw Zhou Chen return. "Mr. Zhou, how did it go? Did you meet our captain? Are our brothers still alive? Were they injured?" Those bastards deserved execution the moment they drew breath. Zhou Chen recounted every detail of the past 2 days. Xiao Long and his 9 comrades stared dumbfounded. "You said you were scouting intelligence. So how did you transform overnight into a kidney harvesting monster? If you can extract 30 people, why not choose our captain and his men first?" "Yes, rescue our captain first, then storm the base ourselves." Zhou Chen raised a hand, silencing them. "Rice is eaten grain by grain. Tasks are completed one by one. Do you truly believe I'm a god, that I could infiltrate and instantly map the entire base? Do you have any idea how miraculous it is that I returned whole and unscathed? Rescue your captain first. The moment I speak up, I'll be riddled with bullets. Do you doubt it?" Xiao Long's group fell silent. The logic was undeniable. Any one of them placed in the same position might not have achieved half as much. Who else, but soldiers, rigid, single-minded, would expect miracles? Xiao Long steadied himself and asked, "Then, what's our next move?" Zhou Chen answered without hesitation, "Peel the cabbage." Xiao Long and his 9 comrades chorused in unison, "What the hell is that?" Zhou Chen led the 10 small dragons down the mountain. The area was densely wooded with overgrown dry grass taller than a person. In the grass, there was a large G-class, a truck, and a pile of rotten cabbage. Xiao Long was shocked. Where did this come from? Zhou Chen walked to a shady spot and lay down. Want to know? The same question. Tell me where to get an M134 minigun. Xiaolong immediately shut his mouth. As a qualified soldier, he would never divulge that. Facing a pile of disgusting, smelly, rotten cabbage, a guy named Xiao Bai approached the squad leader. Squad leader, do we really have to peel the rotten cabbage? I still think he's not reliable. Does peeling rotten cabbage have anything to do with our mission to rescue the camp leader? Everyone stared at the squad leader. Xiaolong sighed, rolled up his sleeves. Stop stalling, let's just listen to him. The cabbage was peeled, packed into pockets, and loaded onto the truck. Xiaolong wiped his sweaty forehead and asked Zhou Chen, what's next? Zhou Chen was almost asleep. Shaking the bedpost for half the night was exhausting, wasn't it? After listening to the recordings the whole night, he had hardly slept in the latter half of the night. Could he not be tired? Zhou Chen, in a daze, didn't even open his eyes, weakly raised his hand and pointed to the G-class. There are clothes inside, you guys try them on first. Change clothes. The 10 small dragons were confused as they opened the trunk. Black suits. They were so hot that they had cut off the sleeves and pant legs of their military uniforms, and Zhou Chen actually asked them to wear suits. Did he want to kill them with heat? Zhou Chen, still in a daze, added, before you put on the suits, remember to wear the underwear. And let me remind you, the suits are a gift, but remember to return the underwear after the job is done. The fabric of these 10 sets of underwear was a substandard version of temperature-regulating clothing, not as good as the one he was wearing. However, he had tried it before, and the temperature-regulating effect was only 510 degrees off. In other words, while he was in spring attire, once the small dragons were the substandard ones, they would feel like it was a normal summer. Before the natural disasters, many office workers used to run around in suits during the scorching summer. It was hot, but definitely not deadly. In extreme heat, this was already top-notch cooling technology. The fabric had only produced around 20 sets of underwear in total. Who knew how long the apocalypse would last? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime. Having grown accustomed to the comfort of temperature-regulating clothing, he couldn't bear to give any away. He couldn't bear to give away even the substandard ones. The uninformed Xiaolong and his team stood there looking bewildered. He wanted them to wear underwear under their suits. Oh, was he trying to suffocate them? Xiaolong scratched his head. Let's try it first. If we really can't stand it, we just won't wear it. Xiao Bai angrily said, of course we can't stand it. I'm already about to die from the heat. I'm not wearing it. The others hesitated, but Xiaolong, as the squad leader, took the lead in putting it on. The moment he wore the underwear, he felt completely unwell. Squad leader, are you okay? Oh no, the squad leader is suffering from heat stroke. Get water. Don't scare me, quickly take off his clothes. A group rushed in trying to rip off his clothing. Xiaolong, who had just been dazed, immediately pushed the others away. What are you doing? Squad leader, you're suffering from heat stroke. Quickly take off this outfit. Squad leader, quickly drink some salt water. Xiaolong shoved people away. Who said I'm suffering from heat stroke? I'm just feeling a bit too cool, and my brain is slow to react. Cool? Where is it cool? How is it cool? Xiaolong ignored the 9 soldiers and quickly put on the suit, feeling very comfortable as he walked around. Huh, it's really cool. Wearing the suit isn't hot at all. It's just my head, neck, and feet that are a bit hot. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry up and put it on. I'm telling you, it's simply refreshing. The 9 looked at their squad leader with strange expressions. Is the squad leader okay? Has he gone mad worrying about the camp leader and the brothers' safety? Xiaolong was speechless and said sternly, follow my orders, change your clothes. The 9 responded in unison, yes. Zhou Chen was startled awake. Do you want to attract the prisoners? Look out. Keep it down. The 10, realizing the situation, immediately became quiet and careful. Once they wore the suits and stepped into their shoes, the 10, who were initially resistant, felt refreshed. What high-tech is this? So comfortable. I was almost dying from the heat just now, but now it's simply not too cool. Wait. One person noticed a bag. Damn, there are bullets, bottled water, and fresh bread in the bag. Are you crazy? Where did this come from? Zhou Chen was completely awake now, seeing someone pouring water into a kettle. He was almost driven mad. You're pouring into the kettle? Do you want to carry that kettle to the prisoners' base? Are you afraid those prisoners don't know you're soldiers? The scolded soldiers immediately hung their heads in silence. Zhou Chen got up from the grass, dusted off the dirt on his. But, guys, can we not be so rigid? By noon the next day, everyone was dressed neatly. 10 soldiers in suits and leather shoes instantly transformed into 10 energetic young men. Holding their rifles, they looked like elite bodyguards. Zhou Chen, with a cigarette in his mouth, reminded them. I'll say it again, once we reach the prisoners' base, don't look around. That place is large with many islands. Even if you squint your eyes, you won't find your camp leader. From now on, your only focus is me. Your mission is to protect my personal safety. Let's go over the script again. Zhou Chen pointed to himself. Who am I? The 10 stammered, boss. Boss. What are we? The 10 had expressions as if they were constipated, an illegal gang dealing with foreign organs. Zhou Chen asked again, what's our purpose for going? The 10 had a determined expression, to trade. Zhou Chen continued asking, what's our ultimate goal for trading? The 10 changed their defeated expressions, raising their spirits to rescue the camp leader and the brothers. Zhou Chen nodded. My determination to retrieve the helicopter aligns with your desire to rescue our own people, so we absolutely cannot blow our cover. Zhou Chen snapped his fingers. Let's go. Xiao Long looked at Zhou Chen with a strange gaze, unable to hold back any longer. Are you really planning to go like this for the trade? Zhou Chen glared very arrogantly. What do you mean? I'm your boss now, I'll say it again, and I'll dock your pay. On the cracked, dry road, the G-Class sped past, stirring up countless fallen leaves. The truck followed closely behind, with several spirited young men standing on it holding guns. At the prisoner's base, Lao San was already impatient. An hour had passed, surely this deal wouldn't fall through. Just as Lao San contemplated whether to drive out and check the situation, a horn sounded. The black G-Class appeared in front of numerous prisoners. Upon reaching the gate, the 8 spirited young men on the truck immediately jumped off. They ran in formation to the side of the G-Class, taking up a defensive position. This sharp gaze, rapid movements, and unwavering posture looked extremely professional. However, the prisoners surrounding the gate were dumbfounded, and Lao San's cigarette fell to the ground. What's going on? In the extreme heat, they were barely surviving in sandals. How could this group wear suits and shoes? Didn't they fear suffocating themselves? Is this how you show off? Xiao Long, acting as the driver, got out and respectfully opened the rear door. Boss, we've arrived. First came a lazy voice, followed by a foot emerging clad in shiny brown leather shoes. Above that were pure white suit pants. The next second, a handsome man in a white suit draped in expensive fur appeared before everyone. The handsome man was smoking a cigar, wearing a gemstone ring on his hand, exuding his usual arrogance. Dressed like a top billionaire, the aura exploded. Silence. Absolute silence. The scene was deathly quiet. All the prisoners were stunned, their jaws dropped to the ground. Lao San, squatting to pick up his cigarette, was completely frozen. He stopped picking up the cigarette and exclaimed word by word, as expected of Zhou Xiaoyi, still so very arrogant. Zhou Chen was ushered into the compound amid a flurry of deference and attention. Xiao Long assigned one soldier to serve as his personal bodyguard, while the remaining 8 young men stood rigidly at the compound's entrance, eyes forward, expressions unyielding, radiating quiet menace. A junior officer instructed to offer cigarettes approached the 8 young men, but they didn't so much as glance his way. When he offered bottled water instead, their faces twisted with undisguised disdain. One of the young men said flatly, no need, we have our own. He pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and drained more than half of it in 3 swift, loud gulps. Having quenched his thirst, he felt a flush of heat rise to his head and poured the remainder over it. The prisoners stared dumbfounded. Is he mad? Could it be that Master Zhou's subordinates truly carried themselves with such audacious swagger? After all, this was mineral water, half drunk, half poured away. Even their 10 commanders wouldn't dare flaunt wealth so recklessly. In truth, the soldier himself winced inwardly, though he dared not show it. Zhou Chen had made his directive clear upon entering the prisoner compound. They were to exude sheer unapologetic arrogance. Now Zhou Chen himself removed 2 gemstone rings and slipped them onto Lao San's fingers. Lao San stood frozen in disbelief. Thighs. Master Zhou, you're far too generous. Zhou Chen clapped him on the shoulder. I told you. I feel the strongest kinship with you among the 10 brothers. These rings once held real value. Now they exist solely for showmanship. Here, take another. Wear one on each hand. They were after all mass-produced in Yiwu, so he felt no pang of loss. With 3 gemstone rings glittering on his fingers, Lao San instantly swelled with newfound confidence. Master Zhou, you are the wealthiest man I've ever met. Zhou Chen grinned. Wild, imperious, this. Merely the beginning. Half my forces have already crossed into the border zone. Once the new base near Kuan City is established, helicopters and tanks will follow. I'll take you for a ride then. One of the young men hurried over. Boss, the cargo's been fully inventoried. Zhou Chen glanced at the 30 women huddled together, trembling under the muzzles of rifles. What are we waiting for? Load them up, immediately. Anyone who whimpers or resists gets shot on the spot. At those words, the women who'd been poised to beg or struggle fell silent and obediently formed a line to board the vehicles. Lao San blinked in surprise. You're loading the cargo now. Won't you stay for a drink before leaving? Zhou Chen laughed. No, I've already consolidated shipments from several other compounds in Mo City. We're just awaiting this final batch before heading to Kuan City. Our clients demand fresh goods, and they're pressing hard. Let's discuss the next consignment. Lao San immediately summoned the eldest and second eldest brothers. All 4 sat beneath a tarp shelter and finalized the terms of the next transaction, scheduled for 2 days hence. Zhou Chen arrived with his 10 young men, arrogant, unassailable. He remained less than half an hour, then departed just as boldly, just as fiercely. As the vehicle rattled along the potholed highway, Xiao Long at the wheel asked, what do we do with these women? Zhou Chen dozed in the rear seat, murmuring drowsily, drop them outside Mo City. Let them fend for themselves. Xiao Long fell silent for a beat. So, we truly came here only to trade. Zhou Chen scoffed. What else did you imagine? En route to Mo City, they stormed through over a dozen checkpoints. In fact, from the very first checkpoint, still 50 meters away, the young men opened fire into the sky. Bandits armed with clubs and knives who'd long terrorized refugees scattered at the sound of gunfire. Refugees previously barred from passage seized the moment, racing behind the vehicle as it sped forward. Thus, without intention, they indirectly aided countless refugees, those unable to surrender supplies, to flee toward Mo City. At the city's outskirts, the 30 women were ordered out of the vehicle. Xiaolong shooed them off brusquely. If you value your lives, enter the city and seek your fortune. Martial law governs the downtown district. You'll be fed and sheltered there. The women, who'd feared being trafficked overseas for organ harvesting, stood bewildered. Yet the sheer intensity of their escape left them exhilarated. They rushed en masse toward the city, mingling with refugees along the roadside. One woman cautiously approached. Xiaolong, brother, may I speak 2 words with your leader? The rear window of the armored SUV slid down smoothly. Zhou Chen rested one arm lazily on the sill. What is it? The woman hesitated, then ventured. Your true objective. Is it to rescue the soldiers imprisoned at that compound? Xiaolong and the 9 others tensed, electrified. Do you know where our brothers are held? We're exactly inside the compound. Do you know our company commander? Are they unharmed? Injured? The woman exhaled, relieved. So, they were no foreign criminal syndicate after all. Gathering her courage, she asked Zhou Chen, if I tell you everything I know, will you return my family's heirloom animal hide cloak? Zhou Chen refused outright no. She grew flustered, but last night I helped you. Without me. His gaze turned piercing. Did you truly think I needed your help? You should count yourself fortunate your blunder didn't cost you your life. Right then and there. Then, I'll tell you everything I know. But can you at least give me some supplies? It's still half a day's walk into the city. Zhou Chen gestured for her to climb in. She slipped into the vehicle and instantly sighed in blissful relief as icy air from the roaring AC enveloped her. According to her account, she had set out for Hangzhou to join relatives, only to fall captive alongside a group of refugees into the hands of convicts stationed at Qiandao Lake. Once imprisoned in the compound, she deliberately made herself filthy and foul-smelling to avoid unwanted attention, and was accordingly assigned labor by the lakeshore. At that time, the lake's depth still measured 5 or 6 meters. Captured men dove under scorching heat to harvest fish and shrimp, while women like her prepared dried fish and shrimp along the shore. On the 3rd day, a helicopter appeared overhead near the compound. The convicts mobilized en masse, forcing it to land by threatening its crew with captured soldiers and firing warning shots at the aircraft. It was then the refugees learned, shocked, that soldiers had been secretly detained within the compound. The helicopter landed under duress, and an officer and pilot were seized along with several soldiers, and none were seen again afterward. The woman explained Qiandao Lake is vast, dotted with countless undeveloped islands. I suspect the soldiers are being held on one of those remote, uninhabited isles. That same night, while we slept, a group of convicts burst in and took away over a dozen women. When they returned, they trembled uncontrollably, saying the compound planned to sell them overseas for organ harvesting. The following night I saw you. Zhou Chen cut her off. So you assumed you were clever, staging that little charade to convince the convicts I was a black market organ trafficker. She nodded. But it worked, didn't it? Zhou Chen wrenched open the door and kicked her out. You idiot. Your so-called cleverness nearly gave me a heart attack. Get lost. Stumbling, she clutched the doorframe. Brother, forget the hide, but what about the supplies you promised? Xiaolong hastily reached for his pack, pulling out bottled water and bread. Zhou Chen glared. What are you doing? Those are for show. Are we rescuing people or playing dress-up? Only then did Xiaolong retrieve his own canteen and compressed rations. She snatched the canteen and drank greedily. Water long spoiled, yet infinitely preferable to dying of thirst. Zhou Chen studied her coolly. What's your name? Wiping her mouth, she fumbled with the packaging of the ration bar. Qin Siyu. Zhou Chen's smile never reached his eyes as he warned Qin Siyu. If you ever dare appear before me again, or utter the word hide once more, I'll rip your head off and kick it like a football.